It is preferable to endure the tribulations of peach blossoms than to approach the body of a white tiger. The ancients believed that a woman born under the sign of the white tiger would bring misfortune to her husband, a portent that has led countless women to a life fraught with adversity. Marriage represents a pivotal juncture in one's life. Chen Nuo faltered at this critical step, marrying a woman he should never have wed. Reborn into the quaint fishing village of his memories, Chen Nuo resolved to defy his parents' plans and embarked on a mutual journey with the so-called husband-killing woman. Contrary to expectations, Chen Nuo was not cursed. Instead, his life flourished. Whenever he found himself within the embrace of the ocean, a vivid map of colors symbolizing fortune and misfortune would materialize before his eyes. Shades of green, blue, red, and gold whispered legends to him, each hue guiding him toward varying degrees of marine treasures, while allowing him to evade the gray specter of misfortune and even the ominous black shadows of calamity. Armed with the prophetic advantage of a reborn soul and a golden touch that governed luck, the young fisherman sought treasures along the shore, swiftly amassing wealth and rectifying the regrets of his past life, all while enjoying a vibrant existence with his wife and family. Chapter 1. A Life of Failure. Mother, why is this old man still clinging to life? Is he going to hang on forever? How long must we wait to inherit his fortune? Lower your voice. Are you mad? What is there to fear? There is no one else here. This old man cannot hear us. Stop referring to him as that old man. He is still your father. Huh? My father? Mother, even at this juncture, do you still believe I am unaware? He is not my biological father. The woman, now over 60, had poured a fortune into maintaining her youthful appearance and physique, exuding the aura of a pampered aristocrat. Neither of them noticed that the heart rate monitor beside the sickbed, which had previously displayed a steady rhythm, began to fluctuate violently. This old man is utterly consumed by his company and career, showing no concern for you whatsoever. It is no wonder he has worn the mantle of a cuckold for so many years. Silence. What are you saying? You can stop pretending. As long as this old man is away from home, who do you speak with on the phone each night? You always seem so cheerful, yet I have never seen you smile at him. The handsome middle-aged man wore a knowing smile and continued. And last night, you were conspiring at the staircase with the person on the phone, planning that once this old man passes, you two would confess everything to me and then remarry, allowing him to take over this old man's company. Young, the woman gazed at her son in disbelief. Rest assured, I hold no resentment towards you. In fact, I feel liberated. It makes sense why I've never gotten along with this old man. It turns out I am not his biological child. Mother, you and that man are quite remarkable. You managed to keep this secret for so many years. Do not worry. I have no intention of disrupting your plans. I merely wish to enjoy a comfortable life as a wealthy heir. When the time comes, I will take my share of the company's stock and assets, and I do not wish to be involved in management. Once the money is in my hands, I will travel abroad for leisure. I'm already 40 years old, yet this old man still controls me, providing me with a meager allowance each month to scrape by, claiming he fears I will lose my ambition if I indulge myself. But what he truly fears is that I may seek to prove my worth. Damn, how much does he underestimate me? I have long yearned to escape abroad and revel in a life of freedom. Thus, I now wish for this old man to depart from this world as swiftly as possible. Observing the mocking smile on her son's face, the woman felt a complex mix of emotions, momentarily at a loss for words. Cough, cough, my wayward son. Suddenly, a fit of harsh coughing erupted from the sickbed, accompanied by a raspy voice. Both mother and son turned pale at the sound. Wretched woman, you vile creature, cough, cough. The old man turned his head, glaring at his wife with a countenance twisted in rage, his eyes resembling a predator poised to pounce. It's over. He has heard everything. I told you to remain silent, the woman exclaimed, panic-stricken. At that moment, the middle-aged man's earlier trepidation vanished, and a glint of ruthless determination flashed in his eyes as he hastened toward the sickbed. Young, what are you planning to do? The woman cried out in alarm. Since we have reached this point, there is no turning back. After all, he has no other relatives or friends. No one will care how he meets his end. If trouble arises, we can simply pay to resolve it. The middle-aged man's expression remained impassive, his tone cold. The woman paused, her mouth opening as if to protest, but the words stuck in her throat as she glanced toward the door of the hospital room. It was evident that she had tacitly consented to her son's course of action. Do you dare to kill me? The old man's piercing gaze fixed upon the middle-aged man, exuding an aura of quiet menace. The latter's heart quivered, instinctively filled with dread. After all, he had been a son to this man for a full 40 years. Even upon learning the truth of his parentage, that ingrained reverence lingered. You have forced my hand. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth, stepping forward to remove the oxygen tube from the old man's mouth before retreating 2 paces. Huh, is that all you are capable of, you useless coward? The old man's voice became feeble, yet his expression and gaze remained unexpectedly calm. I am not a coward. Rising from humble beginnings to amass a fortune worth billions, it is inconceivable that he could be a fool. He had long since dispatched individuals to conduct thorough investigations. However, by that time, he had already been diagnosed with cancer, and even the most expensive medications could merely prolong his condition. He harbored no fear of death, even considering his life a profound failure, believing that an early demise would be preferable. Thus, he would engage them in this charade of domesticity, ultimately allowing them to experience the despair and helplessness that accompanies dashed hopes. He deemed this to be the ultimate act of vengeance against the two of them. He had even anticipated the possibility of being secretly harmed by them. It mattered little. At the moment he discovered his wife's betrayal and learned that his son was not his biological child, he had already become an empty shell. Nevertheless, hearing them conspiring loudly beside him had ignited a flicker of anger within him. Impossible. How could you possibly know? You said you were incapable. The woman's face contorted into an expression of utter dismay, gazing at the man as if he were a stranger. Over a decade prior, upon learning of her husband's successful career, she had accompanied their son to Yangcheng, where they enjoyed a life of affluence. Yet, mere months later, her husband abruptly declared his impotence. Having harbored feelings for another man, she welcomed this development, feigning comfort for her husband by claiming she too had little interest in intimacy, since they already had a son. I am incapable. Haha. Cough cough. I simply lack any feelings for you. Once I am gone, if you have the audacity, inquire with those women I have kept outside about my capabilities. The elderly man appeared to undergo a momentary revitalization. His complexion suddenly brightened, and his voice grew robust. You. The woman widened her eyes in astonishment, pointing at the man, her speech faltering. Did not expect this, did you? Haha. There's more to come. You shall not receive a single penny of my estate. And as for that man, The elderly man smirked coldly, then began to feel his breath becoming labored. He ceased to speak or struggle, merely lying there serenely, gazing at the ceiling, his expression gradually becoming vacant as his consciousness began to fade. No, you must clarify your words. What have you done? Old fool, what are you pretending? Mother, do not be deceived. He is deliberately trying to repulse us. The following day, the city's television station reported a news story. Chen Nuo, the chairman of the Chen Group, had passed away due to illness, leaving behind a will that established a charitable foundation with its total assets of 16.5 billion, overseen by a fund management committee that included the general manager of the Chen Group, the marketing manager, and several other women. Subsequently, whispers began to circulate. Rumor had it that several women on the fund management committee, including the general and marketing managers, were not only exceptionally talented, but also possessed remarkable beauty, and they all shared ambiguous relationships with Chen Nuo. Concurrently, the legal team of the Chen Group initiated lawsuits against Chen Nuo's wife, Qian Fengxia, and his son, Chen Yong. There was substantial evidence indicating that Qian Fengxia had engaged in extramarital affairs during her youth, and DNA testing confirmed that Chen Yong was not Chen Nuo's biological son. The scheme to harm Chen Nuo within the hospital had been captured by hidden cameras that he had strategically placed, serving as irrefutable evidence against them. The deceased Chairman Chen had expressly stipulated in his will the revocation of their inheritance rights. After the court validated the will and the evidentiary chain, a ruling was issued. Chen Yong was convicted of intentional homicide and several other charges, facing a life of tears behind bars. 2 days later, the now destitute Qian Fengxia discovered that her illicit lover's phone had suddenly ceased to connect. She hurriedly boarded a high-speed train to confront him, only to learn from nearby residents the tragic news. The man had been fatally struck by a truck while out at night. Chapter 2. Returning to the little fishing village May 10th, 1985. Fishleap Village. Chen Nuo stood dazed at the entrance of an old tile-roofed house, his gaze sweeping over the village that was both foreign and familiar, his face etched with astonishment. What was happening? Had he been reborn? Was it possible that the heavens took pity on him, granting him a second chance? Third brother, what are you looking at? A small head with twin ponytails peeked out beside him, gazing at him with curiosity. Chen Nuo turned to her, momentarily lost in thought, his eyes becoming somewhat unfocused. Suddenly, he raised his hand and pinched the delicate face of the young girl. Ah, she cried out, covering her face and turning away, indignantly shouting, Mom, third brother is bullying me. You pinched my face, it hurts. Is this really not a dream? Chen Nuo murmured softly to himself, and then a look of unrestrained joy spread across his face as he scooped up the girl and began to twirl her around at the doorstep. Ah, third brother, what are you doing? Put me down. The girl flailed her feet in midair, panicking and shouting. Haha, it's not a dream. I'm back. I'm back. By God. Chen Nuo laughed heartily. Mom, come save me. Third brother has gone mad. The girl cried out in increasing fear. Little Sam, what are you doing? Put your sister down at once. A voice so familiar and nostalgic rang out. Chen Nuo set his sister down and turned to the figure that had appeared countless times in his dreams, his eyes instantly moistening. After reaching middle age and having successfully built a career in Yang City, he had intended to return home before the Spring Festival, to bring his parents to the city to enjoy a life of comfort, or to help them build a house and buy a car in their hometown, allowing them to choose. However, one fateful night, a phone call from his elder sister jolted him from his slumber with news as shocking as a bolt from the blue. His parents had gone out to sea together for fishing in the morning and had not returned by nightfall, and the seas were tumultuous. Chen Nuo hung up the phone and immediately set out, driving through the night back to his hometown, joining the villagers in the search for his parents. They searched for 2 whole days and nights, but even the small fishing boat of his parents could not be found. Upon returning to the village, he lashed out at his elder sister, second brother, and younger sister, accusing them of failing to take care of their parents. Despite sending money home each month, why did they still allow their parents to go out to sea? His second brother, who had remained in the rural hometown, erupted as well, questioning what Chen Nuo himself had done. Their parents had been accustomed to a life of hard work and frugality. What good was merely sending money each month if they were not allowed to live with peace of mind? If he truly cared for their parents, why had he not brought them to the city sooner? The 4 siblings had a fierce quarrel, their emotions running high, and the words exchanged were harsh. From that day forward, a rift formed between them. Chen Nuo soon regretted his outburst, wishing to mend their relationships numerous times, but to no avail. As his business flourished and the disparity in wealth and status grew, he found himself increasingly distanced from his family. He would only return to his hometown once a year during the Spring Festival, accompanied by his wife and children. Even at the age of 65, when he was bedridden with a severe illness, including a diagnosis of cancer, he did not inform them. However, in his will, beyond the establishment of a charitable foundation, he bequeathed 2 million to each of his elder sister, second brother, and younger sister. This was not out of reluctance to give more. Rather, he believed that having too much sudden wealth would not be beneficial for them, who had lived their entire lives in rural areas. In 2025, 2 million would adequately alleviate their family's financial burdens without leading them astray. Chen Nuo harbored a deep sense of regret for his parents' passing. And even in the final moments before his consciousness faded, the image of his mother's face lingered in his mind. Yet after that time, he could no longer clearly recall her features. And now, at this very moment, his mother was right before his eyes. "Mom!" Chen Nuo fought back tears that brimmed in his eyes, his voice trembling as he called out. Qian Guifan paused, her gaze regarding him with a peculiar intensity. A mother's intuition told her that her son seemed somehow different. Could it be that he truly had gone mad? He made me hungry. Chen Nuo quickly realized how inappropriate his demeanor was and hurriedly suppressed his tumultuous emotions, forcing a change of subject. "Weren't you just eating breakfast?" Qian Guifan looked at him with a puzzled expression. "I didn't eat enough, Mom. Can you make me something else?" Chen Nuo adopted a pitiful expression, his tone resembling that of a child pleading with his mother. Logically speaking, he was now a man in his 60s, and such behavior was somewhat childish. Yet, no matter how old he became, he would always be a child in his mother's presence, and he preferred to embrace that childlike essence. "Then I'll go make you some noodles." Seeing her son return to normalcy, Qian Guifan thought little of it and turned to head to the kitchen. "Add more clams." Chen Nuo shouted. Clams, known as huagao or huajia in other regions, were commonly harvested by villagers from the beach during low tide. They would be soaked overnight in water and were delicious when added to noodles. "Got it," Qian Guifan replied indulgently. "Ah, Mom, you only care for third brother. I want some too." The younger sister interjected with a hint of jealousy. I know. I must have owed you both in my past life." Qian Guifan chuckled. The 2 siblings exchanged silly smiles. "Oomph." The next moment, Chen Xiaoying huffed, placing her hands on her hips and turning her head away, clearly still upset from earlier. "All right, don't be angry. Brother was wrong," Chen Nuo said with a fond smile, reaching out to tousle her hair. At this moment, the bond between the siblings was still strong. However, the younger sister's relationship with his wife in his previous life had soured after his marriage, leading to increased distance between them. As for the elder sister and second brother, both were now married. Born in 1960, he was now just 2 or 3 months shy of turning 25. His elder sister, Chen Xiaolan, was 6 years his senior and had married early, with an 8-year-old daughter and a 5-year-old son. His second brother, Chen Jianpain, was 3 years older and had just married the previous year, with their parents funding the construction of their new home and a son who was over a year old. As for the younger sister, Chen Xiaoying, she had just turned 20 this year. 2 years ago, she graduated from high school, but did not gain admission to university. Although she had aspirations to repeat her studies and leave the little fishing village, her parents held onto traditional views, believing that sending their daughter to university was futile and insisting she stay home to help with chores and await marriage. Economic constraints were also an issue, as the family had nearly depleted their savings to fund the second brother's wedding and house. Furthermore, with the arrival of the second sister-in-law's child, financial demands increased, leaving little for the younger sister's education. As long as the weather wasn't too severe, their father would leave early and return late from fishing. But the income was limited, leaving no extra funds for his daughter's university tuition. "Forget it, I forgive you," Chen Nuo smiled softly. In truth, she hadn't been truly angry. Rather, her third brother's spontaneous twirling had brought a sense of amusement to her. "Third brother, what on earth just happened? Were you possessed? Should we go pay respects to Mazu?" Mazu, the local deity of the sea, has been revered since the Song dynasty, with virtually every village housing a temple dedicated to her. Whenever there's a joyous occasion or a calamity, families would visit to offer their prayers. "Get lost. You're the one who's possessed. Then what was all that nonsensical shouting about not being a dream and you being back? Quite peculiar. You wouldn't understand. So I won't bother explaining." "I wouldn't understand? You must be joking. Let us not forget that I am the most educated one in the family." In Chapter 3, regarding the matter of familial dominion, the two siblings sat on a long bench, bowls of seafood noodles, one large, one small, before them, relishing the deliciousness of their meal. After slurping a mouthful of noodles, one deftly picked up a clam and savored the tender meat, expertly discarding the shell. The clams were plump, with a delightful, springy texture and flavor that was simply irresistible. In his previous life, Chen Nuo had ventured to many noodle shops and restaurants in the big city in search of clam noodles, but none could compare to the exquisite taste of his hometown's offering. Years later, the clams available were primarily farmed, utterly lacking the flavor he cherished. Yet, the most vital aspect of this bowl of noodles was the taste imbued with his mother's love, a flavor he had longed for. He had tasted all manner of delicacies, but none could rival this bowl of clam noodles at this moment. As he continued to eat, Chen Nuo felt his eyes moisten once more. He hurriedly bowed his head to sip the soup, attempting to mask his emotions, only to scald himself in the process. "You reckless child, why the rush? Eat slowly." His mother, seated across from him, reprimanded him with a stern expression. She was the type whose words could cut like a knife, but whose heart was soft as tofu. Among her 4 children, she held a particular fondness for her youngest son, Chen Nuo. He chuckled awkwardly and complimented, "What can I say? You make the best noodles, Mom." A simple statement that instantly brightened Chen Guifen's face. "Hee, third brother, when did you become so adept at pleasing our mother?" Chen Nuo teased, gazing at him with a smile. "Is that so? I speak from the heart," Chen Nuo replied earnestly. Chen Nuo rolled her eyes, but soon felt the tension emanating from across the table, shrinking her neck and casting a timid glance at their mother. "What? Do you think my noodles are unappetizing?" Chen Guifen inquired coldly. No, how could that be? Mom, your noodles are the best." Chen Nuo shook her head vigorously, wearing a sycophantic smile. "Oomph. No need to flatter me. If you think they're not tasty, then let your brother have them, and don't expect me to cook for you again." "No way. I was wrong. I can eat 2 bowls without issue." Chen Nuo grinned widely. "You're a pig." Chen Nuo shot him an indignant glare. "I think you're the pig, acting all foolish." "Mom, did you hear how third brother talks to me? He is not wrong." "Oh, you both are bullying me. I can't stay in this house anymore." "Then hurry up and find someone to marry," Chen Guifen said flatly. Chen Nuo looked as if she had been struck by lightning, her head drooping, the once delectable seafood noodles now devoid of flavor. "Mom, the youngest is still young. Please don't say such things," Chen Nuo interjected, defending his sister. He understood that their mother was not joking. She genuinely wished to see her youngest daughter married off. In rural areas, it was common for young people to marry early, with many girls of 20 already. What if they weren't in school? Only he knew that his sister's marriage would not bring her happiness. Yearning for college in the city, she would eventually succumb to their parents' pressure and marry an ordinary farmer from the neighboring village, never realizing her dream of escaping the countryside. Chen Nuo gazed at him in surprise, clearly not expecting third brother to advocate for her. "What do you mean, yo? She has 20 already. Your elder sister married late and ended up with a poor match." Chen Guifen frowned. But could it be that the elder sister married too hastily? Chen Nuo replied, exasperation evident on his face. Their elder sister resembled their mother, but was too docile, obediently adhering to their parents' wishes. It was precisely this compliance that led to her rushed marriage at the age of 22, prompted by their parents' relentless urging. After marrying, the husband, initially portrayed as humble and honest by the matchmaker, gradually revealed his true nature, miserly and domineering, forcing their elder sister to shoulder the responsibilities of raising 2 children and managing nearly all household chores. Once, during a visit a few years prior, Chen Nuo had found his pregnant sister laboring alone in the fields with a 2- or 3-year-old daughter sitting beside her, while their brother-in-law was off playing cards with others. Had it not been for his sister's intervention, he would have surely dealt that scoundrel a severe beating. Chen Nuo had always felt deep sympathy for his sister. After earning money in his previous life, he had even tried to persuade her to divorce and offered to help her find a new path. However, she had refused, insisting he never bring it up again. She was a traditional woman who believed that was her fate, and she accepted it willingly. To her, at least her husband was willing to work and earn money, which was far better than many men who did nothing but drink and abuse their wives. As long as they could make ends meet and raise their children, she felt her sacrifices were worthwhile. Are you suggesting that I am to blame for this? You and your father? Chen Guifan's brow furrowed. Upon seeing their mother's expression, Chen Xiaoying immediately panicked. Their father was taciturn and honest. Their mother had always been the one in charge of the household, and the siblings had grown up with a healthy respect for her authority. Mom, I'm saying that we shouldn't rush into marriage. Youngest sister wants to retake her exams for university, and I believe that path is better for her. Chen Nuo spoke calmly. Chen Xiaoying's eyes lit up, eagerly looking at their mother. You make it sound easy, but how much does university cost? She doesn't have the ability. If she could have, she would have passed already. Mom, I can pass. The year before last. It was just that I was unwell and didn't perform well, Chen Xiaoying argued passionately. That year, her relatives had visited during the crucial days, which had caused her to fail despite her usual scores being sufficient for university admission. Failing is failing. We don't have the money for you to attend university. Mom, I'll find a way to manage the finances. Let us have youngest sister repeat this September. Brother Chen Xiaoying looked at her third brother in astonishment, her heart swelling with gratitude. What plan could you possibly have? Chen Guifan questioned skeptically. Don't worry about that. I will definitely come up with the money. With that, Chen Nuo lifted his bowl to sip the noodle soup. You're so concerned about her. Perhaps you should hurry up and settle down yourself. You're already 25. Who in the village around your age is still unmarried? Mom, here we go again. After pressuring youngest sister, now it's my turn? What do you mean? You promised. Chen Guifan's expression turned serious. She had invested considerable effort into finding a matchmaker, introducing a beautiful girl from her family's side. Her son had even met the girl, and under the persuasion of both parents, he had tentatively agreed to the match. Agreed? I don't remember that, but I will not marry, Chen Nuo stated firmly. Yu Chen Guifan was utterly exasperated, rising swiftly to retreat to her room. Shortly thereafter, she returned bearing a cloth, which she flung before Chen Nuo. Within this lies 650 yuan, a sum granted by your father and me for your wedding. Take it to the town and procure everything necessary. Tomorrow, your father and I shall accompany you to Qianjia village to propose. You shall marry, whether you desire to or not. I refuse. Take it. Chen Guifan barked sharply. The two siblings trembled in fear, and Chen Nuo reluctantly stashed the money wrapped in cloth into his pocket. There was no escape. The reverence they held for their mother was ingrained deep within their very bones. However, while he accepted the money, he certainly had no intention of purchasing wedding supplies for a proposal. It was preposterous. In his previous life, he had erred by taking such a step, and in this life, he would not repeat the same folly. Women like Qian Fengxiao were free to pursue whomever they wished. He, for one, would never be a pawn in such a game. Coincidentally, he had other plans for this sum. Chapter 4. The Treasure Girl in May. The seaside exuded a warm, yet pleasant temperature, with a gentle breeze wafting in from the ocean that felt delightful. Chen Nuo strolled through the village, a soft smile gracing his lips. Memories began to meld in his mind, rendering everything he observed both familiar and alien. In a few years, post-1990s, the coastal regions would undergo rapid development. Each festive return home revealed significant transformations within the village. The once crumbling brick houses and earthen structures gradually vanished, replaced by towering buildings, with roads evolving from muddy trails to gravel paths and eventually to concrete thoroughfares. There was a year when he returned and donated funds for road construction and the community hall. Strangely, he found himself more enamored with the quaint, slightly dilapidated fishing village of the present than with its future, modernized counterpart. As he ventured northwest, the terrain rose higher, and the houses became increasingly clustered. During summer, the sea often succumbed to typhoons, leading to annual flooding of villagers' homes. Consequently, when constructing new dwellings, villagers opted for higher ground. The old house where Chen Nuo currently resided lay close to the shore and at a lower elevation, causing annual anxiety during inclement weather. Whenever danger loomed, the family would hastily relocate their valuables to safer, elevated locations. In his previous life, after earning his first fortune, he returned to build a modest two-story home for his parents, adjacent to his second brother's residence. At that moment, a graceful figure ahead caught Chen Nuo's attention, pulling him back from his wandering thoughts. The girl, appearing to be in her early 20s, sat on a small stool before a mud brick house, scrubbing clothes with her head bowed. Her lustrous black hair was fashioned into 2 simple braids, and her profile bore a resemblance to the soon-to-be beloved princess from the Journey to the West. Chen Nuo had encountered countless beauties from around the globe and had been involved with many women. Yet, compared to the breathtaking allure of those he had met, the girl before him radiated a pure, unadulterated charm, an elegance that was serene and understated. She donned no elaborate makeup and wore no extravagant attire, yet to Chen Nuo, she was the most exquisite sight. Instinctively, he halted, observing her quietly, his complex gaze betraying an unspoken sense of guilt. As if sensing his scrutiny, the girl looked up, and after a brief moment of surprise, she bestowed upon him a radiant smile akin to summer blooms. Chen Nuo, what brings you here? I missed you, so I came to see you. Chen Nuo suppressed the tumult of emotions surging within him and replied with a smile. The girl's name was Li Yuji, the woman whose memory haunted him throughout his previous life. They had been classmates in middle school, sharing a desk for a year, during which the vibrancy of youth enveloped them in carefree joy, leaving behind cherished memories. Girls often matured faster than boys, developing an awareness of their emotions early on, while boys remained largely oblivious. In his previous life, Chen Nuo was unaware that this girl had harbored feelings for him in silence for many years. It wasn't until 2 or 3 years after his marriage that he learned of her long-standing infatuation. However, fate seemed to cruelly toy with her. After being arranged to meet suitors, 2 of her betrothed met with inexplicable tragedies, one fatally stabbed in the street, the other reportedly electrocuted. Following these calamities, malicious rumors began to circulate about her in the village. At that time, a so-called cousin betrayed her, revealing her peculiar situation to the public. Most villagers, lacking education and steeped in ignorance, soon labeled her a widow's curse, and no one dared to pursue her for marriage thereafter. Li Yuji, an orphan abandoned in her youth, had been raised by a widow named Li Sufan, further compounding the villagers' superstitions. Some extreme villagers even called for her and her adoptive mother to be expelled from the village, resorting to despicable acts such as fabricating slanderous tales, destroying their crops, and defiling their home with filth at night. Li Sufan was a woman of formidable spirit, fiercely protective of Li Yuji despite their dire circumstances. Yet, they were merely a mother-daughter duo without the strength to resist such cruelty. Ultimately, Li Yuji, disheartened and unwilling to burden her adoptive mother further, chose to end her life by the river one fateful night. At that time, Chen Nuo was away, striving for success in distant lands, and only learned of this tragic news upon returning home before the spring festival. He sought out Li Sufan, who appeared aged beyond her years, gravely ill in bed. She beckoned him to sit beside her and revealed her daughter's long-hidden affection for him, presenting several diaries Li Yuji had written, all centered around him. After perusing those poignant entries, Chen Nuo wept silently, his heart feeling as though it had been pierced by countless daggers. A few days later, Li Sufan also passed away. Defying his family's objections, Chen Nuo funded their funeral, ensuring they were laid to rest together. He deliberately spread the word that the two had been driven to despair, warning anyone who dared to act against them that he would pursue justice and make them pay. The tragedy of Li Yuji became his haunting specter. Upon learning of his own cancer diagnosis, he, despite his immense wealth, harbored no desire for treatment, believing it to be his penance. Subsequently, upon discovering his wife's betrayal, he fell into utter despondency, even beginning to welcome his own demise. Having built a fortune from scratch, regardless of the allure of wealth and status or his own charisma, he was never short of women vying for his attention. He began to indulge himself, accepting their affections while playing the part of a foolish fool before Qian Fengxia, orchestrating everything behind the scenes. In essence, the starting point of his failed life commenced with his marriage to Qian Fengxia. Yet all of this could still be rectified. W, what are you saying? What is there about me that is appealing? Li Yuji stammered, her face flushing crimson as she lowered her gaze. You are indeed very beautiful. Chen Nuo replied with a playful smile, finding the girl before him utterly adorable. In his previous life, he had been blind to the treasure that was her unspoken affection. How had he remained oblivious to such a precious gem? Chen Nuo, you seem rather peculiar today. I heard you went on a blind date. Li Yuji lifted her gaze toward him, a hint of melancholy flickering in her clear, bright eyes. Yes, my parents insisted, but I wasn't impressed. She isn't as beautiful as you, nor as virtuous, Chen Nuo replied with a light chuckle. Li Yuji was flustered by this, her cheeks turning crimson like a ripened apple in late autumn, her heart racing as if it were a rabbit caught in a snare. Why mustn't he speak nonsense? I'm not joking. I'm serious. Tell me, would you be willing to marry me? There's no bride price, and for now, I have neither car nor house. Chapter 5. The Golden Finger Emerges. The sudden proposal nearly caused Li Yuji's mind to short-circuit. You might want to think it over. My mother has been urging me to find a suitor, but I'm not fond of her. I'd much rather marry you, Chen Nuo said, his expression tinged with awkwardness. In his previous life, his marriage to Qian Fengxia was primarily orchestrated by their parents, and subsequently, various women had pursued him. Thus, he found himself a novice when it came to courting. Nevertheless, in this era, pursuing a girl requires little more than sincerity, and being an honest person is no longer viewed as a derogatory trait. Li Yuji's entire face was flushed as if it might bleed, her mind buzzing and her words tumbling over one another. Wait a moment, discuss it with your mother. I'll take my leave for now and return tomorrow, Chen Nuo said, leaving those words behind before hastily departing. Though he had lived through a rebirth, he now felt an overwhelming sense of panic. Chen Nuo. After a brief moment of shock, Li Yuji rose, calling out to him in a mix of embarrassment and urgency. However, Chen Nuo did not halt his steps. Staring blankly at his disappearing figure, the girl stamped her foot in frustration. What is the matter with him? I haven't even answered yet. Suddenly, she couldn't help but break into a smile, lifting her hand to caress her braided hair as she gazed in another direction. Her mother had gone to work in the fields, and she was eager to discuss this matter with her. Meanwhile, feeling rather socially awkward, Chen Nuo raised his hands to his face and tilted his head back to gaze at the azure sky, laughing joyfully. All the regrets from his past life could now be remedied, and everything would begin with this treasure of a girl. In this lifetime, he would devote himself to compensating for her and protecting her. Brother, Chen Nuo. Two voices called out in unison. Chen Nuo turned toward the sound and saw two young men approaching, buckets in hand and nets at the ready. Chong, fat chef. Are you both off the beach? The two were his close friends from childhood. The stout young man on his left was named Wang Fugue, whose father was the village's banquet chef, sought after for every festive occasion. Perhaps due to his upbringing, he was quite skilled in the culinary arts, earning him the nickname among their group. On his right was the lean and wiry Chen Chong, a cousin from his uncle's side, 2 years his junior. Yes, we just heard that the tide is out, and many people have gone to the beach. We thought we'd try our luck and catch some clams for a drink. Wang Fugue replied cheerfully. Brother, come with us. Chen Chong invited with a smile. Sure, Chen Nuo readily agreed. In his previous life, he had ventured to the bustling city, while these two remained in the village. After marrying, Wang Fugue took over his father's role as the banquet chef, while Chen Chong went to work on boats. A demanding job that nonetheless paid well. Every spring festival, when Chen Nuo returned home, he would share drinks with them, and their bond had remained strong. They often expressed envy over his success as a businessman, unaware that he envied their stable, happy lives even more. As the trio walked toward the seaside, laughing and chatting, Chen Chong inquired, Brother, I heard your mother is introducing you to a girl, planning for marriage. Have you met her? Is she pretty? Wang Fugue asked excitedly. I have met her, but I don't intend to marry her. I have someone I like, Chen Nuo replied with a smile. Really? Who is it? From our village? When did this happen? Their eyes sparkled with excitement. Why all the questions? You'll know when the time comes, Chen Nuo chuckled. Come on, brother, just tell us. They urged, their curiosity piqued. Let's not discuss this for now. Do you know if any families in the village are selling fishing boats? Chen Nuo shifted the topic. In this lifetime, he had no intention of seeking the grind of city life again. The failures of his past had taught him the value of what truly mattered. While money is indeed a good thing, his family was far more significant to him. Moreover, with the advantage of foresight, he could easily earn enough money even while staying in this rural setting. Those who dwell by the sea can thrive through hard work, with a bit of ingenuity. The chances of prosperity are greater than venturing into the unknown. As he considered it, he recalled how many households in nearby villages had become affluent through fishing or businesses related to seafood, with numerous examples reported in the newspapers. Every time he returned home for the new year in his previous life, he heard stories of families upgrading their boats, purchasing cars, or acquiring luxurious homes in the city. Thus, he intended to lead a grounded life as a fisherman, working diligently to earn his first pot of gold. Once the 1990s arrived, he would seize opportunities for wealth, such as the 1992 purchase certificates, the real estate boom lasting nearly 30 years, the advent of Bitcoin in 2009, and stocks like Matai and Tencent. As long as he had capital to invest, the opportunities for financial freedom would abound, making it unnecessary for him to waste time and effort in business ventures. Brother, are you planning to buy a boat? Don't you already have one? Chen Chong asked, surprised. Indeed, Chen Nuo's family owned a small boat, which his father and elder brother used for fishing, sharing the catch equally among them. Well, I'm getting married, so I'll need to support a family. I plan to buy a boat to fish, Chen Nuo replied with a smile. Then who are you marrying? The fat chef rolled his eyes. That's not your concern. Just help me with the boat situation, Chen Nuo retorted. I don't know. I'm not planning to buy a boat. Who cares? Chen Chong scratched his head. Then please help me inquire, Chen Nuo requested. Sure. Before long, the three of them arrived at the beach. As they gazed upon the sandy shore, they saw throngs of people busy at work, digging for clams, prying open oysters, and gathering various shellfish, some even with their entire families. The timing for beachcombing follows a pattern. Generally, there are 2 high tides and 2 low tides each day. The best time to comb the beach is during low tide, as the lower the water recedes. The more expansive the exposed beach becomes, naturally leading to a greater bounty of seafood available for collection. Today marks the 15th day of the 4th lunar month, a day of retreating tides, heralded as the golden opportunity for beachcombing. Each month on the 1st and 15th days, along with the solar terms such as the vernal equinox, autumnal equinox, summer solstice, and winter solstice, the tides recede. The spring and summer seasons are particularly conducive to beachcombing. The portly chef and Chen Chong immediately set to work, bending down to search for the air holes in the sand, typically indicating the presence of clams or razor clams beneath. Brother, why are you just standing there? Chen Chong asked, astonished by Chen Nuo's dazed demeanor. Chen Nuo appeared as if he had seen a ghost, his eyes slightly widened in disbelief. Though his gaze seemed to be fixed on the distant sea, it lacked any real focus. In Chen Nuo's field of vision, an array of colors reminiscent of a lottery wheel materialized. The majority of the areas were white, interspersed with green, blue, and small patches of gray and red. As he slowly turned his head, the color distribution shifted accordingly, each hue consistently corresponding to a specific direction. What on earth is this? A golden finger? Chapter 6. Accidentally tricking the portly chef. Arno, what's wrong? The portly chef inquired, equally perplexed. Nothing. You all continue searching here. I'll check elsewhere, Chen Nuo replied, adjusting his direction as if following a navigation arrow, moving towards the green area in his sight. Aside from the white, the green zone appeared to be more abundant. Regardless of what each color represented, it would logically seem a safer option. This color distribution resembled a virtual panel, clearly visible yet not obstructing his line of sight. After walking approximately 200 meters, the green area in his vision began to flash like a warning light, the frequency increasing as he approached something. Suddenly, a small creature moving across the sand caught his attention. It was a swimming crab. At this time of year, swimming crabs were plentiful along the coast, particularly in April and May, making them a common find and the peak season for consumption. Chen Nuo hurried over, crouched down, and deftly captured the crab. Having grown up by the sea, catching crabs was second nature to him. Caught a swimming crab? Not bad. This area should have been thoroughly searched by others. I didn't expect any to be left behind. The portly chef approached with a bucket in hand. It must have been buried beneath the sand, just now emerging. Chen Nuo casually replied, tossing the crab into the bucket. Swimming crabs were not particularly valuable, but they would make for a delightful meal. At that moment, he had an inkling of what was happening, and, while maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor, he felt an inner surge of joy. As he picked up the crab, the small green area in his vision transformed into white. A vague hypothesis began to form in Chen Nuo's mind, prompting him to verify it. He raised his right hand and pointed towards the direction of the gray area. Portly chef, why don't you head over there? Many people are searching in that direction. I have a feeling there might be something good. A feeling? Is that for real? Why don't you go there yourself? I want to check out that direction. Chen Nuo indicated towards the blue area. Why you seem so cryptic? Trust me just this once. All right then. The portly chef nodded and proceeded in the direction Chen Nuo had indicated. Keep straight. Don't stray off course, Chen Nuo called out loudly. Got it, got it. The portly chef replied impatiently. Chen Nuo smiled and turned to follow the blue direction. The small patch of blue in his vision grew increasingly bright. After taking a few more steps, Chen Nuo felt a pull to stop. Not far ahead lay a glass jar, half buried in the sand, with something inside seemingly moving. Chen Nuo quickly approached, crouched down, and focused closely, discovering that there were actually 2 octopuses, each the size of an adult's fist. Octopuses have a penchant for crawling into cans, and many children along the shore would use pull-tab cans as traps, waiting for the tide to recede to retrieve them, often successfully capturing octopuses. After clearing the sand from the top, he lifted the glass jar. One of the octopuses immediately began to crawl out of the opening. Naturally, Chen Nuo could not allow it to escape. He quickly shoved it back into the jar and covered the opening with his palm. Suddenly, a scream from the portly chef pierced the air. Chen Nuo turned swiftly toward the sound, seeing him sitting on the sand, clutching his right foot. Portly chef, what happened? Chen Chang called out from a distance. I stepped on a nail. Damn it, Arno, is this what you call something good? You put me in a bind. The portly chef bellowed. Are you all right? Chen Nuo asked, bewildered, as he hurried over, beginning to understand the implications of his newfound golden finger. It appeared that not all colors signified fortune. The gray indicated misfortune. Green and blue represented good luck, with blue seemingly offering a stronger fortune than green. The extensive white area likely signified neither good nor bad fortune. Chen Nuo and Chen Chang rushed over. It turned out there was a wooden board on the beach ahead, with iron nails protruding upwards. The board's color closely matched that of the sand, making it nearly undetectable to the naked eye, explaining how the portly chef could have stepped on it. Is it serious? Come on, let me help you to the hospital. Chen Nuo poured the octopuses from the glass jar into the bucket, preparing to assist the portly chef. After all, he felt a twinge of guilt for leading him into this predicament. 2 octopuses? Wow, where'd you find those? Chen Chang exclaimed. Octopuses? Where? The portly chef's expression brightened, his attention diverted from the pain in his foot. He was not only a skilled cook, but also a true food enthusiast. Octopus was one of his favorite seafood delicacies. I put them in the bucket, Chen Nuo replied with a chuckle, gesturing with his chin. The portly chef turned to see the 2 octopuses resting in the bucket on the sand beside him. Oh wow, these 2 are quite plump. Arno, you got some good luck. Wait, does this mean your feeling was correct? There really is something good here? Please, let us hurry to the clinic. Your foot is still bleeding. There's a risk of infection from that nail. Right, let us check out the wound. Chen Chang eagerly agreed. It's nothing. The wound is shallow. I'm fine. You all hurry and look around. If there is something good, don't let it slip away. The portly chef insisted, glancing around. Chen Nuo and Chen Chang exchanged glances, both bemused. Portly chef, I really want to be looking after you. It's fine. The bleeding is almost stopped. I'll go to the hospital myself later. All right, Chang, keep an eye on him. I'm feeling lucky today. I'll go check that area over there. Chen Nuo instructed his cousin. He was eager to verify whether the smallest red area indicated fortune or misfortune. After all, it is often said that red signifies good luck. But the nature of this golden finger remained somewhat enigmatic. The portly chef's unfortunate incident served as a reminder to proceed with caution. Okay, brother, you go ahead. Chen Chang nodded, assisting the portly chef. I told you I'm fine. No need to help me. The portly chef discarded his hand. Well, I'm off. Chen Nuo declared without further ado, turning to leave. Your brother is on a winning streak today, catching both shad crabs and octopuses. How come we can't find any? The chef mumbled. Whose fault is that for dawdling? We arrived too late, and all the good stuff has been snatched up by others. Is it really all my fault? Your brother must have his share of luck as well. That may be true. Just leave me be. Hurry and gather some more goods. This little bit won't satisfy anyone. With everything going on, you're still only thinking about food? Chen Chang replied, exasperated. You know nothing. In this vast world, nothing is more important than food. Hurry up. All right, I'll go over there and pry up some oysters for you. Good, go quickly. Don't let those busybodies get them first. Chapter 7. The elder's heart ached to the point of breathlessness. Following the red distribution map in his line of sight, Chen Nuo arrived at a shallow water zone. After the tide receded, many low-lying areas transformed into small puddles, with a few villagers wandering nearby, searching each pool. With a stroke of luck, one might discover some trapped seafood within the shallow waters. Chen Nuo spotted a man in his 50s standing in one of the puddles, having just caught 2 bright shrimp, his grin revealing a gap-toothed smile. Sir, you're quite lucky. Ha, not too shabby, the man chuckled, visibly pleased. Chen Nuo smiled in return, quickening his pace. At that moment, he felt increasingly convinced that the red areas predominantly signified good fortune. If someone else got to it first, he would miss out greatly. He paused before a puddle, noticing that the red zone in his vision was flickering rapidly. Clearly, the items he sought were likely within this puddle. Given the recent tide, the water was muddied and unclear, obscuring what lay beneath. Are you the little mistress of the nation? A voice inquired from behind him. Chen Nuo turned to see the elder, nodding in affirmation. That's me. Chen Igua was his father's name. I just checked that puddle. There's nothing there. So don't waste your time, the elder said with a chuckle. It's all right. I'm just playing around, Chen Nuo replied with a smile. Even if the red signified misfortune, he still felt compelled to try. This sudden stroke of luck would undoubtedly serve as a significant boon. He had to discern the correct way to activate it. TSK. Today, as youth don't heed the advice of their elders. Do as you wish, the elder muttered in discontent. Disregarding him, Chen Nuo kicked off his sandals and stepped into the puddle. Bending down, he carefully began to feel around, wary of any sharp objects like nails or broken glass. Fortunately, it seemed safe, and he only encountered a few stones. Suddenly, his right hand brushed against something, which quickly sprang away, stirring the water into a more murky mess. Indeed, there is something good here. Chen Nuo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he pressed on in the direction where the object had fled. When it attempted to evade him again, Chen Nuo swiftly extended his right hand, precisely capturing it. Emerging from the water, a grin spread across his face. In his grasp was a sizable lobster measuring around 30 centimeters, probably weighing over a pound. "Sir, look, you missed this one," Chen Nuo exclaimed, displaying the lobster and flashing a broad smile at the elder. The elder stood dumbfounded, his heart aching painfully. A little blue lobster was truly a treasure, far exceeding the value of his 2 shrimp. This can't be possible. I've been searching for ages. It seems my luck is simply better. Chen Nuo loghed joyfully. In the next moment, he froze. The red zone in his vision had yet to transform into white. It continued to flicker rapidly. What was going on? Could it be that this little lobster was not the target? Chen Nuo pondered. With this thought, his excitement surged even higher. Noticing a bucket near the elder, he cheerfully requested, "Sir, could you place this lobster in your bucket for now? I feel there might still be more treasures inside. I'd like to search a bit more." The corners of the elder's mouth twitched in irritation. "This little brat, trying to exploit my good fortune, huh? You think just because you feel it, treasures will appear like the blessings of the goddess?" Despite his mockery, the elder approached with the bucket in hand. "I'm not the goddess's child, but perhaps she is watching over me," Chen Nuo said with a grin, handing over the little lobster and placing it in the elder's bucket. "Enough of your nonsense." The elder rolled his eyes. Chen Nuo chuckled, bending down to search again. This time, he was more meticulous, even lifting stones from the puddle to examine beneath them. "I told you it was impossible," the elder said with a teasing smile. "Wait a moment." Chen Nuo suddenly paused. The elder's smile faltered, his face filled with astonishment as he gazed at him. Chen Nuo had touched something of an indescribable shape. A suspicion formed in his mind as he slowly pulled it from the water's surface. "Holy cow!" the elder exclaimed, his eyes wide, unable to contain his exclamation. In Chen Nuo's hand was a sea cucumber, and a rather large one at that, measuring nearly 20 centimeters. "Sea cucumber? Sir, is this worth something?" Chen Nuo asked, curious. The elder's mouth twitched again, feeling an overwhelming urge to slap him. "Forget it. I'll put it in your bucket. Let me search a bit more." Noticing that the red zone in his vision hadn't vanished yet, though it had diminished somewhat, Chen Nuo immediately realized there were still treasures within the puddle. Sure enough, he soon uncovered 2 more sea cucumbers, finally covering the red area completely with white. As he suspected, the red indeed signified good fortune, and it was even stronger than green or blue. Currently, the hierarchy of luck seemed to range from gray, white, green, blue, to red. As for whether other colors would appear in the future, Chen Nuo believed it was likely. The elder was left utterly speechless, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. In shock, he felt a deep sense of regret, wishing desperately to slap himself for not being more thorough. He searched more carefully. Chen Nuo exited the puddle, donned his sandals, and retrieved the sea cucumber and lobster from the elder's bucket. With 3 sea cucumbers in his left hand and the lobster in his right, he was quite the sight. "Thank you, sir. I shall take my leave now." "Oh, all right. The elder nodded repeatedly, dazed. Chen Nuo smiled slightly and stepped towards the portly chef and his companion. Behind him, he heard the elder re-entering the water, which only added to his amusement. The elder has truly lost out. There's nothing left of value now. It must be said, the sense of accomplishment and joy derived from foraging along the shore far surpassed the satisfaction he had felt in his previous life from signing multi-million-dollar contracts, perhaps even exceeding it. Now he understood why some wealthy friends from his past enjoyed fishing so much. They were the types who would bring along extravagant gear, spending tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands on rods, even having specialized vehicles for fishing. Occasionally, when they landed a big catch, they would not only post a 9-square grid on social media, but also parade their fish tied to the back of their vehicles, eager to showcase their bounty around the entire city. Is this not precisely the sentiment he experiences at this moment? My goodness, a baby dragon? A sea cucumber? Goodness gracious. Where did you acquire these? What astonishing luck. How enviable. These must be worth quite a sum. No doubt. Of course, sea cucumbers are exorbitantly priced. He has miraculously found 3 of them. Is this the mistress of Gue Fun's household? I've heard she's about to get engaged. Could her fortune be attributed to that? The disparity among people can be infuriating. I've only stumbled upon 2 cat's eye snails. You found 2 snails, and I've discovered nothing at all. The villagers gazed at the baby dragon and sea cucumbers in Chen Nuo's hands, their eyes brimming with envy and murmuring amongst themselves. Goodness gracious, a baby dragon, a sea cucumber, and 3 of them? My word, brother, you've struck gold. Upon witnessing the treasures in Chen Nuo's possession, the plump chef and Chen Chong were utterly astounded. Today, fortune is indeed smiling upon us. Come, let us place them in the bucket to take home and stew. Chen Nuo handed over the items. No, no, no. The plump chef hastily moved the bucket aside, looking at him with an odd expression, and said, Are you out of your mind? Consuming such luxuries would be sheer extravagance. If your mother finds out, we shall all be in for a rough time. Indeed, indeed. Chen Chong nodded vigorously in agreement. At this moment, Chen Nuo also realized the gravity of the situation. Many fiery middle-aged women in the countryside are not to be trifled with, while Gui Fen may not be particularly fierce when it comes to a verbal spat. Her combative spirit is unmatched among the village women, having had the fortune to witness her in action a few times. Both Chen Chong and the plump chef held her in great respect. Well, let us just keep them in your bucket for now. We can sell them at the dock later, Chen Nuo said with a chuckle. That's fine. The plump chef nodded in agreement. Chapter 8. Selling goods at the dock. The three of them gathered some oysters and mussels and procured a few sea snails. Oysters are also known as raw oysters, while mussels are referred to as blue mussels. The plump chef spent another 50 cents to buy half a basin of shrimp, which are smaller mantis shrimps, and the bucket was nearly full, ample enough for their drinking needs. In these times, fishery resources are abundant. Usual shrimp, crabs, and shellfish are not highly regarded, and their prices are generally much lower than that of fish. Mantis shrimp, which are considered high-end seafood in modern times, are regarded as undesirable by fishermen today. On Nuo, you should sell the sea cucumbers and baby dragon. I'll go with a chong to the health clinic first, and later we could drink at my place. The plump chef instructed Chen Nuo. All right, Chen Nuo nodded, retrieving the baby dragon and 3 sea cucumbers from the bucket that Chen Chong was carrying. You should take those 2 octopuses to sell as well. They are worth something, the plump chef suggested. No need, Chen Nuo declined with a smile, teasingly adding. Let us consider today my way of treating you. You deserve a good meal. Get lost, get lost. Hurry up and leave. The plump chef waved his hand in disdain, shooing them away. Ha ha! Chen Nuo and Chen Chong burst into laughter simultaneously. 2 good-for-nothings. The plump chef grumbled as he limped back toward the village. Brother, we're off then. MHM, go ahead. After watching the 2 depart, Chen Nuo headed towards the dock. The dock was not small. It was constructed collaboratively by several nearby villages, and the fishing boats from those villages docked here at night. There were several purchasing points, with prices generally similar, as they all sought to earn a modest profit to support their families, and engaging in price wars would be detrimental to them all. Chen Nuo frequently visited the dock to assist his father and second brother in sorting and selling goods. Thus he was familiar with several of the purchasing point owners. One of the owners was even a relative. Their grandfathers were brothers, making him and Chen Nuo's father cousins. Uncle Ching, look what delightful treasures I've brought for you, Chen Nuo called out. A middle-aged man sitting nearby turned at the sound of his voice, and upon seeing the splendid items in Chen Nuo's hands, a look of surprise instantly appeared on his darkened face. My goodness, baby dragon, where did you find this? Just fortunate enough to stumble upon it in a puddle. What incredible luck. Come, let me see. Uncle Ching urged eagerly, waving his hand. Chen Nuo hurried over and handed him the baby dragon and sea cucumbers. Uncle Ching, let us settle this fairly. Even brothers must be straightforward with accounts. You must price them fairly. You rascal. I'm your uncle. Would I cheat you? Uncle Ching shot him an irritated glance. That cannot be. Chen Nuo chuckled innocently, though secretly he harbored some skepticism. In his past life, he had risen through the ranks of small-scale business. How could he not realize that those who engage in such trades are often shrewd? Moreover, the most common pitfalls stem from dealings among family and friends. Hey, on Nuo, sell me that sea cucumber and baby dragon. I'll give you the highest price. A somewhat portly man shouted jovially from a short distance away. Before Chen Nuo could respond, Uncle Ching turned and shouted, Old Zhao, what nonsense are you spouting? This is my nephew. You can't snatch this deal. What is wrong with being a nephew? Business is about mutual consent. If you offer less than me, should he sell to you at a lower price? How would that look if it got out? Old Zhao teased with a smirk. You're talking nonsense. The price you can offer, I can surely beat. Uncle Ching was now visibly annoyed. Let us speak politely. How can you lack manners with younger generations around? What is wrong with me scolding you? You are trying to take business from me. It's miraculous that I haven't knocked you out. On Nuo, hear this. Your uncle truly lacks manners. Uncle Zhao, you two can argue amongst yourselves. Just don't involve me, Chen Nuo said with an innocent smile, raising his hands in surrender. Forget it. Let us get down to business. That baby dragon weighs over a pound. The purchasing price is $1 per pound. Yours looks to be about 1.5 pounds. I'll give you $2. Those 3 sea cucumbers are also quite sizable. Together they should weigh around a pound. I'll offer you $5. What does that sound? Old Zhao promptly made a straightforward offer. Zhao Jianxi. Uncle Ching shouted furiously. What are you shouting about? If you can offer a higher price, then do so. Shouting louder doesn't mean you're impressive. You fine. Fine. Nuo, I'll give you 7. 20. Still your uncle. And you only add 20 cents. How stingy. I'll offer 7. 50. Zhao, Jianxi. Are you deliberately trying to provoke me? 7.50? Are you engaging in a losing venture? Don't concern yourself. Just say if you're adding or not. 8. Nuo, I'll give you 8. Today I'll take a loss on this deal. Uncle Qing's eyes were aflame with anger. Chen Nuo quietly observed the spectacle, appearing as though it were none of his business. It wasn't that he particularly wished to extract a few extra cents. He simply understood that having chosen to make a living through fishing, he would inevitably return to this dock to sell goods. The old adage about gratitude and resentment in business was all too familiar to him. Business is business. The greatest taboo is letting emotions interfere. If he were to choose to sell to Uncle Qing at a lower price today, what would happen when he has more and better goods in the future? It wouldn't just be a matter of a few cents. It could potentially amount to thousands or even tens of thousands. For the sake of his own interests, he would undoubtedly opt to sell to the one offering a higher price, which would create a rift between him and Uncle Qing. Thus, he refrained from intervening in their bidding war, choosing instead to watch the drama unfold. Is this how an uncle should behave? 8. Isn't much of a profit. Just take it, Nuo. You should thank me for helping you earn an extra $1. Old Zhao smirked at Chen Nuo, raising an eyebrow. Chen Nuo, caught between amusement and exasperation, teasingly suggested, Uncle Qing, how about we settle for 7? The old man asserted with conviction, a promise is a promise. It's $8. And that's final. Chen Qinghua, with a furrowed brow, interjected sharply. Very well. Chen Nuo feigned resignation, nodding in agreement. Chen Qinghua placed a lobster and sea cucumber into a basin and then retrieved a crumpled wad of bills from his pocket, handing over $8 to him. Thank you, Uncle. Chen Nuo smiled as he accepted the money. No need for thanks. Chen Qinghua waved his hand dismissively. In truth, his conversation with old Zhao was merely a guise for a loss-leading venture, yet there remained a profit to be garnered. Such high-quality lobsters and sea cucumbers were never short of buyers. A bit of effort to run into town and sell directly to restaurants, bypassing middlemen, could yield prices exceeding $10. Well then, I'll take my leave. Do remember to send me more good goods in the future. Absolutely, Chen Nuo replied readily, turning to leave with purposeful strides. After he had distanced himself, Zhao Jianxi pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Old Chen here. With that, he tossed a cigarette towards Chen Qinghua. Chen Qinghua deftly caught it, placing it between his lips before reaching for a matchbox in his pocket. Speaking of which, your nephew is still unmarried, isn't he? What are you getting at? I have a niece who is quite the beauty, with a lovely disposition. How about I play matchmaker? Don't even think about it. With your looks, who would believe you? What is wrong with my appearance? Just a bit plump, that's all. Besides, she is my niece. My looks have nothing to do with it. You should have mentioned that sooner. I believe my sister-in-law arranged a blind date for him not long ago. Is that so coincidental? The two shared a light-hearted banter. The earlier tension of competing for goods now forgotten. Chapter 9. The sister's high-pitched voice. Upon returning to the village from the seaside, the vibrant spectrum of colors in his vision quickly faded. It appeared that this extraordinary ability was intimately linked to the ocean. This realization further solidified Chen Nuo's determination to catch fish and provide for his family. By the time he reached home, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. His mother and younger sister were seated at the door, diligently weaving fishing nets. This was a fundamental skill for women by the sea. Even those whose families did not rely on fishing often learned the craft from a young age, using it to supplement the household income. Mother, little sister, I'm back. Chen Nuo called out cheerfully. Having been solitary for far too long in his previous life, the sight of his family now filled him with genuine joy. As he thought of the myriad regrets from his past that could still be remedied, they looked up at him, and his younger sister beamed a bright smile. Hearing that her eldest brother supported her wish to continue her studies and was willing to earn money for her college tuition made her feel cherished. Regardless of his ability to earn such money, the thought alone filled her with gratitude. However, when Xian Guifan noticed her son, his empty hands, her brow furrowed tightly. Where are the things I asked you to buy? What things? Chen Nuo feigned confusion. Don't play dumb with me. You're deliberately trying to provoke me. Aren't you? Xian Guifan's gaze sharpened. Sitting nearby, the younger sister shrank back, opening her mouth to defend her brother, but ultimately silencing herself out of timidity. Mother, please don't be angry. I truly don't want to marry that woman. You don't understand. Chen Nuo chuckled awkwardly as he stepped forward, hesitating before pivoting his words. In any case, I have someone I like now, and I've already proposed. If I'm to marry, it will only be her. He understood that even if he spoke ill of Qian Fengxian now, his mother would not believe him. Thus, he could only assert that his heart was already claimed. This was not a lie, and it also satisfied his parents' desire for him to marry. Chen Guifan was momentarily taken aback. Brother, who is it that you like? You proposed so quickly. Could it be someone from our village? The younger sister's bright, expressive eyes sparkled with curiosity, her face betraying her eagerness. What business is it of yours? Chen Nuo shot her a disdainful glance. Ah, you wretched elder brother. I'm your dearest sister. I was just about to speak up for you. The younger sister exclaimed, exasperated. Silence. No shouting. Chen Guifan cast a sidelong glance at her daughter, who immediately fell silent, sulking with a pout. So tell me, whose daughter is it? Chen Guifan inquired directly. The younger sister perked up her ears like a rabbit, her gaze fixated on her brother with anticipation. I can't tell you just yet. The matter isn't settled. Her mother is out working and isn't home, and I'll need to go again tomorrow. Are you going to tell me or not? Chen Guifan's irritation grew upon seeing Chen Nuo's serious demeanor. She had put in considerable effort to arrange this match. Qian Fengxiao's family lived mere steps from her own, and their families maintained a good relationship, often visiting one another. The two children had met, and she had inquired with her family, discovering that the girl harbored feelings for her son as well. The arrangement was nearly finalized. Yet her son had suddenly changed his mind. Not only had he reversed his decision, but he had also developed feelings for someone else. This left her with little courage to return to her family. Upon reaching Qinjia village, the path back to her family home took her past Qian Fengxiao's doorstep. Not telling, Chen Nuo maintained a defiant stance. Younger sister, go to the kitchen and bring me my rolling pin. Chen Guifan commanded without expression. Chen Nuo's eyes widened in alarm. Yes. The younger sister, with a mischievous smile, stood up and turned to head inside. Stop right there. Chen Nuo called out loudly. To his surprise, his younger sister took off running. Chen Nuo's forehead was lined with dark creases as he gritted his teeth, muttering, You ungrateful little brat. I even want to help you earn your tuition, and now I'll just go buy some liquor and waste the money. Upon hearing this, the younger sister immediately halted, turning around with a face full of excitement. Chen Guifan wore a similarly astonished expression. Brother, you misunderstood me. I was just a bit thirsty and wanted to go inside for some water. Chen Xiaoying chimed in cheerfully. Is that so? Chen Nuo replied with a cold smile. Yes. Yes. Chen Xiaoying nodded eagerly, her smile radiating sweetness. Brother, where did you go to make money, and how much did you earn? Not a penny. I was just teasing you. No way. You're my best and most handsome elder brother. You wouldn't lie to me, would you? Brother, the younger sister, without any formal training, had unwittingly adopted the high-pitched tone that many young women practice for ages. Both Chen Nuo and Chen Guifan shivered involuntarily, looking at her as if she were a stranger. Brother, please don't be so sweet-talking. Chen Nuo promptly interrupted the charade. What do you mean by sweet-talking? The younger sister asked, puzzled. It's the way you're speaking. Where did you learn that? From a good friend of mine. She often watches dramas from Taiwan and Hong Kong. You should learn less of that. Chen Nuo rolled his eyes, pulling out the wrinkled $8 from his pocket. I just went out with a Chong and the others to gather seafood. Luck was on our side, and we found a lobster and 3 sea cucumbers, selling for $8. Oh, brother, you're amazing. The younger sister exclaimed, clapping her hands in delight, reaching for the money. What are you doing? Chen Nuo immediately clutched the money and moved aside. Isn't it for me? The younger sister gazed at him with eager eyes. I meant to help you earn your tuition, not to hand over the money to you. Get it straight, all right? I'll keep it safe for you. Under her mournful gaze, Chen Nuo calmly tucked the money back into his pocket. Did you really find it while beachcombing? What luck you must have. Chen Guifan expressed disbelief. If you don't believe me, just ask a Chong. Then you must have struck it rich. Mom, there's no need to speak so ill of your own son. Chen Nuo replied, bemused. And what about the money I was supposed to use to buy things for you? It's right here. Don't worry, I haven't lost it. Chen Guifan regarded him silently. What's the matter? You don't plan to go buy things for your proposal anymore? And you want to return the money to me? Who said I'm not going to? Mom, I already told you I proposed. This money still needs to be spent. Then why haven't you told me whose daughter it is? Chen Guifan's agitation grew as she tightened her grip on the shuttle. Chen Nuo sensed the impending crisis and knew that if he remained silent, he might find himself in trouble. After all, even a man in his 20s getting beaten would be quite humiliating. All right, I'll tell you, is it not enough? It's Li Yuji, just my middle school classmate, the one who often walked home with me after school. Chen Nuo confessed candidly. Sister Yuji? Is this for real? When did you start liking her? I approve of this marriage. The younger sister exclaimed with delight. She might have instinctively disliked Qian Fengxia, but she genuinely liked Li Yuji. Shut your mouth. Chen Guifan scolded her daughter, then turned to her son with a frown and asked, Are you serious? This isn't just a means to escape the engagement your father and I arranged for you? Chen Nuo nodded earnestly. Of course I'm serious. I already proposed, for goodness sake. This isn't something to joke about. Chapter 10. Mom relented. This girl is quite decent, but her family situation. Chen Guifen's expression was conflicted. She was familiar with Li Yuji. Back when Chen Nuo was in middle school, the two children often commuted together, and over the years, they frequently encountered one another in the village. Every time she saw her, she was always polite and respectful. She was also quite beautiful with a lovely disposition. The key issue, however, was that in this day and age, rural folks tend to be superstitious. Widows and orphans symbolize bad luck in their eyes. Mom, what era are we in? You're overthinking this. Chen Nuo directly addressed his mother's concerns. What do you know? Chen Guifen shot him a glare, irked. The girl I introduced to you was quite good as well. Just a few days ago. You said so. Why the sudden change? Mom, men are like that. They fall for one after another. The younger sister interjected. Chen Nuo playfully smacked her on the head, countering without a hint of embarrassment. Your older brother is the most devoted and affectionate man in the world. Ugh. The younger sister pretended to gag, covering her head with her hands. You asking for it? Chen Nuo raised his hand as if to scare her. The younger sister immediately ducked behind their mother, poking her head out to stick her tongue out at him and make faces. All right, you two stop it, Chen Guifin said, feeling a headache coming on. She turned to Chen Nuo and instructed, tomorrow, go to her house. If her mother agrees to this, bring her over for dinner. Sure thing. Chen Nuo nodded cheerfully. With his mother's words, it was almost a confirmation. You little rascal. Now I have to apologize to the matchmaker and her family. Oh, Mom, just trust me. Qian Fingxia is not the one. Li Yuji is the perfect match for me. I actually agree with you on this one, brother. The younger sister nodded in earnest agreement. I don't know where you two got this telepathy. Qian Guifin rolled her eyes. Mom. I'm off to drink with the fat chef and a chong. It's already been arranged, Chen Nuo said with a grin. Not coming back for dinner? Nope. Then when your dad's boat returns, remember to help at the dock and don't think about slacking off. Got it, don't worry, Chen Nuo replied, striding towards the direction of the fat chef's house. Watching her son walk away, Qian Guifin continued to weave the fishing net. A hint of worry etched upon her face. Mom, my brother is right. You're overthinking it. I think Sister Yuji is quite good. After all, she's from the same village. So we know each other well. Most importantly, my brother likes her. What do you know? What good is liking someone? Your father and I only met once before marrying, and we still managed to lead a steady life together. That was your father accommodating you. Chun Xiaoying murmured softly. What did you say? Qian Guifin shot her a fierce look. Ahem, I meant to say the times are different now. We value love in this era. Nonsense. Anyway, I plan to pick someone I like to marry. Otherwise, I'll be unhappy my whole life. I don't want to end up like my eldest sister. Who says your eldest sister isn't happy? Qian Guifin frowned. Oh, I just feel that my brother's choice is good. That woman with the same surname as you came to our house before, and I felt uncomfortable at first sight. Why? I don't know. It just feels like that woman is not what she seems, not an uncomplicated character. Just trust my intuition, all right? Marrying her would definitely bring trouble for my brother. The fat chef's house was among the more affluent in the village, although it was still a brick house. It had been expanded just a couple of years ago into a red brick structure, complete with a separate kitchen beside the main house. Upon arrival, Chen Nuo found the fat chef and Chun Chong returning from another direction. The fat chef limped, his right foot already bandaged. Ah no, brother, what did the doctor say? Is your foot injury serious? Chen Nuo inquired with concern. It's nothing serious, just disinfected and bandaged. They said it'll be fine in a couple of days. The fat chef replied with a smile. That's good. Come on, let us get inside and quickly sort out the seafood. I'm starving. I see you're just greedy. Chen Nuo teased with a laugh. Brother, you always hit the nail on the head with your words, Chun Chong said, giving him a thumbs up. You two rascals, I got injured for this meal, and now you're making fun of me? Haha, stop laughing at Chong. Hurry and bring out that bucket of seafood and a basin. Got it. In front of the fat chef's house was a well, and after Chen Chong brought out the seafood and basin, Chen Nuo helped fill the basin with well water, and the three began washing and preparing the seafood. The clams and razor clams needed to be soaked in salt water to expel the sand inside. Most of them didn't have much sand, so soaking them in plain water would suffice, but that would take longer. Eager to eat, they added salt for efficiency. The two octopuses were naturally left for the fat chef to handle. He was quite adept at it, sitting on a small stool, skillfully using scissors to remove the eyes, mouth, and inedible parts of the octopus. By the way, brother, how much did you sell that lobster and sea cucumber for? Chen Chong asked, looking up at Chen Nuo. Sold them to Uncle Qing for 8 yuan, Chen Nuo replied casually. 8 yuan? Not bad. You really hit the jackpot today. The fat chef remarked with a hint of envy. In this day and age, 8 yuan is by no means a trifling sum. Many of the older gentlemen in the village typically carry only 1 or 2 yuan for cigarettes and liquor. When it comes to hiring someone to fish at sea or to build a house, daily wages amount to merely 2 or 3 yuan. Young men like the rotund chef and Chen Chong, who have yet to secure stable employment, likely possess only a handful of small change and coins in their pockets. Quickly get it done. Once you're finished, stoke the fire and prepare the meal while I head to the shop for a couple of fine bottles of liquor. Chen Nuo remarked with a smile. Today, he felt responsible for the rotund chef's injury, and since the chef had already spent money on shrimp, it was only fitting for him to splurge a bit on alcohol. In his previous life, he never hesitated to spend when he earned money, often treating company employees to lavish meals or team-building outings that could easily cost tens of thousands. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the rotund chef and Chen Chong lit up. We don't need anything extravagant. Just grab a case of beer, they exclaimed in unison. Yes, yes. Just a case of beer and a bottle of white liquor for a proper feast. Absolutely. You hurry off. We'll take care of everything here, the rotund chef urged eagerly. Do you not need my assistance? Chen Nuo chuckled. What does a wealthy patron need to lift a finger for? Just provide the funds. Off you go. The rotund chef waved him off. Very well. I shall procure the drinks, Chen Nuo said with a grin, rising to his feet, shaking off the water from his hands, and turning towards the village shop. The shopkeeper, known as Uncle Zhou, hails from Yue village and is said to descend from the village's landlords. Given his strong affinity for wealth, no one dares to ask for credit, not even for a box of matches, leading the villagers to affectionately nickname him Zhou the Skinflint. Chapter 11. The village shop. The village shop is a modest earthen structure, approximately 20 square meters, with a side window displaying a variety of snacks. The owner sits inside, engrossed in a newspaper, while a radio softly plays music. Uncle Zhou, Chen Nuo called out as he approached. Zhou Weiwa looked up and smiled on awe. What do I get for you? A case of beer and a bottle of white liquor. Please, Chen Nuo replied with a smile. Striking it rich today, are we? Zhou Weiwa inquired, surprised. Given that bottled liquor is significantly more expensive than loose spirits these days, villagers typically opt for the latter, using thermoses or plastic buckets to transport their drinks. I found some good treasures while fishing, earn a bit of pocket money. Is it enough to cover the drinks? That depends on what you choose, Zhou Weiwa replied. You decide. I have a budget of 8 yuan. All right, he agreed, rising to fetch the requested items. Before long, he returned with a case of beer, placing it on the counter, and retrieved a bottle of liquor. This case contains 12 bottles, with a cost price of 8 yuan. I'll sell it to you for 5 yuan. The sorghum liquor is 5 yuan, making a total of 5 yuan. Sounds good. Chen Nuo nodded, pulling out the 8 yuan and handing it over. Here's 8. Keep the change. No need for that. How much for a pack of cigarettes? 3 jiao. I'll take a pack, and a box of matches as well. Use the remainder for a few lollipops. Feeling a twinge of guilt for spending the 8 yuan, which he initially intended for his younger sister's tuition, he decided to buy her a few lollipops to alleviate his conscience. Zhou Weihua said nothing further, handing over the requested items and even generously offering an extra lollipop. Spending 8 yuan in one go makes you quite a rare customer. A lollipop is the least I can do. I run a small business and simply dislike extending credit. I'm not that stingy. Sensing Chen Nuo's surprise, Zhou Weihua offered this explanation unprompted. Thank you. Chen Nuo smiled, stuffing the cigarettes, matches, and lollipops in his pockets, then lifting the case of beer. Glancing at the bottle of liquor, he pondered how to manage it. These days, the shop does not provide bags, and customers typically bring their own containers. Just tuck it under your arm, Zhou Weihua suggested, sliding the bottle into the crook of Chen Nuo's arm. Chen Nuo paused for a moment, applying slight pressure with his right arm to secure the bottle. Thankfully, he had no body odor, or else the liquor would have taken on an unpleasant aroma. I'm off. Take care, don't drop the liquor. Understood, Chen Nuo replied as he turned to leave, his gait appearing somewhat awkward with the bottle tucked under his arm. Fortunately, the rotund chef's home was not far from the village entrance. Hey Chong, come help me. Spotting no one outside, Chen Nuo shouted into the kitchen. Coming. Chen Chong quickly emerged. Simultaneously, a middle-aged man, resembling the rotund chef in both features and physique, stepped out from the main house. Uncle Wang, you're back. Chen Nuo greeted him eagerly. The man was indeed the rotund chef's father, named Wang Jiangwo. The rotund chef's mother had passed away from illness a few years prior, reportedly from cancer, leaving the father and son to rely on one another. Yes, I'm back. Why have you bought so much liquor, all bottled? That must have cost quite a bit, Wang Jiangwo remarked with surprise. I had a lucky day and earned a bit of money, Uncle Wang. Let us celebrate with a feast, Chen Nuo replied cheerfully. I heard you picked up some lobsters and sea cucumbers while fishing. That is quite fortunate, but you need not spend so much. A bit of loose liquor would suffice. Indeed, brother, you've nearly spent all your money. Haven to you? Chen Chong chimed in, taking the case of beer from Chen Nuo. No worries, Chen Nuo smiled. Unknown to them, today marked a new beginning for him. as he had just proposed to the girl he had regretted for a lifetime in his previous life, an occasion worthy of celebration. In his former life, the disparity brought by wealth and status made his rare returns home feel somewhat estranged, even when reuniting with old friends over drinks. He cherished the present moment. "Let us set everything outside. It'll be cooler to eat out there," Wang Jianguo suggested. Chen Nuo and Chen Chang had no objections. So they placed the beer on the ground and joined Wang Jianguo to retrieve a table and chairs from inside. As they brought the furniture outside, the rotund chef emerged, carrying a large basin filled with seafood. The enticing aroma wafted through the air from quite a distance. "Brother, this smells absolutely divine," Chen Chang praised with a broad smile. "Of course." Wang Fugue beamed with pride. "Uncle Wang, by now, the rotund chef must have acquired 7 or 8 parts of your skill, right?" Chen Nuo remarked with a grin towards Wang Jianguo. Wang Jianguo shook his head with a chuckle. "You overestimate him. He has quite a way to go. Nuo, please don't give him the chance to show off. I learned all his skills long ago," the rotund chef interjected, placing the seafood-laden basin on the table. "You didn't learn anything," Wang Jianguo scoffed. "Huh." The rotund chef rolled his eyes and said, "Nuo Chang, come help me fetch the utensils from the kitchen, along with the fried peanuts and smashed cucumbers." The two chuckled and nodded in agreement, following him into the kitchen. Soon, the table was adorned with an array of utensils, while fried peanuts and smashed cucumbers were placed before them. The staple food, steamed rice, remained momentarily untouched. Come, let us indulge in some beer, 3 bottles each, just right." Chen Nuo cheerfully distributed the bottles of beer. The local gentlemen were largely accustomed to drinking, their tolerance honed from a young age, likely nurtured by their elders dipping chopsticks in alcohol. This camaraderie was also a crucial pillar of Chen Nuo's previous success in the business realm. "Let us start with a toast. Cheers." Without the need for glasses, the 4 of them clinked their beer bottles together and tilted their heads back to drink. "Haha, refreshing." Chen Nuo downed half a bottle in one go, his jovial laughter echoing. Even after having tasted the finest wines, he found this modestly priced beer to be the most delightful at that moment. "What good fortune has befallen Arno?" Wang Jianguo inquired, glancing at his son beside him. "He mentioned he has someone he likes, but when we asked who it was, he remained tight-lipped." The plump chef chuckled as he deftly transferred half a squid from the serving dish to his bowl, diving into a hearty feast. "Oh, whose daughter is it?" Wang Jianguo asked, his curiosity piqued as he turned his gaze towards Chen Nuo. "Let us not discuss that. You will find out in due time, uncle. I would like to inquire about something." "Speak," Wang Jianguo replied. "You frequently travel among several villages. Have you heard of anyone selling a boat, a wooden one, ideally for a few hundred? Are you considering purchasing a boat for fishing?" "Yes, I aspire to make a profit. But your father owns a boat, does he not?" "He is in partnership with my second uncle. I prefer not to get involved. I want to pursue my own path," Chen Nuo answered with a smile. "Well done." Wang Jianguo nodded in approval, adding, "I haven't kept track of such matters, but I will inquire for you tomorrow. Many have ventured into fishing these past 2 years and have upgraded to metal boats. Thank you in advance. Allow me to toast to you." Chen Nuo expressed his gratitude, raising his beer bottle for another toast. After sharing a drink, Wang Jianguo glanced at his son, who was engrossed in his meal, and then looked at Chen Nuo, who seemed transformed and invigorated, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over him. As he popped a peanut into his mouth, Wang Jianguo remarked, "Riches abound. Yet look at Arno. He's preparing to buy a boat for fishing. What about you? Do you have any plans?" "None," the plump chef replied without looking up. Wang Jianguo's eyes twitched slightly as he chastised, "All you do is eat. You're 26 now, and Arno has someone he likes. He might marry soon. And you? Are you simply going to drift through life?" Chen Chang shrank his head, desperately trying to diminish his presence. He sensed that while Wang Jianguo wasn't directly addressing him, he still felt the unintended repercussions. "Then why don't you buy a boat with me? I could go fishing too," the plump chef suggested, lifting his head. Wang Jianguo's expression darkened further as he bluntly retorted, "With your bulk, do you think you can handle fishing at sea? Do you realize how laborious it is? Then will you propose? I would like to take on your role, but I fear I would usurp your position. Besides, you're still in your prime. Work hard instead of idling away. Let me linger for a few more years before taking over," the plump chef replied with earnestness. Upon hearing this, both Chen Nuo and the others were taken aback. Wang Jianguo and Chen Chang were astonished at the plump chef's audacity, while Chen Nuo was struck by his forward-thinking attitude. It's worth noting that many second-generation wealthy individuals in later years, out of sense of pride, refuse to take over their parents' businesses and instead meander aimlessly, ultimately dismantling the very legacies their parents toiled to build. Wang Jianguo found himself momentarily at a loss for words. "Haha, Uncle Wang, I think the plump chef's idea is quite commendable," Chen Nuo laughed heartily. Wang Jianguo covered his face with his hand, gritting his teeth as he glared at his son. From now on, you will work alongside me, assisting in my endeavors. Within 2 years, I will find you a wife, and then I shall retire, leaving the business to you. No, please. Silence. It's settled. If you don't, I'll kick you out to find work. If you continue to lounge around, I'll just leave. I have the skills to thrive anywhere. At this, the plump chef was left utterly speechless. Chen Nuo couldn't help but burst into laughter, while Chen Chong bowed his head, his shoulders shaking as he struggled to stifle his own laughter. Dad, you can't say that. I am your only son. Who do you expect to support you in your old age? Get lost. With your lazy demeanor, how could I ever count on you? If you work a few more years, I'll take over and support you in your retirement. Won't that be better? I can't do it anymore. 2 years is 2 years. You must work with me. Realizing he was at an impasse, the plump chef cast a forlorn glance at Chen Nuo. It was clear that his father had been influenced by Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo responded with an innocent grin. Brother, when you buy the boat, can I come help you? Chen Chong suddenly asked. Previously, they had all been idling together, but now both Chen Nuo and the plump chef were preparing to embark on serious endeavors, leaving him feeling rather bored. Furthermore, their elders had been nagging him to find something productive to do. Of course. Come join me at sea, Chen Nuo replied readily, his smile unwavering. Fishing at sea required more than one person, even with a wooden boat. He had initially planned to hire someone, but with Chen Chong's offer, he welcomed the assistance. Though Chen Chong had his flaws, he was obedient to Chen Nuo from a young age, which sufficed. Moreover, being family, he could be trusted more easily. The vast ocean held countless uncertainties where unsavory dealings could occur. For instance, if several untrustworthy individuals ventured out to sea together and stumbled upon valuable catches or treasures, it was inevitable that someone would harbor ill intentions. They might resort to murder and dispose of the body in the depths of the sea, later fabricating a tale of maritime misfortune to evade scrutiny, making it difficult for authorities to investigate. Since we are to work together, let us be clear from the outset. I offer you 2 choices, Chen Nuo stated, his expression serious. Were they, brother? Chen Chong nodded. Chen Nuo raised his right index finger. First, I will pay you as if you were a hired worker, 5 yuan for each outing at sea. Working on a boat is considerably more labor-intensive than typical jobs, and given the inherent risks of fishing, wages are generally higher. Nonetheless, 5 yuan a day would still be a competitive rate. And the second option? Chen Chong inquired, intrigued. He already regarded the first choice as quite favorable, yet his astute mind sensed that better terms lay ahead. The second choice requires you to discuss it with your parents. You would invest 10% of the boat's purchase price, and in return, you would receive 10% of the catch from each voyage. Chen Nuo stated, consuming the flesh from a clam, and continued, should you choose the second option, I will draft a formal contract, and until you recoup your investment, I shall cover the cost to buy back your 10% stake. In other words, from that day forth, the ownership of the vessel exclusively belongs to me. However, you will still receive a 10% share of the profits as long as you continue to accompany me on the seas. The ship, nevertheless, is my sole possession. Do you comprehend this? To put it simply, this ship resembles a nascent startup company. I partnered with Chen Chong, holding 90% of the shares, while Chen Chong retains merely 1%. As the company begins to generate profits, I intend to buy back that 1% stake, leaving Chen Chong with only the right to a share of the profits, which he must earn by sailing with me. The company will ultimately belong to Chen Nuo alone. It is no wonder that he took this matter so seriously. He had witnessed countless instances where financial disparities led to discord among colleagues, close friends, and even siblings. He cherishes his camaraderie with Chen Chong and the chef, which is why he felt it imperative to clarify this arrangement beforehand, to prevent any potential rifts in their friendship due to monetary interests. Even though he trusts Chen Chong, he understands that when substantial profits are involved, even Chen Chong's family might harbor inappropriate thoughts. This 10% share of the profits would serve as a means for him to uplift his younger brother financially. In the future, as profits increase, he plans to invest in larger vessels, delegating the management of this smaller ship to his younger brother, akin to a general manager of a subsidiary, while he himself ascends to the role of chairman of the conglomerate. Do you understand? I will discuss this with them upon our return. Chen Chong nodded solemnly. He found no fault in Chen Nuo's second proposal, deeming it quite fair. Nuo, it seems this isn't your first foray into partnership, Wang Jiangwo remarked, astonished as he gazed at Chen Nuo. The chef, too, was taken aback. Despite his gluttonous demeanor and carefree attitude, he possessed a keen intellect. The 2 proposals presented by Chen Nuo were exceptionally meticulous, and his suggestion to draft a contract would entirely preempt any possible future conflicts. Chapter 13. The ship returns. The drinking session continued until dusk before dispersing. After parting ways with Chen Chong, Chen Nuo leisurely strolled towards the dock. His family owned a wooden boat as well, which limited them to nearshore fishing. Typically, his father and elder brother set sail at 4 or 5 in the morning, returning before nightfall. The specific timing depended on the weather and the catch. Fishing was a laborious endeavor fraught with risks. Fortunately, the rewards surpassed those of ordinary occupations. Additionally, they relied on favorable weather conditions. This season was relatively pleasant. Yet come summer and autumn, typhoons and storms often rendered the seas untraversable for days. Thus, fishermen cherished their days at sea, accustomed to early departures and late returns. Occasionally, bad fortune could extend their work hours, with returns stretching until 8 or 9 in the evening. Upon arriving at the dock, Chen Nuo noticed several boats already returning. Around the moored vessels, people were bustling about, unloading and sorting the catch. "Brother," a familiar voice called out. Chen Nuo turned to see his mother and younger sister waiting for him, along with a 30-something woman holding a baby, his elder brother's wife, Ma Wenfang. Compared to most women, Ma Wenfang was notably tall, standing around 1.7 meters, with broad shoulders and a robust appearance. In Chen Nuo's eyes, his sister-in-law possessed physical attributes akin to a professional athlete. With a few months of training at the gym, she could easily embody the Barbie of steel often referenced online. To be frank, Chen Nuo couldn't fathom how his elder brother found her attractive. The familial relationship with Ma Wenfang was strained, despite his elder brother's efforts to mediate. As Chen Nuo approached, Ma Wenfang merely cast a fleeting glance before returning her gaze to the sea. Chen Nuo remained indifferent, playfully ruffling his younger sister's hair. "Hey, don't mess up my hair," she huffed, swatting his hand away with an expression of disdain. "With such a strong smell of alcohol, how much have you drunk?" she questioned. "Really? I haven't had that much," Chen Nuo replied, playfully pinching the collar of his shirt and sniffing it, grinning as he said, "Not at all. You must have, you reek." His younger sister pouted. "It's not just alcohol. Have you eaten?" Their mother, Chen Guifan, inquired, holding a basket containing 2 aluminum lunchboxes prepared for their father and elder brother. Sorting and selling the catch took considerable time, so the returning fishermen were typically ravenous. Family members brought meals to ensure they could quickly replenish their energy for work. "Of course I've eaten. I'm stuffed." Chen Nuo chuckled, gently patting his belly. "So you finally decided to help out?" Ma Wenfang quipped unexpectedly. In the past, Chen Nuo had shown little interest in fishing, often dreaming of venturing out into the world. Were it not for his parents' insistence on him settling down first, he might have already left his hometown. Consequently, he seldom assisted at the dock. His sister-in-law had always regarded him as lazy and disdainful of him. "My brother doesn't share profits. What concern is it of yours whether I help or not? Besides, my mother and I have always been assisting. My brother has only you to help. Why not have her father and brother pay me a salary?" His younger sister retorted, displeased on Chen Nuo's behalf. "You, I can't be bothered with you." Ma Wenfang, unable to counter her, turned away in silence. Chen Nuo and his sister exchanged amused glances, sharing a look of appreciation. Chen Guifan remained silent, feigning ignorance of the banter. As long as the playful exchanges between the younger generation were not excessive, the elders would refrain from intervening, knowing it would be unwise to take sides. Naturally, she was inclined towards her own children. "Third uncle, hold me." The little one in his mother's arms squirmed, reaching out for Chen Nuo. Although Chen Nuo's relationship with his sister-in-law was strained, it did not extend to his nephew. Ma Wenfang may have had an unlikable demeanor, yet she did not object to her son getting close to Chen Nuo. "Come here, third uncle will hold you." Chen Nuo clapped his hands and reached out to scoop the little one into his arms. "Third uncle, you smell," the child remarked, wrinkling his nose at the scent of alcohol. "Ah!" Chen Nuo and the others erupted in laughter. Even Ma Wenfang's lips curled into a slight smile, though her stern features rendered the expression somewhat eerie. As dusk settled, the faces of those waiting at the dock for their family members returned were etched with concern. Chen Nuo felt little worry as he gazed thoughtfully at the sea. His parents would meet misfortune when he turned 41 in 2001. However, having been reborn, he knew that everything around him would inevitably change. Today, he was certain that his father and elder brother would return safely. Once the millennium passed, he would find a way to persuade his parents to retire at home, preventing them from going out to sea, thereby averting any deviations caused by the butterfly effect. "Oh, and my dear sister, please check my coat pocket," Chen Nuo suddenly recalled, addressing his younger sister beside him. "Check your pocket? For what?" she asked, her expression puzzled as she reached into his pocket, soon revealing a look of delight. "Lollipops? Come on, let us share some with Xiaolei, mom, and sister-in-law," Chen Nuo said with a smile, nodding in agreement. The youngest sister produced a lollipop, beaming as she first offered one to their mother. "I don't want any. You all enjoy." Chen Guifan shook her head. "Sister-in-law? Thank you." Ma Wenfang instinctively attempted to refuse, yet her hand reached out uncontrollably, leaving her to express her gratitude with an embarrassed smile. In these times, treats were a rare luxury. Children could only indulge in a few hard candies that cost a mere penny each. A lollipop priced at 10 cents was indeed a prized possession. She didn't wish to indulge herself, but hoped to save one for her son. "Andy, I want one." The little one's eyes sparkled at the sight of the lollipop, his expression filled with eagerness. "All right, I'll unwrap it for you." Chen Nuo quickly peeled away the wrapper and handed it to the little one. He took it and began to lick it contentedly. "Brother, you should have one too." The youngest sister unwrapped another for Chen Nuo. He accepted it without protest, promptly placing it between his lips. "Guifan, your boat has returned," a middle-aged woman nearby, busy sorting goods, called out to them. Chen Nuo and the others hurriedly glanced toward the sea and indeed saw their boat slowly approaching. Each vessel sported different paint, with theirs predominantly red. "Come on, let us head over," Chen Guifan urged, striding forward. Chen Nuo and the others followed closely behind. As the small boat drew nearer, illuminated by the dim lights of the dock, Chen Nuo recognized the faces of his father and second brother. His father, Chen Nuo, stood at just about 1.7 meters tall, his skin darkened and shining from years of exposure to the sun at sea, making him appear much older than his actual age. Most fishermen bore similar signs. Years of enduring wind and rain on the boat, under the relentless sun, accelerated the aging of their skin. Moreover, in such a damp environment, joints could easily suffer from the cold, leading to rheumatism in later years. Chapter 14. Sorting and selling goods among the four siblings. The second brother, Chen Jianping, mirrored their father's temperament the most, quiet and diligent in his work. In fact, he was similarly under the influence of his wife. Once the boat had stabilized, Chen Nuo set the little one down. "Xiaolei, you stay here and play, don't wander off." "Okay." The little one nodded obediently, focused on licking his lollipop. Chen Nuo quickly approached to assist his mother, youngest sister, and Ma Wenfang with the unloading. Chen Nuo and his second son stood on the boat, smiles gracing their faces as they handed over the cargo. Chen Nuo and his mother received a basket, revealing numerous plump hairtail fish, their faces lighting up in astonishment. "Dad, second brother, you caught so many hairtail fish? Did you encounter a school of them?" Qian Guifan, the youngest sister, and Ma Wenfang were equally elated. In the early 1980s, hairtail fish were still quite inexpensive, costing only 30 to 40 cents per pound. Now, prices had surged to over yuan, making them a valuable catch. Today was truly fortuitous. We stumbled upon a dense school of hairtail fish, but sadly, it was just Dad and me, and we could only haul in this many baskets. Chen Jianping replied with a cheerful laugh. Spring is the season when hairtail fish migrate closer to the shore, and a stroke of luck could yield a substantial catch. If you had accompanied us, you would have surely brought in more baskets. Their father gazed longingly at Chen Nuo. Clearing his throat, Chen Nuo awkwardly chuckled and quickly replied, "Perhaps if I had joined, your luck would have been diminished." His father rolled his eyes, uninterested in further banter. Before long, all the baskets were unloaded from both. The most valuable were the 4 baskets of hairtail fish, varying in size, requiring sorting. Fish of the same species, but different sizes commanded significantly different prices. Thus they could not be sold together. Next came a basket of mantis shrimp and swimming crabs, as this season was prime for the tastiest mantis shrimp. The final basket contained assorted smaller catches, including some little fish, shrimp, squid, and octopus. The second brother descended from the boat, accepting the aluminum lunchbox handed to him by his wife, and began to eat heartily. Chen Nuo moved the boat to make way for other vessels needing to dock and unload. At that moment, many onlookers were drawn to the sight of the baskets of hairtail fish gathering around. So many hairtail fish. You struck gold. Did you encounter a school of them? Which direction? How fortunate. I hope my husband has similar luck. These hairtail fish look so fat. They should fetch a good price. Igua, where did you find all these hairtail fish? As Chen Nuo approached, someone eagerly inquired. "Oh, we just scooped up a couple of nets, and the school swam away." Chen Nuo replied with a smile, deflecting the question. "Time to eat." Qian Guifan handed him an aluminum lunchbox, giving him a knowing look. Chen Nuo merely smiled, opening the lunchbox to eat heartily. Fish schools have fixed migration routes, and they could continue to follow that direction on their next outing, hoping for another fortunate encounter. Of course, they couldn't divulge that information to anyone. "Make way, we need to move the goods," the youngest sister shouted. The crowd, unable to glean any information, dispersed with envy. Chen Nuo discreetly gave his sister a thumbs up. "Let us first take these goods to Uncle Qing, then we can sort them out slowly," Qian Guifan instructed. Subsequently, Chen Nuo and the youngest sister carried 1 basket each, while their mother and Ma Wenfang took another, heading towards Chen Qing's purchasing point. Chen Nuo and his second son finished their meals, keeping an eye on the remaining goods and the little one. After 2 or 3 trips, they successfully transported all the baskets to the purchasing point. Chen Nuo and his second son had finished eating, and everyone began sorting the goods together. Chen Nuo joined in to help, wearing a radiant smile. Uncle Qing, what is the price for these hairtail fish? Chen Nuo asked while sorting through them. Fish weighing over 8 tails count as large specimens, priced at 2 yuan per pound. Those under 8 tails are 1 yuan per pound. These hairtail fish are quite fatty, most likely exceeding 8 tails, Chen Nuo replied with a grin. That sounds reasonable, Chen Nuo nodded. He certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to compare prices with future standards. During this era, fish selling for over a yuan was a rarity. Even the much-coveted large yellow croaker, which commanded sky-high prices in later years, was only around 10 yuan per pound back then. After sorting the hairtail fish by the 8-tail standard, they proceeded to sort the swimming crabs and mantis shrimp by size, followed by squid, octopus, and a few lower-value items. The remainder consisted of assorted small fish that wouldn't fetch much. Qian Guifan requested a bucket from Chen Nuo, placing all the assorted fish inside. These little fish and shrimp could be dried and stir-fried or coated in flour and deep-fried, making for a delightful meal. Finally, it was time to weigh and settle accounts. The large hairtail fish totaled 358 jin, while the small ones amounted to 675 jin, combining for a total of 4,046 jin. The large swimming crabs and mantis shrimp were priced at 4 yuan per pound for the larger ones and 3 yuan for the smaller, with only 20 to 30 pounds each, alongside squid, octopus, and other items, resulting in a final tally of 32.6 yuan. Altogether, the total came to 483.06 yuan, and Chen Nuo decided against taking the 6 cents, leaving a final income of 483 yuan. As Chen Nuo handed a stack of cash to Chen's father, the faces of Chen Nuo and others radiated with joy. Bring it here. The crowd barely registered the moment, and before they could react, the money had already found its way into Qian Guifan's hands. $3 will cover the labor fees for me, Arno, and Yao Mei. The remaining 240 is yours. Is that agreeable? Qian Guifan deftly counted out 24 large bills and handed them over to Chen Jianping. Of course, it's agreeable. Chen Jianping accepted the money with a smile. In the blink of an eye, the cash was snatched away by Ma Wenfeng, who matched her mother's speed. Qian Guifan produced 2 $1 bills, distributing one to Chen Nuo and one to Yao Mei. Thank you, Mom. Yao Mei expressed her gratitude cheerfully. Chen Nuo accepted the money, tucking it into his pocket. Even the smallest morsel is still sustenance. Having exhausted the $8 earned today, he needed to reserve his mother's contribution for purchasing a boat. And he was troubled by the absence of any coins in his pocket. This last dollar is for your cigarettes. Qian Guifan generously handed the final dollar to Chen's father. Chen Nuo, undeterred by the small amount, received it with a beaming smile. His satisfaction was complete with a new supply of cigarette money for several days. Let us go. It's time to head home. Qian Guifan carefully tucked away the large bills, her face adorned with a rare smile. Typically, a day at sea yields only a few dozen dollars, with exceptional days breaking the 100 mark. But today, S haul of 480 was indeed a bountiful windfall. Chen Nuo helped carry the bucket of mixed fish while Chen Jianping cradled his son. Dad, you smell terrible. The little one pinched his nose, clearly displeased by the fishy odor clinging to his father. Laughter erupted once more among the group. Take care. Chen Nuo would bid farewell with a radiant smile. He too would profit from the sale of these goods, marking it as a fruitful day. Chapter 15. When did it begin? The family returned home in high spirits. The second brother did not enter the house. After bidding farewell at the door, he departed with his wife and son. Upon entering, their mother took the bucket of mixed fish from Chen Nuo and headed to the kitchen in the back to heat water. The scent of fish lingered on everyone, especially on their father, who had toiled all day and was certainly in need of a bath. In this season, the evenings were still a bit chilly, making it impossible to use cold water directly. Chen's father sat on a chair in the main room, clenching his fist and rubbing his sore back. Dad, does your back hurt? Let me help you. Yao Mei approached with a bright smile, offering to massage her father's back and shoulders. Chen's father wore a look of contentment, squinting his eyes and asking, "What do you want now?" "Nothing at all," Yao Mei replied with a sweet smile, her eyes sparkling mischievously. Chen Nuo observed this scene with a smile, walking to the incense table to pour water from the thermos. You might as well say it. Chen's father had clearly discerned his youngest daughter's intentions. In these times, many families favored sons over daughters. But Chen's father cherished this lively and clever little girl above all. Dad, third brother, said he would support me in repeating my studies to go to university and help me earn tuition. Shouldn't you support me too? Convince Mom for me? Yao Mei requested with a gleam in her eyes. Oh, Chen Nuo's father looked at his son with surprise. Xiao-san, how do you plan to help your sister earn her tuition? We earn a living from the sea. I made $8 today. Chen Nuo cheerfully responded while handing his father the cup of water. He intended to inform his parents about the boat purchase only after the fact. Otherwise, they would never consent. After all, that money was meant for his marriage, and the family already possessed a boat. If they found out he wished to fish at sea, his father would likely insist he accompany him. However, that boat was a partnership between his father and second brother, and he did not wish to be involved. After all, even if his second brother were willing, the second sister-in-law would definitely object. Having lived a new life, he desired nothing more than harmony and peace within the family. Furthermore, he was accustomed to making his own decisions. Aboard his father's and second brother's boat, he would undoubtedly have little say, making it difficult to utilize his advantages. But you can't expect to have such good fortune every day, Chen Nuo's father remarked, slightly furrowing his brow as he accepted the cup. Earlier, while sorting goods at the purchasing point, he had overheard Chen Nuo and his wife discussing their son's good fortune at sea. He had always wanted his youngest son to accompany him at sea, but since the eldest son had gone first, they had agreed on a 50-50 split of the catch after the eldest married and separated. The youngest son had never shown interest in fishing at sea, and they both thought it best to let him remain idle until he settled down. As a father, he felt gratified that his youngest son was eager to save money for his sister's education. Take your time. Even if Yao Mei wants to go to university, she will need to repeat a year, so there is still more than a year left. Chen Nuo chuckled, brushing it off lightly. Why not join your brother and me? I'll give you 2 portions of my share. Chen Nuo's father tentatively suggested. No, I want to go. Chen Nuo decisively shook his head in refusal. That little boat is more than enough for you and second brother, and I wouldn't be of any help. Besides, I haven't even separated yet. If you give me 2 portions, it's still from this family, which holds no significance. Well, don't worry about me. I have my own plans. You're grown now, so I won't say much. Just be mindful of your own thoughts. As for your sister's education, I will discuss it with your mother. But you should focus on your own marriage first. Chen Nuo's father admonished earnestly. Yay, Dad, you're the best, Yao Mei exclaimed, throwing her arms around her father's neck in celebration. Marriage? This son of mine is quite capable. We needn't worry at all. Qian Guifan entered from the back room. What do you mean? Chen Aigua asked, astonished, as he looked at his wife. The matchmaker I found for him introduced a girl. And just a few days ago, he said he liked her, but today he decided against it, claiming he has someone he fancies and went to propose to her today. Qian Guifan explained, slightly irritated. Chen Aigua was left speechless, his gaze fixed incredulously on his son. Chen Nuo wore an innocent smile, scratching his head. Whose daughter? Chen Aigua inquired, looking toward his wife again. From a Sioux family, the girl they adopted. She used to go to school with Xiao-san often. Yes, that girl. Qian Guifan nodded slightly. Chen Aigua paused for a moment before asking his son, when did you 2 become an item? If you're already together, why did you agree just a few days ago? Chen Nuo was momentarily at a loss for words. Oh, Dad, Sister Yuji is a wonderful person. Much better than the girl Mom introduced. Since Big Brother likes her and has proposed, please don't ask too many questions. Yao Mei chimed in to support her brother. That girl has also been seen many times. She is quite good. Chen Aigua nodded, looking at his son again. Did she agree? Didn't you propose? Oh, I mentioned it to her, but she needs to discuss it with her mother. I said I would visit her again tomorrow. You handle it as you see fit. This is a significant matter in your life. Just don't have regrets later. Rest assured, I won tea, Chen Nuo replied solemnly, nodding. Wait, you just agreed like that? Qian Guifan looked at her husband with some astonishment. The other woman had already proposed. What more could be said? Moreover, the girl was from the same village and seemed quite decent. Wasn't that favorable? Chen Aigua replied with a calm demeanor. Well, if someone from Qinjia village comes to look for me, I will refuse them. Qian Guifan raised her hand to pinch her brow, waving dismissively. Do as you please. I will not concern myself any longer. Mom, you worry too much, the younger sister chuckled. Qian Guifan shot her a glare. Turning to her son with a serious expression. Are you certain about this? If anyone from Qinjia village approaches me, I will certainly turn them down. Yeah, refuse them. Chen Nuo retorted. You silly child. If you have someone you like, why didn't you say so earlier? Now I've wasted my efforts and offended others. Mom, please don't be angry. I will give you a shoulder rub. Chen Nuo offered with a grin, walking over to pretend to massage his mother, only to be pushed away. Get away from me, you nuisance, she exclaimed. Brother, I don't mind you. Please help me with my shoulders. The younger sister teased with a bright smile. Get lost. Chen Nuo rolled his eyes. After taking turns bathing, the family retired early to their respective rooms for the night. During this era, televisions were not yet widespread. Only a handful of households in Yue village owned one. With little in the way of entertainment, Early to bed and early to rise was the norm. Chapter 16. The future mother-in-law's interrogation. The following morning, Chen Nuo awoke to the bright daylight, finding that his father had already set out to sea. Yawning, he made his way to the kitchen in the back, where he found his younger sister busy at the stove. "Why are you cooking? Where's Mom?" Chen Nuo inquired. "I haven't seen her since I woke up. She must have gone to work in the fields," his sister replied cheerfully. Chen Nuo nodded in understanding. With little farmland, this season was perfect for sowing seeds. His father and second brother went out to fish, while most of the farm work was handled by his mother and sister, with the younger sister occasionally lending a hand. His father would leave early, and his mother would rise with him to prepare some portable food for him to take to sea. "Brother, hurry and brush your teeth and wash your face. I'm making porridge, and it will be ready soon." "All right." After Chen Nuo finished, the porridge was also ready. It was thick and fragrant, enriched with vegetables, shrimp, clams, and razor clams, accompanied by a few pancakes and some homemade pickled vegetables left by their mother. In his previous life, they had hired a maid who specialized in cooking and cleaning, originating from a coastal area, and she would prepare a variety of breakfast dishes to satisfy his palate. Nevertheless, Chen Nuo found himself preferring the pancakes made by his mother and the seafood porridge cooked by his sister. His sister, with a small appetite, only finished half a bowl of porridge and one pancake, leaving the rest for Chen Nuo. After eating his fill, Chen Nuo attempted to help clean up, but his sister pushed him away. "Just go to Yuji's house. I'll handle the cleanup. I can help you tidy up before I go," Chen Nuo insisted. "Oh, no need. Just hurry up and go. I will help Mom in the fields afterward. Then I shall take my leave." Chen Nuo chuckled as he departed. Go, go, go. I'm waiting for you to bring Yuji back," his sister urged cheerfully. Suddenly, Chen Nuo reached out and pinched her cheek before turning and making a hasty exit. "Ah, you annoying older brother," his sister's voice echoed behind him. In high spirits, Chen Nuo hummed a tune as he walked out. He headed toward Li Yuji's house, growing increasingly anxious as he drew closer. Reflecting on it, he hadn't felt this nervous before when visiting Qian Fengxia's home in his past life. It had felt more like fulfilling a parental obligation. In his previous life, he had longed to venture out and explore, but was thwarted by his parents, who insisted he marry first. That was why he had agreed to meet Qian Fengxia. After their first encounter, he found her rather beautiful, yet he hadn't delved deeper into getting to know her, hastily proposing and marrying her instead. The price of his impulsiveness was paid in the form of a failed life, indirectly causing a girl who secretly liked him to suffer to the point of taking her own life by jumping into a river. Fortunately, now it was still not too late. Chen Nuo's gaze grew resolute, and his hands unconsciously clenched at his sides. "Chen Nuo," a melodious voice called out. He looked up to see Li Yuji standing at her doorstep, blushing and smiling at him. She had evidently dressed up for the occasion, wearing a new light-colored floral dress. Her long hair, typically styled in braids, cascading over her shoulders, giving her a fresh and lovely appearance. "Why are you standing at the door? Were you waiting for me?" Chen Nuo quickened his pace, smiling as he raised his eyebrows. Li Yuji's cheeks flushed, and she shyly averted her gaze. At that moment, a woman in her 50s with a cool demeanor stepped outside. This woman was none other than Li Yuji's adoptive mother, Li Sufan, who had raised her since childhood. Li Sufan was a few years older than Chen Nuo's parents. In her youth, her husband had gone off to serve the country and never returned, and her young son had perished during a famine, making her a woman of considerable hardship. Despite the toll of time and life's trials, her features still bore traces of the beauty she must have possessed in her youth. Li Sufan stood beside her daughter, observing Chen Nuo with keen interest. Good morning." Chen Nuo quickly composed himself, suppressing his playful demeanor to greet her politely. Li Sufan inclined her head slightly and inquired, "Have you eaten breakfast?" "Yes, I have. My sister made porridge. How about you?" Chen Nuo replied promptly. "We just finished eating as well," Li Yuji chimed in. "Oh, that's good," Chen Nuo nodded. But an awkward silence soon enveloped them, creating a tense atmosphere. "Yuji, go inside and bring out 2 chairs," Li Sufan instructed her daughter, who blushed and complied. Disappearing into the house, the air grew quiet, and Chen Nuo opened his mouth, trying to find a topic to discuss, but his mind was blank. "I heard from the villagers that you met a girl a few days ago?" Li Sufan asked, her expression impassive. Chen Nuo paused for a moment, then nodded candidly. "Yes. My mother arranged for an introduction." "Did you take a liking to her?" "Well, when did you begin to fancy my daughter? Or was it merely your parents' pressure that led you to seek my daughter as a substitute?" Li Sufan's gaze turned icy as she interrogated him. Inside, Li Yuji, who was carrying 2 chairs, halted in her tracks, her heart racing as she strained to hear. Faced with this question, Chen Nuo fell silent for a moment. Not responding? Or have I hit the nail on the head? Li Sufan's tone grew even colder, her eyes narrowing slightly. If that's the case, I will not entrust my daughter to you. Though she is not my biological child, she is still someone I have raised with my own hands. She is my everything. Upon hearing this, Li Yuji's eyes brimmed with tears. I understand, Chen Nuo replied earnestly, nodding vigorously. You fail to grasp the gravity of the situation. If your intentions are merely whimsical and impulsive, I suggest you turn back now, for marriage is far more complex than you perceive. Li Sufin articulated with a cold demeanor, each word deliberate. Aunt, you must believe me, this is not a fleeting impulse. I genuinely wish to take her as my wife, to love her for a lifetime, to protect her from any further grievances. I cannot bear to miss this opportunity again. Chen Nuo's expression was earnest, his eyes resolute and profound. Tears brimmed in Li Yuji's eyes, and within the confines of the room, she smiled, akin to a begonia blossoming after a rain. What do you mean by not wanting to miss this again? Li Sufin inquired, her brow furrowed with curiosity. She could not comprehend why the young Chen Nuo bore such an expression. Deep within those dark, fathomless eyes lay a weightiness and regret that seemed unbefitting of his youth, as if he had traversed many tribulations and hardships, much like herself. Having lost everything after her husband perished in battle and her son succumbed to starvation, she had been engulfed in despair and numbness, devoid of any purpose to continue living. Just as she contemplated a tragic end, she found the infant Li Yuji. The girl's innocent smile, like a beam of light piercing her heart, rekindled her courage to embrace life once more. Chapter 17. A Dream of Yellow Millet. Not long ago, I had a dream. It felt so vivid, as if it were an alternate life of mine. In that dream, I made a grave error in my choice of marriage, leading to a lifetime of regret, and both Yuji and her loved ones remained unfulfilled. Chen Nuo recounted, his eyes glistening with sorrow and remorse. Though it sounded absurd, the depth of Chen Nuo's gaze at that moment, coupled with a woman's intuition, led Li Sufin to believe he was not fabricating tales. In this era, many held such beliefs dearly. Chen Nuo himself did not think he was speaking nonsense. The myriad events of his past life were but a fleeting dream to him now, or perhaps he preferred to view them as such. What transpired in the dream? Li Sufin inquired with intrigue. Simultaneously, Li Yuji emerged from the room, carrying 2 chairs and placing them behind the 2 men. Chen Nuo noticed her reddened eyes, clearly having overheard their earlier conversation. Please sit down. All right. They took their seats facing one another, while Li Yuji quietly stood beside her mother, her clear gaze fixed on Chen Nuo. The dream was extensive, filled with many indistinct events. Upon awakening, I could only recall certain key moments. Chen Nuo spoke slowly. That is quite normal. Please continue. Li Sufin nodded slightly, her curiosity piqued further. In the dream, I married the girl I met through an arranged meeting. As he said this, Chen Nuo glanced at Li Yuji. Li Yuji let out a small huff, pursing her lips to avoid his gaze, clearly feeling a pang of jealousy. Our married life was far from blissful. Her heart belonged to another man, and marrying me was merely to offload her burdens. Even a child was not my own. Chen Nuo felt embarrassed to continue. Even what? Li Yuji pressed. Enough about me. Let us speak of you in the dream. Chen Nuo deftly shifted the topic. Li Yuji pouted, but refrained from pressing further. After 2 years of marriage, Yuji was also arranged by you and to meet suitors and become engaged. Impossible. I would never agree to that. Li Yuji protested vehemently. Do not interrupt him. Li Sufin shot a look at her daughter. Oh. Li Yuji lowered her head, feeling uncomfortable. She had harbored secret affections for Chen Nuo for many years and was not one to change her heart easily. Yuji had been engaged twice, yet neither engagement had progressed to marriage. Both of her suitors had met untimely deaths. Chen Nuo recounted with a serious demeanor. Upon hearing this, both Li Sufin and Li Yuji were left in stunned silence. Chen Nuo, what kind of dream are you having? Am I some sort of harbinger of doom? Li Yuji glared at him in anger. Continue. Li Sufin's expression turned grave as if she had recalled something significant. After the misfortune of her second suitor, rumors began to circulate in the village. At that time, the sister she trusted most betrayed her, revealing her unique condition. You are aware of her condition? Li Sufin's expression shifted slightly. Mother, what is wrong with me? Chen Nuo, are you referring to Wenmin? How could you betray me? Li Yuji was filled with questions. Yes. Chen Wenmin, you must cease all contact with her. She is not a good person. Chen Nuo turned to Li Yuji with a firm gaze. No, that is impossible. We're the best of friends. Li Yuji's disbelief was palpable. We shall not dwell on this matter. Li Sufin interjected, focusing on Chen Nuo, urging him to continue. What happened next? Aunt, you're likely aware that in the eyes of many ignorant individuals, Yuji's condition is deemed inauspicious. Coupled with the unfortunate deaths of her 2 suitors, the villagers began to spread increasingly outrageous tales, leading to their ostracization and even some extreme actions against you. During this time, I was away pursuing my career, unaware of these developments. When I returned just before the spring festival, I learned that Yuji had taken her own life by drowning, and you, overwhelmed by grief, fell ill and passed away after that year's festival. As Chen Nuo recounted this, Li Sufin's countenance darkened, her eyes cast downward in silence. Meanwhile, Li Yuji was filled with astonishment and confusion. How could you know about Yuji's predicament? It seems there is some unseen fate at play. Perhaps what you say is indeed true. After a long pause, Li Sufin finally spoke, her gaze complex as she regarded Chen Nuo. All of this transpired in my dream. Chen Nuo nodded solemnly. Then, knowing her circumstances, are you not afraid? Li Sufin asked earnestly. Not at all. Chen Nuo shook his head, a smile breaking across his face. Such notions are mere superstitions. In medical terms, they are normal physiological traits, without any detrimental impact. Besides, I possess a strong fate, and she cannot bring me down. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of relief danced in Li Sufin's eyes. Mother, what are you both discussing? What is wrong with me? Li Yuji inquired anxiously. Li Sufin turned to her daughter. I will explain later. For now, let us focus on your matter. With that, she turned to Chen Nuo, her expression earnest. Chen Nuo, you truly wish to marry Yuji, do you not? Indeed, I wish to care for her and protect her for a lifetime. Very well, I consent. Li Sufin smiled gently, adding, as for the betrothal gifts and formalities, I require none of those. We can even forego the engagement. I have but one request. Speak on. Please marry as soon as possible. Ideally, select a date next month. Mother? Li Yuji's face flushed crimson, her expression one of astonishment as she gazed at her mother. That is agreeable. Chen Nuo nodded with a smile. My mother has asked me to bring Yuji home for dinner today. In a few days, I will bring you aunt to meet her so we can finalize the wedding date. Excellent, it is settled. Li Sufin nodded in approval. Standing nearby, Li Yuji was left in a state of shock, her mind a blank canvas. What is happening? Am I really on the verge of marriage? Arno, you may go ahead. I have some matters to discuss with Yuji. Please return to her for dinner this afternoon, Li Sufin stated as she rose from her seat. All right, I shall take my leave, Chen Nuo replied, also standing up to bid farewell. He winked playfully at Li Yuji and turned to depart. Li Yuji stood motionless, gazing after him, lost in thought for quite some time before regaining her senses. Now, let us speak of your sister. Arno was not mistaken. It would be best if you ceased your association with her. I have long perceived her insincere intentions. Given that your friends are few and far between, I refrain from voicing my concerns, Li Sufin said with a calm demeanor. Li Yuji looked at her mother in astonishment and nodded slowly. Throughout her life, she had always been obedient and considerate, holding unwavering faith in her mother's words. Chen Nuo, whom she had admired for years, also possessed her absolute trust. With both of them expressing such sentiments, she felt no inclination to doubt them, albeit with a tinge of sorrow in her heart. Regarding your unique health condition, do not dwell on it too much after hearing what I have to say. You heard Arno's words. They are merely superstitions, Li Sufin continued. I understand, please proceed. Li Yuji replied. Chapter 18. The Emergence of the Golden Legend. Receiving the approval of his future mother-in-law buoyed Chen Nuo's spirits. He strode with a light heart towards the fat chef's abode, only to find the door firmly shut. Chen Nuo speculated that the fat chef might have been taken by his father to work. He had initially hoped to invite him to go beachcombing. The days surrounding the 1st and 15th of each lunar month are known for their low tides, making today quite suitable for gathering from the sea. The local coastal waters exhibit the characteristics of a semidiurnal tide, with 2 cycles of rising and falling tides occurring approximately every 12 hours and 24 minutes. Consequently, today's low tide would occur 48 minutes later than yesterday. Calculating the time, he deemed it still early. However, he had no particular plans. Chen Nuo contemplated heading over to familiarize himself with his newfound fortune. With the fat chef absent, Chen Nuo resolved to seek out Chen Chong instead. Just as he took a few steps, he spotted Chen Chong approaching him. Brother, Chen Chong called out. Are you here to find the fat chef? He is not at home. The door is locked. He must have gone to work with his father, Chen Nuo replied loudly. What is the matter? Noticing his brother's less than cheerful demeanor, Chen Nuo inquired with concern. A flicker of guilt crossed Chen Chong's eyes as he apologized. Brother, I'm sorry. My parents want to give me money to buy a boat to go out to sea with you. Chen Nuo paused for a moment before breaking into an easy smile. What is the matter? It's nothing to fret over. He had anticipated this outcome. After all, they had previously been a group of layabouts, and suddenly declaring their intent to pool resources to purchase a boat for fishing would naturally raise doubts among their elders. No matter how I assure them, they just look down on me, thinking I'm merely fooling around, Chen Chong lamented. disheartened. Cheer up, that is quite normal. I haven't even mentioned my plan to buy a boat to my parents either. I intend to act first and explain later. Chen Nuo stepped forward, offering a reassuring pat on his shoulder. Then where will you get the money? Chun Chong asked, his expression one of bewilderment. My mother gave me my wedding money. Chen Nuo grinned widely. Chen Chong was momentarily taken aback. Here is a proposition. I'll front the money for the boat, and you can still work with me. I'll pay you 5 yuan a day, and once you save enough for a tenth of the boat as cost, we can switch to a profit-sharing arrangement. How's that sound? All right. Thank you, brother. What else there to think? Just don't be disheartened. Let us work hard and show them what we can achieve together. Chen Nuo encouraged. Chen Chong nodded vigorously. Let us head to my house to gather some supplies, then we'll go beachcombing. I have a feeling that fortune favors me today. Is that true? Absolutely. The two returned to Chen Nuo's home, only to find that his younger sister had already left to help in the fields. Chen Nuo, who had no desire to toil in agriculture, resolved to make an extra effort at the beach, hoping to collect some valuable finds to avoid reprimand from his mother. Additionally, he intended to invite Li Yuji over for dinner later, hoping to procure some fine dishes. With a bucket in hand and Chen Chong wielding a net and spade, they chatted and laughed as they made their way to the shore. Such tools for beachcombing were commonplace in every household in the village. Chen Nuo's south home was conveniently close to the coast, and they arrived in just a few minutes. The tide was gently receding, and several villagers had arrived even earlier than them, busily gathering their treasures. Arno Chong. As they stepped onto the beach, familiar voices called out to them. Following the sound, they saw 2 young men, resembling each other, hastening towards them with beachcombing tools in hand. Dongzi, Beizi, you're here too. Chen Nuo greeted with a smile. These 2 were also part of their small group, brothers named Qin Xiangdong and Qin Xiangbei. The Chen and Qin surnames were the most prevalent in Yuyue village, with most of the inhabitants bearing one of these 2 surnames, having lived there for many years, while other surnames had gradually migrated in later. The Qin brothers enjoyed a good rapport with them, though unlike the Chen brothers, they had not been idling about. Since the previous year, they had been working alongside their uncle, fishing at sea. The fat chef didn't he come? Qin Xiangdong inquired with a grin. No, he went to work with his father. He was just here yesterday, Chen Nuo responded. Really? He actually agreed to work? Why? Is it only permissible for you 2 to turn over a new leaf while we cannot improve ourselves? Not at all. Just a bit surprising. Qin Xiangdong chuckled awkwardly. My brother plans to buy a boat. Soon, we'll be just like you, going out to fish every day. Chen Chong interjected, a hint of defiance in his tone. In previous years, they had all idled together, but since the Qin brothers began working with their uncle, their elders frequently compared them, which had fostered some resentment in Chen Chong's heart. Is that so? The Qin brothers looked at Chen Nuo with expressions of surprise. Yes. I'm considering purchasing a second-hand boat. Chen Nuo nodded with a smile. That's impressive. My brother and I are also saving up to buy a boat for ourselves. You're ahead of us on this front, Qin Xiangdong remarked enviously. Why didn't you go out to sea today? My uncle had something to attend to, so we're taking a day off. Today's low tide is perfect for beachcombing to test our luck. I see. My brother had exceptional luck yesterday, finding lobsters and a few sea cucumbers in a puddle, selling for 8 yuan. Chen Chong chimed in, his tone carrying a hint of bragging. Really? Such good fortune? Qin Xiangdong expressed his astonishment. It was important to note that the brothers made only 6 yuan a day working on their uncle's boat, and occasionally received bonuses for good catches. Let us not linger on that. We should hurry and gather our finds before they're all taken, Chen Nuo suggested, glancing toward the horizon. In his mind's eye, amidst the spectrum of colors he had previously experimented with, a small glimmer of gold emerged. The golden legend? Chen Nuo recalled from his past experiences with games, where gold often signified high-level gear and rare items. Indeed, enough chatter. Let us go and collect our finds. How about we make it a friendly competition, 2 against 2, to see who gathers more and better treasures? Qin Xiangdong proposed with a grin. You are surely destined to lose. My brother has been favored by Ma Zhu these past few days, Chen Chong stated with unwavering confidence. Not necessarily. Let us wait and see. Qin Xiangdong chuckled, leading his younger brother briskly towards the receding shoreline. Brother, let us go. Chen Chong urged with an anxious expression towards Chen Nuo, nodding in agreement. Chen Nuo stepped forth, following the direction of the shimmering golden legend. Stay close to me, he instructed. Wait for me, brother. Chen Chong hastily quickened his pace to catch up. As they approached, the golden area in Chen Nuo's sight began to shimmer and flicker, its frequency increasing with each step. His heart raced with excitement and curiosity, eager to uncover the meaning behind this golden glow. Chapter 19. Treasures beneath the rocks. The duo arrived at a rocky area. The tide had not fully receded, and the topography of the rocky zone was intricate, with many stones cloaked in moss and seaweed. making it easy to slip or twist an ankle with the slightest misstep. The villagers were largely still scavenging along the beach, leaving this area relatively undisturbed. Should we search here? Chen Chang inquired. Let us do so, Chen Nuo affirmed, his gaze fixed on the rapidly flickering golden area ahead, which was now within closer reach. All right. Chen Chang set down his net and shovel, rolled up his pant legs and sleeves, and ventured into the rocky region. Be careful, Chen Nuo cautioned, also rolling up his pants and sleeves. They had just changed into their long rubber boots at home, making it most convenient for beachcombing without the need to remove their footwear. Understood, Chen Chang replied, soon calling out loudly, Brother, come quick. There's so many snails and oysters here. Forget about the oysters. They aren't worth much. Look for something better, Chen Nuo advised, continuing straight ahead. Where are you going? Don't mind me. You focus on your search while I check over there. Oh, Chen Chang said no more and lowered his head to search. Chen Nuo paused before a large rock, where the water level was nearly at 1/3 of the stone, gradually lowering. The golden area in his field of vision flickered with golden light, suggesting that something valuable lay nearby. He placed the bucket he was carrying on a flat surface of the rock and began to search diligently. The water was shallow, providing an unobstructed view. Spotting several sea snails clinging to the submerged rocks, Chen Nuo bent down to collect them and place them into the bucket. However, the golden area continued to shimmer, evidently not indicating these snails. Brother, look, I've caught a crab. Chen Chang's exclamation filled the air with delight. Chen Nuo turned to see his brother holding a dark red crab, grinning broadly. This type of crab, known locally as the rock crab, was similar in size to a blue crab, possessing large pincers and a hard shell, typically best enjoyed in the 8th lunar month. It's just a small crab. Can you find something worthwhile? Keep looking, Chen Nuo remarked with a roll of his eyes, choosing to ignore him and continuing his search around the rocks. A small shrimp caught his attention, and as he reached out towards the water surface, he suddenly lunged, but ended up grasping at thin air. Dar, it's fast, he muttered under his breath, shaking the water from his hand. It was merely a small shrimp, and he soon dismissed it, refocusing on the treasure worthy of the golden legend. Beneath the water lay numerous small stones. Chen Nuo pondered if something valuable could be hidden beneath, so he bent down to flip over a stone. To his surprise, he discovered 2 tiny sand crabs. He couldn't be bothered to catch them. They were far too small, and even when cooked, they yielded little meat, mostly just shell, making them a hassle to eat with minimal value. However, in some regions, people crafted crab sauce from these tiny crabs, marinating them with salt and wine to create a delightful delicacy. In later years, many factories specialized in purchasing sand crabs during their peak season for this purpose, making it quite popular. Struggling to lift another stone, he uncovered 2 sea stars, which he quickly tossed into his bucket. As he continued flipping stones, he soon caught an octopus, a handful of clams, and several spicy snails. Though his haul was considerable, Chen Nuo felt no joy. The prospect of treasure being so near yet eluding him made him increasingly agitated. Gradually, the tide receded further, exposing more of the area. Noticing villagers beginning to approach, Chen Nuo felt a surge of urgency. Chang, come over here, he called out, glancing at Chen Chang. All right, coming, Chen Chang responded loudly, hurrying over while placing a newly dug oyster from the rocks into his net. Brother, what is up? Help me search around here. I sensed something valuable, but I haven't found it yet. Huh? Chen Chang paused momentarily, then recalling the previous day's events, his eyes lit up. Okay, I'll help you look. With that, Chen Chang poured the contents of his net into the bucket, set aside his shovel and net, and joined Chen Nuo in searching around the rocks. Are you sure it's right here? It's definitely in this vicinity. It won't be far. Just flip over the stones and check in between the crevices of the rocks, Chen Nuo instructed. Got it. As they flipped over stone after stone, they gradually found more items, but none of significant worth. Suddenly, Chen Nuo spotted something beneath a nearby rock. Bending down for a closer look, he saw some yellowish-brown shells, due to their color resembling that of the rocks. He had passed by them several times without noticing. But could these shells be the golden legend? Shells! Chen Nuo's eyes brightened slightly. If there was any chance of these shells relating to the golden legend, it would be the rare pearls that might lie within. Chang, pass me the shovel. Chen Nuo beckoned excitedly. Brother, did you find something? Chen Chang inquired, his face brightening as he hurried over with the shovel. Chen Nuo took the shovel from him, crouched down and began to dig. Shells? Brother, these aren't worth anything, Chen Chang exclaimed in surprise. Regardless of their worth, let us extract them first. All right, I'll help you. Okay, it's all yours. Chen Nuo handed the shovel back to him. Chen Chang, being more experienced with beachcombing, quickly extracted the shells one by one. Chen Nuo carefully picked them up, keeping a vigilant eye on the changes in the golden area. Upon retrieving the 3rd shell, the golden area suddenly vanished. Chen Nuo's heart surged with joy, though he concealed it from his face. Once Chen Chong had unearthed the last 2 shells, Chen Nuo cradled them and tossed them into the bucket. He longed to open them immediately, but restrained himself. He understood well the wisdom of concealing one's wealth. Brother, these shells can't possibly be the treasures you mentioned, can they? Chen Chong asked, puzzled. I'm quite unsure. Let us search a bit more, Chen Nuo chuckled. Chen Chong surveyed the surroundings, his brow slightly furrowed as he remarked, why are all of them here? This place does not belong to us. How can we prevent others from coming? All right, let us continue searching. You should check over there. Chen Nuo gestured toward the diagonal front. In that direction, a blue area appeared in sight, likely indicating the presence of valuable goods. Chapter 20, Eastern Star Grouper. Commanding his younger brother to head toward the blue area, Chen Nuo himself carried a bucket and a net as he ventured toward the red zone. It appeared that the fortune represented by gold might very well lie above the red. Of course, the red area was not to be overlooked either. After walking approximately 60 or 70 meters, Chen Nuo arrived at a region where the rocks were more densely clustered. In a pool formed by several rocks, an orange fish caught his eye, standing out vividly. It was astonishingly an Eastern Star Grouper, and quite a sizable one at that. The Eastern Star Grouper is commonly found in high-end seafood markets. In his past life, Chen Nuo had consumed quite a few, all priced at several hundred per pound. He was uncertain of its current value, but it certainly qualified as a significant catch. The Eastern Star Grouper is a type of grouper that is considered rather pricey, renowned for its exceptionally delicious flesh. Chen Nuo hurried forward, extending his net. Given the small size of the pool, the fish had no escape, and he easily captured it. After placing the bucket on the ground, he transferred the Eastern Star Grouper into it. It appeared to weigh around 6 or 7 pounds, several times larger than those typically found in the market of his previous life, where most did not exceed 3 pounds. Brother, come quickly and see what I've caught. Chen Chong's excited voice rang out once more. Following the sound, Chen Nuo turned to see him holding up both hands, cradling an eel that was writhing vigorously. A number of villagers nearby looked on with envy at Chen Chong. An eel is indeed a high-value catch, and this one was not small either, likely weighing 3 to 4 pounds. Impressive, Chen Nuo exclaimed with admiration, finding the situation rather amusing. He was curious what expression this fellow would wear upon seeing the Eastern Star Grouper in his bucket. Brother, hurry over. This fish is too slippery. I can't hold on to it, Chen Chong shouted. Coming. Chen Nuo replied with a smile, making his way over quickly. As he approached, Chen Chong greeted him with a beaming smile, tossing the eel into the bucket. In the next moment, his smile froze in place. Wow, shoo. Chen Nuo had already prepared for this, playfully gesturing for silence. Chen Chong, realizing the situation, nodded blankly and whispered, Brother, you've been incredibly lucky these past few days. Do you have some secret? You're overthinking it. It's merely good fortune. Perhaps it truly is the blessing of Mazu. You directed me to search over there, and I caught this eel, yet you outdid me. Keep it down. Understood, understood. So where to next? We've gathered quite a bit already. Let's not search further, but instead collect some oysters and scallops. Chen Nuo smiled. There were still a few green areas in sight, likely containing goods of a similar caliber to the swimming crabs, yet he chose not to pursue them. Gathering seafood was merely a small venture. Once he bought a boat and set sail, that would be when his true advantages would manifest. Chen Chong, who had always heeded his brother's words, held no reservations now. The two of them pried up a significant number of oysters and scallops, as more people arrived on the beach to gather seafood. The green areas that had appeared in Chen Nuo's view were gradually replaced by white. Clearly, the treasures represented by the green had been collected. Chen Nuo felt no regret. Being overly greedy is a folly, and he preferred not to attract too much attention. That should suffice, Chong. Let us head back. All right. Just as they were preparing to leave the beach, the Qin brothers approached them. Nuo, Chong, how's your haul been? Qin Xiangdong inquired with a cheerful smile. Not bad. Judging by your expression, you must have had quite the bounty. Chen Nuo replied with a grin. We arrived early today, and it was decent. Look, I even caught a blue crab, though it's not very big, Qin Xiangdong said, presenting his bucket for Chen Nuo to see. Chen Nuo glanced inside. It was primarily filled with oysters, sand clams, cat's eye snails, and razor clams, with one blue crab being the most valuable catch, along with a few shrimp. Not bad. You've had quite the luck, right? Not at all. Just take a look at my brother's bucket before you speak. Chen Chong could not help but interject. Qin Xiangdong was momentarily taken aback, then leaned over to glance at the plastic bucket that Chen Nuo was carrying, his eyes widening in disbelief. Qin Xiangbei, walking nearby, also came over to take a look, his mouth agape in astonishment. No way. I want to even mention the eel, but you managed to find an Eastern Star Grouper? Qin Xiangdong stared at Chen Nuo incredulously. The eel was caught by a Chong, Chen Nuo replied with a smile. Qin Xiangdong shot a glance at Chen Chong, speaking with a hint of envy. What's the situation with you two? Are you both just sharing the good luck? Huh, what kind of talk is that? Chen Chong retorted, not pleased. Your luck has indeed been noteworthy these past few days, Chen Nuo said with a hearty grin. Shall we all head to my home for some drinks? Let me share in your good fortune, Qin Xiangdong suggested. Let us save it for another day. Fat Chef isn't around, and I have matters to attend to this afternoon. Chen Nuo politely declined. Oh, come on. What would you possibly have to do? Today is perfect. My brother and I are free, and I can cook. I guarantee it won't be much worse than what Fat Chef makes. Another time, I truly have something to take care of. Such a bore. All right then, we'll head back for now. Okay. After watching the Qin brothers walk away, Chen Chong murmured softly, Brother, do you not feel that Qin Xiangdong has become increasingly arrogant? As if his ability to go fishing at sea makes him someone of great importance? Not at all. You're overthinking it. Chen Nuo chuckled as he looked at him. I just find him displeasing. You perhaps are often compared to them by your parents, which has bred some resentment. No, not at all. Really not? Chen Nuo replied with a teasing smile. Fine, maybe just a little. Haha, that is normal. My parents often say things to me too. Just keep your spirits high. We'll soon buy a boat, and then you'll be the one standing tall. Hearing this, Chen Chong's eyes lit up. I hope Fat Chef's father can gather some news so we can buy a boat and set sail soon. No rush. Let us go sell the fish at the dock first. All right. Arriving at the dock, Chen Nuo sought out his uncle, Chen Qinghua, presenting the Eastern Star grouper to him. Nuo, what kind of fortune have you been having these past few days? You managed to catch this while gathering seafood? Chen Qinghua received the Eastern Star grouper, a look of disbelief on his face. Nuo, sell it to me. I'll buy it at a high price, shouted Zhao Jianxi from distance. Get lost. Chen Qinghua hurled a seashell at him. Zhao Jianxi dodged, cursing, Chen, you nearly hit me. Exactly who I aimed for. Chen Qinghua disregarded him, turning back to Chen Nuo. This fish is of excellent quality. I can offer you $5 a pound. That is fine. I'll sell it. Chen Nuo nodded with a smile. Chen Qinghua skillfully began weighing it. A total of 64 pounds, priced at 5 yuan per pound, amounts to 32 yuan. The price disparity among different types of fish is indeed quite significant. Chapter 21. Chen Nuo was in high spirits. Uncle Qing, how about this eel? He retrieved the eel from the bucket once more. Is there such a fine specimen? Chen Qinghua's eyes widened slightly, and he chuckled. This eel is quite exceptional. Of a large size. I can offer you 3 yuan per pound. That's nearly 10 yuan, then? Indeed. All right, I understand. Chen Nuo remarked. Placing the eel back into the bucket, he intended to take Li Yuji home for dinner, and this eel would make for a splendid dish. Why are you putting it back? Chen Qinghua looked at him in astonishment. Oh, I'm not selling this eel. We have guests at home today, and I want to treat them with it. That seems rather extravagant. It's 10 yuan. Not extravagant. They are very important guests. Very well, Chen Qinghua replied. Though with a hint of regret, he asked, Is there anything else you wish to sell? If not, I shall hand you the money. Nothing else. I consider myself fortunate to have found these. I can't hog all the good luck for myself. Chen Nuo chuckled. True enough. Chen Qinghua nodded. Retrieving 32 yuan from a canvas bag, he carried and handing it over. 3 10-yuan bills and a 2-yuan bill. Thank you. Chen Nuo accepted the money with a smile of gratitude. You should be the one thanking me, child, Chen Qinghua said with a beaming smile. Chen Nuo took one of the 10-yuan bills and handed it to Chen Chong, who stood nearby. Here, consider this eel as my purchase from you. Huh? I don't want it. That's not necessary. Chen Chong repeatedly waved his hands in refusal. We gathered the sea together. Naturally, you deserve your share. You found this eel too, so take it. It was you who pointed me in the right direction. Otherwise, I would never have found such a treasure. I can't accept it. But Chong, have you forgotten your goal of saving money? Even so, I'd rather not take it. I can help you out in the future and gradually save up. Seeing his resolute expression, Chen Nuo felt somewhat exasperated. Chen Qinghua and Zhao Jianxi observed the exchange, both astonished by the bond between the two. 10 yuan was no small sum these times, and yet they were so modest in their dealings. Uncle Qing, could you exchange this for 2 5-yuan bills? Chen Nuo offered the 10-yuan bill to Chen Qinghua. Certainly. Chen Qinghua paused briefly before returning the 10-yuan bill and handing over 2 5-yuan bills. Now it's half for each of us. This should be acceptable. Take it. And if you refuse again, you shall no longer consider me your brother. Chen Nuo earnestly extended the 5 yuan to Chen Chong. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Chong accepted the money, grinning widely at Chen Nuo. Thank you, brother. Save it for yourself. Don't give it to your parents. You can honor them once you're in fortune. Chen Nuo advised in a lowered voice. Understood. Chen Chong nodded with a smile. Let us head back. Chen Nuo tucked the money into his pocket and bid farewell to Chen Qinghua and Zhao Jianxi. Uncle Qing, Uncle Zhao, we are off. All right. Do come back and sell me some good finds next time. Your uncle is always trying to swindle you. Zhao Jianxi said with a serious demeanor. Cease your nonsense. Chen Nuo shot him a glare, ready to retort. Mind your manners. Your nephew is present. I'm directing my ire at you. If you keep babbling, I'll give you a good thrashing. Do you believe me? Thrash me? Huh. If you dare, come over. Having witnessed this familiar exchange, Chen Nuo and Chen Chong turned and departed, allowing them to continue their playful banter. Upon returning to Chen Nuo's home, he found that both his mother and younger sister had already returned. As they approached and saw the bounty in the bucket, they were both taken aback. Did you find many treasures at the beach today? An eel, no less. Qian Guifan inquired with curiosity. Mom, had I known, I would have gone with you. This eel could fetch several yuan. His younger sister lamented, her expression filled with regret. Not quite. It was merely a stroke of luck for Chong and me. Chen Nuo replied with a smile. Indeed, Nuogo even found a starry grouper, which sold for 32 yuan. Chen Chong chimed in with a grin. What? A starry grouper? 32 yuan? His younger sister's eyes widened in astonishment, her face alight with excitement as she gazed at her brother. Qian Guifan wore a similarly astonished expression. All right, younger sister, we can discuss that later. First, fetch a basket so I can divide these goods with a Chong, Chen Nuo instructed with a smile. Oh, I'll get it right away. His younger sister eagerly nodded and dashed off to the kitchen, soon returning with a basket. Chen Nuo sorted through the bucket's contents. Aside from the eel, he kept the few clams he had unearthed from under the rocks. He was not a miser, yet he would not be so naive as to distribute what rightfully belonged to him. Chen Chong had no objections, as he had discovered most of the clams himself. He even accepted only about 1/3 of the other seafood. Brother, didn't you say we were hosting guests at home today? This is more than enough for me. I can't eat it all. Then I want to be too courteous. Chen Nuo responded without excessive formality. That is only fair. Chen Chong nodded with a smile, then turned to Qian Guifan, saying, Auntie, younger sister, I'll be heading back now. I'll bring the basket tomorrow. Very well. Qian Guifan nodded with a smile. Take care, Changge. His younger sister replied cheerfully. After watching Chen Chong leave, Chen Nuo recounted the day's events at the beach to his mother and sister. Brother, you earned 27 yuan today? That's remarkably quick money. You're incredible. His younger sister beamed, showering him with praise. To her, this represented her brother saving for her university tuition, so the more, the merrier. Chen Nuo chuckled, ruffling her hair affectionately. And what about the money? Qian Guifan suddenly interjected. Huh, since it's for your sister, I'll hold on to it for you, lest you lose it. Mom, do you still think of us as children? You always say that about our red envelope money, yet we've never seen a cent returned. Chen Nuo looked at her with exasperation. Exactly. Mom, this is what brother has saved for me. Please don't take it. His younger sister immediately chimed in, firmly supporting her brother. Their mother had never been in favor of her continuing her studies, so she certainly wouldn't allow her to take the money. Is that so? Qian Guifan's expression darkened, her gaze sharpening and becoming dangerous. The siblings immediately broke into a sweat, avoiding her penetrating stare. By the way, Mom, this morning I spoke with Yuji's mother, and she has agreed to our marriage. She even suggested we marry soon, preferably next month. Chen Nuo deftly changed the subject. Qian Guifan paused in surprise, her face reflecting a hint of astonishment. Is that true? Brother, how did you manage that? Was it really that simple to pass the future mother-in-law's test? His younger sister also looked at him in disbelief. There's no secret. It's just that I am exceptionally outstanding. Chen Nuo grinned, running a hand through his hair with a proud smile. His mother and younger sister exchanged glances, each recognizing the shared feelings of disbelief and disdain in the other's eyes. Chapter 22. The shyly Yuji just moments ago. A Chong mentioned that guests would be arriving at home, specifically that girl who was coming over in the afternoon. Qian Guifan inquired. Indeed. I shall fetch her for dinner shortly. Chen Nuo replied with a smile. Splendid. The younger sister clapped her hands joyfully. A glimmer of delight flashed in Qian Guifan's eyes as she urged, Then you should go now. I will prepare the seafood. Although she held a fondness for that girl from her maiden family, her greater desire was for her youngest son to marry and have children soon. Now that she learned her son had everything settled and was merely awaiting the wedding next month, her spirits lifted, dispelling any other thoughts. It's still early. I'm feeling a bit hungry. Is there anything to eat? Chen Nuo said with a grimace, patting his stomach. There is still some porridge from this morning in the pot. Would you like some? The younger sister asked with a beaming smile. Yes, please serve me a bowl. Along with some pickled vegetables and a salted duck egg, Chen Nuo replied playfully, gesturing with his lips. You have quite the demands. The younger sister rolled her eyes before turning to the back kitchen. Qian Guifan picked up the bucket on the ground, glancing at the lively eels within. Her tone tinged with a hint of jealousy as she remarked, You certainly dote on this girl. It seems you genuinely like her. The emperor favors his eldest son, while the common folk cherish their youngest. This phenomenon has persisted since ancient times. Among my 4 children, I have indeed always favored my youngest son. I hope for him to marry and start a family soon, but now that he is truly getting married and treating the girl he likes so well, I can't help but feel a twinge of loss. Amused, Chen Nuo approached and gently massaged his mother's shoulders. Mother, why do you envy your future daughter-in-law? I kept this ill not solely for Yuji, but also to ensure you, father, and my sister could enjoy something good. Enough nonsense. I'm not envious at all, she retorted playfully. All right, I have no time to waste. I shall go prepare the seafood. Qian Guifan feigned impatience and headed straight for the kitchen. Mother, those clams should remain unopened for now. I'll handle them later. Chen Nuo called out loudly. Understood. Qian Guifan responded without turning back. After finishing the bowl of porridge his sister brought him, Chen Nuo set out once more for Li Yuji's home. From a distance, he spotted Li Yuji and her mother sitting at the doorway, mending fishing nets. Yuji, Chen Nuo called out. At the sound of her name, Li Yuji visibly trembled, abruptly rising and, with her head down, darting into the house as if fleeing. Chen Nuo caught a glimpse of her face, which was crimson. Li Sufan, taken aback, watched her daughter retreat and turned to Chen Nuo with a helpless smile. Chen Nuo quickly deduced the situation and suppressed a laugh as he approached. Auntie, I just returned from gathering seafood from the shore, and I even caught an eel. My mother is preparing it. Would you like to join us for dinner? I want to be going today. You take Yuji with you. Li Sufan shook her head, her expression serious as she asked, what does your mother think of Yuji? Given that Chen Nuo's mother had arranged a blind date for him, it indicated her favorable view of that girl, prompting Li Sufan's concern. Inside, sitting on the edge of her bed, Li Yuji was nervously straining her ears, her face red as if it might bleed. Auntie, rest assured, my parents like Yuji quite a bit. When we were in middle school, we often walked to and from school together, and my parents have met her numerous times, especially my sister, who was so excited and urged me to come over. That's reassuring. Li Sufan nodded slightly, the tension in her heart easing. Hiding in the room. Upon hearing this, Li Yuji's face blossomed into a radiant smile. Yuji, stop hiding. Come out and join me for dinner. Chen Nuo called from outside. Li Yuji flopped back on her bed, burying her burning cheeks in the pillow, feigning death. Her mother had just explained her unique physical condition in detail, leaving her utterly shocked. Since middle school, she hadn't tea-bathed with her mother or shared openly with other girls. All this time, she had been unaware of her differences from other females. In fact, she had once discussed with her close friends why her body, apart from her hair, was completely smooth. Back then, they were all young and believed it to be normal, never suspecting it was due to her peculiar physique. What astonished her even more was that Chen Nuo somehow knew about her condition. Could it be that he had seen it in his dreams? At this thought, Li Yuji felt as though she were being cooked alive, completely unable to face Chen Nuo. All right, Yuji, come out. Her mother's voice echoed. Li Yuji sat up, covering her face with her hands, still burning with embarrassment. At that moment, she sensed the room grow dimmer, slowly raising her head towards the door. She found Chen Nuo had entered, watching her with a warm smile. Li Yuji's cheeks flushed even more as she averted her gaze, turning her head away. Ahem, Yuji, I think I owe you an explanation. Chen Nuo cleared his throat, speaking somewhat awkwardly. Li Yuji remained silent. The reason I know about your condition is that I learned about the village rumors in a dream, and it felt so real. It's not because of anything else. Please, don't say any more, Li Yuji implored, once again covering her face, her voice trembling. All right, I won't say anything more, Chen Nuo conceded, suddenly at a loss for words. An awkward silence ensued, thickening the atmosphere. Li Yuji stood, whispering, let us go. Huh? Chen Nuo was taken aback momentarily. To your house, for dinner. Li Yuji shot him a shy glance. All right, let's go then. Chen Nuo replied cheerfully, nodding his head. The two exited the house, with Li Yuji trailing closely behind Chen Nuo like a newlywed bride. Li Sufan looked up at the two, feeling that they appeared increasingly well-matched. A gentle smile gracing her features. Auntie, we'll be heading over now, so you needn't cook. Later, Yuji and I will bring some food back for you. Chen Nuo said to Li Sufan. Li Sufan, touched, gently refused. No need. You both don't have to worry about me. I can whip up something for myself. Really? Don't bring anything back. All right then. Well, you both hurry along. Mother, I'm off now, Li Yuji said shyly to her mother. Go on, be confident. Don't be shy. Li Sufan encouraged with a smile. Li Yuji nodded in agreement. The two walked side by side towards Chen Nuo's home, with Li Yuji glancing back at her mother every few steps. Each time she turned, Li Sufan smiled and nodded, offering her daughter encouragement. As they ventured further, Li Sufan gazed up at the sky, her eyes brimming with nostalgia and sorrow. If her son had not perished from hunger back then, He would surely have grandchildren by now. Chapter 23. Who writes a diary anyway? As they drew closer to Chen Nuo's home, Li Yuji felt her nerves intensifying. In the past, she had walked to and from school with Chen Nuo, having met his family on several occasions, and sometimes even being invited inside to play. At that time, Li Yuji was still a budding young girl, more easily flustered than she is now, and felt quite shy about entering his home. Thus, this marked her inaugural visit. There's no need to be anxious. My mother and sister are both very kind. Chen Nuo observed her emotional state and offered a reassuring smile. Li Yuji tilted her head to look at him, and after a moment of contemplation, she suddenly asked, Chen Nuo, may I inquire about something? Of course. Chen Nuo nodded. Is it because you had that dream that you feel pity for me and wish to marry me? Li Yuji questioned earnestly. Chen Nuo was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Ha! What are you laughing at? Li Yuji's cheeks flushed red, glaring at him in embarrassment and annoyance. Are you foolish? If I merely felt pity for you, knowing what the future holds, there are countless other ways to change things. That's true. Li Yuji's lips curled into a slight smile. Then I have a question for you as well. All right, go ahead. When did you start liking me? Chen Nuo replied with a playful grin. Li Yuji's face instantly reddened, and she averted her gaze in a fluster, stammering, I never said I liked you. Did you not? I recall in the dream. Your mother gave me a few of your diaries. Ah, you also dreamed about that? Li Yuji exclaimed loudly, her expression one of disbelief. Chen Nuo, with a mischievous grin, shrugged and teased. Yuji, I didn't expect you to be so unreserved. Who writes diaries if they're serious? You're the one who is unreserved. Who says writing a diary isn't serious? Li Yuji retorted, her face flushed with indignation. All right, I'm unreserved. By the way, once we're married, may I take a look at those diaries you wrote? The dream was rather hazy, and I can't recall what was written in them. No way. I'll burn them as soon as I get home. Don't. That would be such a waste. I will burn them all. Don't expect to see a single word. Amidst their playful banter, Li Yuji's tense heartstrings began to relax. Soon, they arrived at Chen Nuo's home. Mom, I'm back. Chen Nuo called out as he entered. Li Yuji felt a wave of nervousness wash over her again, glancing around curiously at everything in the house. After all, if everything went smoothly, she might be marrying into this family next month. In this day and age, girls don't demand cars or new homes for marriage. Merely having a roof over one's head suffices. A few days ago, when Chen Nuo suddenly proposed to her and mentioned he had no car or house, she found it rather strange after reflecting on it. Big brother, his younger sister, joyfully rushed over from the back room, her eyes lighting up upon seeing Li Yuji beside Chen Nuo, and she greeted her warmly. Sister Yuji, welcome. Thank you. Li Yuji replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. You're here, came her mother's voice as she approached with a smile. Hello, Andy. Li Yuji greeted nervously. Qian Guifan looked at the girl standing gracefully before her, and her lingering attachment to her own daughter began to dissipate. Years ago, when the two children were still in middle school, she frequently saw Li Yuji. But in recent years, their encounters had dwindled to occasional meetings in the village, where Li Yuji would always greet her, though she hadn't paid much attention. The saying a girl changes greatly by the age of 18 rings true. Now, viewing her through the lens of a potential daughter-in-law, she was unexpectedly pleased. In terms of both figure and beauty, Li Yuji was not inferior to her own daughter, and perhaps even surpassed her. Most importantly, there was this gentle and virtuous demeanor about her that endeared her to Qian Guifan. With a warm smile, she stepped forward, taking hold of Li Yuji's hand, and said, There is no need to be so nervous. Just treat this place like your own home. It's been a while since I last saw you. You've truly become more beautiful. Not all. Auntie, you seem even younger than before. Really? You're such a sweet talker. By the way, why didn't your mother come with you? Xiaosan, didn't you invite her? Qian Guifan turned to her son with a reproachful look. I did invite her, but Mom said she wouldn't be coming today, Li Yuji quickly explained. Oh, I see. That's all right. Let us plan to have both families share a meal together another day when Xiaosan's father isn't out at sea. I'm in the kitchen preparing dinner. Why don't you play with Xiaosan and your younger sister for a bit? I can help you with that. I often assist my mother in cooking. Li Yuji offered. Qian Guifan smiled even more broadly, politely declining. No, you're still a guest today. How can I let a guest help with cooking? I'll manage just fine. Xiaosan, younger sister, take Yuji to see your rooms and chat for a while. Sure. Chen Xiaoying agreed with a bright smile. Yuji, I'll go make dinner now. All right. Qian Guifan smiled slightly and swiftly returned to the kitchen. TSK, Sister Yuji, it seems my mom is genuinely happy today. I haven't seen her smile this much all year, the younger sister said, covering her mouth with her hand and lowering her voice. Indeed, Chen Nuo nodded in agreement. Their mother had a sharp tongue but a soft heart, and it was rare for her to wear a smile. Li Yuji couldn't help but chuckle, her last remnants of nervousness dissipating. Sister Yuji, come, let me take you see my brother's doghouse. The younger sister laughed as she took Li Yuji's hand. Get lost. You're the one who has a doghouse. Chen Nuo retorted in mock annoyance. Li Yuji burst into laughter, covering her mouth. Chen Xiaoying playfully stuck her tongue out at her older brother as she led Li Yuji to his room. Chen Nuo's room was located in the front of the house, immediately to the right upon entering, while the left side was occupied by the younger sister's room, and their parents' room was situated behind Chen Nuo's. The room was quite simple, featuring a bed, a bedside table, and a wooden wardrobe against the wall. The furniture was somewhat aged and appeared a bit worn. Huh, wait a minute, big brother, did you tidy up especially for today? This doesn't look like your usual style, the younger sister exclaimed with a look of surprise. Li Yuji was equally taken aback. The floor was spotless, and the bedding was neatly arranged, with no dirty clothes in sight. What are you talking about? I'm not that messy anymore, all right? Chen Nuo protested indignantly. He had tidied the room the night before. A man with the soul of a 60-year-old could no longer tolerate living in such disarray. Sister Yuji, let me tell you, my brother used to be quite messy. Dirty clothes and socks were often strewn everywhere, and it was my mom and I who had to clean up after him. The younger sister remarked with a look of disdain. Li Yuji chuckled softly, casting a knowing glance at Chen Nuo. Don't listen to this girl's nonsense. I'm quite clean, thank you very much. Chen Nuo insisted earnestly. Sister Yuji, do you believe what he is saying? Not at all. Li Yuji shook her head. You little girl, instead of helping me, you're just undermining me, aren't you? Chen Nuo teased as he reached out to gently pinch his sister's neck. Oh dear, I was wrong. The younger sister shrank her neck in surrender. Chen Nuo, exasperated, released his grip and turned to stride out of the room. I've already finished, let us go outside. Subsequently, Li Yuji was shown around the younger sister's room. Unbeknownst to them, the two girls had grown much closer, whispering secrets that Chen Nuo could not overhear. Remembering the unopened shells, Chen Nuo led them to the back room. After passing through a small wooden door leading to the back, on the left was a well, while the right revealed an open courtyard. And further back was the cooking area. Mom, where are the shells I picked up? Chen Nuo called out loudly. Qian Guifan, busy behind the firewood stove, lifted her gaze towards them and replied, they're in the bucket over there. Hurry and open them, then wash the meat and bring it to me. All right. Chen Nuo responded, moving to the bucket and pouring the shells into the well. Brother, I heard Mom say you won't let her open those shells. Why is that? The younger sister curiously inquired. Have you heard that there might be treasures inside the shells? Chen Nuo chuckled in response. You mean pearls? Who doesn't know that? But the chances are so slim. I've never heard of anyone finding one. Brother, you're quite amusing for asking Mom to save them for you. The younger sister teased with a smile. How about a wager? Chen Nuo replied, a slight smile indicating his confidence. Upon seeing his expression, Li Yuji suddenly had a thought, her face lighting up with surprise. Could it be that he dreamt of finding pearls in those shells? What are the terms? The younger sister asked, hands on her hips. If a pearl actually emerges, you shall wash my shoes and socks for a month. And if not, I certainly don't want you washing my socks. You would do it properly. If there are none, I will give you the 27 yuan I earned today. Really? The younger sister's eyes sparkled with excitement. Would I lie to you? Now, hurry and get the knife. Chen Nuo gestured towards the table. All right, I'm on it. The younger sister quickly dashed over, retrieving a kitchen knife and handing it to him. Chen Nuo accepted the knife, glancing back at Li Yuji with a smile. Yuji, who do you think will win? Me or her? It's obviously me. The younger sister chimed in gleefully. Li Yuji, fluttering her eyelashes, smiled softly. A 1T participate. Just open them. Huh? Sister Yuji, do you really believe he can find a pearl? The younger sister exclaimed incredulously. If you support me and a pearl does appear, I'll gift it to you as a token of our bond. Chen Nuo offered a bright smile to Li Yuji. Her eyes twinkled with interest. It wasn't that she was greedy, but the notion of a token of affection stirred something within her, especially one that Chen Nuo had found. Li Yuji cast an apologetic glance at the younger sister. Sister Yuji. The younger sister stared in disbelief. Fine, I'm on your side. Li Yuji nodded at Chen Nuo. What are you all discussing? Qian Guifan approached them. Mom, brother says there could be pearls inside these shells, and that he wants to give one to Sister Yuji as a token of love. The most ridiculous part is that Sister Yuji actually believes him, the younger sister succinctly explained. Qian Guifan paused, her worried gaze fixed on her son, Xiao San. Are you all right? Mom, what could possibly be wrong? What are you thinking? Chen Nuo replied, bemused. As long as you're fine. I thought you were getting a bit too excited and lost your clarity, casually picking up a few shells 1T lead to pearls, or else everyone would be wealthy. Mom, let's just see. Chen Nuo, unsure of what else to say, chose silence. He picked up a shell with his left hand, carefully inserting the knife into the seam and gently prying it open. He dared not be too forceful. If a pearl were indeed present and the knife damaged it, he would be left in despair. This type of shell was known as the Pinctada martensii, scientifically referred to as the Hyriopsis cummingii, commonly used in various places for shellfish farming and pearl production, though wild specimens have become rare. As the shell opened, they were greeted only by the meat inside. Ha! See? I told you it was impossible. Brother, you lost. The younger sister laughed triumphantly. Don't celebrate too soon. Chen Nuo set down the knife and reached in to touch the shell meat. Sure enough, he soon felt the smoothness of a small, round object. His expression brightened as he pressed and nudged it upwards. In the next moment, a pearl about the size of a peanut, perfectly round and pristine white, was squeezed out. Heavens, there really is one? The younger sister gasped in astonishment, her eyes wide. Qian Guifan wore a similarly dazed expression. Only Li Yuji, having prepared herself, looked at Chen Nuo with delight. Is this it? Chen Nuo examined the pearl in his palm, his brow furrowing in dissatisfaction. This pearl fell short of his expectations. It was not only smaller than he had hoped, but also lacked a perfect roundness and luster. For some reason, he felt this pearl was not what he desired, failing to meet the standards of the golden legend. Wait, brother, what do you mean? This is a pearl, and you're not satisfied? The younger sister was at a loss for words. It's somewhat lacking. Let us set it aside for now. I have a feeling there are better ones. Chen Nuo casually placed the pearl beside the well and resumed touching the shell meat, confirming there was nothing more, before picking up the second shell and the knife to continue. What? Could there really be more? The younger sister scratched her head, feeling as if everything was surreal. Qian Guifan was both astonished and pleased, her eyes filled with curiosity as she observed her son. Why was he so certain that pearls lay within? Li Yuji's bright eyes sparkled, increasingly convinced that Chen Nuo must have dreamed of this scene. Before long, the second shell was opened. This time there were two pearls inside, one large and one small. The smaller was similar to the previous one. However, the larger one was about the size of a regular marble, perfectly round and with a sufficient luster, likely worth a considerable sum. This is insane, truly insane, the younger sister murmured, wide-eyed in disbelief. Still feels a bit underwhelming. Chen Nuo remarked, looking at the two pearls in his palm. Chapter 25, The Purple Treasure. There were 5 shells in total, and the first 2 had yielded results. Chen Nuo remained the most composed, having seen and purchased various jewels in his past life, knowing that even the least of them surpassed these pearls. The 3 women, however, were all aflame with excitement, their eyes fixated on the remaining 3 shells. The younger sister eagerly urged him to continue opening the next one. Chen Nuo sensed there might still be better pearls, not wishing to prolong the anticipation. However, the next 2 yielded nothing but shell meat. Why are these 2 empty? The younger sister's face was filled with disappointment. Don't be too greedy. Finding 3 pearls already constitutes extraordinary luck, Qian Guifan reassured her, maintaining a positive attitude. Regardless of age, women have an enduring fondness for shimmering jewelry. Auntie's assertion rings true. Li Yuji smiled in agreement. Don't rush. Isn't there one more left? Chen Nuo picked up the final shell. Since I've already lost, how about you gift me one of those 3 pearls? Just the smallest will do. I'll wash your socks for an entire month. The younger sister implored eagerly. We'll discuss it later. Let me finish this first. All right. The 3 women were beginning to lose hope, sensing that Chen Nuo's fortune for the day might have been exhausted. Soon, the last shell was opened. Before Chen Nuo even touched it, his eyes sparkled with excitement. There appeared a prominent bulge in the center of the meat. Could it be? There's more? The younger sister, having noticed as well, was suddenly alight with surprise. Li Yuji and Qian Guifan's faces also brightened, their eyes filled with anticipation as they fixed their gazes on the shell in Chen Nuo's hand. Setting down the kitchen knife, Chen Nuo attempted to touch it with his right thumb, his smile becoming even more radiant. Gently, he pressed with his fingers, and a resplendent purple pearl gradually revealed itself, radiating a magnificent brilliance. Oh, why is it purple? Li Yuji exclaimed in astonishment. Qian Guifan recalled tales from the older generation, her eyes widening in disbelief. A purple pearl? This is indeed remarkable. Chen Nuo pinched the purple pearl between 2 fingers, bringing it closer for a meticulous examination. It was approximately the size of a longan, perfectly round and plump, its hue crystal clear. Even he, who had encountered many jewels in his past life, could not deny that this was a rare treasure. No wonder it was classified as a legendary golden tale. Mom, do pearls come in purple? The younger sister cast a puzzled glance at her mother. Qian Guifan, momentarily lost in thought, nodded slowly. I've heard it said that this is an extremely rare pearl, one that only nobles possessed in ancient times. I've seen white pearls, but this is my first encounter with a purple one. Goodness, isn't this an extraordinary treasure? How much could it be worth? The younger sister gazed at the pearl in Chen Nuo's hand, her eyes gleaming with excitement. What does money matter? Let's not be so mundane. Chen Nuo turned to Li Yuji, extending the pearl towards her with a smile. Here, as we agreed earlier, it's a gift for you. What? Li Yuji was left dumbfounded. Qian Guifan and the younger sister were equally taken aback. Take it. I'll find someone to make a chain for it, a pendant for you to wear. Chen Nuo firmly grasped her hand, insisting it be accepted. I cannot accept this. It's too precious. Li Yuji's face was a flurry of panic. I'm not planning to sell it, and besides, you are about to marry me. This is our token of love. It's perfect for you to keep. Lest I carelessly misplace it. It can serve as a family heirloom in the future. Chen Nuo said with a cheerful demeanor. This. Li Yuji felt a mix of shyness and joy, but considering she had yet to marry into the family, she felt reluctant to accept such a valuable gift. Thus, she turned to Qian Guifan, offering her the purple pearl. Annie, why don't you hold on to it for now? Since the little one has said it's for you. You should take it. Qian Guifan shook her head, feeling a twinge of discomfort. It wasn't that she was being stingy. It was just that her son found such a grand treasure and thought first of his future wife rather than his own mother. Mom, this pearl is for you. Chen Nuo picked up the 3 white pearls by the sink, handing the largest and roundest one to his mother. Qian Guifan paused in surprise, her mood brightening instantly as she accepted it with a gentle smile. Chen Nuo then turned to the younger sister, who wore a face of eager flattery, her eyes fixed on him. Brother, all right, I said no need to be coy. You can have these 2 to play with. Ah, thank you, brother. You're the best, the most handsome, the younger sister exclaimed, jubilantly showering him with praise. The sight of her excitement brought smiles to Chen Nuo and the others. I'll go cook. Qian Guifan carefully stowed away the pearls, her spirits lifted as she busied herself. At that moment, she realized that as long as her son cherished her, being dutiful and caring, that was enough. In the future, the one who would accompany her son the longest would be his wife. Furthermore, Li Yuji's actions had endeared her more to Qian Guifan. Most women could hardly resist the allure of such treasures. Once acquired, they would find it hard to let go. The younger sister dashed off to her room, claiming she needed to find a little box to keep the pearl safe. Chen Nuo, about this pearl. Li Yuji still hesitated. Hey, this is our token of love. Are you sure you want to return it? That would make me very sad. Chen Nuo interrupted her. But it's too valuable. Li Yuji frowned slightly. In my eyes, it's trivial compared to those few diaries of yours. How about you give me those instead? Chen Nuo raised his eyebrows with a smile. You wish. Li Yuji's cheeks flushed crimson, shooting him a glare before swiftly making her way towards Qian Guifan. Andy, is there anything I can assist with? No, you 2 go play in the front room. It will be ready soon. There's not much to do. Let me help you. Do these chilies need chopping? That would be great. No trouble at all. Watching Li Yuji begin to help with the vegetable preparation, Chen Nuo chuckled and asked, Mom, how should we handle the meat? You need to scoop out the meat, rinse it with some salt, then have Yuji chop it up. I'll stir-fry it with chili later. Qian Guifan called out. All right, Chen Nuo replied, starting to lend a hand. His mother's culinary skills were quite impressive, especially when it came to preparing common seafood. The eel was braised, the oysters made into oyster pancakes, and the octopus and shellfish meat were stir-fried with chili. Additionally, she prepared a scallop with vermicelli, while the spicy snails, cat's eye snails, and clams were all boiled. Finally, she stir-fried a vegetable dish and served the old hen soup that had been simmering since noon. Chapter 26, Together at the Dock. In the main room stood an 8-immortal table. Typically, Chen Nuo's family would have their meals in the kitchen or carry dishes outside to eat. Only during festivals or when guests visited would they set the table in the main room for a proper meal together. Today, Qian Guifan truly outdid herself, and with the abundant ingredients Chen Nuo had brought, the table was filled with dishes more lavish than most families' New Year's Eve dinners. Sit down. Don't just stand there. Annie, you should sit too. All right. The group gathered around the dining table. Chen Nuo and Li Yuji perched on one long bench, the younger sister to the left and their mother on the right. Hee, Yuji, today you're in luck with so much delicious food, Chun Xiaoying said with a cheerful smile. Then make sure to eat plenty. Li Yuji replied with a warm smile. Would you like a drink? Qian Guifan inquired. The local climate being quite humid, coupled with many villagers relying on fishing for their livelihood, drinking alcohol was a common practice to ward off the chill, and thus most had a good tolerance for liquor. Even many women were quite capable drinkers. Qian Guifan had quite a respectable tolerance for alcohol, though she seldom indulged in it. No need. Auntie, I rarely drink, Li Yuji graciously declined with a smile, adding, if you wish to drink, feel free. Don't mind me. If you're not drinking, then perhaps I should have bought some beverages. My apologies, I forgot, her mother interjected. Mom, give me some money. I'll go to the convenience store now. The younger sister chimed in with a smile. No, it's too much trouble, Li Yuji hastily dissuaded her. Chen Guifan, not one to be overly formal, smiled and said, "Then Yuji, make sure to have some chicken soup. I specially bought an old hen from someone's home and simmered it all afternoon." "All right, I'll help you serve it," Chen Nuo said as he picked up her bowl and stood to assist with the soup. "Big brother, I never would have guessed you could be so caring," the younger sister teased with a bright smile. "It's a given," Chen Nuo grinned with pride as he placed the bowl of chicken soup in front of Li Yuji. "Careful, it's hot." Thank you," Li Yuji replied, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Eat up, Yuji. You need to have more. You look too thin," Chen Guifan remarked with a smile. "Annie, I'm not actually that thin," Li Yuji responded shyly. She belonged to the type that appeared slender but had a well-proportioned figure beneath her clothing. "Well then, do eat more." "All right." Subsequently, the group conversed casually while relishing the sumptuous dinner. Primarily, it was the mother and Li Yuji engaged in dialogue, with the younger sister occasionally interjecting humorous remarks that elicited laughter, proving herself to be an excellent mood lifter. Chen Nuo took on the role of serving dishes into Li Yuji's bowl, chiming in with them from time to time. As dusk settled outside, the younger sister rose to switch on the lights in the living room, casting a warm glow over the table, where the dishes had been nearly finished. The three women were satiated, while only Chen Nuo continued to savor his bowl of rice. Chen Guifan, holding an aluminum container filled with rice, began to add the remaining dishes inside, preparing to take them to the dock later. "Yuji, should we send some food back for your mother?" "Andy, it's really not necessary. Mom said not to bring her anything. She will cook for herself." Li Yuji gently shook her head with a warm smile. "Are you sure?" "There is still rice. I steamed a lot. I truly don't need it." "Very well then. I'm full," Chen Nuo declared as he finished the last bite of rice, putting down his bowl and chopsticks, his cheeks puffed out as he chewed. "You know, once you're married, you'll have to support a family. You should find a job quickly. With your appetite, how will you provide for a wife and children?" Chen Guifan said teasingly. Upon hearing this, Li Yuji's face instantly turned crimson. "Mom's right, brother. You need to figure out how to support family. Are you expecting a woman to support you?" The younger sister chimed in playfully. "What is it to you?" Chen Nuo shot her a glare, swallowing his food confidently as he addressed his mother. "Mom, don't worry. I have my plans." "All right, let us see what those plans are." Chen Guifan rolled her eyes. Li Yuji, however, had faith in Chen Nuo, saying nothing as she stood up to help tidy up the aftermath. "Hey, don't touch that, Yuji. You don't need to help. My sister and I will take care of it," Chen Guifan hurriedly advised. "Yes, Yuji, let me handle it." The younger sister eagerly stepped forward to take the bowls and chopsticks from her. Yet, Li Yuji gracefully sidestepped, smiling as she insisted, "Let me lend a hand. You're such a sweetheart." Chen Guifan smiled slightly, her gaze toward her future daughter-in-law becoming warmer. After they tidied up the dishes, Chen Guifan asked Chen Nuo to escort Li Yuji home while she and the younger sister headed toward the dock. "Auntie, how about I join you at the dock to help?" Li Yuji suggested with a smile. Chen Guifan paused, quickly shaking her head. No. There's so many mosquitoes at the dock, and sorting through the goods is tiring, plus the smell. "You shouldn't go?" "Auntie, please let me help. I have nothing to do going home so early, and I will need to help in the future anyway." Li Yuji's cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her gaze. Understanding the implication behind her words, Chen Guifan couldn't help but smile again. It seemed she had smiled more times today than in the past 6 months combined. "Mom, let Yuji come with us." The younger sister affectionately linked her arm with Li Yuji's. "All right, then let us all go together." Chen Guifan nodded in agreement. Li Yuji beamed, glancing at Chen Nuo, who winked at her and gave her a thumbs up, causing her to shyly turn her head away. Thus, the family stepped out, with Chen Nuo locking the door behind them, and they walked together toward the dock. Along the way, the younger sister chattered like a sparrow, sharing her experiences on sorting fish catch with Li Yuji. Li Yuji, genuinely unfamiliar with these matters, listened attentively and committed the advice to memory. Their family had always lived modestly, relying mainly on a few acres of land, while her mother occasionally wove fishing nets and made clothing to sell for extra income. Sometimes, she would accompany her mother to the sea, but that was merely to collect some insignificant odds and ends. This was her first experience going to meet a fishing boat to sort through the catch. After Chen Nuo had described the dream to her and mentioned he no longer wished to travel far, indicating he might stay in their hometown, Li Yuji felt there was still much for her to learn. Upon arriving at the seaside, they waited for a while until her sister-in-law, Ma Wenfeng, arrived carrying her son. Upon seeing Li Yuji beside Chen Nuo, Ma Wenfeng paused for a moment. She recognized Li Yuji as the tale of the orphaned mother and daughter. Li Sufin and Li Yuji was quite the topic of conversation in the village, often discussed among the local women. Ma Wenfeng was also aware of Chen Nuo's matchmaking efforts and had heard her husband mention that their mother was quite pleased with the girl. What was the situation now? Chapter 27, The Astonished Father. This is my second sister-in-law, And this is my little nephew, Chen Lei. This is Li Yuji, my girlfriend. Chen Nuo introduced them with a genuine smile. Ma Wenfang was left speechless upon hearing Chen Nuo introduce her in such a manner. Li Yuji's face instantly turned beet red as she hurriedly greeted, "Hello, second sister-in-law." "Hello, little Lei." "Hello." Young Lei responded in a childish voice. His dark eyes fixated on Li Yuji. "Hello." Ma Wenfang nodded dazedly, casting a puzzled glance at her mother-in-law. Qian Guifan chuckled lightly as she explained, "Previously, I had no idea that my youngest son had someone he liked, so I meddled a bit. These two children seem quite compatible." Ma Wenfang's expression shifted to understanding. Yet her heart was a mix of surprise and a touch of bitterness. She had been part of the family for 2 to 3 years and had even given birth to a grandson. Yet her relationship with her mother-in-law remained lukewarm. Meanwhile, this girl, who had not yet formally entered the family, had already garnered her mother-in-law's approval. "Little Lei, come here. Let me hold you," Chen Nuo said as he took the little one from his sister-in-law, lifting him high. The little boy laughed joyfully. "So adorable," Li Yuji exclaimed with delight. "Do you like children?" Chen Nuo asked, smiling as he turned to her. Li Yuji nodded. "Here, let me hold him for a moment. It's good practice," Chen said, handing the little one over to her. "Just a little practice." The younger sister couldn't hold it in any longer and burst into laughter, covering her mouth. Beside her, Qian Guifan also struggled to suppress her amusement. Li Yuji's delicate face flushed visibly, and she shot a reproachful glance at Chen Nuo as she reached out to take the little one. Before long, their father and second brother's boat returned. Under their mother's guidance, the family hurried over to greet them. As the boat docked, Chen Fu and the second brother paused momentarily upon spotting Li Yuji. "Dad, second brother. This is my girlfriend," Chen Nuo cheerfully reintroduced her. "Hello, uncle, second brother," Li Yuji greeted politely. Chen Fu, having heard about this from yesterday, quickly regained his composure, his face breaking into an amiable smile as he nodded repeatedly. "You hello." Second brother, Chen Jianpain, responded somewhat flustered. "How is the catch today?" Qian Guifan inquired. "Not good. On our way back, we went to the spot where we encountered the school of ribbon fish yesterday, but we had no luck. Only a basket of swimming crabs, a basket of mackerel, and some miscellaneous fish," Chen Fu replied with a grimace. "Well, that's not too bad. Good fortune can't be expected every day. Let's unload the goods first." "All right." Subsequently, Chen Fu and the second brother began unloading the cargo from the boat. "Dad, your luck wasn't great today, but third brother hit the jackpot," the younger sister said with a grin as she assisted her mother in receiving the goods. "What jackpot?" Chen Jianpain asked curiously. Younger sister, Qian Guifan, interrupted her with a frown. "Oh, right, I can't say that here," the younger sister quickly realized, falling silent. This only piqued the curiosity of Chen Fu and the second brother further. Ma Wenfang wore a puzzled expression as well. "We'll talk about it later. Let's finish our work first," Qian Guifan said. Chen Fu nodded in understanding and beckoned his eldest son to continue unloading. Once the goods were unloaded, Chen Fu and the second brother began their meal, while Qian Guifan led Chen Nuo and the others to the purchasing point. The day's catch was relatively small and easy to sort. Li Yuji was quite astute, under the guidance of the younger sister and Chen Nuo. She quickly learned how to sort the seafood. She worked efficiently, matching Chen Nuo's pace after mastering the task. After sorting, Chen Qingwo weighed the goods separately. Mackerel, being a common catch in this season, is classified into several types. Common mackerel, white belly mackerel, and blue-spotted mackerel, with prices increasing accordingly. The white belly mackerel is generally priced at about 4 times that of the common mackerel, while the blue-spotted mackerel is even more expensive. The catch brought back by Chen Fu and the second brother consisted solely of common mackerel, also known as the Kang's mackerel, with larger sizes priced at 2.5 yuan per pound and smaller ones at 1.8 yuan. In total, they had just over 100 pounds, yielding an income of 2,247 yuan. The swimming crabs were priced similarly to the mackerel, with larger sizes fetching 2.3 yuan per pound and smaller ones at 1.6 yuan, ultimately totaling less than 20 yuan. Adding in some miscellaneous fish and shrimp, the total earnings for the day were under 50 yuan. Compared to the average worker's income during these times, this seemed quite decent. However, one must not forget the considerable costs of going out to sea for fishing. Just the diesel alone costs several yuan, alongside depreciation of the fishing boat and other losses. Moreover, fishing depends on the weather, even though there isn't a fishing ban currently. Having half the year available for fishing is considered a bountiful year. After bidding farewell to Chen Qingwa, the family made their way home, chatting and laughing along the way. As usual, their mother divided the earnings. Today's total was 478 yuan. She allocated 22 yuan to the second sister-in-law, kept 22 for herself, and had 3.8 yuan remaining. When she took out 2 yuan to give to Li Yuji, the latter hastily dodged, refusing to accept it. Oh, Mom, if she doesn't want it, just give it to me. Slip it into my pocket. It's the same, Chen Nuo said with a playful grin, pulling open his shirt pocket. Get lost. Chen Guifan shot him an annoyed glare. Brother, how shameless can you be? The younger sister teased, giggling. You get lost too, Chen Nuo retorted, turning to glare at her. Puffed. Li Yuji found the banter between the siblings amusing, her eyes crinkling with laughter as she said to Chen Guifan, Auntie, please don't give me money. Otherwise, I won't dare visit your home anymore. All right. Chen Guifan relented with exasperation, then distributed the 3 yuan, one to Chen Nuo, one to the younger sister, and the remaining 80 cents to the second sister-in-law. Upon reaching the doorstep, Chen Nuo accompanied Li Yuji back, coincidentally walking alongside the second brother and sister-in-law. Chen Nuo and Li Yuji strolled ahead, while Chen Jianpain lagged behind, cradling his son. Wife, when did those two get together? He asked. If you ask me, who am I supposed to ask? Don't say that. They actually look quite compatible, Chen Jianpain grinned. What are you grinning about? Ma Wenfang rolled her eyes. I didn't expect that little San has some talent. Quietly managed to win over the prettiest girl in our village. Who says she's the prettiest? You wouldn't know. But many young men in the village secretly admire her. I've heard that several even sought her mother's help through matchmakers, but all failed. I wonder how little Sin managed to succeed. How do you know so much? Ma Wenfang's eyes sharpened. Ahem, I just heard about it. Don't misunderstand. I'm not into that type. I prefer someone like you. My wife, Chen Jianpain, replied earnestly. Ma Wenfang scoffed, but her expression softened. Chapter 28. You can have a pile of nonsense. It was already past 8 in the evening. Li Sufin was waiting at the door, and upon seeing them approach, a gentle smile graced her face. Mom, I'm back. Auntie, I'm sorry. Yuji came with us to the dock to sort the goods, so we returned a bit late. Chen Nuo said with a smile. It's fine, Li Sufin nodded slightly. This is my second brother and his wife. Chen Nuo introduced the two behind him. Hello. Chen Jianpain quickly greeted. All right, come in and sit for a while. Li Sufin invited. No, it's too late today. We should head back. Chen Jianpain quickly declined with a smile. Li Sufin, upon hearing this, did not press the issue and nodded in understanding. Little San, you all chat. We'll head back first. Chen Jianpain glanced at Chen Nuo, a mischievous glint in his eye as he winked at him. Hurry back to rest. Chen Nuo waved his hand with a chuckle. At this moment, the bond between the 4 siblings was still strong. Chen Nuo cherished everything he had now and would strive to maintain this familial bond in the future. Watching the trio depart, he suddenly felt a pang of longing for his eldest sister. It had been 2 months since she last visited. There were many responsibilities at home, and with 2 children to care for, even though the villages weren't far apart, it was challenging for her to find the time to return. Nuo, your family has 4 siblings, right? Li Sufin suddenly asked. Yes, I have an elder sister and a younger sister. My elder sister has been married for 7 or 8 years, and my younger sister is still at home. Yuji met her just now. Chen Nuo replied with a smile. Mom, his sister is incredibly kind to me. Li Yuji, beaming with joy, chimed in, my elder sister is even better. When I was little and my mother accompanied my father out to sea, it was my elder sister who took care of us at home, cooking, washing clothes, and playing with us until she got married. As she spoke, Chen Nuo felt a twinge of emotion, his voice growing hoarse. Unfortunately, my sister has endured so much hardship. Such a wonderful person is not living a happy life. Chen Nuo, Li Yuji said, her expression filled with concern as she looked at him, unsure of how to respond. Everyone has their own destiny. Isn't that dream you had meant to help you change all of this? You can achieve it. Li Yuji encouraged him with a gentle gaze. Chen Nuo's eyes grew resolute as he nodded with a smile. This time, he would find a way to ensure his sister lived a happy life. Since she was unwilling to divorce and did not wish to break up that family, he would have to find a way to change his brother-in-law. After all, wasn't he fond of money? That was his weakness. Conveniently, Chen Nuo was also skilled at making money, and now he possessed a remarkable advantage. Take it slow. If all else fails, then we may have to resort to more drastic measures. In his previous life, he had encountered all sorts of individuals. Comparatively, dealing with a lazy, miserly farmer would be much easier. Auntie, I'll head back now. You both should get some rest early. All right, go ahead. Yuji, I'm leaving. Okay, bye. Li Yuji waved her hand, her eyes reflecting a hint of reluctance. She had secretly harbored feelings for Chen Nuo for many years, and after graduating from middle school, this was the first time she had spent such an extended period with him. Chen Nuo smiled and turned to leave, taking long strides. The mother and daughter stood at the door, quietly watching him walk away, waving back at them before finally vanishing from sight. Let us go inside and talk about today. Once inside, the door was promptly shut. Mom, look at this. Li Yuji suddenly remembered something and pulled out a purple pearl from her pocket. Under the dim yellow light of the small room, the purple pearl shimmered brilliantly. Where did you get this? Li Sufin asked, her eyes widening in astonishment. Chen Nuo gave it to me, Li Yuji replied with a smile, then recounted how Chen Nuo had opened several shells to find pearls that day. Li Sufin listened, captivated. Mom, I suspect that Chen Nuo might possess some special abilities, like having dreamed about treasures in those shells. He was so certain at the time. He even made a bet with his sister and me, and it really turned out to be treasure. Keep this pearl safe, don't let anyone see it. And don't speak of this matter to anyone, Li Sufin instructed gravely. Mom, I understand, Li Yuji nodded earnestly. And about your suspicions, don't ask Chen Nuo anything. Just act as if you don't know anything. He'll tell you when the time is right. Understood. All right, go take a bath and get some sleep. When Chen Nuo returned home, his younger sister and mother had evidently told his father about the pearls. His younger sister was happily showing off the 2 pearls to their father. Brother, you're back. Dad just told me that he used to find pearls too. Really? Chen Nuo looked at his father in surprise. Father Chen chuckled, nodding. This used to be quite common. Many sea snails, clams, and even oysters could yield pearls. However, they have become quite rare in recent years. What happened to the pearls you found? I've never seen any, his younger sister asked, frowning. I sold them. They aren't tea, food, or drink. What use is there in keeping them? In those days, everyone was struggling, and if we could trade them for a bit of food, who would keep them? Father Chen replied with a smile. That seems like such a waste. His younger sister lamented, turning to their mother, Mom, why didn't you keep a few? Qian Guifan rolled her eyes. Your father has already told you, during those years when you were little, many were starving. It was hard enough to raise all 4 of you. What good are those pearls, no matter how beautiful? All right, you all had it tough. Now that we have enough to eat, don't sell the pearl that brother gave you. Make it into a pendant or something to wear. That goes without saying. Third son, since you've decided to marry that girl, you should arrange a meeting with her mother soon. Chen Aigua advised his son. On a day when you're not out fishing, I'll invite them over for dinner so you can have a chat and set a wedding date. Sound good? But let us talk about you. Once you're married, you can't just sit around idly. Qian Guifan interjected seriously. Right? Why don't you come out to sea with us? You can split the catch with your second brother. I'll just consider helping you. Father Chen added. Dad, we've talked about this so many times. Chen Nuo shook his head, looking unwilling. Then what do you want to do? You can't go far. Father Chen glared at him sternly. Got it. You can rest easy. I know what I'm doing. You know nothing. Qian Guifan scolded playfully. Uft. Chen Nuo let out a genuine sound, having indeed been holding it in. Uft. Ha ha. His younger sister burst into laughter, clutching her stomach. The couple, Chen Aigua and Qian Guifan, exchanged glances, both unable to hold back their amusement. Chapter 29. Old Zhang selling the boat. The next day, after finishing breakfast, the plump cook arrived at the house. Morning, fat brother. His younger sister greeted cheerfully. Morning. The plump cook replied, grinning widely. Fu Gui, have you eaten breakfast? I have a few buns left, Qian Guifan said. No need. I've already eaten, the plump cook declined with a smile, then turned to Chen Nuo. He was about to say something when Chen Nuo gave him a glance. Their long-standing camaraderie allowed the plump cook to instantly grasp his meaning. Nuo, let us step outside for a smoke. I need to discuss something with you. Sure, let us go. Chen Nuo agreed and followed him out of the back room. Watching the 2 of them leave quickly, his younger sister's eyes darted back and forth. Mom, why do I feel like they're deliberately hiding something from us? Never mind that. Come help wash the dishes. Qian Guifan sensed something was off, but chose not to investigate. She felt quite pleased with her youngest son these days. Perhaps it was because he was soon to be married, but he seemed to have matured considerably, no longer the carefree and idle boy he once was. Although the children often gathered to pass the time together, they never engaged in any mischief. Thus, even if they were keeping something from her, she wasn't overly concerned. Meanwhile, Chen Nuo and the plump cook had already stepped outside. Chen Nuo pulled out the remaining half-pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offered him one. In his previous life, after the tragic loss of his parents and the fallout with his siblings, he had relied on smoking and drinking to numb himself. By the time he was in his 60s, his health had completely deteriorated, with smoking and drinking being contributing factors. Now, he placed great importance on his health and had resolved to moderate his consumption of tobacco and alcohol. Alcohol may be consumed in moderation, yet one must categorically avoid excessive drinking. As for smoking, if one cannot quit immediately, it is advisable to gradually reduce consumption, ideally ceasing altogether before the arrival of a child. This is the pack of cigarettes he purchased the day before yesterday at the convenience store. 2 days have elapsed, and he has only smoked half, most of which he has shared with others, leaving him with just a few. Chen Nuo has always possessed a strong sense of determination. Once he resolves to undertake something, he will undoubtedly achieve his goal, regardless of the circumstances. The 2 lit their cigarettes and exhaled clouds of smoke together. Have there been any updates regarding the boat? Chen Nuo inquired. Indeed, the portly chef nodded, saying, "Yesterday, while assisting my father with a 10-year banquet in the neighboring village, I overheard a table of guests discussing boats. I approached them and learned of an old man, surnamed Zhang, who wishes to sell his small vessel. Did you inquire about the boat's specifications?" Chen Nuo pressed eagerly. "It's quite similar to your father's boat. 8 meters long, 2 meters wide. Equipped with a 24-horsepower diesel engine, capable of carrying 4 to 5 tons. That sounds promising," Chen Nuo exclaimed. "I thought it would be a perfect fit." Old Zhang can no longer manage it himself. He originally intended to pass it down to his son, but his son has set his sights on a girl from the city and is adamant about moving there to purchase a house. Thus, old Zhang is contemplating selling the boat to fund his son's new life. Is there truly such a devoted suitor? Chen Nuo mumbled reflexively. "What do you mean by a devoted suitor?" The portly chef looked at him in surprise. "Nothing." Chen Nuo shook his head and continued. "When can we go see the boat?" The fate of such a devoted suitor was of no concern to him. Old Zhang seems quite eager. "We can go any time." "Wonderful. Shall we head there now? Do you know where he resides?" "Certainly. He lives in the neighboring village, just a stone's throw from the house where we assisted yesterday." "Wait for me a moment. I need to inform my mother, and then we shall set off." "Sure." Upon arriving at the neighboring village, the two quickly located old Zhang's home. It, too, was a modest earthen house, cluttered outside with several fishing nets and other paraphernalia. The door stood ajar. "Old Zhang, are you home?" The portly chef called out as they approached. "Who is it?" A voice echoed from within. Soon, a man who appeared to be in his 50s emerged. He bore a complexion as dark as Chen Nuo's father, his face lined with the deep wrinkles of a life well lived, looking several years older than his actual age. "Ah, it's you, Xiao Wang." "Yes, didn't I mention yesterday that I have a friend interested in purchasing a boat?" "This is him, Chen Nuo." The portly chef chuckled, patting Chen Nuo on the shoulder. "Greetings, you may call me Xiao Chun or Nuo." Chen Nuo greeted politely with a smile. Old Zhang nodded slightly, scrutinizing them closely before confirming. "You genuinely wish to buy the boat? What price are you considering? If it's reasonable, I'll take you to see it. If not, we can forget it to avoid wasting time." His tone suggested indifference, yet unbeknownst to him, Chen Nuo was aware of his urgency to sell. In business, he would not allow age to dictate his terms. "Uncle Zhang, may I address you as such?" "Of course. Uncle Zhang, I am sincerely interested in purchasing the boat. I heard you have a son getting married, and I'm also on the verge of marriage. Thus, I wish to acquire a boat to support my family. However, I must first see the vessel before discussing pricing, as it is unreasonable to quote a price without inspecting the goods. Don't you agree?" Chen Nuo spoke with a smile, articulating his reasoning. "Old Zhang, my friend is right. Let's go see the boat first." The portly chef chimed in. Old Zhang pondered for a moment, finding the logic sound, and nodded in agreement. "Very well. Let us proceed. I shall take you to see the boat." With that, he closed the door and led the two towards the dock. During the journey, the trio engaged in conversation. Old Zhang shared his plight. Having fished alongside his father since his teenage years, he had worked diligently for most of his life and had saved a considerable sum. Unfortunately, his wayward son, influenced by a group of friends, had developed a gambling habit, draining the modest fortune he had accumulated over the years. Now, with news of his son's impending marriage and the need for funds to purchase a home in the city, he found himself scrambling for money. "I must say, Old Zhang, your son is quite ungrateful. If you finance his home, what will happen to you when he forgets you?" The portly chef expressed his indignation candidly. Chen Nuo remained silent, observing Old Zhang with a calm demeanor. He had witnessed similar situations far too often in his past life. "Sigh. I am well aware of these issues, but what can I do? He is my only son, and his mother passed away early, leaving me with the charge to care for him. If I do not assist him, my wife will surely blame me in the afterlife." "Are you out of your mind?" "It's nothing to worry about. My son is not inherently bad. He was merely young and reckless. I believe he will improve after marriage. He has assured me of this." Old Zhang chuckled, his sincerity palpable. The portly chef opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained. Chapter 30. The boat is acquired. Upon reaching the designated area at the dock where fishing boats were moored, Chen Nuo and the portly chef quickly spotted Old Zhang's vessel. It closely resembled the description provided by the portly chef and appeared to be well maintained, reflecting Old Zhang's care for it. "I have owned this boat for about 4 to 5 years. Had it not been for my deteriorating health and the necessity of funds for my son's house, I would never part with it." Old Zhang gazed at the small boat with evident reluctance. "The boat looks promising. Could you start the diesel engine?" Chen Nuo suggested, glancing at Old Zhang. "Certainly." Old Zhang boarded the vessel, making his way to the stern to start the diesel engine. It roared to life with a dull thrum, indicating that it was in good working order. "That is sufficient." Chen Nuo smiled and nodded at Old Zhang as he noticed him looking over. Old Zhang turned off the engine while disembarking, adding, "There should be around 2 yuan worth of diesel left. It should suffice for a short trip out and back. I find the boat satisfactory. Let us discuss the price. Chen Nuo stated directly. As I mentioned, you may propose a price. How does 450 sound? 450? Absolutely not. That's absurd. I paid over 800 when I bought it. Old Zhang replied, his expression serious as he shook his head. Uncle Zhang, you must acknowledge that this is a second-hand vessel. Typically, second-hand items are priced at 70 to 80% of their original value. Furthermore, you have utilized it for 4 to 5 years. You have already recouped your costs. The portly chef interjected to support Chen Nuo, while he felt sympathy for Old Zhang. He understood that business was business and firmly stood by Chen Nuo. That still cannot be merely 450. I have cherished this boat. You want to find a better second-hand vessel anywhere else. Old Zhang insisted firmly. Uncle Zhang, please tell me what price you have in mind. I genuinely don't have much money. I need funds for my wedding, and the boat will require some maintenance as well as supplies for sea outings. There are numerous expenses involved. Chen Nuo feigned a troubled expression. After a moment of silence, Old Zhang replied seriously. Then let us agree on 680. It's a lucky number. That's too steep. If you lack sincerity, I will have no choice but to seek other options. Chen Nuo decisively refused. This is truly not excessive. My boat is worth this price. Old Zhang frowned. Old Zhang, if it's truly worth this price, why hasn't it sold after all these days? The portly chef inquired with a chuckle. Well. Old Zhang momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Uncle Zhang, I am a straightforward person. I offer a firm price of 580. If that works for you, I will pay you immediately. If not, I shall take my leave, Chen Nuo stated, eager to circumvent any unnecessary delay. While he could undoubtedly secure a lower price with a bit more time, he was more inclined to finalize the deal swiftly and prepare for an expedition at sea to earn his fortune. With his golden touch, he knew that as long as he set sail, his returns were assured, and he preferred not to squander time over mere pennies. Old Zhang found himself in a quandary. Old Zhang, what are you hesitating for? My friend here is genuinely forthright. Should you miss this opportunity, the boat will prove difficult to sell in the near future. The portly chef urged. Old Zhang lifted his gaze toward Chen Nuo and acquiesced, saying agreed, I shall sell it to you for 580. The deal was struck. Chen Nuo beamed as he extended his right hand, a habit ingrained from his previous life. Old Zhang hesitated for a moment before shaking his hand. Uncle Zhang, let us return to your home to procure some paper and a pen. I shall draft a transfer contract, and upon signing, I will provide you with the payment. Must it be so tedious? This is a necessary procedure, beneficial for both of us. Chen Nuo replied with a smile. In this era, transactions among villagers typically involve cash on delivery, without any contractual obligations. However, Chen Nuo preferred to rely on the written word to avoid any potential future disputes. Observing his resolute demeanor, Old Zhang ceased to voice further objections. The three of them made their way back to Old Zhang's residence. Old Zhang fetched a sheet of paper and a pen, while Chen Nuo skillfully penned 2 copies of the boat transfer agreement, signing his name at the bottom. Uncle Zhang, take a look. If everything appears satisfactory, please sign your name. We shall each retain a copy, he instructed. But I cannot read, Old Zhang exclaimed, scratching his head and glancing at the portly chef beside him. Do you trust my judgment? I can help you review it, the chef offered tentatively. Though he had a limited education, having completed only junior high, he understood the contract's contents. Very well, please assist me, Old Zhang said with a smile. Handing over the documents, the portly chef, touched by the trust placed in him, carefully examined the agreement, becoming increasingly impressed by the formal clauses. Arno, when did you become knowledgeable in such matters? You should read more books. As if you have ever read. How would I know? Chen Nuo retorted with a smirk. Why should it matter to you? Can't I learn in secret? This is the gap between us, he added with a sense of pride. Get lost. The portly chef shot him an annoyed look before returning the papers to Old Zhang. Uncle Zhang, there's no issue here. If you're still apprehensive, you can wait for your son to return and review it before signing. Yes, there's no rush for that. However, I shall be using the boat in the meantime. No need for that. I trust you both, Old Zhang replied with a smile, placing the documents on the table and indicating the blank spaces below. I should sign here, correct? Yes, both copies require your signature. All right, Old Zhang nodded, somewhat clumsily gripping the pen to inscribe his somewhat crooked name. Zhang Deshang. That was his name. Although he had never formally attended school, he had participated in a literacy program a few years prior and could recognize some basic characters, including his own name, albeit with a lack of finesse. Here you go. Great. Please keep one copy for yourself, Chen Nuo said, pocketing one of the contracts while carefully folding the other. He then retrieved the money from his mother, wrapped in cloth. Opening the bundle, Chen Nuo counted out 58 notes of the currency and handed them to Old Zhang. Please verify if the amount is correct. Old Zhang smiled as he received the money and began counting. No problem, it totals 580, indeed. Excellent, then the matter is settled. We shall take our leave. Chen Nuo stood to bid farewell. The portly chef rose alongside him. Why not stay for a meal before departing? No, we have other matters to attend to. Indeed. Old Zhang, we must be on our way. Very well. Old Zhang escorted them to the door. Take care of your health, the portly chef said cheerfully. Certainly. Old Zhang replied with a nod, turning to Chen Nuo. Young Chen, cherish that boat. Should you prosper and wish to upgrade to a larger vessel, do remember to inquire with me, as I may wish to reacquire it. No problem. I shall remember, Chen Nuo promised with a light smile. All right, travel safely. Goodbye. Old Zhang, we are departing. Chapter 31. Borrowing a cart to the town. Brother Fat, will you accompany me to the town? What for? To purchase supplies for our sea voyage. I intend to buy some paint to refurbish the boat and also acquire fishing gear, such as hand nets and traps. With so many items, my bicycle won't suffice. Should we borrow your second brother's bicycle? The portly chef suggested. Chen Nuo's family had purchased a bicycle for his second brother when he got married. Chen Nuo had ridden it a few times. Each time met with a few admonitions from his sister-in-law. In this era, bicycles were a rarity in the village, treated like treasures. Forget it. Bicycles are not suitable for carrying goods. Which family in the village has a cart or donkey cart? Chen Nuo inquired. Your uncle's family has one. Remember? When the commune disbanded a couple of years ago, your uncle bought a cart from the team. Have you forgotten? The portly chef looked at him in bewilderment. Oh yes. Chen Nuo exclaimed, slapping his forehead. The merging of memories from his past life left him occasionally forgetful of trivial details. Before the production team disbanded, Chen Nuo had begun a purchasing business at the dock. With the increased volume of goods, transportation became cumbersome. Consequently, when a portion of the collective assets was auctioned off a couple of years ago, he spent a significant sum to acquire a horse and cart for hauling goods. The two then proceeded to the dock's purchasing point, where they located Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo proposed renting the cart for a day at the cost of 1 yuan. But Chen Nuo immediately frowned. You young lad, why discuss money over such trivial matters? Next time, simply go to my wife and ask her to lend you the cart. Thank you very much. No need for thanks. Hurry along. Chen Nuo waved his hand impatiently. Chen Nuo and the portly chef left the dock and headed directly to their uncle Chen Qingwa's home. Old Chen, your nephew is quite modest with you. It seems I might also vie for some of his good fortune in the future, Zhao Jianxi remarked with a grin. Get lost, you dreamer. Chen Qingwa shot him an exasperated glare, frowning as he muttered, Arno wasn't like this before. He seems to have changed significantly in recent days. In the years following the country's economic reform, those who were bold enough to take the first steps profited handsomely, and Chen Qingwa was among them. Though he merely operated at the dock as an intermediary, the profits had been substantial with the increasing number of villagers venturing out to fish. Last year, his uncle had constructed a new home, a 3-story building that stood out in the entire village. Chen Qingwa had 2 sons, both currently studying in the city. One was preparing for the college entrance examination this year, while the other was in his first year of high school. For Chen Qingwa and his wife, their 2 sons embody their hopes and aspirations, as they yearn for one of them to become the first college student in their village. To facilitate this dream, they have even rented a residence near the city school, allowing the boy's elderly grandmother to accompany them and provide care. Adjacent to their modest dwelling, a stable has been constructed, where a brown horse can be seen reclining and dozing. Auntie, are you home? Chen Nuo called out loudly from the entrance without stepping inside. Who is it? A middle-aged woman in her 40s emerged from the back room, her face lighting up with a smile upon seeing Chen Nuo. Nuo, what brings you here? Auntie, may I borrow the cart? I have spoken with Uncle Qing about it. Of course. I'll help you harness the horse. Thank you so much. Chen Nuo replied with a cheerful grin. It must be said that the relations among these relatives were quite harmonious, devoid of any petty squabbles. As Auntie led the horse out, she inquired about their plans with the cart. Upon learning that Chen Nuo intended to head to the town for shopping, she refrained from further questioning. Auntie, how are a Chow and Wei doing? A Chow is about to take his college entrance examination in 2 months, right? Chen Nuo casually chatted. They're doing well, though the academic pressure has been intense. I visited them in the city a few days ago, and they've lost quite a bit of weight, especially a Chow. His grandmother mentioned he studies until midnight every day. Such a hard worker. Annie said, her expression filled with concern. There's no choice but to persevere. Just 2 more months. With a Chow's dedication, he'll surely succeed. He'll be the first to leave our village for university, bringing honor to our family. Chen Nuo smiled encouragingly. Auntie S' face brightened, and she nodded enthusiastically. Let us hope he gets in. Absolutely. We must host a splendid celebration for a Chow's admission, and we should have Fat Chef and his father prepare the feast. Chen Nuo patted the shoulder of the plump chef beside him. Indeed, Annie, I'll make sure my dad and I prepare a beautiful spread for you. The plump chef chimed in with a grin. Wonderful, wonderful. Auntie beamed with delight, her face radiating joy. Is the cart ready? Can you both handle it? I can. My father taught me how, the plump chef replied eagerly. Splendid. Off you go then. Auntie, I'll return the cart this afternoon. All right. Subsequently, the plump chef climbed onto the cart, urging the horse to move. Chen Nuo hastily joined him, waving goodbye to Annie. Be safe, Annie called out loudly. The two rode off towards the village entrance. Nuo, should we call Chong to join us? Sure, let us shout for him when we pass his house. All right. Before long, the cart approached Li Yuji's home. She was seated at the door, washing clothes, and looked up upon hearing their voices. Chen Nuo, where are you headed? We're off to the town. Do you need anything? I can bring it back for you. Chen Nuo smiled. I don't need anything. Li Yuji replied with a cheerful shake of her head. Your home lacks nothing? What about laundry detergent, towels, or daily essentials? Nothing else missing. Fine then. Chen Nuo didn't press further, considering buying some meat and vegetables to take to her home later. Well, we'll be on our way. Take care on the road. Understood. The cart continued past Li Yuji's house without stopping. Wow. Nuo, you mentioned you liked someone before. It wouldn't happen to be Li Yuji, would it? The plump chef exclaimed suddenly, realizing too late. His loud voice caught Li Yuji's attention, causing her cheeks to redden visibly as she lowered her head to continue washing. Keep it down. Why are you making such a fuss? Chen Nuo rolled his eyes in annoyance. Is it true? When did you two secretly get together? The plump chef's face was a mix of envy and curiosity. The group, along with Li Yuji, had attended elementary school together in the village before moving on to middle school in town. During their middle school years, Li Yuji was undeniably the most beautiful girl in their school, while the others were often overlooked by girls. Chen Nuo had the privilege of walking to and from school with Li Yuji every day, which filled his peers with envy and jealousy. Chapter 32. Shopping at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Chong, I'm heading to the town with Nuo. Are you coming? The plump chef shouted outside Chen Chong's house. Sure, just a moment. Chen Chong's voice echoed from inside. The plump chef made the cart wait for a few minutes, and soon Chen Chong hurriedly emerged. Hey, where did this cart come from? Borrowed from Uncle Ching. Hop on. Chen Nuo waved with a smile. Great. Chen Chong quickly climbed aboard. Giddy up, giddy up. The plump chef called out, and the cart began to move once more. Fat chef, you're pretty good at driving the cart now. I have many skills. Don't get ahead of yourself. Chen Chong scoffed before turning to Chen Nuo. Bro, what is our plan in town? The boat is ready. We're going to buy the necessary supplies. Chen Nuo replied with a grin. Really? That is fantastic. So, we can set sail tomorrow? Pretty much. Haha. I can hardly wait. As the three of them laughed and chatted, inside Chen Chong's home, his mother was voicing her complaints. What are we to do with them hanging out together every day? You, as a father, never keep an eye on them. How can I manage that? Chen Chong's father replied dismissively, sitting in a chair, puffing on his pipe. All you do is smoke. You're hopeless. I can't rely on either of you. How we get by? The woman shouted in frustration. What has got you worked up now? You say a Chong is messing around, but he is trying to study hard and plans to partner with Nuo to buy a boat to go to sea. You don't support him? What good can come from them hanging out together? Buying a boat to fish at sea? Do you believe that? I do. If I were in charge of the money, I would have given it to him long ago. Men need to grow, and if they want to pursue a career, that is a good thing. Why not support them? Are you blaming me now? Of course not. I'm just worried the family's money will go to waste. Going to sea carries risks. Who can we trust among those boys? You always have excuses. You want the kids to do well, but don't believe in them. All you do is nag and undermine him. But Chong has turned out well so far. You old fool, what nonsense are you spouting? Hand it over. You're not allowed to smoke. Chen Chong's mother stormed forward and snatched the pipe from his hand. See, when you can't defend your position, you resort to violence. You're truly a madwoman. What? Do you have the courage to repeat that? I'd rather not. I won't say anything more. The town was not far from the village. It took about an hour to walk, but less than half an hour by cart, and it was far less tiring, with only the horse bearing the burden. The cart arrived directly at the supply and marketing cooperative in the town. The state-owned fishing gear store could only be found in the city, while the rural towns generally relied on the cooperative for supplies. However, in recent years, individual businesses had rapidly developed, and the town had opened 2 private shops selling fishing gear. The supply and marketing cooperative boasts the most comprehensive array of goods, with transparent pricing. After securing the cart, the corpulent chef took the initiative to speak, indicating that he would keep an eye on the vehicle while Chen Nuo and Chen Chong ventured inside to procure items. Is there anything you wish to buy? Chen Nuo inquired. No, don't mind me, the chef replied with a shake of his head. All right, here, take this. Chen Nuo extracted the remaining half-pack of cigarettes from his pocket and tossed it to him. The chef caught it with both hands. unpretentiously producing one to tuck between his lips. Need a light? I have some. You two hurry and shop. Okay, Chen Nuo responded, turning with Chun Chong to enter the cooperative. At this hour, the cooperative was sparsely populated, with only a handful of customers and staff present. The counters, each reminiscent of times gone by, displayed a plethora of goods. A glance around revealed everything from essential items like rice, oil, and salt to malted milk, pastries, thermoses, and plastic sandals, as well as clam oil, laundry powder, and shampoo. In previous years of scarcity, procuring many items required not only money, but also ration coupons. Presently, the coupon system was gradually being phased out, and this region was relatively well supplied, with most daily necessities no longer requiring tickets. Brother, over there. Chen Chong pointed to the section selling fishing gear. Let's go take a look, Chen Nuo replied, leading him over. The first thing that caught Chen Nuo's eye was a few fishing rods leaning against the wall. Naturally, they were not the carbon fiber or fiberglass types commonly seen in later years, but rather traditional bamboo rods, handcrafted, weighty, yet remarkably durable, for catching smaller fish. One could opt for lighter reed-made rods. Excuse me, how much for that fishing rod? Chen Nuo asked the young clerk behind the counter, pointing to a few rods. The clerk, appearing to be about the same age, responded with casual indifference. Which one do you mean? Chen Nuo frowned slightly but quickly relaxed, smiling as he specified. The leftmost bamboo one. There was little choice. Employees at the cooperative were still regarded as possessing enviable job security and social status, akin to civil servants in later times. It was quite common for the staff to exhibit a lack of attentiveness towards customers. The young man glanced over and replied, that one is made of rowan bamboo, priced at 8 yuan. So expensive? Chun Chong furrowed his brow and remarked to Chen Nuo, brother, we could just cut bamboo ourselves to make a rod. Chen Nuo gently shook his head and asked the clerk, does that come with hooks, floats, and line sets? Of course, the clerk nodded. Then I'll take it. Chen Nuo said decisively. One gets what one pays for. Crafting their own rods from bamboo would surely not yield the same quality. As the saying goes, to do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools. A small wooden boat could not be used for net fishing, and, temporarily, angling was one of the primary methods of catching fish. If the rod were of poor quality and a large fish were to break it, regret would be futile. His mother had given him 650 yuan. After deducting the 580 for the boat, he had 70 left. Adding the 27 yuan from his previous foraging at the beach and the 2 yuan earned from helping his mother sort goods, he currently had 99 yuan in hand. Now, 8 yuan had been spent. After paying, Chen Nuo meticulously inspected the rod and accessories handed to him by the clerk, confirming their quality before passing them to Chun Chong for safekeeping. There was no need to purchase bait. The household had an abundance of small fish and shrimp daily, perfect for use as bait. Subsequently, he bought 10 fish traps at 1 yuan each, 2 hand nets for 5 yuan each, and 10 plastic baskets for holding fish, along with 2 live fish buckets, totaling 13 yuan. Finally, he purchased 2 buckets of blue paint for 15 yuan each. This amounted to another 63 yuan spent, leaving him with 28 yuan. In Chapter 33, Dining Out, Chen Nuo also bought a life buoy and a flashlight with batteries to keep aboard the fishing boat, costing an additional 5 yuan. He weighed out some pastries and, upon spotting the nostalgic canned peaches on the counter, requested 2 jars, spending another 8 yuan. After settling the bill once more, Chen Nuo was left with only 70 yuan. The two loaded their assorted items into the fish basket and buckets, then transported them one by one to the handcart. Buying so much? The corpulent chef exclaimed, astonished. These are all necessary items, and there are still a few things I'd like to buy, but alas, funds are somewhat short. Never mind. I'll come back next time when I have more money. Chen Nuo chuckled. The chef rolled his eyes in exasperation and teased. Does your mother know how you spend money so freely? She doesn't tea yet. I haven't told them about the boat. I prefer to act first and inform later. Speaking of which, with all this spending on the boat and so many items, where did the money come from? The chef asked, bewildered. Chen Chong looked at Chen Nuo with equal curiosity. My mother saved up my wedding money for me to use when I went to propose, but since I'm not interested, I thought I might as well use it now. Chen Nuo shrugged with a smile. Impressive. The chef thumbed up at him. Brother, are you sure this is all right? Chen Chong asked, concern etched on his face. Chen Nuo laughed heartily, patting his shoulder to reassure him. Don't worry. We're engaged in legitimate business, not indulging in vice. When my mother finds out, the money is already spent. What can she do? At worst, she'll give me a good thrashing, and that will be worth it. You're quite audacious, the chef remarked with an odd expression. Haha, all right, let us move on. We'll buy some vegetables and fruits at the market, then dine out well before heading back. Wait, are you really planning to spend all your money? After having spent so much already, what else left for? Just waiting to be confiscated by my mother upon our return? The chef said with utmost seriousness. Come on, it can't be that harsh. Chen Nuo's expression shifted slightly. Ah Chong, when we return, I advise you not to get involved. Be careful not to get caught in the crossfire. The chef warned Chen Chong. Chen Chong nodded in agreement, saying to Chen Nuo, Brother, please take care. Don't go out to sea tomorrow. Come on, can you two not wish me well? Perhaps my mother will understand my reasoning, and if I explain it clearly, it'll be fine. Do you believe it yourself? Chen Nuo replied, exasperated. The three bantered and chatted as they made their way to the town's marketplace. Following the opening of individual economic ventures, the market had become increasingly lively. In previous years, during strict enforcement, the market operated only on certain fixed days each month, with occasional raids prompting vendors to flee, if caught. Not only would their goods be confiscated, but they could also be accused of profiteering. For the past 2 years, such incidents had become virtually non-existent, with the market now operating daily, bustling from morning until dusk. As before, the corpulent chef remained outside to watch over the cart, while Chen Nuo and Chen Chong entered the market. Rural families often had their own vegetable gardens, so there was no need to purchase vegetables. At one stall, Chen Nuo bought 2 kilograms of pork belly and requested 2 kilograms of ribs. The vendor, with a jovial smile on his plump face, swiftly cut and weighed the meat, and perhaps feeling a bit generous, even added a small piece as a bonus. In these times, the common folk purchase meat, favoring the fattier cuts, as the more succulent, the better. Individuals like Chen Nuo are indeed a rarity. Pork belly is priced at 15 yuan per jean, while ribs are a tad cheaper at 13, resulting in a total expenditure of 56 yuan for 2 jean of the former. Following the government's abolition of the pork purchase policy this year, pork prices have skyrocketed, soaring from approximately 1 yuan at the beginning of the year to now a staggering 15. Passing by an elderly woman selling tofu, Chen Nuo bought 4 blocks and, realizing the flour at home was running low, also procured 2 bags of 10 jean flour. Upon exiting the market, only 10 yuan and 80 cents remained in his pocket. The cart was overflowing with goods, necessitating a walk back home. Let us dine out, Chen Nuo exclaimed cheerfully. Brother, perhaps it would be better to forego that and just whip up something at home, Chen Chong couldn't help but suggest, unable to suppress his concern. He had never seen anyone spend money in such a manner, and it left him feeling somewhat apprehensive. Ah Chong is right. You should save some money for the return trip to appease Auntie. This way, she may go a little easier on you, the rotund chef chimed in. Though he was quite tempted, having not dined out in ages, he chose to restrain his desires for the sake of his friend. What nonsense! A man's word is his bond. Come on, let us eat. Chen Nuo boldly waved his hand and strode ahead, leading the way. The chef and Chen Chong exchanged a glance, their expressions reflecting a tangle of emotions. They both silently agreed that the more audacious Chen Nuo was now, the harsher the consequences would be upon his return. Regardless, one must bear the consequences of their own actions. I am determined to enjoy a hearty meal. The rotund chef resolved, dismissing further thoughts. After all, they had given their advice. When the time came for Chen Nuo to face his punishment, they would not be there to witness it. The trio arrived at a privately owned restaurant in town, where the cart was parked right outside, ensuring they had no worries about theft. Once seated, the rotund chef wasted no time, glancing at the menu affixed to the wall and ordering 3 substantial dishes. Chen Chong added 2 more dishes and a soup. Wait a moment. Just a while ago, you two were trying to save me money, and now you're ordering lavishly without concern. Are you not worried? I might not have enough? Chen Nuo retorted, bemused. Bring out the grandeur you displayed earlier. Do not let me look down upon you, the chef replied earnestly. Brother, now that we're here, we might as well indulge. Chen Chong chuckled sheepishly. You two are truly something else. Chen Nuo gritted his teeth and turned to the giggling proprietor beside them, saying, bring us 6 bottles of beer. Is rice free? Yes. The rice is complimentary, the middle-aged male owner replied with a smile. Then we'll have a basin of it. A basin? The owner looked momentarily stunned. Is that not acceptable? We have hearty appetites. Rest assured, we won't waste it. Actually, our rice is served in small wooden barrels, the owner clarified. Ah, in that case, let us have 2 barrels. If that is insufficient, we'll order more. All right, just a moment, please. The owner nodded, a complex expression crossing his face as he turned to attend to their order. The chef removed his outer jacket, hanging it over the back of his chair, revealing an undershirt, adopting a posture suggestive of a grand feast ahead. Hey, fat brother, don't be like that. It's a bit intimidating, Chen Chong remarked. The last time I dined out was last year with my father. Such a splendid opportunity must not be squandered. Quite right, Chen Chong grinned, following suit and shedding his jacket. Damn, I regret this. You two take it easy. It's only 10 yuan. If we run short, you two can stay behind and wash dishes to pay the debt. Fear not. We 3 share the same fate. Can you really escape? They all laughed heartily. After their meal, as they stepped out of the restaurant. The rotund chef patted his round belly and let out a loud belch. That was splendidly satisfying. Chen Chong wiped the grease from his mouth. Chen Nuo, clutching the remaining 40 cents, felt a sudden sense of unease. The number 4, after all, is not considered auspicious. The total bill amounted to 10 yuan and 40 cents. 6 bottles of beer at 50 cents each, totaling 3 yuan. And the dishes came to 7 yuan and 40 cents. Chen Nuo had initially requested a 10-cent discount from the owner, hoping for a 50-cent change, but the owner, deeming they had consumed too much of the complimentary rice, sternly refused. The cart is too full. You two should walk back. It'll help digest the meal. The rotund chef chuckled to his companions. Chen Nuo, with annoyance evident on his forehead, smacked the chef's belly and retorted, "You're the one who should walk. I would prefer to, but alas, you two cannot manage the cart." The chef shrugged with a grin. "Get lost. I seriously want to smack you right now." Chen Nuo waved dismissively. The chef, chuckling, plopped onto the cart, causing it to sag under his weight. "Fat brother, don't tire the horse out," Chen Chong teased. The chef pretended not to hear and beckoned them to hurry. "Come on, keep up. Let us go." "Damn it, what a loss," Chen Nuo muttered under his breath. "Brother, let us go." Chen Chong smiled broadly. The rotund chef drove the cart a short distance before halting to wait for the two to catch up on foot. The journey to the town took about half an hour, while the return trip nearly stretched to an hour. Upon entering the village, the plethora of goods attracted the attention of several villagers. "Riches, have you struck it rich? What else with all these purchases?" "These aren't mine. They belong to Nuo. I'm merely helping to drive the cart," the chef answered with a grin. "And what are the traps and fishing nets? Are you planning to go out to sea to fish?" Indeed, the rotund chef replied cheerfully. Some villagers, however, looked on with envy, whispering unkind remarks. "Who drives a cart to buy goods? Are they no longer able to manage their lives? What is the purpose of this? Don't they already own a boat? Are they planning to set sail as well? Who knows? But there is no need to purchase so many items. Traps and nets can be made locally for cheaper. Why buy them from town? It's as if they have no regard for money. Where are their parents? Would I allow my child to spend so frivolously? I would surely chastise them. How much could all this cost? Surely over a dozen yuan? Could it be that his father recently caught something valuable at sea? I've heard nothing of the sort. How could they be so fortunate? Brother, it feels as though they're talking about us," Chen Chong whispered, glancing at a group of village elders engrossed in a game of chess nearby. "Pay them no mind," Chen Nuo replied with a nonchalant smile. "When we earn money from fishing at sea, their demeanor will surely change." "Yes," Chen Chong nodded vigorously, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. At 20 years of age, he possessed a brave spirit, eager to strive and prove himself. Previously, he had dreams but lacked the opportunity, whereas now, Chen Nuo had laid that opportunity before him, and he was determined to seize it firmly. Upon reaching Chen Chong's home, Chen Nuo forcefully handed him a jar of canned peaches, urging him to rest indoors while they gathered at the dock to paint the small boat later. Subsequently, Chen Nuo followed the cart to Li Yuji's residence. He retrieved the purchased pork belly and 2 blocks of tofu from the cart, along with a packet of pastries. Under the playful gaze of the portly chef, Chen Nuo confidently crossed the threshold into the house. "Mom?" A voice echoed from within, belonging to Li Yuji. "Not your mother, but your fiancée." Chen Nuo replied with a teasing smile. "Huh, what are you saying? Aren't you ashamed?" Li Yuji appeared at the doorway, her cheeks flushed, looking exceedingly adorable. "It's the truth. There's nothing shameful about it." Chen Nuo chuckled as he approached her. "Where's your mom? I didn't see her this morning. Has she not returned yet?" "She came back for lunch, but then went out to fish again," Li Yuji explained. "Why didn't she go when the tide was low a few days ago?" "My mom doesn't like crowded places." "Oh." Chen Nuo nodded in understanding and walked further into the room. "I bought some pork belly and tofu for you, along with a packet of pastries. You can share them with your mom later. I'll just leave them on the table." As he spoke, he placed the items down on the table. I'll pay you," Li Yuji stammered, hastily reaching for a drawer. But Chen Nuo blocked her path with open arms. "Your fiancé buys you groceries, and you still want to pay? Are you trying to belittle me?" Chen Nuo frowned at her. "No, that's not it. We're not at that stage yet. I can't just take your things. My mom would scold me." Li Yuji's face turned even redder, her gaze evasive. "Then it's not free. A hug will suffice." Chen Nuo suddenly grinned broadly. "Huh?" Li Yuji was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks deepening in color. Hey, what are you two doing in there? Leaving me out in the sun?" Came the envious voice of the portly chef from outside. "That fat idiot," Chen Nuo muttered irritably, stepping forward to give Li Yuji a gentle embrace. "I'm off." Realizing that Li Yuji was still innocent and inexperienced, he only embraced her lightly before turning to leave. By the time her bewildered mind regained its bearings, Chen Nuo had already exited the room. Li Yuji felt her heart racing as she blushed and hurried outside, where she saw Chen Nuo trailing behind the cart several dozen meters away. Summoning her courage, her face aflame, she shouted, "Chen Nuo, huh?" He turned back to look at her. "Are you coming over for dinner tonight?" "Not today. I have some things to do." "All right then." The brightness of her beautiful eyes dimmed, her expression heavy with disappointment. "If I come, it might be a bit late." Chen Nuo, feeling a pang of guilt, suddenly changed his mind and called back. Li Yuji's eyes sparkled with joy, her face breaking into a radiant smile as she cupped her hand around her mouth, shouting, "It's fine. I'll wait for you." "Great." Chen Nuo responded loudly, cheerfully waving his right arm. "Then I'll see you later." "MHM." Li Yuji smiled brightly, waving her right hand in return. Can you two spare me?" "I can't take it," the portly chef complained, exasperated. Chen Nuo flashed him a middle finger and grinned. "No worries. This is how single folks are. If you can't handle it, just shout a little louder." The chef was momentarily taken aback. The gesture and the term single dog felt too avant-garde for him. He didn't fully comprehend it, but intuitively grasped the general idea. "Do you believe I won't help you with the cart anymore? Then get down. We're almost there anyway." Damn. Chapter 35, Preparing the Small Boat. The cart had arrived outside their home. "Hey, chef, wait for me here for a moment," Chen Nuo said in a hushed tone as he took the ribs and tofu from the cart, along with the remaining packet of pastries. "What? Are you scared now?" The chef teased with a smirk. "Scared of what?" "You're overthinking it." Chen Nuo feigned calmness as he turned to walk into the house. At this time in the afternoon, his mother was usually not at home. If there was no farm work, she often visited an elderly friend in the village, where a few of them would sit together to chat and mend fishing nets. Younger sister. Chen Nuo stealthily entered the house, calling toward his younger sister's room on the left. "Brother, you're back," came her voice, followed by a yawn as she appeared at the doorway. "Were you napping?" Chen Nuo inquired with a smile. "MHM, huh? What delicious treats did you buy?" Upon seeing the items in Chen Nuo's hands, his sister immediately perked up. "Brother, did you go to town?" "Yes. Why didn't you tell me? I had things I wanted to buy too." She complained with a hint of dissatisfaction. "Didn't I buy you pastries? And there are ribs too." Chen Nuo laughed as he approached her, handing over the items. "Put the pastries in your room, and take the ribs and tofu to the kitchen. All you do is boss me around." She pouted, feigning reluctance. "Come on, hurry up." The chef's voice called from outside, urging them on. "Chef, where else are you going?" his sister asked curiously, walking to the doorway. Upon seeing the cart outside, her face lit up in surprise. "Isn't that Uncle Ching's cart? Why did you buy so much, and all fishing gear?" "Brother, what are you planning?" She looked at Chen Nuo with a serious expression. "Well, actually, I bought a second-hand small boat, planning to go out to sea with the Chong." Chen Nuo confessed with a smile. "What? You bought a boat? Where did you get the money?" Her eyes widened in shock, and then a serious expression crossed her face as she realized something. "Wait, brother, did you use the money Mom gave you for your wedding? Are you crazy? Yuji agreed to marry me, and my future mother-in-law is so magnanimous. She doesn't expect a dowry from me. I thought it would be wise to buy a boat so I can earn a living for our family." Chen Nuo, "Is all the money gone?" "Ahem. I still have 40 cents left." "Haha, brother, you're finished. You're in deep trouble. Don't smile so creepily. I bought you delicious treats too." Chen Nuo pointed to the items in her hands. "You think this little bit can bribe me?" She scoffed with disdain. "Sister, I'm doing this for you. I promise to help you save for your tuition. If I don't buy a boat and go to sea, how will I earn money? I can't always rely on luck to find big catches every time I go fishing." Chen Nuo stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, his sister's expression turned conflicted, and she frowned. "But you can't hide this from Mom for long. Brother, it's better to come clean." "No way, just don't tell on me." "Brother, you know I can't keep secrets. I can't hide this from Mom." "I don't care. We're in this together now. You can keep it secret for as long as you can. Then how are you going to explain it to Mom about going out to sea? Just say I'm going out to play with Qin Xiangdong and Qin Xiangbei." "Brother, I won't waste any more time with you. I have things to do." Chen Nuo interrupted her, striding out of the house. "Arno, your sister is right. It's better to come clean." The portly chef chimed in, grinning broadly as he tried to persuade him. "Less chatter." Chen Nuo lifted 2 bags of flour from the cart and placed them on the table inside, then turned to his younger sister and said, "I'm heading out now. I'll be dining at Yuji's place tonight, so don't wait up for me." "What? Don't go. It's quite overwhelming to face Mom all alone," his sister replied anxiously. Chen Nuo, somewhat hard of hearing, simply walked out the door. "Fat brother, let us go to the dock." Upon arriving at the mooring area, Chen Nuo and the plump chef began transferring items from the cart onto the boat. A net, a hand-cast net, boxes for fish, buckets for live fish, fishing rods, life rings, flashlights with batteries, and 2 buckets of paint left by the shore. Just as they finished unloading, Chun Chong came running over. "Brother, I'm here. Perfect timing. Fat chef, and I will return the cart." Achong. You go to the collection point and borrow some tools from Uncle Ching to help clean the dirt and old paint off the boat. When I return, we'll refresh the paint together, instructed Chen Nuo. All right, I'll head there now. Chen Chong replied with a smile, turning towards the collection point. Chen Nuo and the plump chef then made their way to Uncle Ching's house to return the cart. And Chen Nuo also handed a jar of yellow peach preserves to Annie. While she certainly wouldn't accept money, it was only proper to show some gratitude for borrowing the cart. Having endured the rigors of society, Chen Nuo was well aware of the nuances of human interactions. In these times, yellow peach preserves were a luxury, making them an ideal gift to present. Upon returning to the dock, they found Chen Chong diligently scrubbing the small boat with a brush. Chen Nuo and the plump chef immediately joined him. The three of them worked in unison. The plump chef, having painted for his family before, took charge of mixing the paint. Chen Nuo, armed with a scraper and cloth borrowed from Chen Chong, meticulously cleaned the boat's surface. They toiled from around 3 in the afternoon until sunset, and at last, the boat was transformed. A fresh coat of blue paint gleamed in the evening sun. Standing together, they admired their labor, each wearing a satisfied smile. Brother, this looks just as good as a new boat, Chen Chong exclaimed cheerfully. Indeed, it exceeded my expectations, Chen Nuo nodded with a smile. Damn it, just for one meal. It hardly seems worth it. You two still owe me one. The plump chef wiped the sweat from his brow with the back of his hand, his palms smeared with paint. He would need to wash up thoroughly when he got home. No problem, thanks, Chen Nuo replied with a grin. Fat brother. Once my brother and I make some money at sea, I'll treat you to meals at restaurants every day, Chen Chong said, grinning widely. Don't boast just yet. Fishing at sea isn't as simple as you think, especially for two novice greenhorns like you. So what? Luck is the most important factor. And my brother is on a roll lately. Are you both really planning to set sail tomorrow morning? The plump chef inquired, glancing at Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo nodded. The paint should dry overnight. I think you should find an experienced hand to accompany you, like your dad or your second brother. It would be safer. No worries. Let's head back now. Make sure to take back anything that can be retrieved from the boat. Keep an eye on your belongings, especially the engine's handle. The plump chef reminded. I'll speak to Uncle Ching and ask him to keep an eye on it. After dinner, I'll bring some oilcloth to cover it. It should be fine, Chen Nuo replied with a smile. The businesses at the collection point generally returned home the latest each day. Speaking of which, Uncle Ching must have already noticed what was going on here. Even though Chen Chong had managed to borrow tools with some pretense, it likely raised suspicions. When their mother arrived at the dock to sort and sell goods, it seemed that the matter of buying the boat could no longer be kept under wraps. Chapter 36. Being able to eat is a blessing. Do you understand? Chen Chong and the plump chef went their separate ways. Chen Nuo, armed with the borrowed tools, headed to the collection point. Uncle Ching, I've brought over the items. Thank you. Just leave them there, Chen Nuo replied with a smile, then asked the Nuo, did you buy the boat from old Zhang in the neighboring village? Yes. A Nuo, is that boat a partnership among the three of you? Zhao Jianjia inquired curiously. I bought it, planning to go to sea with the Chong, Chen Nuo answered with a smile. That's impressive. You've quietly purchased a boat. Zhao Jianjia gave him a thumbs up. Chen Nuo chuckled and turned to Uncle Ching. Uncle Ching, when my parents come by later, could you keep this under wraps for me? What do you mean? They don't know you bought a boat? Where did you get the money? Uncle Ching's face was filled with surprise. Zhao Jianjia also looked momentarily stunned. Just tell me, keep it a secret for now. All right, but your mother is quite shrewd, and there's that big mouth over there. Uncle Ching cast a glance at Zhao Jianjia. Hey, who has the big mouth? Zhao Jianjia glared back. Uncle Ching, please keep an eye on the boat. There's some new items on it, Chen Nuo requested again. No problem. Uncle Ching readily agreed. They'll take my leave now. As for my mom, just do your best to keep it under wraps. If it can't be hidden, then so be it. With that, Chen Nuo turned and departed. Old Chen, your nephew is quite capable. He plans to quietly achieve great things. Just be careful not to spill anything. Am I that unreliable? Mind your own business and don't let anything slip. If you can be reliable, even pigs can climb trees. Get lost. After leaving the dock, Chen Nuo made his way directly to Li Yuji's house. The sky had darkened. The lights in Li Yuji's home were on, and smoke was curling from the chimney, clearly indicating that dinner was being prepared. Chen Nuo smiled and quickened his pace. As he reached the door, he overheard the voices of the mother and daughter inside. Yuji, when is a Nuo coming? I don't know. He said he had something to do today and would be a bit late. Do you think they went to the town with the cart? Yes. They bought a lot of things. I saw fishing nets, rods, and traps on the cart. They wouldn't be planning to go to sea, would they? Auntie, you're quite perceptive. Chen Nuo laughed as he stepped into the house. The two women were startled by his entrance, but their faces lit up with smiles upon seeing him. The small house had a kitchen on the left, 2 small rooms on the right, with Li Yuji's room in front and her mother's room at the back. Chen Nuo, are you really going to see? Li Yuji asked. looking at him in surprise as she sat by the stove. Of course. How else can I support you? I used to be able to coast by, but now that I'm about to get married, I need to earn money. Chen Nuo winked at her with a smile. Li Yuji immediately blushed deeply, lowering her head in silence. Seeing this, Li Sufin's eyes sparkled with joy as she gently said, knowing you need to earn money is a good thing. Are you going to see with your dad? No, I bought a boat and plan to go with the Chong. Chen Nuo replied, smiling as he approached. What? You bought a boat? Li Sufin was momentarily taken aback. Li Yuji, with an expression of astonishment, raised her head to look at him. Did my mother not give me a sum of money earlier, intending for me to make a visit to Qinjiao village to propose? Now that you do not require a betrothal gift or any gifts for the proposal, this money is perfectly suited for purchasing a boat and embarking on a business venture. Chen Nuo explained with a light chuckle. That sounds splendid. As long as the two of you are happy, nothing else is of great importance, Li Sufin remarked, continuing to stir with the spatula in her hand. Li Yuji's cheeks flushed with delight, her heart brimming with joy. The fact that Chen Nuo had bought a boat indicated that he intended to remain in their hometown for development, rather than venturing far away to struggle. As he had in his dream, marry a chicken, follow a chicken, marry a dog, follow a dog. If Chen Nuo were to venture far, I would willingly accompany him. But that would mean I would seldom see my mother. Having grown up relying on her mother, she naturally preferred to stay in her hometown. Auntie, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. I could smell the delightful aroma from outside. Chen Nuo leaned closer to the stove, observing the stir-fried pork with chili, and playfully showered her with compliments. It's nothing special. I merely added some seasoning and fried it casually. Anyone can do that. No. Although stir-fried pork with chili is simple, there are many techniques, and the flavor varies greatly. For instance, a restaurant chef's dish is often superior to many home-cooked meals. Many cannot replicate that taste. Yours looks absolutely appetizing, he asserted. Such eloquence. Did you learn that in your dream? Li Sufin smiled legally, using the spatula to serve him a piece of meat. I assure you, it's the truth. Chen Nuo grinned widely as he took the meat and stuffed it into his mouth, wincing at its heat, yet giving a thumbs up. Absolutely divine. Such an ingratiating flatterer. Li Yuji muttered under her breath, her face twisted in mild disdain. What did you say? Chen Nuo asked with interest, turning to her. I didn't say anything. Li Yuji replied, offering him a harmless smile. As they exchanged light-hearted banter, the future mother-in-law quickly prepared several dishes. Stir-fried pork with chili, pan-fried tofu, some seafood she had gathered from shore, and finally, a loofah and clam soup. Chen Nuo, would you like to drink some wine? Let Yuji fetch some from the shop, Li Sufin inquired with a smile. Never mind, I think I shall pass. All right, then eat plenty. Enjoy the dishes and don't be polite. Consider it your own home. Certainly. Chen Nuo wasted no time, grabbing his chopsticks and indulging heartily. He had been flattering. His future mother-in-law's cooking was genuinely exceptional, each dish delectable. It could be said that women of this era possessed commendable culinary skills. Often, simple ingredients transformed into delightful home-cooked meals through their deft hands. Li Sufin and Li Yuji ate more slowly, occasionally placing food into his bowl. After enjoying some dishes, Li Yuji brought him a generous bowl of rice. Chen Nuo directly held the bowl, devouring it heartily alongside the dishes. For the cook, seeing him relish the meal was the greatest reward. The mother and daughter typically had modest appetites, but knowing Chen Nuo was coming, they prepared 3 times the usual amount of rice. In the end, nothing went to waste. Even the chili was mixed with the soup and rice, which Chen Nuo thoroughly enjoyed. I'm full, he declared, placing down his empty bowl and chopsticks, a look of contentment on his face. Such an appetite. Li Yuji couldn't help but tease. Yuji, Li Sufin shot her daughter a playful glare. Being able to eat is a blessing. Do you understand? You should learn more from me, Chen Nuo said with a bright smile. Chen Nuo is absolutely correct, Li Sufin agreed. Chapter 37. What is that style? Chen Nuo wished to assist in clearing the table, but Li Sufin repeatedly declined. Like many women of her time, she adhered to traditional values, believing that a man's role was to earn a living for the family, leaving household chores to others. With no way to lend a hand, Chen Nuo settled down, engaging the 2 women in light conversation. They reminisced about their school days together and discussed future plans. Once I earn enough money from fishing, I plan to buy land and build a larger courtyard. I'll bring you and my parents over so we can all live together happily, Chen Nuo stated, a gentle smile gracing his face, his eyes filled with aspirations for the future. Having felt lonely for far too long in his previous life, he yearned for a warm family life, filled with laughter and happiness. Oh, foolish child, I want to go. We live in the same village, so it's not necessary. Li Sufin's gaze softened, moved by his sincerity. She could see that Chen Nuo was not merely speaking empty words. He genuinely wished to do so. However, she was capable of taking care of herself and did not want to disturb the lives of the two young ones. Mom Li usually looked at her mother, hesitating to voice her thoughts. Upon hearing Chen Nuo's words, her first reaction was overwhelming joy. She was eager to marry him, yet sometimes, the thought of her mother being alone in the small house after her marriage filled her with unease. Dear Auntie, I know you appreciate tranquility. I will reserve the quietest room in the courtyard for you. My decisions are never made lightly, Chen Nuo said with a gentle chuckle. Li Yuji's face blossomed into a sweet smile, her eyes brimming with admiration and affection for him. Having secretly harbored feelings for Chen Nuo for many years, she now found herself even more enamored, wishing to marry him as soon as possible. We'll discuss it later, Li Sufan replied with a slight smile, deflecting the topic. In her eyes, earning money to build a large house was no simple task, and she believed discussing it now was futile. Let us not delay. We're deciding this now. I want to have several robust children with Yuji. And you'll need to help out since my mother won't be able to manage alone, Chen Nuo teased, casting a mischievous glance at Li Yuji. What are you talking about? Who wants to have children with you? Li Yuji's cheeks flushed crimson as she glared at him, both embarrassed and annoyed. Yes, having more children is wonderful. Li Sufan nodded enthusiastically, her face alight with smiles. After her daughter's marriage, she had few personal aspirations left. If she truly wanted to see the future Chen Nuo described. In that case, I must earn even more money, Chen Nuo's eyes sparkled. His desire for wealth more intense than it had been when he first ventured out in his previous life. It was not merely about providing for his family. The coming years would be the strictest period for the nation's family planning policies. Wealth accumulation often accompanies an elevation in social status. With sufficient money and connections, he could find ways to navigate relationships. Chen Nuo stayed at Li Yuji's home until nearly 9 o'clock before taking his leave. Upon entering his own home, he found his younger sister standing against the wall, balancing a basin on her head, with half of it filled with water, her hand supporting it. Upon seeing him enter, her eyes glared at him with a mix of indignation and grievance. What in the world is that style? Chen Nuo asked, utterly taken aback, unable to suppress a laugh. It's all your fault. And now you're mocking me. His sister, furious, suddenly shouted, Mom, our troublesome brother is back. Come and scold him. Oh no. Chen Nuo's expression shifted dramatically as he realized that the matter of the boat had been exposed. He turned to flee, but in the next moment, his mother's authoritative voice resonated behind him. Stop right there. Like a monkey under a spell. Chen Nuo turned to his mother with a face full of ingratiating smiles. Mom, let me explain, listen to my explanation. While speaking, Chen Nuo cast a pleading glance towards his father, who was trailing behind. However, Chen Nuo feigned ignorance, raising his gaze to admire the simple yet exquisite structure of the beam above. With a stern expression, Chen Guifan motioned toward the younger sister, who was standing in a corner as punishment. The younger sister's face lit up with joy as she removed the basin from her head. Chen Nuo approached her with a sullen expression, obediently taking the basin from her hands, then turning it over his head. Mom is indeed wise. Mom, it was my older brother who urged me to keep this from you. I told him it wouldn't last. The younger sister, stretching her sore arms, unhesitatingly delivered a jab at Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo glared at her in indignation. Oh, Mom, look, my brother's being mean to me. The younger sister immediately rushed to her mother's side. Mom, the money has been spent on what it should be spent on. I just wanted to do something worthwhile. Chen Nuo said with a serious expression. So your father asked you to go out to sea with them, and you flatly refused, insisting on buying your own boat instead? You once said you wanted to go out and strive, but now you suddenly want to buy a boat and head out to sea? Is that how it works? Chen Guifan's anger grew as she spoke, her brows furrowing tightly. Mom, that boat is supposed to be a partnership between Dad and my second brother. If I join now, won't that create family conflict? Nonsense. Your father's share is given to you. What objections could your second brother have? I see you just being reckless. I'm about to get married, Mom. Could you please trust me a bit more? I genuinely want to earn a living. I can't rely on you after marriage. Can I? Upon hearing this, Chen Guifan was momentarily taken aback. Dear, I believe our son has indeed been more sensible these past few days. Chen Nuo chimed in supportively. The younger sister, sensing the shift in atmosphere, rolled her eyes and cheerfully agreed, Mom, Dad is right. Look at how my brother has been going out to the sea these days, and he has even struck it lucky. Perhaps Mazu is watching over him, and he'll earn a fortune at sea. Earn a fortune? I think you become obsessed with money. Chen Guifan suddenly raised her hand and pinched her daughter's ear, applying a slight pressure. Do you think I'll let you off the hook? No, Mom. That is wrong. It hurts. Go over there and stand together. Chen Guifan released her grip and scolded. The younger sister, rubbing her red ear, sulkily walked over to stand by Chen Nuo, throwing him a resentful glance. Mom, One person is responsible for their own actions. The boat has already been bought, and the money spent is gone. So if you have any grievances, direct them at me. Chen Nuo gritted his teeth, choosing to face the storm head-on. That money was meant for your marriage proposal. And you spent it all? My future mother-in-law said there's no need for a betrothal gift or any proposal. Even Yuji is very supportive of me buying a boat to start business. Upon hearing this, Qian Guifan was slightly taken aback, the anger within her ebbing like a receding tide. With the future in-laws so supportive of her son, it seemed unreasonable for her to be this furious. Chapter 38 At 4 in the morning, put the basin down, and let us go see the boat, Qian Guifan said with a stern face. Huh? Chen Nuo was momentarily stunned. What? Unwilling? Then you can keep standing there. No, I'm willing. Let us go, I'll take you there. Chen Nuo replied, nodding enthusiastically as he bent down to place the basin on the ground. Go, get a flashlight, Qian Guifan instructed her daughter. Oh. The younger sister pouted reluctantly and went to find a flashlight. Mom, do we have a larger oilcloth at home? Chen Nuo inquired. What for? Qian Guifan frowned slightly. I just bought a lot of things for the boat today. I want to cover them with cloth to prevent theft. Cover what? Do you think covering them will stop thieves? Just make sure to bring back whatever you can. All right, that works too. Turning off the lights, the mother locked the door. And the family, armed with flashlights, headed toward the dock. Upon reaching the mooring area, Chen Nuo took the flashlight from his sister's hand and shone it on his little boat. This is the one. We cleaned it thoroughly today and applied new paint. Oh wow, brother, this boat looks pretty good. The younger sister exclaimed in surprise. Of course, Chen Nuo replied with a proud smile. Looks good is useless. Qian Guifan rolled her eyes and said to her husband, Old Chen, you go check it for him. Chen Iwa nodded, taking the flashlight from Chen Nuo and moving closer to inspect it carefully. The matter of the boat was not to be taken lightly. If there were any overlooked issues, it could lead to serious consequences at sea. How much did this boat cost? Qian Guifan asked her son. 580, Chen Nuo answered with a smile. Qian Guifan frowned, her expression darkening. 580 for a second-hand boat? Didn't you negotiate the price? I did. They initially wanted 680. 680? Has he gone mad? That price could have been negotiated. If you hadn't kept it from me, I could have surely brought it down. Of course, Mom. Who can out-negotiate you? Chen Nuo chuckled awkwardly. After a moment, his father returned. No problem. It's a good boat. 580 ISNTA loss. Right? Chen Nuo grinned widely. That's still expensive. Qian Guifan shot him a disapproving glance. Yes, you're right, Mom. This time is the last. I won't keep anything from you again. I promise to consult you first next time. Chen Nuo hurriedly assured her. Hearing this, Qian Guifan's expression softened, and she asked, Are you planning to go out to sea tomorrow? How many people? Yes, just me and a Chong. No, I can't rest easy with just the two of you going out to sea. Tomorrow, you'll go with your father and your brother. 2 boats will go out together. Mom, less talking. Otherwise, you won't think of going out to sea. All right, I'll listen to you. Chen Nuo replied helplessly, knowing that this was his mother's concern for his safety. At least for the first week, you'll go out to sea with your father. Then you can act independently. Understood? Got it. Xiao-san, your mother is thinking of you both. Although you've gone out to sea with me before. Compared to your second brother, you're still novice. A Chong is the same. You both have much to learn, so just stick with us for now. Chen Iwa said earnestly. Chen Nuo considered this and found it reasonable. Go, try to bring back as much as you can from the boat, Qian Guifan urged. Chen Nuo nodded and swiftly boarded the boat. I just checked. Bring back the fishing rod, flashlight, live fish bucket, and the engine handle. Leave the rest on the boat. No one should take anything. After tomorrow's outing, no one will steal anything. All right, Chen Nuo responded, placing the flashlight and handle into the live fish bucket and descending from the boat while carrying it in one hand and the fishing rod in the other. You buy everything indiscriminately. Don't you care about money? Can't you make your own fishing rod? And what about this bucket? Don't we have any at home? Qian Guifan scolded with a pained expression. Mom, this is really not a waste of money. Chen Nuo smiled and explained. The quality of the fishing rod I made cannot compare to this one. If we happen to catch a valuable fish, this rod won't break. And this live fish bucket is essential. Only fresh fish hold true value. You have too many ideas. Do you think going out to sea guarantees a big catch and riches? If that were the case, your father would have made a fortune from fishing all these years. Qian Guifan furrowed her brow. Beside her, Chen Iwa chuckled and scratched his head, saying, All right, we've already made the purchase, so let's keep the chatter to a minimum. I believe Arno has thought this through. He's been quite lucky these past few days, and perhaps he really will catch a big fish. It's better to be prepared than not. Thinking of the pearl she had placed in her jewelry box, Qian Guifan chose not to comment further. Let's go home. The following day, at 4 in the morning. Knock, knock, knock. Huh? Chen Nuo, still enveloped in a sweet slumber, was startled awake by the abrupt knocking at the door. Are you still sleeping? Hurry up. Aren't you going out to sea? His mother's voice rang from outside. Okay, I'm getting up. Chen Nuo quickly sat up, yawning as he glanced out the window, realizing the sky was still pitch black. After dressing and putting on his shoes, he exited his room. The living room lights were already on, and upon reaching the kitchen, he saw his father seated, enjoying breakfast. Little 3, wash your face and brush your teeth quickly. We need to leave soon. It's getting late, Chen Nuo urged, looking up at his son. Dad, what time is it? How can it be late already? Chen Nuo asked, a bit incredulous. It's 4:20. It's not early. Sometimes we need to leave by 2 in the morning. Isn't that a bit excessive? Haven't you heard the early bird catches the worm? If you bought the boat and plan to go out to sea, you must endure these hardships. Enough talk. Hurry up. Qian Guifin placed a bowl of porridge on the table, casting him a pointed glance. Chen Nuo turned on the tap, cupping his hands to splash some cool water on his face. The refreshing well water instantly cleared his foggy mind. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, he sat down to have breakfast. The meal comprised boiled seafood porridge, grain dumplings, and 2 plates of assorted pickles and salted fish, a common breakfast for local fishermen. Once the father and son finished their meal, Qian Guifin handed them 2 old canvas bags. Chen Nuo took one, opened it, and found 4 boiled eggs and some leftover grain dumplings, along with an old military-style water bottle. Share the food with the Chong at noon, Qian Guifin advised. Thank you, Mom. Chen Nuo smiled, slinging the canvas bag over his shoulder. I'll go find a Chong. He hasn't come over yet, and I don't know if he's awake. Go ahead. Just be sure to stay safe and stick with your father and brother. Got it, don't worry. Chen Nuo nodded, then turned to his father, saying, Dad, you head to the dock to prepare. I'll call a Chong and be right there. Remember to bring the fishing rod and the bucket. All right. Chapter 39, Setting the Trap. As he walked part way, Chen Chong hurriedly ran towards him, a look of relief crossing his face upon seeing him. Brother, I'm sorry I'm late. No worries. Let's go out to sea with Dad and brother. Chen Nuo paused, smiling. Did Uncle and the others find out? Chen Chong asked, momentarily stunned. Chen Nuo gave a wry smile and nodded. My mom is quite formidable, but it's all settled now. She agreed to let us go out. That's wonderful. Chen Chong's smile broadened. By the way, have you had breakfast? Not yet. They haven't even woken up. I sneaked out. Then grab a bite, Chen Nuo said, opening the canvas bag and handing him an egg and a dumpling. Thanks, brother. Chen Chong exclaimed happily, shoving the dumpling into his mouth. Let's head to the dock. Hum. With that, the 2 of them hurried towards the dock. Upon arrival, they saw 2 boats already positioned together, and their second brother had also arrived, both preparing the vessels. Nearby, other boats were gearing up to set sail, and a myriad of lights twinkled in the distance, some flashlights, some headlamps, accompanied by the cacophony of shouts and urgent calls. Dad, brother, Chen Nuo greeted. Chen Jianping looked up, scolding, Little 3, you sly one, buying a boat without discussing it with Mom and Dad? If I had consulted them, would they have let me buy it? I certainly don't want to sail on your boat. Hey, what's wrong with our boat? Yours is just an old one too. Still better than yours. All right, enough banter. Chen Nuo interrupted, addressing Chen Nuo. All your gear's on the boat, and I've filled it with diesel. You 2 need to board quickly. We must set sail. Okay, Chong, on board. Chen Nuo called out. All right. Chen Chong replied cheerfully. The 2 climbed aboard, the boat swaying slightly, but neither felt alarmed. Those who lived by the sea typically had strong swimming skills. Both he and Chen Chong could swim, and having previously ventured out to sea with their elders, they felt nothing but excitement and anticipation. Chen Nuo set his canvas bag down, retrieved the starter handle from the bucket, bent down, and started the engine. Meanwhile, their father and second brother also started their boat, with the second brother expertly steering and adjusting the course. Little 3, are you 2 all right? Do you need your brother to come help you? Chen Jianping turned his head to them, teasingly smiling. No need, Chen Nuo replied, looking disdainfully at the suggestion. But Chong, you take the helm. Don't let him underestimate you. No problem, Chen Chong said confidently, stepping up to grasp the steering wheel, maneuvering the small boat to follow suit. Wow, Chong, you're impressive, Chen Jianping remarked, astonished. Chen Chong grinned. Steering wasn't particularly difficult, and having lived by the sea since childhood, he was no stranger to the sight. Of course, he only knew the basics. Many aspects still required instruction. Unlike cars, boats lacked a braking system. In emergencies, one could only reverse the propeller or use currents and wind to decelerate or steer away in advance. As the second brother steered, their father sat at the stern, loudly imparting techniques and experiences to Chen Nuo and Chen Chong. After listening, Chen Nuo's attention shifted to the color distribution in his field of vision. This golden finger must have a limited range, akin to a treasure radar. Otherwise, with the vastness of the ocean and countless treasures, the entire scene would be awash in red and gold. At that moment, he could only see a small area in red, while the rest was blue, green, and extensive stretches of white. Little 3, where do you plan to place the traps you bought? They can only be set in shallower waters. Chen Nuo casually inquired. Dad, can we head in that direction? Chen Nuo pointed toward the red area. Chen Nuo glanced in the direction he indicated, puzzled. Why there? No reason, just a hunch. Uncle, Nuo's intuition has been remarkably accurate these past few days. He pointed out where to find good catches when we went beach combing, and sure enough, there they were. Chen Chong chimed in cheerfully. Chen Nuo nodded slightly and turned to his eldest son, instructing, Ping, head towards the direction your brother mentioned. Wait, Dad, do you really believe in that? Just toss the fish trap anywhere. Chen Jianping replied incredulously. Enough chatter. Hurry up. We are already quite delayed, Chen Nuo urged. All right. Chen Jianping conceded helplessly, steering the small boat in the designated direction. Chen Chong hastily followed suit. The two boats swiftly arrived at the area indicated by Chen Nuo. This is its stop, Chen Nuo shouted as the red zone in his line of sight began to flash rapidly. The two boats slowed down and came to a halt, side by side with less than a meter between them. Little 3, place these into the fish trap as bait, Chen Nuo said, handing him a small bucket. What is this? Chen Nuo asked, extending his arm to receive it, immediately assaulted by a pungent odor. Didn't your mother make chicken soup the other day? These are some chicken entrails, perfect for baiting the trap, Chen Nuo explained with a smile. Chen Nuo nodded in realization and said to Chen Chong, Hey Chong, come help. I'm on it, Chen Chong replied, promptly coming over. The two squatted down and busied themselves, stuffing the chicken entrails into the fish trap, securing one end tightly with a rope before forcefully tossing it out. Chen Nuo sat in the adjacent boat, providing guidance. Once the first trap was set, the second was tied to the first rope, filled with more entrails, and thrown out. A total of 10 traps were connected, effectively covering the area while facilitating retrieval. Finally, a piece of white foam was tied on as a buoy. Setting the traps wasn't particularly burdensome. Both Chen Nuo and Chen Chong had done in the river before, and they quickly coordinated to finish the task. Chen Nuo leaned over the side of the boat to wash his hands in the sea, lifting them to smell, still detecting the foul odor. Brother, this thing truly stinks, Chen Chong exclaimed, also leaning over to wash his hands. Ha, you two are quite dramatic, Chen Jianping laughed teasingly. All right, let's go, Chen Nuo urged. The two boats departed from the area, heading southeast. During this season, dawn breaks rather early, and the sky was already dimly lit, with a faint glow rising on the horizon. As the sun just began to peek over the edge, the two boats approached a small island. Chen Nuo mentioned that this was a location they frequently operated in, where they had previously encountered a school of ribbonfish. They had been trying their nets here regularly. In Chapter 40, Treasure Hunting Radar, the father and second brother typically performed trailing operations. The principle is straightforward. One person controls the fishing boat's advance while the other releases the nets from the rear. The trawl nets are equipped with 2 sideboards that expand outward when the boat moves, forcing the net to open. Chen Nuo and Chen Chong sat in the boat, watching their father and second brother coordinate seamlessly, skillfully lowering the trawl net. Uncle and Brother Ping are truly impressive, Chen Chong praised with admiration. What's so difficult about it? We can master with practice, but for now, let's stick to casting nets. Once we earn some money, we can invest in a trawl net and a net lifting machine. Chen Nuo shared his plans. Chen Chong nodded eagerly. Brother, let us not just watch. Let us start casting. All right, steer the boat that way. I'll tell you to stop. Chen Nuo pointed towards the blue direction displayed on his finger. Trawl net operations typically last 2 to 3 hours per hull, so they couldn't merely stand by. In contrast, casting nets offered more operational convenience and flexibility. Okay, Chen Chong responded excitedly, rising to steer the boat towards the direction indicated by Chen Nuo. Once they reached the approximate target area, they picked up the hand-cast net to prepare for casting. Brother, how's your net casting skill? I'm not too good at it, Chen Chong suddenly remarked. I'm not very skilled either. It's fine, we'll just practice more. Chen Nuo reassured him. Then you go first. All right, Chen Nuo, feeling quite confident, believed that casting a net was simply a matter of applying enough force. However, when he threw the net, it barely opened, falling into the water in a tangled heap. Oh, a mistake. Let us try again. Faced with his younger brother's amused gaze, Chen Nuo chuckled awkwardly, quickly pulling the net back up to rearrange it. Since the net hadn't opened, naturally, nothing was caught. On the second attempt, Chen Nuo learned from his mistake, tried to use a lighter force while mimicking the net casting posture he had seen from seasoned fishermen. Yet, having only grasped the form, he struggled with the execution, resulting in another failure. Brother, should I give it a try? Chen Chong asked, his eyes sparkling with eagerness. Sure, go ahead. Chen Nuo felt slightly embarrassed and quickly handed the net over to him. Chen Chong attempted several times, but also struggled to cast effectively, proving they were equally inexperienced. At that moment, their father and second brother, having noticed their predicament, steered their boat over. Net casting requires proper force and technique. We're doing 1T work. Allow me to teach you, their father called out loudly, then instructed his eldest son to bring the boat closer. As the boat drew near, their father leaped onto Chen Nuo and Chen Chang's boat. Chen Nuo hurriedly stepped forward to steady his somewhat unsteady father. Dad, don't be so reckless. What is there to fear? I can swim if I fall. Their father brushed him off and turned to his eldest son, old too. Continue with the trawl net. Chen Jianping acknowledged and continued driving the boat forward. Give me the net, their father instructed Chen Chang. Oh, here you go. Chen Chang promptly handed the net over with both hands. See, you didn't prepare the net properly. You need to organize it first, their father said while arranging the handcast net. With his left hand grasping the top of the net and rope and his right arm cradling the bottom, he stood at the edge of the boat, instructing Chen Nuo and Chen Chang. Watch closely like this. Use your whole body as strength. Twist your waist, swing your arm, and then use your wrist to propel it, letting it spin out smoothly. As his words faded, the entire net flew through the air, fully unfurling and forming a massive circular net that splashed into the water. Impressive. Chen Chang marveled in awe. Father, you truly have a skill. Chen Nuo chimed in, grinning with admiration. Having fished for decades, if I couldn't do this, how could I have raised you all? Their father chuckled and glanced at him. You come over and retrieve the net. Generally, hand-cast nets should be pulled in between 30 seconds to a minute. If there are fish, remember to be gentle, so you don't scare them away. Got it, Chen Nuo nodded, moving closer to take the rope from his father's hand. The blue area continued to flash in his view. It was unclear whether this net would yield the desired catch, or if it would simply be another missed opportunity. Chen Nuo gradually reeled in the rope, the net slowly surfacing from the water. Brother, did we catch anything? Chen Chang leaned in, his face filled with anticipation. One net doesn't guarantee a catch, their father remarked nonchalantly, not even glancing at the net, as he pulled out a cigarette and lighter from his pocket. Preparing to smoke. There is something. I see it. Chen Nuo exclaimed in surprise. As Chen's father hastily lowered his head to inspect the tremor of the cigarette clutched between his lips, a look of astonishment immediately graced his face. Indeed, it's a magnificent catch, Chen Chang exclaimed excitedly. The fishing net contained a large, silvery fish adorned with black spots, its size likely exceeding 10 pounds. This is a sea bass. It's been ages since I've seen one of such considerable size, Chen's father remarked with disbelief etched across his features. The sea bass thrashed violently within the net, still submerged beneath the surface, exerting considerable strength that even caused Chen Nuo to worry about the net's integrity. Brother, hurry and pull it up. We mustn't let it escape, Chen Chang urged, quickly extending his hands to assist in hoisting the net aboard. Alongside the sea bass, there were a few insignificant small fish and shrimp. Ah Chang, fetch me that bucket for live fish and fill it halfway with seawater. All right. After placing the sea bass into the bucket, the seawater visibly rose. Father, how much is this fish worth per pound? I'm not entirely sure. It's been ages since I caught one of these, but it must be valuable, probably no less than $4 a pound, Chen's father replied, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Brother, that means this fish is worth dozens of dollars. We've struck it rich, Chen Chang exclaimed with joy. Chen Nuo nodded, his focus shifting to the treasure radar, where he noticed the blue area had vanished. It appeared that only once the fish was caught in the net aboard the boat would the radar recognize it as a successful target. This method was indeed meticulous. After all, during the process of retrieving the net, the target might escape, akin to fishing where lines can snap and rods can break, allowing fish to flee. Xiao San, your luck lately seems rather uncanny, Chen's father observed curiously. You've stumbled upon treasures while beachcombing, discovered pearls, and now you've caught something valuable in a single haul. Perhaps it's simply fortuitous. I've indeed been quite lucky lately, but remember, this net was cast by you, so it's not entirely my credit, Chen Nuo grinned. Chen's father paused momentarily before chuckling and replying, then take advantage of your good fortune and cast a few more nets, just as I taught you. Father, treasures aren't all found in one location. Ah Chang, let's head in that direction, Chen Nuo instructed again. Over the past few days, he had affectionately named his treasure radar. Treasure radar. At this moment, the radar displayed no golden or red targets, yet there was still an abundance of blue and green ones. Chapter 41, The Snapper. After relocating, Chen Nuo mimicked his father's earlier technique and exertion to cast the net, and indeed, his efforts yielded better results. However, the net still failed to fully unfurl, and upon retrieval, there was little to show for it. Take your time, practice makes perfect, there's no rush. Chen's father reassured him with a smile, while seated on the deck, smoking. He had always hoped his younger son would accompany him on fishing trips. Previously, Chen Nuo had been reluctant, often expressing a desire to venture into the big city. Now, observing his son diligently practicing net casting brought him immense joy. In this day and age, parents' expectations for their children were not excessively high. As long as they could settle down, marry, have children, and possess a skill to earn a living, that was deemed sufficient. Chen Nuo remained patient, practicing repeatedly. Decades of ups and downs in his past life had instilled in him ample perseverance and patience, preventing him from becoming disheartened after few failures. Chen's father watched with pride, his heart filled with contentment. "Brother, you're learning so quickly. Your casting is improving." Chen Chong couldn't help but praise him. "Isn't it?" Chen Nuo chuckled, tossing a few small fish and shrimp from the net into the bucket. "Let me cast a few more times before it's your turn." "All right." Chen Chong nodded with a smile. After half an hour, Chen Nuo had become quite proficient, managing to fully unfurl the net about once in every 3 attempts. "That's enough. Let Ah Chong practice now," Chen's father declared with a beaming smile, feeling some strain in his shoulders and arms. Chen Nuo welcomed the suggestion and called for Chen Chong to come and collect the net. Interestingly, the blue targets on the treasure radar had yet to be caught, and the colored areas continued to flash rapidly, leaving him puzzled. Chen Chong took over his position, and Chen Nuo turned to sit beside his father. "Dad, can I have a cigarette? Don't you have any?" Chen's father replied, somewhat unwillingly, as he fished a cigarette from his pocket and handed it over. He cherished these cigarettes, which he had purchased with his meager allowance. In previous years, he could only smoke those rolled from paper and tobacco, but due to improved family circumstances in recent years, his wife occasionally provided him with a little pocket money, allowing him to indulge in these filtered varieties. "It's just one cigarette. Don't be so stingy." Chen Nuo laughed as he accepted it. "That is all I have left, just a few." Chen's father squeezed the cigarette box and tucked it back into his pocket. "Understood. Now give me a light." Chen Nuo grinned as he clutched the cigarette between his lips. Chen's father removed the small stub he had left in his mouth and offered it to help ignite Chen Nuo's cigarette. Exhaling slowly, Chen Nuo reveled in the experience, his expression one of sheer enjoyment. This marked his first cigarette of the day, a commendable feat for him, a seasoned smoker. "Why does it seem like your craving is even greater than mine?" Chen's father queried in surprise. Chen Nuo merely smiled in silence. At 48, his father had been smoking for about 30 years, while Chen Nuo had indulged for 65 years, even reaching for a cigarette upon awakening in a hospital bed. "Nuoge, look, this haul actually yielded something good." Chen Chong's voice rang out with excitement. The father and son turned to see Chen Chong holding a pale pink fish, weighing roughly over a pound. "Not bad. It's a snapper," Chen's father remarked with a smile. The snapper, scientifically known as the true sea bream, boasts tender flesh and exquisite flavor. However, due to environmental pollution and overfishing of juveniles, they become increasingly rare over the decades. In later years, when someone occasionally manages to catch one, it is regarded as a stroke of incredible luck. Thus, the snapper is also seen as a symbol of good fortune. Place it in the live fish bucket, Chen Nuo instructed loudly while observing the changes on the treasure radar. The blue area still had not vanished, indicating that this snapper did not qualify as a target. "All right," Chen Chong complied, tossing the fish into the live fish bucket before tidying up the net and beginning to practice casting again. His progress was noticeably slower than Chen Nuo's. After 2 attempts, he failed to succeed, his strength sufficient, but his technique and exertion somewhat rigid. "Brother, why can't I seem to get it right?" Chen Chong looked at Chen Nuo, feeling disheartened. "On the last throw, your wrist needs to apply a bit of finesse. Don't just use brute force. Take your time and practice. There's no need to rush." Chen Nuo gently shared his insights. "Right, finesse is key," Chen's father concurred. "But how do I apply finesse?" Chen Chong asked, his expression growing more perplexed. After pondering for a moment, Chen Nuo suddenly recalled something and said, "Remember when we used to skip stones and tiles by the riverbank when we were kids? How do you make the stone fly further? Think about it. It's a similar feeling." This analogy resonated well, and Chen's father nodded in agreement, fully convinced. Regardless of the era in which they were born, every boy has experienced the joy of skipping stones during childhood. The technique of exerting force in that activity is quite akin to casting a net. Chen Chong, not one to be easily deterred, pondered for a moment before casting the net once more. This time, his efforts were significantly improved, barely achieving a passing mark against the benchmark set by his father's cast, which represented perfection. "Indeed, look at that. You've made substantial progress. A few more practices, and you'll be flawless," Chen Nuo encouraged with a smile. A grin blossomed on Chen Chong's face as he nodded vigorously, resuming his practice of retrieving the net. Meanwhile, their elder brother, Chen Jianping, maneuvered the boat closer. "Dad, it's time to haul in the net." "All right." Chen's father rose, preparing to lend a hand with the retrieval. Operating a drag net is not as simple as casting by hand. It is quite challenging for a single person to manage. On larger vessels, there are net haulers that require several hands, for otherwise, the bounty caught in the net would be far too heavy to lift aboard. Dad, take it slow, Chen Nuo exclaimed, somewhat concerned as he watched their father poised to leap over. Chen Aigua disregarded his son's caution and stepped over with determination. Chen Jianping hurried to assist. Need a hand, brother? Chen Nuo inquired cheerfully. Forget it. Focus on your own business. You've been practicing casting for ages, Chen Jianping replied with a look of disdain. Hey, how long have you been watching my practice? I've already mastered it, Chen Nuo retorted playfully. Dad, weigh in here. Am I not a quick learner? He dares to look down on me. Chen Nuo felt slighted and sought his father's intervention. Enough chatter. Focus on your tasks, their father replied, uninterested in the squabbles of his sons, and made his way to the back of the boat. By now, it was around 6 or 7 in the morning, with the sun having risen above the eastern horizon. Chen Nuo stood on the deck of his small boat, observing as his father and elder brother gradually pulled the fishing net aboard. The net was swollen and bulging, indicating a bountiful catch. Dad, did we hit the jackpot? Chen Nuo called out, noticing the joyful expressions on his father and brother's faces. Not quite a jackpot, but this first haul is quite substantial. We're fortunate today. Chen Aigua replied, his face creased in a broad smile, the wrinkles on his dark complexion deepening with joy. Chapter 42, Fishing from the Boat. As Chen Jianping untied the bundle, a cascade of various catches tumbled onto the deck, swiftly forming a small mountain. The first sight that met their eyes was a plethora of needle crabs and mantis shrimp, along with a fair share of sand crabs, formerly known as the fiddler crab, the claws of which are often enjoyed at late-night stalls in later years. These crabs are not particularly valuable, as most are sent to processing plants by merchants. Beneath the mound of crabs and mantis shrimp lay an assortment of marine fish, squid, cuttlefish, and octopus. Their father and elder brother primarily employed bottom trawling, making various migrating crabs their main target. Ah Chong, keep practicing. I'm going to help out, Chen Nuo said to Chen Chong, not waiting for a response before stepping aboard his father and brother's vessel. The two were already sorting through the catch, tossing different types of seafood into separate boxes. This was merely the initial sorting. Upon returning to the dock in the evening, further classification would be necessary before selling the goods. Dad, I'll help sort the catch. You should go back to casting the net. Let's make the most of our good fortune today, Chen Nuo suggested, squatting beside his father. All right, I'll go cast the net. Chen Aigua nodded appreciatively and stood to tidy the fishing nets. Today, it seems you've suddenly become quite industrious, Chen Jianping teased as he tossed a crab into a box. What do you think? That I'm inherently lazy? I bought a boat and came out to sea with you, Chen Nuo replied, exasperated. Huh, you used to laze around all day? I wasn't competing with you. I was just trying to keep it easy. Well, enough of that. In that case, I won't hold back, Chen Nuo declared loudly, turning to his father. Dad, I can't help for free. I expect a share of today's haul. Perhaps you benefited from my good luck. Hearing this, both Chen Aigua and Chen Jianping paused in surprise. Many times prior, they had felt it was unfair to Chen Nuo, yet he had always maintained a nonchalant demeanor. No problem. Today's catch will grant you 20% from my share, Chen Aigua responded with a grin. Dad, what do you mean by that? Chen Jianping frowned at their father, expressing his dissatisfaction. Then you both will receive a 10% labor fee, and that's settled, Chen Nuo decisively proclaimed. All right, we'll follow the youngest's lead, Chen Aigua agreed without objection, gathering the fishing nets and moving to the rear of the boat to prepare for the second cast. After 20 years of fishing at sea, he was more than capable of casting the net alone. The two brothers focused on sorting the catch, while their father took the helm to maneuver the small boat for the dragnet. After about an hour, they finally finished sorting the first haul. Once the boat was secured again, Chen Nuo returned to his own vessel. Chen Chong had made considerable progress in casting nets, managing to catch a few fish. However, apart from 2 skinfish, the rest were just small, insignificant catches. Chen Chong showed no signs of fatigue. Rather, he appeared invigorated and quite excited. Nuo Ge, do you want to cast a net? No, I'll fish for a while, Chen Nuo replied with a smile. While sorting the catch earlier, the crabs had sparked an idea. Perhaps the target represented by the blue area on the treasure radar lay at the very bottom of the sea, which is why the cast net had failed to capture it. If that were the case, it might be worth trying to fish with a rod. He grabbed a fishing rod, tied on a line, prepared a hook and float, and took a live fish from the bucket to bait the hook. Chen moved about the boat, while keeping an eye on the flashing frequency of the blue area on the radar, eventually settling in a spot where the signal was strongest, extending the fishing rod to let the baited hook sink into the ocean before gradually releasing the line. Nuoge. This spot doesn't seem to have many fish. After casting so many nets, there's hardly anything, Chen Chong remarked while organizing the fishing net. No worries. I'm just fishing for fun. Our main goal today is to master the cast net, Chen Nuo replied with a light laugh. All right, Chen Chang responded, continuing to cast his net earnestly. Time passed slowly, and after a few minutes, the float remained motionless. Fortunately, Chen Nuo was not anxious. He understood that patience was key in fishing. In his past life, many of his business partners were avid fishermen, and he had occasionally joined them on fishing trips, gaining some experience in sea fishing. Gradually, Chen Nuo felt his eyelids growing heavy and began to succumb to drowsiness. Waking up early today was proving challenging. Brother, I think I caught something. Chen Chang's voice suddenly broke through his reverie. Chen Nuo jolted awake, focusing his gaze to see the float indeed sinking. He quickly lifted the rod to reel in, but felt no resistance typical of the fish on the line. Raising the rod swiftly, he discovered that the bait had been taken, indicating the fish had escaped. What a pity. Were you dozing off? Chen Chang teased with a grin. Yeah, a bit sleepy. Chen Nuo stifled a yawn, reaching into the nearby bucket to retrieve shrimp, which he deftly hooked onto his line before casting it once more. Mere moments after the bait settled, the bobber began to twitch. A flicker of joy illuminated Chen Nuo's countenance. After a brief pause of 2 or 3 seconds, he lifted the rod, distinctly sensing the weight of a catch. Another fish? Chen Chang was momentarily taken aback, setting aside the neatly organized net in his hands to observe the unfolding action. Soon, a rather unattractive small fish, dark brown and misshapen, was hoisted into the air, thrashing about vigorously. It was a tiger fish, also known as a stonefish, an unappealing creature, yet renowned for its exquisite flavor and not insubstantial market value. Admittedly, it was rather small, weighing perhaps around 5 to 6 taels. Brother, impressive, Chen Chang exclaimed with a grin. What's so impressive about such a small fish? Chen Nuo retorted, removing the fish from the hook and casually tossing it into the bucket. He then fished out a small sardine to replace it. With the notion that larger fish prey upon smaller ones, and smaller ones upon shrimp, he hoped that this sardine might entice a bigger catch. In just 2 minutes, he felt the tug of another fish. So many fish? Why can't we scoop them up with a net? Chen Chang exclaimed, bewildered. Chen Nuo sensed a marked increase in resistance this time, his eyes sparkling with determination as he stood up to reel in the line. The fish in the water could exert several times its body weight, making the task of landing a larger fish no small feat, a big one. Chen Chang realized they might have hooked something significant, excitement beginning to dance across his features as he glanced around. Brother, we forgot the landing net. What should we do? I simply forgot. No matter. I'll first see what kind of fish it is. Chen Nuo tightened his grip on the rod, carefully maneuvering the fish. The line was taut, the rod bending dramatically under the strain. Contemporary fishing rods lacked the quality of those crafted decades later, and Chen Nuo was wary of snapping it, opting for a measured approach. Before long, the fish surfaced, revealing itself to be a sizable grouper, easily weighing over 10 pounds. Chapter 43, Steaming Seafood. Suddenly, the grouper thrashed again at the water's surface, and Chen Nuo felt an immense force tugging at him, causing his body to lurch forward. Brother, I'll help you. Chen Chang rushed to assist, gripping the rod. Take it slow. Don't use brute force, or the line will snap, Chen Nuo cautioned urgently. Understood, Chen Chang replied. His focus sharpened. After a prolonged struggle, the grouper finally ceased its resistance. Chang, I'll guide it to the side of the boat. You grab that bucket we use for the chicken entrails and get ready to scoop it up. All right. Chen Chang nodded, hastily retrieving the bucket. Be careful, Chen Nuo reminded him. Don't worry, brother. Chen Chang crouched at the side of the boat, bucket in hand, poised for action. As Chen Nuo maneuvered the fish near the boat, Chen Chang swiftly utilized the bucket as a landing net, scooping the grouper along with half a bucket of seawater aboard. The fish thrashed violently within the bucket, splashing water everywhere. Brother, I got it, Chen Chang exclaimed, beaming with delight. Well done. Set it down. I'll detach the hook. After unhooking the fish, Chen Nuo released the rod, examining the grouper, which nearly filled half of the bucket, though its appearance was rather unappealing. With a pale green exterior coated in slippery mucus and a pronounced head, it was a prized seafood delicacy. The largest specimens could weigh up to 100 or 200 pounds. In a previous life, Chen Nuo had dined on a grouper weighing around 100 pounds at a 5-star restaurant, which had fetched an auction price of over 100,000 yuan. Bending down, Chen Nuo carefully lifted the grouper from the bucket, only for it to suddenly leap and thrash, nearly slipping from his grasp. Nuo, be careful not to drop it. I'm fine. Chen Nuo chuckled, moving to toss the fish into the live fish bucket. With the addition of the earlier sea base, this outing had proven quite fruitful. Brother, your luck is remarkable. Chen Chang grinned as he approached. Would you like to fish a while longer? I'll sit and have some water to rest. Is that all right? Go ahead. The blue area on the treasure radar had vanished, indicating that the grouper was indeed the target. There were still green targets nearby. But Chen Nuo was feeling somewhat lethargic. He retrieved his canvas bag, pulling out his water bottle and taking a few sips. "Achong, do you want some water?" Chen Nuo called out to his brother. "No need, I'll drink later," Chen Chong replied, engrossed in baiting the hook. Chen Nuo replaced the water bottle and looked toward his father and second brother's fishing boat. Their vessel had drifted far, leaving only shadowy figures visible. The sun had risen high in the sky, and the warmth of the season's sunlight was neither cold nor hot, enveloping him in a gentle embrace that made him increasingly drowsy. The sea breeze, tinged with a hint of salt, was refreshing. In his previous life, Chen Nuo had been solely focused on making a name for himself in the big city. Even though he had accompanied his father and brother out to sea several times, he had never experienced such a feeling before. He reclined back on the deck, raising an arm to shield his eyes as the small boat rocked gently with the waves, lulling him into a state of half-sleep. Time passed unmeasured until the sound of the fishing boat's diesel engine roused Chen Nuo from his slumber. Yawning, he sat up to see his father approaching, the boat laden with a considerable haul of seafood, though evidently less than the first catch, while his second brother squatted nearby, sorting through the goods. "Ano, komeghelp," Chen Jianping called out. "Okay," Chen Nuo responded, turning to Chen Chong. "Achong, how is the fishing going? Caught anything good?" "No, my luck isn't great. Just a mackerel and a few small fish," Chen Chong replied with a wry smile. "That's not too shabby. Keep fishing while I lend a hand. We'll eat lunch together once we're done." "Sure." Chen Nuo then boarded the other boat to assist in sorting the catch. By the time they had finished organizing the second haul, it was already past 11 in the morning. After having breakfast at 4, he was absolutely famished. Chen Nuo suggested they prepare a pot of seafood stew, pairing it with the multi-grain steamed buns and boiled eggs his mother had prepared. His father and second brother readily agreed. Typically, fishing trips involved early departures and late returns, but sometimes they would also utilize local resources to cook a meal right on the boat. This fishing vessel was equipped with a portable clay stove, along with some dry wood and tinder. Chen Nuo called for Chen Chong, requesting him to bring the canvas bag and the mackerel. "Dad, let us eat this fish. How would you like it prepared, sashimi or otherwise?" "That is a bit extravagant. This fish could sell for 1 or 200 yuan, his father remarked with a slight frown. "Dad, I have 2 large fish as well, a sea bass and a grouper. You've all caught plenty today. What is 1 fish?" Chen Nuo urged with a smile. "A grouper? When did you catch that, and how big is it?" Chen Jianping inquired, astonished. "Just caught it a moment ago, over 10 pounds. It nearly snapped my line." "Caught it? What kind of luck is that?" The way Chen Jianping looked at him shifted as he considered the day's bountiful catch, secretly wondering if his younger brother's presence had indeed contributed to their success. "No, geez, luck was truly extraordinary. I have been fishing for 2 or 3 hours without a single catch." Chen Chong chimed in agreement. After pondering for a moment, Chen's father found merit in this observation. Given the bountiful harvest today, indulging in some fine food seemed quite reasonable. He took the snapper from Chen Chong's hands and suggested, "Let us select some crabs and shrimp to steam alongside this fish. We are not accustomed to sashimi, after all." "That sounds splendid," Chen Nuo replied with a cheerful nod. "You all go choose some crabs and shrimp you fancy. You start the fire, and I shall prepare this fish." Chen's father assigned the tasks. The group immediately sprang into action. Chen Nuo found a plastic basin and, along with Chen Chong, went to select some crabs, mantis shrimp, baby cuttlefish, and small squid. These were not particularly valuable catches, but they would make for a delightful meal among friends. "Dad, there's a small golden pomfret. Shall we eat it too?" Chen Nuo exclaimed upon spotting a palm-sized golden pomfret. Despite its lustrous appearance, this fish was not particularly palatable. The silver pomfret boasted a more tender flesh and was priced higher. Typically, golden pomfrets tend to be larger than their silver counterparts. But this one was a relatively small juvenile and wouldn't fetch much, so they decided to steam it and savor its flavor. "You keep talking, and your mother will certainly have something to say." Chen's father shot him a glare. "Hey, this little fish isn't worth much. We might as well enjoy a taste." Chen Nuo replied, undeterred. Chen's father rolled his eyes in exasperation as Chen Nuo happily placed the golden pomfret into the basin and carried it over to his father. After Chen's father skillfully cleaned and prepared the seafood, Chen Jianping had also started the fire and set up the steamer. Water was poured into the pot, and the prepared seafood was placed into the steaming rack, with the 2 platters of fish positioned on top. Chen's father fetched half a bottle of white wine, drizzled a circle over the fish with his thumb pressed against the bottle's opening, and then covered the pot with a lid. Chapter 44. The School of Mackerel. Approximately 15 minutes later, the seafood was perfectly steamed. As Chen's father lifted the lid, an exquisite aroma of fresh seafood wafted into the air. He promptly set the pot down on the deck. The group gathered around the steamer, sitting cross-legged, while Chen Nuo and Chen's father retrieved the boiled eggs and multi-grain buns prepared by their mother from the canvas bag. Chen Jianping also brought a generous supply of fried dough cakes from his wife's stall. Chen's father found a newspaper to lay underneath and placed the boiled eggs, buns, and fried cakes atop it. Only Chen Chong looked on awkwardly, a pang of bitterness in his heart. Sensing his discomfort, Chen Nuo handed him a bun and a boiled egg, smiling as he urged, "What are you waiting for? Dig in. Once we've eaten, we'll find a spot to cast the net again and hopefully gather even more today, making your parents regret it when we return." Chen Chong accepted the food, nodding earnestly. "Come on, Chong, enjoy the fish," Chen Jianping said as he placed the 2 platters of fish closer to Chen Chong and handed him a pair of chopsticks. "Thank you, Pingu." Chen Chong expressed his gratitude. "We only have 2 pairs of chopsticks. Xiao-san, you can just use your hands," Chen Jianping chuckled. "Wait, we don't even have enough chopsticks?" Chen Nuo was taken aback. "Well, that's what happens when you don't prepare for yourself. Usually it's just me and Dad on the boat. So we only have 2 pairs, Chen Jianping replied. "All right then. In the future, you should keep some dining utensils on the boat and buy a small stove and pot," Chen's father advised while peeling a boiled egg. Chen Nuo nodded and promptly grabbed a cooked crab from the steamer, prying open the crab shell. April and May are the peak months for local female Chinese mitten crabs, known for their rich roe, referred to as red paste full cover. The crab he selected was indeed a female, with a shell brimming with vibrant orange roe, enticing enough to make one's mouth water. He began with the crab shell, using his fingers to scoop out the roe and devouring it eagerly. The delicate roe melted in his mouth, carrying a hint of the sea's saltiness. While it lacked the sweetness of hairy crab roe, it was devoid of the faint fishy taste that often accompanies it. Besides the roe, the meat of the mitten crab was also plump and sweet. During this season, the family had indulged in mitten crabs frequently, as some caught would be dead or damaged when sorting at the purchasing station. Thus they took them home to enjoy. Chen Nuo swiftly finished the mitten crab. Noticing there was only half of the snapper left on the plate, he quickly seized a generous piece of fish meat. With one bite, the fish was exceptionally tender and juicy. Compared to other fish, the snapper primarily feeds on shellfish, giving its flesh a firmer texture. In the northern coastal regions, there's a saying that praises these 4 types of fish: snapper, pomfret, ribbonfish, and eel, for their exquisite taste. After finishing the piece of fish, Chen Nuo felt unsatisfied and reached for more, only to find that his second brother had snatched the remaining fish meat with his chopsticks, leaving only the head and bones. The snapper is typically enjoyed in 2 ways. Once the meat is nearly consumed, the bones can be simmered in a pot for a renowned hangover remedy. "What are you staring at? Who told you to be so slow? Give that golden pomfret a try," Chen Jianping said with a grin. Chen Nuo rolled his eyes and took another piece of golden pomfret fish meat to savor. Compared to the snapper, the golden pomfret was richer in fat, with a firmer and more resilient texture, and virtually devoid of bones, making it quite palatable. Before long, the pot of seafood was completely devoured, leaving only 2 multi-grain buns and 2 fried cakes from their supplies. The remnants of the seafood were tossed back into the sea, not as waste, but rather as a resource being utilized wisely. With appetite satisfied, aside from Chen Nuo, who had just dozed off for a moment, the other 3 felt a wave of drowsiness wash over them. "All right, let us continue dragging the net," Chen's father declared, slapping his thigh and struggling against his fatigue to stand. "With such good fortune today, we should make the most of it and drag the net again." For diligent fishermen, every day spent at sea and each bounty collected is a gift from nature. Especially for the elder generation, they truly know how to endure hardship. "Dad, let us go take a look over there," Chen Nuo casually pointed in a direction. Currently, the treasure radar showed no high-value targets, only moving vessels. The color distribution map was more likely to refresh. "Don't wander too far," Chen's father reminded. "Rest assured, I won't stray far," Chen Nuo affirmed. "Then you all go ahead, stay safe, and meet back near this small island when you're done." "All right." With that, Chen Nuo and Chen Chong returned to their boat. This time, Chen Nuo didn't let Chen Chong steer. Instead, he instructed him to start the diesel engine while he took the helm, steering toward the northeast of the small island. After about 10 minutes, the small island was no longer visible on the horizon. As the small boat sailed onward, Chen Nuo kept a vigilant eye on the treasure radar, attentively monitoring the changes in colors. Suddenly, one of the areas turned red. However, to Chen Nuo's surprise, this red was deeper than before and covered a larger area. He speculated that this might indicate something better than the previous red, though not quite as good as gold. Assuming it unlikely to signify bad luck, Chen Nuo adjusted the small boat's course directly toward the red zone. "Brother, look, what is that?" Chen Chong's excited voice broke in. Chen Nuo glanced at him, following his pointed finger, and was momentarily taken aback. In a not-so-distant horizon, A vast shadow beneath the sea was swiftly approaching them, accompanied by numerous fish occasionally leaping from the water surface. "Mackerel, brother, it's a school of mackerel," Chen Chong exclaimed, hastily reaching for the casting net. Chen Nuo recognized it as well, his face breaking into a radiant smile. It appeared that the deep crimson of the treasure radar signified greater fortune. And the larger the area of color, the more abundant the targets it implied. Mackerel, akin to ribbon fish, migrate to the coastal waters to spawn during the months of April and May, making them a relatively affordable catch. Adult mackerel typically measure between 25 to 50 centimeters in length, generally weighing 1 to 2 kilograms, though a few individuals can reach up to a meter. "Brother, hurry. You cast better than I do," Chun Chong urged, handing over the casting net as he approached, aware that there was no time for idle chatter. Chen Nuo took the net and positioned himself at the bow, his gaze intensely fixed on the approaching school of fish. "It's a pity Uncle and Brother Ping aren't here. We won't be able to catch much with just the two of us," Chun Chong lamented. "There's no time to waste. Let's catch them first." Yes, brother. Do your best and cast well." Chen Nuo nodded earnestly. The school of fish moved swiftly, and the boat could hardly keep pace. They would only have 2 or 3 opportunities to cast a net. As the distance closed, the mackerel became more discernible beneath the water, their numbers dense and looming like a dark cloud. For those with a weaker constitution, such a sight might induce a paralyzing fear. Once the foremost mackerel entered a 10-meter range, Chen Nuo forcefully cast the net. It unfurled majestically in midair, forming a colossal net that descended onto the sea, perfectly enveloping a substantial portion of the mackerel. After a tense wait of about 10 seconds, Chen Nuo pulled on the net. To his surprise, there were far too many mackerel to haul in alone. "Chong, quick, lend a hand. I'm coming." Chen Chong rushed forward, grabbing the rope to assist in pulling. Chapter 45, A Hold Full of Fish. "My goodness, this is heavy. It must weigh around 1 to 200 pounds. Hurry up and pull, then quickly cast again." Chen Chong's expression was one of urgency. The two gritted their teeth and exerted their strength, successfully dragging the net onto the boat. With Chen Chong holding the upper part of the net, Chen Nuo swiftly yanked open the bottom, releasing mackerel that flopped and thrashed onto the deck. Chen Chong then shook the net vigorously, dislodging a few mackerel still entangled within. "Brother, we've struck it rich. This must be over 100 pounds. Chen Chong's eyes sparkled with delight. "There is definitely more than that." Chen Nuo nodded with a smile. After the last mackerel was freed, Chen Nuo quickly organized the net before casting another haul in the middle of the boat. This net was equally bountiful, perhaps even overly heavy, and the two could barely manage to pull it in. As they released the mackerel from this catch, Chen Nuo noticed a large tear in the net, fortuitously blocked by a sizable mackerel, preventing any fish from escaping. Clearly, it could no longer be used and would need to be repaired. "Chong, the net is torn. Handle this while I quickly fetch another net," Chen Nuo instructed urgently. Fortunately, he had anticipated this and purchased 2 casting nets. "Got it," Chen Chong replied, hastily retrieving another net. "Brother, here. Let us not worry about the damaged net for now." Chen Nuo had no time to concern himself with the few fish still snagged in the torn net. He took the net from Chen Chong and hurried to the stern to cast one final haul. Once this net was cast, the school of mackerel had just vacated the vicinity of the small boat. Together, they pulled in this net, discovering it was slightly less abundant, yet still exceeding 100 pounds. After releasing the mackerel, the deck was alive with the thrashing of fish, making movement nearly impossible. Every step risked stepping on a fish. "Quick, Chong, go fetch the baskets for the fish." "Right." Chen Chong nodded excitedly, bending down to find a place to set down the boxes. Mackerel typically perish within 5 minutes of being out of water, and their irritable nature often leads to them succumbing to stress during capture. At this moment, most of the mackerel on the boat had gone still, with only a few weakly flopping about. Before departing that morning, their father had replenished the boat with diesel and placed ice in the hole beneath the deck to preserve their catch. The two busied themselves packing the mackerel into baskets before transporting them to the hold. The fresher the catch, the more valuable it is, and larger vessels often have dedicated freezing compartments and live fish holds. The small wooden boat's hold was modest, barely accommodating a few hundred pounds of mackerel. The size of the mackerel varied widely, with smaller ones weighing 2 to 3 pounds, while larger specimens could reach 20 to 30 pounds. The mackerel captured this time were generally larger, most falling within the 5 to 10 pound range, with a few between 10 and 20 pounds. Given the elongated shape of the mackerel, a 10-pound fish could measure about a meter in length. The largest specimen, when Chen Nuo lifted it, felt almost as tall as he was, likely weighing around 30 pounds. "Brother, what a pity. If we had used a trawl net, we could have caught several thousand pounds." Chen Chong wiped the sweat from his forehead, gazing regretfully in the direction the fish had departed. Don't be too greedy. Our first day out to sea, encountering a school of fish and filling the hold, is already a blessing from the heavens. Chen Nuo smiled, handing him his water bottle. His own mindset was quite positive, knowing that with a treasure radar as a guiding advantage, such opportunities would abound in the future. You really have a good perspective, brother. Chen Chong nodded appreciatively, accepting the water bottle and taking a drink. Where shall we head next? Let us go back and find Dad and second brother. We can see if they encountered the fish and show them our haul. All right, Chen Chong said cheerfully, heading towards the helm. Chen Nuo sat on the deck, habitually checking his pockets, only to realize he had run out of cigarettes. Glancing at Chen Chong, who was turning the boat around, Chen Nuo couldn't help but chuckle. Though Chen Chong occasionally smoked, he seldom bought any himself, relying instead on allowances from their elders, which were scarce. He would have to ask old Chen and second brother for some. Lying back with his hands clasped behind his head, Chen Nuo crossed his legs and gazed up at the azure sky, feeling an indescribable joy. How had he never realized how pleasant life at sea could be? Upon returning near the small island, they found no sign of their father or second brother's boat. Noticing a new blue area on the treasure radar, Chen Nuo instructed Chen Chong to steer the boat towards the target point. Chong, do you want to take a nap? I'll fish for a while until Dad and the others arrive. Let us see if we can return early today. Sure, I'm a bit tired, Chen Chong nodded, stifling a yawn as he walked towards the deck. Chen Nuo grabbed a fishing rod and bait, settled down in the middle of the boat, and began to fish. After a prolonged wait without a bite, he suddenly heard snoring and glanced over at Chen Chong, unable to suppress a smile. Now he could truly appreciate the fulfillment and joy of fishing at sea, yet he was still undeniably fatigued. As he contemplated the future days of venturing out to sea, which would necessitate rising at the break of dawn, around 3 or 4 in the morning, and toiling on the water until evening's return, a sense of worry began to envelop him. In stark contrast, the previous employees at the company, adhering to the 9-to-5 routine, seemed to have truly enviable lives. He considered himself a benevolent employer, rarely imposing overtime upon them, often arranging snacks and fruits in the afternoons, or even ordering milk tea on their behalf. Yet, despite his efforts, complaints of fatigue and various excuses for leave frequently reached his ears. After casting his line twice, the first attempt yielded nothing, while the second brought forth a 6-line fish. This species, also known as yellow croaker, possesses tender, firm flesh akin to garlic cloves. Upon stewing, it reveals large meat chunks with minimal bones, making it highly nutritious and suitable for both the elderly and children. Its price is not trivial. In later years, wild specimens fetch quite a hefty sum per pound, although this particular fish was modest in size, typically weighing around a pound. The blue zone on the treasure radar remained, indicating that this fish was not the target. Chen Nuo tossed the fish into the bucket, retrieved a small fish from the miscellaneous catch bucket, and continued to cast his line into the sea. Surveying the area, he noted the absence of his father and elder brother boat, uncertain of their whereabouts as they dragged their nets. He hoped they too would encounter the school of mackerel. That would indeed be a tremendous windfall. When his gaze returned to the bobber, he noticed it had submerged, prompting him to swiftly reel in his line. Moments later, a tremendous pull from beneath the surface caught him off guard, nearly dragging him into the sea. Chen Nuo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he quickly stood and began to wrestle with the unseen force. The strength he felt from below was unexpectedly formidable. Positioning the fishing rod against his abdomen, he gripped it tightly, clenching his teeth and praying that neither the rod nor the line would snap. After nearly 10 minutes of this vigorous tug-of-war, the sizable fish seemed to tire, and the struggle ceased. Chen Nuo carefully began to reel in the line once more, gradually lifting the rod. What soon came into view left him momentarily astonished. It was a large sea turtle. Was this indeed the target indicated by the treasure radar? A flicker of doubt crossed his mind, but upon reflection, it seemed plausible. At that time, sea turtles were not yet classified as protected species and held considerable value. In fact, every part of them was deemed precious. Wow, brother, you've caught a sea turtle. Chen Chong's voice suddenly broke through his thoughts. Turning his head, Chen Nuo saw that his brother had approached unnoticed. Yes, I'll gently guide it over, and you can help pull it up. It must weigh several dozen pounds. So be cautious. Absolutely, Chen Chong replied confidently, squatting by the side of the boat, ready to seize the turtle. Once the turtle was close enough, he extended his arms and embraced it. Strangely, the turtle did not struggle, allowing him to bring it aboard effortlessly. Brother, this creature is enormous. It's likely older than both of us, Chen Chong exclaimed with a grin. Remove the hook and release it, Chen Nuo urged with a smile. On the treasure radar, the blue area had been replaced by white, clearly indicating that this turtle was indeed the target. Though not yet a protected species, he resolved to set it free. Having experienced such an extraordinary turn of events in his own life, he found his beliefs shifting. The sea turtle, phonetically akin to returning home, symbolized the safe return of fishermen and embodied good fortune and longevity. Are you really going to release it? It's quite valuable. Yes, let it go. We want to profit from this, Chen Nuo replied. All right, Chen Chong concurred, realizing that releasing the turtle was indeed the better choice. He removed the hook from its mouth and cast it back into the ocean. With a splash, the turtle re-entered the water. Moments later, it resurfaced, peeking above the surface with its eyes, two small, black gems, before diving back down and disappearing from sight. Brother, you're incredible. You caught a sea turtle. What's the big deal? There are plenty of them in the sea. This is my first time seeing someone catch a sea turtle. No wonder your luck is so extraordinary. I feel like Mazu is truly blessing you. That would be wonderful. Next time we have the chance, let's visit the Mazu temple and pay our respects. Chen Nuo suggested with a smile. Regardless of the unseen forces that seemed to protect him, granting him a second chance to amend past regrets. He felt that since he had chosen the path of the fisherman, it was only fitting to honor Mazu. Absolutely. I'd like to go too, to ask for good fortune so we can earn more money. Huh, you don't even have a share in the profits yet. You might as well pray for me. That is fine, as long as you're a bit more first. You, observing Chen Chong's earnest smile, Chen Nuo felt a warm wave of emotion wash over him. In the cutthroat world of commerce, it was rare to find someone genuinely wishing for another's prosperity. Most were more inclined to feel discontented at the sight of others thriving while they faltered. In his previous life, he had been blinded by ignorance, distancing himself from such beautiful people and experiences. Continuing to fish, he engaged in light-hearted conversation with Chen Chong. If they ventured out to sea the following day, they would need to bring a net, as well as provisions for cooking and eating. The fishing net required mending, and he also needed to purchase another fishing rod the next time he visited town. Ah Chong, please help me remember all of this. I'm afraid I might forget. He said, sure, today has been fruitful. When we return, I'll give you an extra 5 as a bonus. No need, brother. The 5 we agreed upon is sufficient. You shouldn't be giving bonuses like that, Chen Chong insisted. Are you foolish? Why refuse money? Chen Nuo chuckled. Because what's mine will come to me. Chen Chong stubbornly shook his head. All right, suit yourself. Brother, earning $5 in a day is already quite a lot. I've saved up a good amount of money now. The boat cost 580, and after going out to sea with you less than 10 times, I'll be able to claim a 1/10 share. You're quite calculative. Of course. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Nuo spoke again. Ah Chong, rest assured. If you work diligently alongside me, while I cannot promise everything, in just a few years, you will undoubtedly live a life that many would envy. Brother, I believe in you. By the way, do you have a girl you like? Chen Nuo abruptly changed the subject. No, Chen Chong replied, his face flushing as he shook his head. Then you better hurry and find one. You're 21 now. It's time to start dating. Once you earn money, you can marry her. Brother, you didn't have a girlfriend before either. Nowadays, marriages are often arranged by the family through matchmaking. Listen to me. Don't rely on matchmaking. The chances of meeting a good woman through that route are no better than winning the lottery. You need to choose for yourself. Chen Nuo advised, speaking from experience. What is a lottery? It means the odds are very low. Oh, Chen Chong scratched his head and chuckled. I haven't thought about that yet. I just want to earn more money with you for now. That's fine. Earn the money first. When the time comes, you'll have the confidence to pursue any girl you fancy. That's quite good. Brother, how come you seem to know so much? Of course. Otherwise, how could I be your brother? After about an hour, Chen Nuo managed to catch a few more low-value fish, and soon, he spotted his father and elder brother's boat returning. Father, how was the haul? He called out as the boat drew near. Not bad, but it pales in comparison to the 2 nets we dragged this morning, his father replied loudly. Chen Nuo was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether his golden touch could bestow fortune upon those around him. Uncle, Pingu, we've encountered a school of mackerel and caught several hundred pounds. Chen could hardly contain his excitement. A school of mackerel? Is that true? Chen Jianping's eyes widened in disbelief. Chen Fu cast a stunned glance at his youngest son. It's true. The fish hold is nearly full. We only had time to cast 3 nets. It's a pity you weren't on board. Otherwise, we would have easily caught over 1,000 pounds with just 1 net. Chen Nuo confirmed with a smile. How come you have such incredible luck? You should have taken me along. Chen Jianping lamented, slapping his thigh in regret. He had fished alongside his father for several years and had encountered schools of fish only a handful of times, let alone a school of mackerel. Chen Fu, too, was filled with remorse, his eyelids twitching as he fished a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. Dad, toss me a smoke. Get lost. Chen Fu shot him a fierce glare. What? Come on, Dad. Don't tell me you're blaming me for this. I never said you couldn't come along. Why on earth would we follow you? Do you know where the fish are? Well, it's not my fault. You just seem to have fallen out of favor with luck, and that's not my problem. Me too, little brother. Right now, you're quite the eyesore. Chen Jianping chimed in, his face stern. Chapter 47. A fish for a smoke. Upon Chen Nuo's suggestion to return home, both Chen Fu and Chen Jianping readily agreed. The haul had been quite satisfactory, and after several days of early mornings and late nights, they were indeed weary. Returning early would afford them a chance to rest and ensure the fish remained fresh for sale. Thus, the two boats set off side by side towards the village. It was already past 3 in the afternoon. Given their distance from the dock and the speed of the vessels, the return journey would take over an hour. Seated on the deck, Chen Nuo recounted to his father and elder brother the incident of releasing a caught sea turtle. Releasing it was wise. Your luck is currently exceptional. And you don't need the money. Chen Fu nodded in agreement. Wait, little brother, what is going on with you these past few days? How can your luck be so good? Chen Jianping's eyes shimmered with envy. Luck, once it arrives, cannot be halted. Chen Nuo chuckled, shrugging nonchalantly. That's a rather provoking statement. Chen Jianping responded, gritting his teeth in frustration. Ha! Pingu, I reckon if we set out to sea again tomorrow, you should definitely join us, Chen Chong suggested with a smile. Forget it. I don't believe anyone can be lucky every single day. But Nuo Gu has been lucky for several days now, even finding treasures along the shore. Enough. It's pure luck, and I'm not envious in the slightest, Chen Jianping declared, though his expression betrayed him. Chen Fu puffed on his cigarette, contemplating his youngest son's extraordinary streak of fortune, pondering whether he should truly accompany him tomorrow. Dad, could I have a smoke? Chen Nuo looked at his father with pleading eyes. None left. Chen Fu decisively refused, not even glancing in his direction. I don't believe that. Just cut back a bit. It's bad for your health. Then what are you asking me for? Your brother? Chen Nuo turned his gaze to Chen Jianping. Don't look at me. I'm out as well. I don't trust you at all. I'll trade you a mackerel for a smoke. Those without a smoking addiction cannot fathom the torment of a smoker craving their fix, especially when another boat nearby is enveloped in clouds of smoke. Really? I want a big one. Chen Jianping's eyes gleamed with interest. A Haven tea had mackerel dumplings in ages. A single fish could feed the family for several meals. Fine, I'll give you a 10-pounder, Chen Nuo begrudgingly agreed. That's what you said. Now follow through. Chen Jianping rummaged through his pocket, pulled out a cigarette, placed it between his lips, and tossed the remaining pack directly to Chen Nuo. Hey! Chen Nuo was startled and quickly stood up, catching it with both hands. What are you throwing it for? What if it falls in the water? Then you can jump in and retrieve it. Forget you. Chen Nuo shot him a finger, glancing down to find only 2 cigarettes remaining. You said you wanted one. I even gave you an extra. And don't forget my fish. Got it. I'll give it to you once we dock. Chen Nuo rolled his eyes in impatience, taking one for himself and tossing the remaining pack to Chen Chong. Akyang. Thanks, brother. Chen Chong exclaimed joyfully as he caught it. Chen Nuo still had matches in his pocket, pulled one out. But the sea breeze was much stronger now than in the morning, and the dampness made it nearly impossible to ignite. Frustrated and yearning for the nicotine to wash over his brain, Chen Nuo reminisced about the lighters he had collected in his past life. Ordinary lighters would only begin to circulate in the country after the early 1990s, when techniques were imported by Wenzhou merchants and mass production began. However, one could likely find imported kerosene lighters in stores in larger cities. He vowed to buy one once he earned some money. After 2 match attempts and shielding against the wind, he finally succeeded in lighting one. He took a deep drag, releasing the smoke slowly while inhaling it back through his nose. This technique, known as returning the dragon to the lungs, is a skill possessed only by seasoned smokers. Novices should refrain from attempting it, lest they choke and harm themselves. Brother, that's so cool. Teach me. Chen Chong's eyes sparkled with curiosity. What is wrong with you? Chen Nuo laughed, tossing the matchbox to him. You can't learn it. Chen Chong, feeling challenged, lit his own cigarette and attempted to mimic him, only to be met with a fit of coughing. Cough, I told you not to try. Chen Nuo smiled smugly. Dad, look at Xiao San. He might start sneaking smokes in middle school. We should tell Mom to catch him. Chen Jianping turned to his father. Chen Fu nodded in agreement, fully convinced. That trick he just performed, he can't even master that. Yet his craving for cigarettes is greater. He truly deserves a lesson. Hey, big brother. You can't do that. I'm trading a big fish for a smoke, and you're still trying to cheat me? That was your choice. Who told you to have such a strong craving? Stop saying that. I'm trying to quit smoking. With that yearning for cigarettes, you better not quit, otherwise you'll end up smoking even more. What do you know? I'm gradually reducing my intake. I'm not going cold turkey. Quitting is good. Chen Fu nodded in approval. As they chatted and laughed, they soon spotted the dock approaching. It was nearly 5:30. The sun had yet to set in this season. Only a few individuals awaited the return of the boats at the dock, while many were seen scouring the beach for treasures. Yao Mei and Li Yuji had coincidentally arranged to go beachcombing together, crouched down digging for clams when they suddenly heard someone shout, "Ingzi, isn't that your father's boat?" Where? Where? Chen Xiaoying immediately lifted her head to gaze at the sea, her face lighting up with joy. "It's my dad's boat, and my brother's too. Yuji, they're back. Is that boat yours?" Li Yuji inquired with a beaming smile. "The blue one. Yuji, you go wait for them over there. I'll go call my mom for help." "Okay, you hurry. I'm off, take this." Chen Xiaoying handed the shovel to her and promptly turned to run in the direction of home. After watching her fade into the distance, Li Yuji picked up a nearby bucket filled with assorted seafood and briskly made her way toward the dock. As the boat inched closer to the pier, Chen Nuo spotted Li Yuji standing there. "Yuji, what brings you here?" he exclaimed, rising to wave his arm. Under the scrutiny of surrounding gazes, Li Yuji's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she mustered the courage to respond loudly. "I came with my little sister to gather seafood." "Where's she?" "She went home to call Andy." "All right then. Just wait a moment. We'll dock shortly." "Okay." At that moment, several women huddled together, gossiping recognized Chen Nuo, and began to murmur among themselves. "Isn't that the youngest son of AI Gua? Did he buy a boat? I've never seen this boat before. When did that happen? Did AI Gua really buy it for his son? I thought that boy was always idle. Who knew he would actually take on a proper job? 3 days fishing, 2 days sunbathing. Who knows if he'll still be doing this tomorrow?" Hearing their remarks, Li Yuji furrowed her brow and looked over. "Is it amusing to speak idly like this?" The women immediately flushed with embarrassment at her words. Some attempted to respond, but being older, they felt it was beneath them to argue with a young girl. "The girl is right. Why must some people indulge in such sour talk?" Chen Qinghua suddenly chimed in. Their expressions darkened further. "What do you mean by that? Do you still want to buy my goods?" A middle-aged woman retorted sternly. She owned a boat as well, and the buyers at the dock were always courteous to her. Chen Qinghua had previously been respectful too, but his sudden change in demeanor was intolerable to her. "Then don't buy them. Even if you beg me, I'll 1T sell them to you. My nephew's family has another boat now. I don't need your goods." Chen Qinghua replied coolly. Fine, you said it." The woman's face turned ashen with anger as she glared at Zhao Jianxi nearby. "From now on, all my goods will be sold to you. Please don't." Zhao Jianxi raised a hand, his face filled with disdain. "I won't buy them either. It's always the same little amount, and you haggle for ages. I'm fed up with it. If others don't want them, neither will I. You all." The woman wore a look of shock, casting a desperate glance at her old friends beside her. However, those friends instinctively distanced themselves from her. Their families relied on fishing for a living, and offending the buyers at the dock could lead to significant trouble. The woman was utterly dumbfounded, nearly choking on her anger. Li Yuji watched the scene unfold, secretly amused. She recognized these gossiping women, who had often spoken ill of her and her mother behind their backs. Meanwhile, 2 boats were slowly docking. Achang's steering skills were not quite as proficient as Erge's. Erge had smoothly brought their small boat to a halt in one go, while Achang struggled to maintain the correct angle, causing the boat to tilt. It took him quite a while to adjust it properly. Over there, Erge and their father had begun unloading cargo from the boat, one passing items down while the other received them. As basket after basket of fish was brought ashore, many villagers gathered to watch. "Hey, Igua, you've had quite a catch today. No wonder you're back so early." A familiar face greeted with a smile. "Not bad, just lucky." Chen Igua responded with a broad grin. "Did you buy another boat for your youngest son?" "He bought it himself, claiming he wants to start making money." "Really? That's wonderful. You'll be able to enjoy life now, with both sons out at sea earning." "Haha, it's still early. They'll just help out whenever they can. With this boat's catch today, doesn't your youngest son feel envious?" "Well," Chun Fu hesitated for a moment. Chapter 48. The dock was abuzz. When basket after basket of mackerel was unloaded, the entire dock erupted with excitement. After a brief moment of astonishment, Li Yuji quickly approached with a radiant smile. The nearby women exchanged glances, the atmosphere growing increasingly awkward. "Wow, this kid is really striking it rich. He must have stumbled upon a school of mackerel." Zhao Jianxi couldn't help but exclaim. Chen Qinghua beamed with delight, casting a glance at him. "Zhao, don't you dare compete with me, or I 1T hold back." "Damn, I was just helping you out earlier. I don't care. Just give me a little. I have buyers who need goods at high prices." "Dream on. Do you think I know fewer buyers than you?" "Chun, one must learn to be grateful. Behaving like this will leave you friendless. If I have no friends, so be it. I don't care." "Ai Gua, what is happening here?" The man who had just been chatting with Chen Igua was left speechless. Chen Igua shrugged with a smile. Yes, just luckier. He encountered a school of mackerel. "So it's not him envying me. It's I who envy him. Wait, aren't your 2 boats together? We separated for a bit at noon, and he ended up hitting the fish school. I regret it so much." If I had followed along, we would have struck it rich today. The more he spoke, the more frustrated Chen Nuo became. At that moment, an increasing crowd began to gather around Chen Nuo and the others. Chen Nuo. Li Yuji navigated through the crowd to approach him. Yuji, look, we hit the mackerel school and caught several hundred pounds. Chen Nuo beamed, pointing to a basket of mackerel on the ground. I see. You all are amazing. Li Yuji's eyes sparkled with delight. It's all thanks to Nogu's good fortune. I just lent a little help. Chen Chong stood on the boat, smiling as he handed Chen Nuo a bucket filled with sea bass and mullet. Chen Nuo accepted it with both hands and showed it to Li Yuji. Look, there are 2 big fish. I caught the mullet, and I learned to cast a net for my dad. The first cast caught it. Oh my, these 2 fish are enormous. You're all incredibly lucky, Li Yuji exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at the fish in the bucket. The onlookers were equally stunned. What kind of luck is this? First, a school of mackerel, then mullet and sea bass. Is he the reincarnation of Mazu? It's been ages since I've seen a boat come back with this much catch. Goodness gracious, this haul is truly exceptional. It's infuriating how people can be so fortunate. This was her newly bought boat's first outing, and it was simply outrageous. Young lad, where did you encounter the school of mackerel? An elderly man in his 50s inquired. Chen Nuo glanced at him and evasively replied, Sir, who can remember that? Besides, there are no landmarks in the ocean, and the fish have long since fled. Otherwise, how could we have caught so few? Both boats would be full. Despite knowing that Chen Nuo spoke the truth, the old man felt disgruntled and snorted in silence. Chen Nuo couldn't be bothered with such a self-important elder, and said to Li Yuji, Yuji, please keep an eye on this while we move the goods to the buyer. All right. Li Yuji nodded eagerly and added, my little sister went to call Andy. She should be here soon. No problem. We'll start moving. With that, Chen Nuo and Chen Chong each carried a basket of mackerel toward the buyer, each basket weighing around 40 to 50 pounds, and with the added weight of ice in the basket itself, it was manageable for the 2 young and strong men. Chen Jianping followed closely behind, carrying a basket of crabs from his boat. He cast a glance at the mackerel in the hands of the 2 men and remarked with a hint of bitterness, Don't forget to save one for me. I understand. It's just a fish. Do you think I would default? Chen Nuo retorted with a sideways glance of annoyance. By the time the trio transported their catch to the purchasing point, Chen Qinghua and Zhao Jianxi had risen to greet them, their faces adorned with broad smiles. Arno, sell me the mackerel. I can offer you a higher price than him. My business is running low on stock, Zhao Jianxi exclaimed impatiently. Zhao, get lost. Chen Qinghua's smile vanished in an instant, replaced by a glare of anger. I won't back down. Those earlier catches are bygones, but today I must contest for this haul. What business would I have if I don't? Zhao Jianxi replied calmly, a teasing smile on his lips. Chen, are you trying to play the emotional card again? If so, I have nothing more to say. Let your nephew take a little loss. Let us see how you, as an uncle, handle this. Chen Qinghua's face flushed with embarrassment, and he erupted in a torrent of curses. Zhao Jianxi, unperturbed, retaliated with equal fervor. The 2 exchanged cordial insults, their spittle flying in the heated exchange. Chen Jianping, having grown accustomed to their antics, set down his basket of crabs, his expression morose as he turned to leave. In the past, whenever he brought in goods, both uncles welcomed him with smiles and warmth. Yet today, he understood that such smiles were not intended for him. He was merely a peripheral figure in their rivalry. Chen Nuo, puzzled, turned to his second brother and said to Chen Qinghua, Uncle Qing, let us place our goods here for now. We can discuss the rest after we finish. All right, Chen Qinghua said, turning to him with a smile that was as warm as a sunbeam. Chen Nuo exchanged a glance with Chen Chong, and the 2 placed down their baskets before departing. After walking a short distance, Chen Nuo suddenly turned back and called out loudly, Uncle Qing, Uncle Zhao, I have 10 baskets of mackerel, along with a su mei fish and a sea bass, each weighing over 10 pounds. You can negotiate how to divide them. I'm open to suggestions. At this declaration, the eyes of Chen Qinghua and Zhao Jianxi ignited with fervor, glaring at each other with palpable intensity. Chen, whatever you say today is irrelevant. I must have a share of your goods. I refuse to yield, Zhao. What do you intend to do about it? Draw the line. Don't try to intimidate me. I wasn't raised to be scared, Chen Chong remarked, glancing back at the purchasing point with a low whistle. Chen Nuo chuckled and patted his shoulder. Brother. The voice of his younger sister suddenly rang out. Chen Nuo turned to see his mother and younger sister approaching, heading toward the boat. Brother, what's happening over there? Why are there so many people? His younger sister inquired loudly. You'll find out if you go over, Chen Nuo grinned. The younger sister and their mother, increasingly curious, quickened their pace. As they drew closer, they heard the jubilant exclamations of the younger sister. Ah, we've struck gold. So many fish. Mom, my brother is making a fortune. What are you shouting about? Keep it down, Chen Guifan scolded, though her smile was impossible to suppress. Look in this bucket, younger sister, Li Yuji said, pointing at a bucket on the ground. The younger sister bent down and stared in awe, her eyes widening as she instinctively raised her hand to cover her mouth to stifle a gasp. Chapter 49, The Dominant Matriarch. So, how do you find me, brother? I earned enough for your tuition in just a day, Chen Nuo said as he and Chen Chang approached. Brother, you're incredible. How are you so handsome? His younger sister looked up at him, her face aglow with admiration. You have good taste. Chen Nuo accepted the flattery with delight. Li Yuji was amused by the sibling banter, stifling a giggle. All right, enough of this mutual flattery. Let us hurry and move the fish over. Chen Guifan instructed with a smile. Mom, we need help over here, came a call from his second brother. Chen Guifan glanced over, frowning slightly. Why did your younger brother catch so many mackerel while you two only brought back these odds and ends? Mom, if you look closely, today's haul is quite good. Chen Jianpain replied, his face drawn. Chen Guifan's gaze scanned the catch, realizing they had indeed brought in a decent amount. However, her younger son's catch was so extravagant that it inadvertently made their seam lacking. You two men can handle it yourselves. We'll help your younger brother finish moving this side first. Mom, Chen Jianpain said, his expression one of resignation. Are the two younger brothers not men? Besides, they were even younger and stronger. There was no helping it. They hadn't caught any mackerel. All right, let us get moving, Chen Guifan urged the children. The group immediately busied themselves. Chen Nuo and Chen Chang continued to carry one basket each, while their mother and younger sister lifted another together. Li Yuji wanted to help as well, but couldn't lift a basket on her own, so she attempted to carry a bucket. However, with two fish weighing 20 to 30 pounds each, plus the seawater, she simply could not manage it. Yuji, just stay here and help watch, Chen Guifan advised. All right, Li Yuji replied, nodding helplessly. Are you selling those mackerel? Can I buy one? Someone suddenly asked. We're not selling. If you want to buy, wait until we sell them at the purchasing point, Chen Nuo said decisively as he lifted a basket of mackerel, refusing without even looking to see who was asking. Soon, everyone transported their catch to the purchasing point. Hey, what are you doing? Just as Chen Nuo set down a basket of mackerel, he heard his mother's furious shout. Confused, he looked toward her and followed her gaze to the boat, his expression darkening instantly. There, Li Yuji appeared to be in a heated argument with several middle-aged women, trying to reclaim a mackerel from one of them. Stop it! Let go! Chen Nuo shouted, sprinting toward them. Chen Chang, Chen Jianpain, and their younger sister followed suit without hesitation. Chen father attempted to intervene, but was blocked by several middle-aged women who were speaking amongst themselves. Let go! He said this fish isn't for sale. Li Yuji struggled fiercely for a mackerel nearly a meter long, her face set in determination. This fish isn't yours. What is it to you? I'm not refusing to pay. You little wretch, let go. One woman spat, seething with anger. You're the wretch. Let go. Someone is stealing fish. Li Yuji shouted at the top of her lungs. Yet, the onlookers merely watched the spectacle unfold, unwilling to intervene. With two women grappling, they were hesitant to get involved, and many harbored jealousy, even hoping that chaos would ensue, allowing them to snatch a fish for themselves. Damn it, are you going to let go or not? Do you want to die? Chen Nuo charged forward at a sprint, cursing loudly. The middle-aged woman trembled in fear, loosening her grip, allowing Li Yuji to seize the fish. Step aside. Chen father, entangled with the two women, heard his son's roar and rushed forward, pushing the women away to stand protectively in front of his future daughter-in-law. What are you doing? Are you trying to rob someone in broad daylight? I am not. I was just trying to buy. The woman's gaze flitted about, her heart laden with guilt as she feebly defended herself. What the hell? I told you I'm not selling. Chen Nuo rushed over, glaring fiercely at the woman and unleashing a torrent of curses. The woman, struck by fear, turned pale and stumbled back a couple of steps, stammering. If you're not selling, then why be so fierce? A resounding slap echoed as it landed on the woman's face, leaving her momentarily stunned. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide as they beheld the formidable and succinctly ruthless Chen Guifan. You dare bully my daughter-in-law in her absence? What is wrong with me scolding you? I even slapped you. Chen Guifan's gaze was sharp, exuding an air of dominance. Mom's right, I did slap you. What are you going to do about it? Chen Xiaoying stood beside her mother, hands on her hips, exuding an air of faux authority. Though she had also been intimidated by her mother earlier, her quick response was fueled by the strength of familial support. With her family present and in the right, she felt emboldened. As she looked at the Chen family standing protectively in front of her, Li Yuji felt a lump rise in her throat, her eyes welling with tears. Having grown up relying solely on her mother, she had never dared to voice her grievances at home, knowing her mother would stand up for her. Yet her mother was often powerless to change her circumstances. This was the first time she felt supported, enveloped by a profound sense of security. You all, the woman, clutching her face, burst into tears. Just leave. You were the one who tried to steal the fish. If you call the police, that's on you. Li Jianping spoke coldly, urging her to depart. The woman cast a resentful glare at the group, and, glancing at the two older sisters nearby, sobbed as she turned to flee. The two women who had previously obstructed Chen's father immediately diminished their presence, attempting to slip away unnoticed. Stop! The sharp-eyed younger sister called out coldly. The two women froze in their tracks, feigning innocence. What are you pretending for? Where did your courage go when you blocked my father? The younger sister questioned with an icy demeanor. We didn't do anything, they protested. We were just asking your father how much the fish costs. Still buying fish? So you're in cahoots with the one from earlier, are you? Is your intellect so lacking? The younger sister scoffed, a smirk playing on her lips. The plump woman's expression shifted as she glanced awkwardly at her older companion, who regarded her with disdain and disbelief. Better to fear a godlike opponent than a pig-like teammate. Slap yourself and get out, Chen Guifan commanded. The two women's faces paled, reluctant to comply. Chen Nuo's cold gaze swept over them, and they felt an overwhelming pressure. The plump woman, unable to withstand it any longer, raised her hand and lightly slapped her own face, hastily covering it as she departed. The other woman hesitated. Do you want me to do the same? Chen Guifan's eyes narrowed. Gritting her teeth, the woman followed suit, slapping herself before fleeing in haste. Chapter 50. The thoughts of the second sister-in-law Yuji. Are you all right? Chen Nuo turned to Li Yuji, concern etched on his face. I'm fine, she replied, shaking her head, her gaze falling upon the slightly damaged fish in her arms. This fish is ruined. Puffed. Chen Nuo couldn't contain his laughter. Li Yuji raised her tear-filled eyes, glaring at him in embarrassment and annoyance. It's nothing, the skin's just torn a bit. If it doesn't sell, we could take it home to eat. It's been ages since I had mackerel dumplings. Chen Nuo smiled, reaching out to wipe her tears, but hesitated, realizing his hands were dirty and withdrew. At that moment, Chen Guifan was expressing her displeasure to her husband. Old Chen, what were you doing? Yuji was bullied, and you just stood there watching? I was held back. You a grown man, let those two harpies stop you? What are you afraid of? I wasn't afraid. It's just, Chen's father faltered, unsure of how to respond. Auntie, please don't blame Uncle, Li Yuji interjected soothingly. I can't be bothered to argue with you, Chen Guifan retorted, turning to Li Yuji with an apologetic expression. Yuji, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have left you alone here. I didn't expect this to happen. It's all right. Auntie, you didn't do anything wrong. Those people were unreasonable. Li Yuji hurriedly reassured her. Here, give me the fish. It's quite heavy. Chen Guifan took the mackerel from her hands. Mom, let this fish go to second brother. I promised him one, Chen Nuo suggested with a smile. Chen Guifan frowned slightly, glancing at her eldest son, reluctantly responding, this is a big fish. It isn't damaged and can fetch a good price. Why get to him? Mom, I haven't had this fish in ages, Chen Jianping pouted, feeling wronged. Just because I didn't catch as much as my younger brother today, I feel like a dumpster diver. Can't we get a smaller one? Do you think you can finish such a large fish? Mom, just give it a second brother. We can keep one big one for ourselves to make dumplings later. We've caught plenty today, so we don't need to shortchange ourselves. Chen Nuo persuaded with a chuckle. Fine, fine, Chen Guifan conceded, realizing the logic in his words, and handed the fish to her eldest son, admonishing, remember to share half with your wife's family. Sure, Chen Jianping happily accepted the fish. All right, let us quickly move all the fish over to sell, Chen Guifan announced loudly. Auntie, you rest here. I'll help the younger sister carry it, Li Yuji quickly offered. Chen Guifan nodded. All right, I'll keep an eye on things here. You two go ahead. Okay. Li Yuji smiled brightly. Soon, Chen Nuo and the others made 3 trips, transporting 10 baskets of mackerel along with 2 large fish from the barrel to the buying point. Chen's father and second brother also brought over the catch from their boat. Just as everyone was discussing prices with Chen Qinghua, Ma Wenfeng hurriedly arrived, holding her child. She had initially planned to prepare dinner at home, but a neighbor suddenly came running, saying there was a commotion at the dock involving her family. Thus, Ma Wenfeng rushed over with her child in tow. Upon hearing her husband recount the events, Ma Wenfeng sighed in relief. As long as there were no losses. She then glanced at the piles of mackerel nearby, a look of envy crossing her face. Earlier that morning, Chen Guifan had already informed her about the younger brother's purchase of a boat, scolding her younger son for spending money without consulting the family. Ma Wenfeng had no objections to her brother-in-law buying the boat. After all, when she married Chen Jianping, her in-laws had contributed money for their new home and had decided to share half of the catch from the family's small boat with them. In comparison, her brother-in-law buying a second-hand boat for a few hundred yuan certainly didn't reflect favoritism from the in-laws. Moreover, her brother-in-law had always been idle, and her husband and in-laws had often suggested he join them at sea for a share of the profits. If that were to happen, their household income would surely decrease. Now that Chen Nuo had purchased a new boat, it was based on his own abilities, ensuring it wouldn't affect their family's income. What she had never anticipated was that her little brother-in-law would encounter a school of fish on his very first fishing expedition. While she felt a tinge of envy, it did not blossom into jealousy. After all, they were family, bound by blood. The little brother's success was ultimately a boon for everyone. Perhaps she would only express mild discontent towards her husband for not having been there to share in the bounty. Brother, let go of those 2 shares of profit you mentioned this morning, Chen Nuo said softly as she approached her second brother, giving him a knowing glance. Her sister-in-law, despite not being inherently malevolent, had a sharp tongue and a tendency to harbor grudges. Given the substantial catch of mackerel today, it was likely that her sister-in-law would feel a sting if she were to demand those 2 shares. Even if she refrained from voicing her grievances now, there would surely be a quarrel when they returned home. Chen Nuo did not place much importance on money, especially since it was a trifling sum. There was no need to complicate matters for her second brother. Their past relationship had been fraught with tension, a shared responsibility on both sides. For Chen Nuo, those were bygone events that could not be resurrected. She refused to dwell on them. Her only desire was for their family to live in harmony, to be happy and healthy, and sometimes bearing a little loss herself was inconsequential. Compared to the tribulations of her previous life, this was merely inconsequential, hardly worth a toe's worth of concern. The 2 brothers shared a silent understanding, and Chen Jianpain instantly grasped her intention, returning her a grateful look. What are you 2 whispering about? Ma Wenfang inquired, her brows furrowed. Nothing much, sister-in-law. I gave that fish to my second brother. You all can take it home to enjoy, Chen Nuo said, gesturing towards the mackerel set apart in a separate bucket, smiling as she deftly changed the subject. Ma Wenfang glanced over and her face immediately brightened. Such a large fish. Isn't that excessive? We can't possibly finish it. A smaller one would suffice. Not at all. Let my second brother take half of it to your family, Chen Nuo replied. Well, thank you then. Ma Wenfang's smile widened, and her gaze towards her little brother-in-law softened with newfound warmth. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt as if this little brother-in-law had transformed in the past few days, becoming much more agreeable in her eyes. We're family. No need for thanks. Come here, Lele. Uncle Sam will carry you, Chen Nuo said, extending her arms to the little one. Uncle Sam, what a big fish. Is it tasty? The child asked with innocent curiosity. Absolutely. It will make for delicious dumplings. I'll have your mother prepare them for you, Chen Nuo replied with a smile. Yes. I want to eat dumplings, lots of them. Of course. As many as you desire. Chen Nuo chuckled, playfully pinching the child's cheek. The onlookers beamed with warmth at the scene. Ma Wenfang's expression softened further as she pondered whether her previous attitude towards her little brother-in-law and sister-in-law had been misguided. Chapter 51. A quick return on investment. After a spirited debate, Chen Qinghua and Zhao Jianxi reached an agreement. Chen Nuo's boat full of mackerel would yield 2 baskets for Zhao Jianxi, along with the catch from Chen Aigua and Chen Jianpain's boat. The remainder would belong to Chen Qinghua. Chen Nuo and the others had no objections, as long as the payment was satisfactory. Next came the discussion of prices. Chen Qinghua straightforwardly stated the rates for the mackerel, categorized into 3 sizes: those under 5 pounds at 0.4 yuan per pound, those between 5 and 10 pounds at 0.7 yuan per pound, and those exceeding 10 pounds at a premium price of 15 yuan per pound. Zhao Jianxi quoted the same prices. Dad, how do we assess this pricing? Chen Nuo inquired, casting a look towards her father, who was undoubtedly well-versed in the market rates for various fish. No problem. That is already quite generous, Chen's father replied, accepting a fine cigarette from Zhao Jianxi with a nod of approval. Let us proceed with the sale then. Uncle Qing, what about the 2 fish in this bucket? Chen Nuo pointed to the live fish bucket nearby. I can offer you 4 yuan per pound for the sea base, but as for this rare grouper. Chen Qinghua hesitated before stating, that fish is quite a rarity. If a wealthy buyer comes along, you could sell it for a higher price. If I take it, you would be at a disadvantage. Chen Nuo felt touched by his consideration and smiled. I don't know any buyers who require it, uncle. Do you have any suggestions? You could wait here. There are often buyers seeking quality goods at the dock. I know a few and have their phone numbers. You could take them to the village chief's house to make a call, though contacting them is uncertain. Chen Qinghua shared his thoughts. At that time, installing a landline was exorbitantly priced, making it inaccessible for ordinary families. Only the village chief had a landline. When it was installed, the chief claimed it was to facilitate better communication for everyone, inviting those in need to come to his house. However, shortly after the installation, anyone wishing to make a call was expected to bring a small gift. I have a few numbers as well. Zhao Jianxi chimed in. Chen Nuo shook his head. No, I think I'll wait here. You all can handle the mackerel and sea base first. He was unwilling to curry favor with the village chief. As in his previous life, even municipal officials had greeted him with smiles. Why should he now bow to the whims of a village chief? Chen Qinghua and Zhao Jianxi said no more, promptly starting to weigh and calculate the payments. Chen Nuo took out a particularly large mackerel weighing over 10 pounds to take home for his family's enjoyment. The total weight of the mackerel was 438.7 pounds, with the large size comprising 233 pounds, the medium size 151 pounds, and the small size 547 pounds. At the respective purchase prices, the total came to 47,708 yuan. The sea base weighed 156 pounds, priced at 4 yuan per pound, totaling 624 yuan. Additionally, the catches of tiger head fish, skinned fish, and several miscellaneous fish and crabs amounted to 35 yuan. Altogether, the sum was 54,298 yuan, which Chen Qinghua rounded up to an even 543 yuan. Meanwhile, Zhao Jianxi was busy weighing the crab, and Chen Qinghua handed all the money to Chen Nuo, intending to settle with Zhao Jianxi later. Here you go, Achong, Chen Nuo said, pulling out a 5 yuan note and handing it to him. Thank you, brother. Achong accepted the money with a grin, slipping it into his pocket without hesitation. Brother, a sweet, cloying voice piped up beside him. Chen Nuo felt goosebumps rise and glanced over in mild exasperation. There stood his younger sister, beaming with a flattering smile and batting her big eyes at him. All right, spare me the flattery. Here, Chen Nuo said, handing her 3 yuan in change. Ah, thank you, brother. You are the most handsome in the world. Wishing you wealth every day, she exclaimed joyfully, accepting the money and lavishly praising him. 3 yuan was not insignificant to her. It felt like a fortune, one she believed she could never exhaust. After all, she usually accompanied her mother to help her father and second brother with their work, and her mother would occasionally give her a few dimes, at most a single yuan. Chen Nuo then turned his gaze to Li Yuji. Don't give me anything, I don't want it. Li Yuji quickly understood his intent and waved her hands in refusal. Really? You should take something for helping to recover the fish, otherwise, I would have suffered a great loss. You deserve a reward, Chen Nuo smiled. I really don't want it. Li Yuji recalled her earlier tearful display and rolled her eyes in embarrassment. All right then, I'll save it for you until we're married, Chen Nuo chuckled. Upon hearing the words, Li Yuji's delicate face flushed crimson, and she shyly lowered her gaze. Oh dear, oh my, I simply cannot endure this. It is so utterly sentimental. The younger sister feigned an expression of disdain. So the moment the money is in hand, the fun begins? Chen Nuo cast her a bland glance. You are mistaken. Brother, I was wrong. The younger sister immediately reined in her expression, sincerely acknowledging her error. Simultaneously, Chen's father and second brother had finished weighing their goods and settling accounts, having sold a little over 400, with each of them receiving just over 200. For them, this was undoubtedly a considerable gain. However, compared to Chen Nuo's side, it was not particularly exhilarating. I just remembered the profit share I promised this morning, Chen's father began to mention, but upon noticing his younger son slightly shake his head, he instantly changed his tune. So, will you wait here for the boss, or shall you return home? Qing Shu, I will leave this bucket of live fish and the Su-mei fish with you. If the boss comes by, please recommend it to him. If he intends to buy, have someone notify me at home. It's not far. Chen Nuo addressed Chen Wingguo. Sure, no problem. Chen Qinghua readily agreed. Thank you. No need for such formality. I ought to be the one expressing gratitude. I can earn a bit from this batch as well. Then we shall take our leave. Go ahead. With that, everyone gathered their belongings and departed from the purchasing point. They first returned to the small boat, placing the 10 baskets stacked together for storing fish onto the vessel, and retrieved the crank and fishing rods. By the way, brother, what about the traps we set this morning? Aren't we going to check them? Chen Chong, helping to carry the crank and fishing rods, suddenly recalled this. Let us skip it today. We can check them tomorrow. Moving forward, we'll collect the traps every 2 to 3 days. Chen Nuo replied with a light chuckle. He had contemplated this on the return journey, reasoning that checking the traps daily wouldn't yield significant results, as the cost effectiveness was too low. Every 2 to 3 days would be most suitable. All right, are we going out to sea tomorrow? Let's see what the weather is like. Anyway, you'll be up at 4 in the morning, so come to my house for breakfast. This prompted a look of hesitation to cross Chen Chong's face. Chong, just listen to your brother. Come over early for breakfast. Will it really make a difference in your meal? Qian Guifin chimed in. Okay. Chen Chong nodded with mixed emotions. Chapter 52. Li Yuji no longer confused. On the way home, Chen Nuo could no longer withstand his younger sister's inquiries and recounted the day's fishing expedition. The women, upon hearing, were astonished, feeling that his luck was simply extraordinary. Brother, what has been going on with you these past few days? Has Mazu recognized you as her godson? The younger sister teased with a grin. How did you know? Chen Nuo smiled broadly. Don't get too cocky. Keep working hard. I hope your good fortune continues and you earn plenty. That is a certainty. The onlookers couldn't help but chuckle at the playful banter between the siblings. Chen Jianping and his wife lagged a few steps behind, walking at the rear. In the future, you should go to sea with Nuo. Ma Wenfeng whispered to her husband as she held her son. Chen Jianping gave a wry smile, acknowledging that today was a stroke of luck for them. But who could guarantee that such fortune would persist? Regardless, don't let such a good opportunity slip by next time. Just think of how much one net could earn. Alas, there is nothing to be done. Missing it means losing that fortune. Besides, our recent harvest has been quite decent, so let us not be too greedy. That is true. Who would have thought your brother, usually so idle, would suddenly buy a boat and decide to be serious? The heavens truly reward the diligent. He is indeed fortunate. Such luck is not easily envied. Upon reaching their hometown, the second brother and sister-in-law mentioned that there was still rice steaming in the kitchen, prompting a hasty return. Chen Chang bid farewell and quickly departed. Li Yuji also prepared to leave when Qian Guifan called her back, holding the mackerel she had brought back. Qian Guifan went to the kitchen and soon returned with half of it, saying, Yuji, here, take this half back for your mother. Auntie, please don't. You shouldn't give me fish without accepting some money. Qian Guifan feigned a stern expression, placing half of the mackerel directly into her bucket. All right then, thank you. Li Yuji expressed her gratitude sincerely. Don't be silly. We'll be one family soon enough. It's getting dark. Hurry home. Let Nuo take you. Qian Guifan directed her attention to her younger son. Chen Nuo nodded with a smile. No need. He has had a long day and must be tired. Let him rest at home. It's only a short walk. Li Yuji quickly interjected. It's fine. I'll walk you back and then return. Chen Nuo replied with a smile. Li Yuji averted her gaze, shyly acquiescing. Nuo, you two should hurry along. I'll go prepare dinner. Qian Guifan urged. Chen Nuo responded affirmatively, turning to lead Li Yuji away. I'll help you carry that. They walked side by side, and Chen Nuo cheerfully took the bucket from her. Li Yuji smiled sweetly, placing her hands behind her back, her steps light as she walked alongside him. You were quite brave in stealing that fish earlier. Chen Nuo remarked with a smile. Li Yuji pouted. What could I do? She started it. And besides, they are familiar faces from our village, often gossiping about my mother and me. Is that so? Chen Nuo's smile faded, a glint of intensity flashing in his eyes. Letting them go just like that was too lenient. No, it was sufficient. My aunt and younger sister are truly nice people. The memory of Chen Nuo and his family, standing protectively in front of her, fiercely defending her, caused her face to blossom with a radiant smile. Seeing her so happy, Chen Nuo felt an inexplicable joy. Of course, you are the one they have deemed a prospective daughter-in-law and sister-in-law. How could they allow you to be bullied? Oh dear, don't say such things. We haven't reached that stage yet. Li Yuji blushed fiercely and shot him a glare. Indeed, that is why I refer to you as a prospective daughter-in-law. Chen Nuo chuckled playfully. Stop talking. Li Yuji raised both hands to cover her face, feeling her cheeks burning. Chen Nuo laughed lightly, realizing it was best to cease this line of teasing. There was no helping it. Li Yuji was still quite naive, easily embarrassed. They continued their quiet walk, instinctively slowing their pace. As they approached Li Yuji's home, she broke the silence. Chen Nuo, yes? Are we really going to get married? I'm afraid, Li Yuji murmured, her head bowed, hesitating to finish her thought, understanding her concerns. Chen Nuo suddenly grasped her small hand in his, holding it firmly. Though her hands were not particularly smooth or delicate due to years of labor without any skincare, they felt soft and pleasantly cool in his grasp. Li Yuji trembled slightly, a blush creeping up from her neck to her cheeks, soon coloring her ears a deep shade of red. Chen Nuo, what were you doing? Nothing much. Someone seems to be having second thoughts. But I want to allow that. I'm holding on to you to prevent any retreat. Chen Nuo replied calmly. I'm not. I'm just worried. Li Yuji hurriedly attempted to clarify. I understand what you're worried about. Didn't Tianni ask that day? I assured her I am resilient and unafraid. But I'm afraid. Li Yuji suddenly lifted her head, her gem-like beautiful eyes locking onto his, and she spoke softly. I fear that I might truly bring harm to you. Even though her mother had advised her that such thoughts were mere futile superstitions and urged her not to dwell on them, her apprehensions flourished as she grew closer to Chen Nuo and yearned to step into marriage with him, to become a part of his family. However, deep within her heart, her worries and fears were intensifying. Over the past few days, her sleep had been restless, often interrupted by nightmares that jolted her awake. Sensing the vulnerability and affection hidden within the depths of her gaze, Chen Nuo found himself at a loss for words, yet he understood that he had to take action. Otherwise, Yuji's fears would only strengthen. In the next moment, he unexpectedly released her hand, walked around her, and embraced her slender waist. Pulling her into his arms and kissing her tenderly, the girl's eyes widened in shock, her mind momentarily blank, her body stiffening, hands suspended in midair, unsure of where to place them. Chen Nuo's kiss was merely a heartfelt embrace, and he released her soon after. Coming back to her senses, Yuji lowered her head in a fluster, her cheeks flushed as if they might bleed, her heart racing wildly. Yuji, listen to me. Regardless of your thoughts, I am determined to be with you. Even if there is some truth to your fears, I would gladly accept it, he declared with a hint of possessiveness. The words resonated within her, causing her heart to melt, and when she looked up, she found Chen Nuo smiling brightly at her. Let us go home. Chen Nuo took her left hand once more, leading her forward with purposeful strides. Yuji stood there, momentarily dazed, but gradually a glimmer of light sparked in her eyes, and a sweet smile blossomed on her lovely face. In that instant, her confusion dissipated and she made a silent decision. Should fate truly conspire against her and lead her to harm Chen Nuo, she would choose to accompany him. Even in death, she would remain by his side. Chapter 53. A Man Stands Up. Chen Chong returned home, carrying a bucket. Inside were 2 small mackerels that Chen Nuo had given him, alongside some assorted fish, shrimp, and crabs that his mother, Jean Guifan, had distributed. Though they held little monetary value, they were quite suitable for his own consumption. Where have you been all day? Chen Chong's mother emerged from the room with dishes in hand, her tone sharp. I went out to sea with Nuo. I told you yesterday, Chen Chong replied calmly, accustomed to his mother's temperament. Zhang Fengjiao paused for a moment before replying with irritation. Didn't I tell you not to go? You 2 young boys know nothing. Going out to sea is dangerous. We were with Uncle and Giant Pain's boat. How could there be any danger? Is that so? What's in the bucket? Chen Chong's father also emerged from the room, curious. 2 mackerels from Nuogo, along with some seafood from Annie, Chen Chong said, placing the bucket against the wall. Mackerels? Now that's a fine catch, Zhang Fengjiao exclaimed, her expression brightening as she leaned over to inspect the contents. Upon seeing the 2 mackerels and an assortment of other seafood, a smile spread across her face. Not bad, not bad. You spent a day with him. And it wasn't a waste after all. Mom, what are you saying? It wasn't just a day. We went out fishing. You wouldn't believe it. We encountered a school of mackerels today, and Nuo caught hundreds of pounds, selling for over 500. Chen Chong frowned. What? Over 500? Zhang Fengjiao gasped, her voice rising in pitch. Chen Weiguo wore a similarly incredulous expression. We still have a 10-pound grouper that hasn't been sold yet. We're waiting for the boss to offer a good price. With this trip, Nuo has already recouped the boat's expenses, Chen Chong added nonchalantly. He intended to make his mother regret her earlier refusal to support his desire for investment. Chong, don't deceive me, Zhang Fengjiao said, her expression turning serious as she fixed her gaze on her son. Why would I lie? You can ask anyone at the dock, and they confirm it. You see the mackerels in this bucket. Chen Chong pointed to the bucket against the wall. Zhang Fengjiao's eyes twitched violently, her heart aching as if she could hardly breathe. 5 or 600. Even a 10% share would be 50 or 60. Didn't he give you a share? What nonsense are you talking? Nuo kindly asked me to come to you for investment, but you refused. So why should he share anything with me now? But you helped him out. So surely you must get a cut? Nuo gave me $5 along with the 2 mackerels and these seafood. That is plenty good for me. Are you foolish? He made over 500 and only gave you that? You've truly lost your mind. I can't be bothered to argue with you. I'm going to eat, Chen Chong said, his patience wearing thin as he coldly walked into the kitchen. Chong, Zhang Fengjiao called after him, but he ignored her completely. This ungrateful child. How dare he speak to me like that? She exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. You do well to shut your mouth. Chen Wei was suddenly interjected, his demeanor cold. Zhang Fengjiao was taken aback, staring at her husband in disbelief. How dare you speak to me this way? Chong is right. You're the one who has lost it. You didn't support our child back then, and now you're blaming him for getting less. Chen Weiguo rarely raised his voice, but now he questioned sharply. Is it too little? Go to the dock and see how many people wait every morning for a chance to board a boat. If a boat owner offers $2 or $3 a day, there are plenty of people eager to climb aboard. And how many laborers carrying cement bags struggle all day just to earn $5? Zhang Fengjiao was taken aback by her husband's sudden outburst, stammering a weak rebuttal. But it's not the same. We're relatives. And Chong is on such good terms with him. What being relatives? Don't say they're cousins. You have siblings too. Go ask them for $5 and see if they give it to you. Chen Nuo's anger escalated. Zhang Fengjiao found herself speechless. You dare call a Chong foolish? I think you're the one who's the most foolish. Damn it, I shouldn't have let you manage the household. Give all the money to me from now on, Chen Nuo asserted, his tone leaving no room for argument. No, then let us get a divorce. Go back to your mother's house. Damn it, I've been accommodating you all these years, and you've ruined our son. I regret it. Zhang Fengjiao's face was a mask of shock, unable to believe that her usually submissive husband could utter such words. What do you mean you? I'm serious. If you don't want to continue this life, then don't. With that, Chen Nuo turned and stormed into the room. When Chen Chong prepared the meal, carrying bowls and chopsticks into his parents' room, he was met with a scene that left him astonished. He found his usually subdued father lounging in a chair, smoking a pipe with his legs crossed, while his mother stood behind him, massaging his shoulders with a conciliatory smile, uttering soft words of apology. The unfinished food lay on the table beside them. Upon noticing her son's entrance, Zhang Fengjiao immediately fell silent, her face flushing with embarrassment as she withdrew her hands from her husband's shoulders. Chen Nuo glanced at his son with a smug expression. Come, sit down and chat. Oh. Chen Chong nodded in a daze and walked over to take a seat in the chair opposite. Chong, does Nuo still welcome your investment in his ship? Chen Nuo inquired earnestly. Standing behind, Zhang Fengjiao looked at her son with eager anticipation. Chen Chong silently shoveled a large mouthful of food and replied, Brother Nuo has been very considerate towards me. I promised him that I will invest in shares once I save enough for 10% of the boat's cost. Really? That's wonderful. Chen Nuo's expression brightened considerably. You misunderstand. What I mean is that I want to save the money myself first. I won't accept any financial help from you, Chen Chong asserted resolutely. Chen Nuo was taken aback, seemingly grasping his son's intentions. Chong, why take such a stance? Zhang Fengjiao asked, her face a mask of confusion. Mom, please be quiet. How did I end up marrying someone so thoughtless? Chen Nuo interrupted his son, turning to scold his wife. Zhang Fengjiao's face flushed crimson, her instinct to respond with anger stifled. Chen Chong was left in shock, feeling almost as though he were dreaming. When had he ever witnessed his father display such firmness? Chong, you are correct. Let us proceed according to your plans. If Nuo is willing to include you, that is his kindness, but we must not take advantage of it, Chen Nuo said, taking a drag from his cigarette and continuing with heartfelt seriousness. Moreover, since you have decided to work with Nuo, you must commit wholeheartedly. He will not treat you unfairly. Dad, I understand. Very well. Since you won't be going out to sea today, invite Nuo over for dinner. I would like to have a proper drink with him. All right. If you need any money for anything, just let me know. I'm in charge of finances in this household now. Chen Nuo reclined back in his chair, exuding an air of contentment as he leisurely exhaled a puff of smoke, reminiscent of a landlord from a bygone era. Chapter 54. 200 yuan for a fish. Little did Chen Nuo know that due to his recent bountiful catch, a shift in power had occurred within Chen Chong's household. His uncle had, after many years, risen from his humble status to become a master once more. If he were to witness this transformation firsthand, he would likely wear a similar expression to Chen Chong's. After escorting Li Yuji home, he politely declined his future mother-in-law's invitation to stay for dinner and returned home in high spirits. By the time the younger sister returned with the news, Qian Guifan had already begun preparing dinner. When Chen Nuo arrived home, his mother had cooked a couple of simple dishes and a soup. The family gathered around the table in the kitchen of the back room to eat. Chen Nuo's father preferred to sit while enjoying a small glass of bulk liquor. Chen Nuo, his younger sister, and his mother could not sit still. They filled their bowls with food and stood outside to eat, occasionally taking a few steps. This season, the seaside was plagued with mosquitoes, and remaining still would result in numerous bites within moments, while Chen Nuo's father, with his rough skin, remained largely unaffected. Halfway through their meal, a child suddenly rushed over. Brother Nuo, Uncle Qingwo wants you at the dock. He says a big boss is looking for you. All right, I'll be right there. Chen Nuo hastened to finish his meal, glancing at his younger sister beside him. Do we still have the pastries at home? Go fetch a piece for him. Yes. She nodded, turning to head inside. Xiaohu, hold on a moment. Chen Nuo called out to the boy who was about to run off. He recognized the boy, who lived next to Uncle Qingwo and was a lively presence in the village. What is it? I need to go back for dinner, the boy replied. Just wait a moment. I have something tasty for you, Chen Nuo smiled. What is it? The boy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Just then, Chun Xiaoying emerged with a bowl and 2 pieces of pastry, handing them to him. Here you go. Thank you, sister. Thank you, Brother Nuo. The boy exclaimed joyfully as he accepted the pastries, expressing his gratitude profusely. Now hurry back. The younger sister playfully ruffled his hair. Okay, I'm off. The boy replied and dashed back home. It feels like you've suddenly matured in the past few days. I'm having a hard time adjusting, Qian Guifan remarked, her eyes reflecting a sense of pride as she looked at her son. Please, I'm already 25. Stop treating me like a child, Chen Nuo replied, both amused and exasperated. Weren't you just acting like a big kid before? Enough of that. I've finished eating. With one final mouthful, Chen Nuo turned to place his bowl and chopsticks on the table in the main room. Mom, I'm heading to the dock now. Make sure to negotiate well with that boss. Don't sell at a loss. Rest assured, Chen Nuo smiled, quickly making his way to the dock. Upon reaching the seaside, he found that the folks who had been clamoring for seafood had all returned home. Only those waiting for their boats to return were still gathered by the shore. From a distance, Chen Nuo spotted Uncle Qingwa sharing a laugh with a middle-aged man. The man was well-dressed and held a briefcase under his arm, embodying the image of a prosperous businessman. Chen Nuo quickened his pace and jogged over. Boss Tian, I'm here. Chen Qingwa, noticing Chen Nuo, smiled and gestured toward him. The middle-aged man turned to look at Chen Nuo, beaming, what a fine young man. Your village has such handsome lads. Haha, I'll take that as a compliment. This is my nephew. That explains it. Boss Tian, you shouldn't be so generous with your praise. I can accept you calling on Nuo handsome, but me, I cannot. Zhao Jinja interjected with a look of disdain. Zhao, you fatso, how dare you say that? I was far better looking than you, both in my youth and now. Huh, is that so? You would no good looks if they hit you in the face. I'm not fat. I'm just fortunate, understand? Look at Boss Tian. Isn't he even more fortunate? Ha ha ha. Tian Guiqiang burst into laughter. He often came to this area to select fish, aside from the fresh catch. He enjoyed the engaging banter with these two. What is so amusing? What are you all talking about? At this moment, Chen Nuo approached, curiosity piqued. Tian Guiqiang took the initiative to share the discussion. Haha, Zhao is not wrong. In this day and age, many people are struggling, and those who can afford to be plump are indeed fortunate. Chen Nuo chimed in with a chuckle. Upon hearing this, Tian Guiqiang's expression shifted to one of surprise and appreciation. He clearly hadn't expected such wit from a young man from the village. Hello, what should I call you? I'm Chen Nuo, he said with a smile, extending his right hand. In his previous life, he had risen to wealth step by step, fully aware of how to present himself at the right moments. Now, as a humble beginner, he knew how to provide emotional value to someone who might bring him benefits. Tian Guiqiang, I'm quite familiar with your Uncle Qingwa, and since we are of the same generation, feel free to call me Uncle Tian, Tian Guiqiang replied, grinning as they shook hands. Uncle Tian. Chen Nuo readily accepted this familial title. Ah, splendid. Tian Guiqiang nodded repeatedly, his spirits lifted further. Uncle Tian, are you interested in purchasing this sume fish? Chen Nuo seamlessly redirected the conversation back to business. Indeed, name your price. Tian Guiqiang spoke with an air of confidence. I'm not particularly versed in market trends. Qing Shu, what is the typical price for sume fish per pound? Chen Nuo directed his inquiring gaze towards Chen Qingwa. That's difficult to ascertain. It largely depends on the size. Generally, the larger they are, the more valuable. For fish weighing around 10 pounds, the price would be approximately 10 yuan per pound. Chen Qingwa provided a reasonable estimate. Chen Nuo nodded slightly. In his previous life, he had encountered 100-pound sume fish in a high-end restaurant, auctioned for over 100,000 yuan. Even if that was somewhat exaggerated, the price per pound would certainly be in the hundreds, if not exceeding 1,000. Given the current inflation rates, the price for this 10-plus pound sume fish seemed quite reasonable. Uncle Tian, would you find this price acceptable? Chen Nuo inquired, looking at Tian Guiqiang. Tian Guiqiang glanced at the still lively sume fish in the bucket, smiled, and replied, 10 yuan per pound is merely a purchase price. This rare 10-plus pound sume fish is certainly worth more than that. How about this? We won't even weigh it. I'll give you 200 yuan, and I'll take the whole bucket of live fish with me. How's that sound? Deal. Chen Nuo decisively nodded in agreement. Chen Qingwa and Zhao Jianxi exchanged surprised glances, taken aback by Tian Guiqiang's generosity. Haha, splendid. Tian Guiqiang grinned, opening his briefcase to retrieve a stack of bills. He licked his fingers and expertly counted out 20 notes, handing them to Chen Nuo. Thank you, Mr. Tian. Chen Nuo smiled as he accepted the money. Oh, that title sounds quite fashionable. I've heard it used abroad and in Hong Kong. Where did you learn it? I simply read newspapers and watched television. Chen Nuo replied with a chuckle. Haha, splendid. Do remember to seek me out for quality goods in the future. I'll leave you my phone number. Feel free to call me directly at the factory. Certainly. Chapter 55. Mr. Tian is truly impressive. Chen Qingwa had paper and a pen handy, and Chen Nuo diligently wrote down Tian Guiqiang's phone number. All set. Well, I shall take my leave now. Arno, it was a pleasure meeting you today. Likewise. Chen Nuo responded with a smile. Tian Guiqiang turned his gaze toward the distance and raised his right hand in a wave. Chen Nuo followed his gaze and noticed a Volkswagen Santana parked nearby. A tall, robust man emerged from the vehicle, striding towards them with the briskness of a military march. One should not underestimate this Santana. It commanded a price exceeding 200,000 yuan in the domestic market, and it was hard to acquire without proper channels. By inflationary standards, that would be equivalent to approximately 50 million in 40 years. In his previous life, Chen Nuo had owned several luxury cars, yet he had never purchased one worth 50 million. It was not that he could not afford it. Rather, it was deemed unnecessary. Observing the vehicle and the imposing presence of the bodyguard, Chen Nuo realized he had underestimated Mr. Tian's stature. The man arrived at the purchasing spot and stood tall, casting a stern gaze upon Tian Guoqiang. Boss, Wu, take this bucket to the car, but be careful, Tian Guoqiang instructed, pointing at the bucket of live fish. Understood. The man nodded in acknowledgement, approached to lift the bucket, and offered a slight nod to Chen Nuo and the others as a greeting before turning to leave. Uncle, has this brother Wu served in the military? Chen Nuo inquired with a smile. You have a keen eye. Tian Guoqiang responded with surprise. He has the aura of someone who could take on 10 men. Ha ha ha. He is my distant nephew, having fought in the War of 79. After his discharge, I encouraged him to obtain a driver's license, and he has since become my driver and bodyguard. A hero indeed. Chen Nuo felt a surge of respect. Well then, Chingge, Zhaoge, I must take my leave. Let's share a drink next time, Tian Guoqiang said, bidding farewell with a smile. Certainly. Safe travels, Mr. Tian. Chen Qinghua and Zhao Jianxi hurriedly responded. Farewell. Tian Guoqiang smiled as he patted Chen Nuo on the shoulder, making his way towards the vehicle. After watching him depart, Chen Nuo curiously turned to Chen Qinghua and asked, Uncle Qing, what kind of business does Mr. Tian engage in to amass such wealth? He is said to be in the garment trade, though we are not entirely certain. We only met last year, and he frequently visits, always purchasing the finest goods. Chen Qinghua replied. Chen Nuo pondered thoughtfully. Following the economic reforms, many who ventured into business during these years were essentially the first to reap the rewards. In the words of a certain contemporary mogul, even pigs standing in the wind could fly. Among these ventures, industries closely tied to daily necessities, such as clothing, appliances, and fast food chains, proved to be exceedingly lucrative. Arno, you seem to have quite the rapport with Mr. Tian. This is an incredible opportunity. Did you see that car? They say it costs around 200,000 yuan. Just imagine how wealthy this boss must be. Zhao Jianxi kindly reminded him. Understood. Chen Nuo smiled and nodded. After chatting with the two for a while longer, Chen Nuo took his leave to return home, while they continued their work at the dock. The business of purchasing fish at the dock was a source of envy for many in the village, yet compared to the truly formidable Mr. Tian, it was merely a means of earning a modest income. Chen Nuo first stopped by the small boat to retrieve the torn fishing net he had forgotten earlier. In seaside villages, women were typically adept at mending fishing nets. Is that net torn? Qian Guifan emerged from the room, noticing the net in his hands. Yes. It has a hole. Leave it there. I will fix it. You hurry and take a shower. I've heated water in the pot. All right. Chen Nuo nodded, placing the net against the wall before heading to the back room to fetch a basin. In those days, conveniences were not as prevalent as in later years, and it was not uncommon for people to bathe only every few days. However, fishermen were different. Upon returning from the sea, they often bore the pungent scent of fish and were invariably dirty, making a bath essential for a good night's sleep. Lifting the pot's lid, he ladled 3 scoops of hot water into the basin and then carried it to the well to mix with cold water, creating a half basin of warm water. Testing the temperature with his hand, he found it pleasantly warm, then returned to his room. After bathing and changing into clean clothes, Chen Nuo emerged to find his mother seated on a small stool, mending the fishing net. Mom, where's Dad? Has he already gone to sleep? Chen Nuo asked softly. Qian Guifan looked up at him and replied, Yes, you should also turn in early. You must be tired. By the way, how much did you sell the Su Mei fish for? You didn't sell it for too little, did you? Not at all. We even made a profit. I sold it for 200 yuan. Chen Nuo smiled as he spoke. 200? How could it be so much? Qian Guifan was momentarily taken aback. Brother, did you really earn 200? The door opposite them swung open rapidly, and his younger sister, dressed in a pink nightgown after a shower, emerged with a look of surprise. Chen Nuo nodded with a smile. I encountered a wealthy boss who didn't bother to haggle and bought it outright for 200. Heavens, 200 for a single fish? Is he perhaps a fool? His sister expressed her disbelief. Hey, how can you say that? Chen Nuo shot her a disapproving look, retorting, A boss with that kind of wealth can't be a fool. I think you're the silly one. If I'm not, you are the pig. His sister pouted in response. Xiao San, you have earned quite a sum today. Please find a secure place to store your money. Or perhaps open a savings account in town. Do not squander it recklessly, for there will be ample opportunities to spend in the future. Chen Guifan earnestly advised. Had this been a few days prior, she would have certainly confiscated the money. However, she had observed her younger son's recent behavior, which reflected a newfound maturity and steadiness, especially as he was soon to marry and start a family of his own, leading her to relinquish her concerns. Understood. Chen Nuo replied with a nod. Brother, came the sweet, coaxing voice of his younger sister once more. Chen Nuo felt an array of exasperation manifest on his forehead as he cast a disdainful look in her direction. What now? Brother, my dearest and best brother. Seeing that you have earned so much today, would you mind sharing just a little with me? I am not greedy. I only wish for a note of the big denomination. His younger sister gazed at him with a flattering smile, her large eyes blinking adorably as she pouted. Chen Nuo raised his right hand, gesturing towards a room behind her. Go back to sleep. What? There's everything in dreams. With a chuckle, even Chen Guifan, who typically maintained a stern demeanor, could not suppress her laughter at this exchange. His sister appeared momentarily dazed, then huffed in annoyance. You stingy old brother. I shall ignore you. With that, she turned on her heel and returned to her room, slamming the door behind her. That girl is so pragmatic. Chen Nuo muttered with a bemused smile. Who told you to indulge her before? Go on, get some rest. Chen Guifan replied with amusement. Then I shall retire as well. You should rest early too. All right. Chapter 56, Tempestuous Waters. Having turned in by 8 the previous evening, Chen Nuo was awakened by his mother's knocking at 4 in the morning. After about 7 hours of sleep, he felt quite refreshed. Yawning, he made his way to the back room, where his father was already seated, enjoying breakfast. Dad, where's Mom? Chen Nuo inquired, noticing her absence. The weather outside seems rather bleak. Your mother went to Uncle Ching's to check the weather forecast from last night, his father replied. Oh, Chen Nuo nodded in understanding. In their village, only a handful of households own a television, and Uncle Ching had only acquired one the previous year. So, we can't go out to sea today? Not necessarily. Wash your face and brush your teeth, then come to breakfast. We'll see what your mother says when she returns. All right. Just as Chen Nuo finished washing up, Chen Chong rushed in. Brother, Uncle, it looks like it might rain. Yes, sit down and eat first. My mom went to check the weather forecast. Let's see if we can go out to sea later. Okay. Within minutes, their mother returned. Ching was said last night's forecast predicted heavy rain. It's best we don't go out to sea. Safety comes first. Then there's nothing we can do. We'll rest today and take the opportunity to go to town and buy some supplies for the boat when it's light out, Chen Nuo suggested. I'll go with you, brother, Chen Chong quickly added. After finishing breakfast, Chen Nuo, Chen Chong, and their father took a trip to the seashore. While the land showed no signs of inclement weather, the coastline revealed tumultuous waves, with the boats bobbing up and down in the surf. Let's head back. Their father decisively opted to abandon the venture. Off we go then. I'll return to sleep. Chen Nuo chuckled resignedly, patting Chen Chong on the back. If they had a larger iron boat, they could have braved the weather, but with only 2 small wooden boats, the waves posed a significant risk of capsizing. Sigh. This is disappointing, Chen Chong lamented, feeling regretful that after a bountiful first outing yesterday, today had turned into a day of rest. Yet, there was little to be done. Such was the life of a fisherman. The sea's weather was unpredictable, and venturing out in rain posed too great a risk. The adage that the more tumultuous the waters, the more valuable the fish, held little weight for ordinary fishermen. They could not afford to disregard the dangers. They returned home to catch a few more hours of sleep. Awakening to bright daylight, his younger sister was already up, squatting at the door with a bowl, eating breakfast. Upon hearing the commotion behind her, she turned to Chen Nuo with a cheerful smile. Brother, Mom mentioned you're going to town again. Remember to bring me something delicious. All you think about is food. Are you a pig? Chen Nuo feigned a stern expression. You're the pig. If you don't buy for me, I'll follow you. All right. I got it, I'll buy for you. Hee, thank you, brother. You truly are something. Chen Nuo rolled his eyes and asked, where are Mom and Dad? Dad is still sleeping, and Mom went to the seaside. She said the waves are high today, and there might be good finds to collect. I'll go help after I finish eating. Okay, I'm heading out. Chen Nuo stepped past her and out the door. Where are you going? To borrow a bicycle from Ergo. Otherwise, I'll have to walk to town. Oh, come back early. I'll wait for you to bring me something tasty. Understood. You little glutton. Ergo's house was a sturdy brick structure with a separate small kitchen adjacent to it. Chen Nuo spotted Ergo at the entrance, playing with his son and tossing a small ball reminiscent of a playful dog. The little boy stumbled after the ball. The two of them engaged in joyous play. Senshu, the little one, spotted Chen Nuo and, abandoning the ball, rushed toward him with glee. Ah, what a good boy, Chen Nuo exclaimed, hurrying forward to scoop him up and lift him high. The child flailed his arms and legs, laughing joyously. Xiao San, have you had breakfast yet? Chen Jianping asked with a broad smile. I had breakfast at 4, then went to the seaside. When I found we couldn't go out, I returned to sleep some more. I went too. How come we missed each other? Just missed each other, I suppose. Do you need your bike today? I'd like to borrow it to go to town to pick up some things. Not using it. Just push it from inside. Could you please bring out for me? I'll play with Xiao Lei for a bit. Such a bother. Chen Nuo Pain rolled his eyes and turned to go inside. Once he emerged with the bicycle, Chen Nuo noticed Ji's wife, Ma Wenfeng, following him out. Nuo, are you going to town? Yes, sister-in-law. Do you need anything? Could you bring me 5 pounds of pork? I do like some fatty pork, a can of malted milk, and a packet of shampoo. Ma Wenfeng smiled as she made her request. Absolutely. Chen Nuo readily agreed, setting the little one down. The child clung to one of Chen Nuo's legs, looking up and saying, Senshu, I want candy. Lei. Ma Wenfeng scolded gently. All right, I'll buy you some. Chen Nuo chuckled as he playfully pinched the child's cheek. Ooh. The little one cheered with delight. Nuo, don't spoil him too much. He is still teething. Chen Nuo remarked as he brought the bicycle over. A little indulgence, one tea hurt. Chen Nuo took hold of the handlebars and mounted the bike. These days, bicycles were sturdy, designed for durability and practicality, with higher seats to accommodate weight. Brother, sister-in-law, I'm off. Chen Nuo bid farewell to them. All right, take care on the road. Xiao Lei, Sanshu is leaving. Chen Nuo glanced back at the little one. Goodbye, third uncle. The little one waved obediently, his eyes brimming with anticipation for sugar. Chen Nuo smiled and pedaled his bicycle towards Chen Chong's home. Just then, he encountered Chen Chong emerging from the house. Brother, hop on. We need to borrow Fat Chef's bicycle. We got quite a bit to buy. Sure. Without halting, Chen Chong jogged a few steps to catch up, then deftly maneuvered himself onto the back seat. Brother, Dad said to come over for dinner this afternoon. He wants to drink with you, Chen Chong remarked. Really? Sounds good. Chen Nuo replied with a grin. Chen Chong's face mirrored his joy as he shared updates about changes at home. Upon hearing, Chen Nuo was utterly astonished. In his recollection, the previous generation of the Chen family were notorious for being under the thumbs of their wives. His second uncle had suddenly taken a stand? What was going on? I don't know either. After I returned home yesterday, I mentioned our fishing trip, then went to eat. I heard Dad and Mom arguing, and when I walked into the front room with my bowl, I saw Mom giving Dad a shoulder massage. I thought I was seeing things. Wow, second uncle is impressive. Chapter 57. Meat buns and tofu pudding at the entrance of Fat Chef's house. Chen Chong accepted the bicycle Fat Chef handed over, expressing his gratitude. I heard you two struck it rich yesterday? Fat Chef inquired with a smile. Rich? We just got lucky and stumbled upon a school of mackerel. Catching about 400 to 500 pounds of fish, Chen Nuo replied with a smile. Is that not considered striking it rich? If I had known, I would have joined you for the fishing trip. It sounds both fun and liberating. Come on, let us not kid ourselves. Could you really wake up at 3 or 4 in the morning? That would indeed be a challenge. So you should stick to being a chef. We need a good cook among us. Get lost. Fat Chef laughed and scolded playfully. Are you coming with us? Chen Nuo asked. No. I still have to help my dad with work later. All right then, we'll be on our way. Yep. After bidding farewell to Fat Chef, the two rode their bicycles towards the town. The sky was overcast, yet it had yet to rain. They hadn't brought umbrellas, as big men rarely did. A light drizzle was inconsequential, but they did seek shelter from a downpour. Upon reaching the town, both felt their stomachs rumble. Having only had breakfast at 4 in the morning, they decided to first head to the market. It was the bustling time of day, with people milling about, vendors calling out, customers haggling, and children crying for treats, creating a lively atmosphere. They approached a Baozi stall and parked their bicycles side by side. The stall featured 2 low tables with benches, one of which was already occupied. The two sat down on the small stools beside the table. And Chen Nuo called out to the proprietor, Boss, 6 Baozi, for meat and 2 vegetarian and 2 bowls of tofu pudding, please. Coming right up. The boss responded loudly. The Baozi stall was run by a middle-aged couple. The husband crafted the Baozi while the wife attended to the customers. In just a few minutes, the wife brought over 2 large bowls of tofu pudding and set them in front of the two. Go ahead and enjoy. The Baozi will be here shortly. Thank you. Locally, tofu pudding was only served sweet. Savory versions were considered an oddity. The smooth, white tofu pudding was sprinkled with a layer of crystalline sugar, making it look utterly refreshing. Chen Nuo took a spoon, gently stirred the artistic tofu pudding and sugar, then scooped a spoonful into his mouth. The perfectly measured sugar brought out the delicate sweetness and creamy texture of the tofu pudding, sliding down his throat and leaving him craving another bite. Brother, this tofu pudding is delicious, Chen Chong exclaimed in admiration. Chen Nuo smiled and replied with an affirming continuing to relish the simple delight. Here come a Baozi. The gentle voice of the boss's wife echoed. Just as they looked up, a small steaming basket was placed on their table, containing 6 plump meat baozi, still emitting steam. Don't think 6 is too few. They are nearly palm-sized, and for those with a smaller appetite, 1 is usually enough to feel full. Ah Chang here. If it's not enough, we can always order more. Chen Nuo handed 1 over to him. Thanks, brother. Chen Chang happily accepted it. Chen Nuo took 1 for himself. And with just a small bite, he encountered the savory filling, the thin skin not revealing the generous amount inside. The dough was well-fermented, fluffy and soft, and the meat filling was seasoned to perfection. Boss, these baozi are delicious. Chen Nuo called out to the husband who was making baozi not far away, giving him a thumbs up. If they're tasty, come back often. The boss replied, beaming at him. Chen Nuo smiled and nodded, not saying much more, savoring the baozi with bites of tofu pudding, thoroughly enjoying the meal. In less than 10 minutes, they had devoured all 6 baozi and the 2 bowls of tofu pudding. When they called for the bill, it came to a mere 1 yuan and 80 cents, 2 dimes for each baozi and 3 dimes for each bowl of tofu pudding. To Chen Nuo, this was astonishingly cheap. Chen Chang initially rushed to pay, but Chen Nuo gently pushed him aside. They mounted their bicycles and continued into the market. Ah Chang, are you full? Do you want something else? I'm full. I can't eat anymore. Then let us start shopping. All right. They arrived at a meat stall where Chen Nuo selected 5 pounds of fatty pork belly for his second sister-in-law and bought 5 pounds for himself. Noticing fresh beef nearby, he inquired about the price and purchased 3 pounds. Now that he was earning money, there was no need to be stingy. He aimed to improve his family's meals. Once he finished buying the meat and was about to pay, Chen Chang suddenly spoke up, asking the vendor for 2 pounds of pork belly and a pound of beef. Today, his family was hosting Chen Nuo for dinner, so he naturally intended to buy some good dishes to take back, but he had refrained from speaking earlier, fearing that Chen Nuo would pay for him again. Chen Nuo discerned his intentions and merely smiled. In truth, he wouldn't help pay. It was one thing to treat him to breakfast, but shopping was a different matter. Too much help can sometimes backfire. After purchasing the meat, they swiftly stopped at a vegetable stall. Although their home had a vegetable garden, it only yielded a few seasonal vegetables, which could not compare to the variety available at the stall. Chen Nuo bought a few pounds of garlic shoots, perfect for stir-frying with meat, along with some fava beans and water spinach. Next, they visited a marinated food stall where Chen Nuo purchased some duck delicacies and marinated pig ears, along with marinated tofu and kelp. Chen Chang followed suit, as these were perfect for enjoying with drinks later. After buying the vegetables, Chen Nuo spotted an elderly man selling candied hawthorn skewers nearby and walked over to buy 3 sticks for just 20 cents each. After browsing around and feeling they had bought enough, the two decided to leave the market. In these times, when shopping at the market, one typically brought their own containers. Having rushed out, Chen Nuo had forgotten this detail, so they bought a bamboo basket within the market to carry their purchases. With the basket hanging from the handlebars, they rode their bicycles to the supply and marketing cooperative. Chen Nuo first purchased the malted milk powder and shampoo his second sister-in-law had requested. Malt extract has become a quintessential nutritional product of this era, primarily purchased for the nourishment of the elderly and young children. Priced at 4 yuan per can, it is often deemed an indulgence by ordinary families. It was only after Chan Jianping's successful fishing venture recently that Ma Wenfeng reluctantly allowed Chen Nuo to bring a can home for their son. As the 1990s dawned, the emergence of milk, imported beverages, and fruit juices gradually diminished the competitiveness of malt extract, leading it to fade from the collective consciousness. Subsequently, Chen Nuo acquired a fishing rod, opting for an additional one as a backup should Chen Chang wish to join him in angling. He also purchased 2 live fish buckets, having one remaining and used on the boat, and, anticipating a potential encounter with a school of fish, he procured 10 more baskets for storage. Furthermore, he acquired a portable earthen stove, a steamer, a frying pan, bowls, chopsticks, plates, and some basic seasonings. The current supply and marketing cooperative resembled a general store, brimming with nearly every essential household item. Chapter 58, A Silent Fury. Overwhelmed by the sheer volume of goods, Chen Nuo purchased a large woven bag to contain everything. The baskets for fish were stacked together, along with the small stove, cookware, and condiments. He then ventured into the food section, buying 2 packs of pastries and a bag of transparent wrapped jelly, weighing out 2 pounds of white rabbit candy. The sales clerk, using an abacus, calculated the total to be 758 yuan. Chen Nuo extracted the money from his pocket to settle the bill. Having spent a little over 20 yuan at the market earlier, his total expenditure approached 100. In his past life, that amount would have only afforded him a pack of cigarettes. Yet now it enabled him to procure such a plethora of items. As he reached the entrance, he called out to Chen Chang, who was watching over their bicycles outside, to come in and lend a hand. Upon witnessing the mountain of goods on the floor, Chen Chang was taken aback. Brother, have you bought all this? It can't be helped. These are necessities. Just help me carry them out. All right. Chen Chang nodded, lifting the stacked baskets. Chen Nuo grabbed the woven bag and fishing rod, preparing to follow him out when his peripheral vision caught sight of a watch display. Acquiring a watch to keep track of time while at sea seemed imperative. Hello, how much are the watches? Chen Nuo inquired as he approached the counter. The prices are clearly marked. You can have a look, replied the female clerk, who was engrossed in a magazine. Accustomed to the indifferent demeanor of the cooperative staff, Chen Nuo perused the prices of several watches. I'll take this one, he declared, pointing to the most affordable option priced at 30 yuan. With numerous financial demands presently, a watch merely needed to serve its function of telling time. In his previous life, he had collected numerous exquisite timepieces, ranging from tens of thousands to millions. But at this moment, there was no necessity to pursue luxury brands. This is a Zhongshan brand. 30 yuan, the clerk stated while retrieving the watch and placing it on the counter. Chen Nuo tried it on, finding it satisfactory, and placed 3 large notes on the counter. I'll take this watch. With that, he picked up the woven bag and fishing rod and turned to leave. The clerk watched in astonishment as he exited the cooperative. He just walked out with a 30 yuan watch, without even asking for packaging or a receipt. Unfazed by the clerk's thoughts, Chen Nuo found Chen Chang had secured their belongings with elastic straps on the bicycle's rear. Is it stable? Brother, don't worry. It's very secure, see? Chen Chang chuckled, nudging the stacked plastic baskets which remained unmoved. Quite well. Chen Nuo nodded with a smile, then proceeded to fasten the woven bag with the elastic straps. Chen Chang approached to assist and noticed the watch on his brother's wrist. Brother, you bought another watch? It looks great. How much was it? Not too expensive, 30 yuan. You'll be able to afford one soon enough. I can't bring myself to spend that right now. It's fine for you to have one since we're going out to sea together. True enough. Brother, how shall we return? Nothing much left to do. Let's head back early to avoid the rain. All right. By the time the two arrived at the village entrance, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. Oh no, you bought so much, exclaimed Zhou Weihua, the owner of the local convenience store, as he spotted them. Chen Nuo turned at the sound, smiling as he replied, It's nothing, just some vegetables and supplies for the boat. Oh, I heard you bought a boat and made quite a profit on your first outing yesterday. Congratulations. Thank you, it was fortunate. Uncle Zhou, could you send a case of beer and a bottle of white liquor to my house? Chen Chang shouted. Of course, I'll deliver it right away. All right, I'll be waiting at home. Just some bulk liquor will suffice. No need for anything fancy, Chen Nuo advised Chen Chang. Don't worry, my dad manages the finances. I'll pay for it. Chen Chang grinned. Fine then. Chen Nuo felt an unexpected anticipation for dinner that evening. If the opportunity arose, he genuinely wished to seek advice from his second uncle. However, given Li Yuji's disposition, he likely wouldn't need it. His curiosity was merely piqued. They soon arrived at Chen Chang's doorstep. After parking their bicycles, Chen Chang intended to take his purchases inside before returning to assist Chen Nuo. Just then, Chen Chang's mother emerged upon hearing the commotion. Second aunt. Chen Nuo greeted with a smile. Ah, Nuo, you're here. Zhang Fengjiao responded warmly, her expression turning to one of surprise. Why did you buy so much? Whereas second uncle. Chen Nuo skillfully redirected the conversation. He's out working and hasn't returned yet. I see. Second uncle Chen Weihua, besides farming, also possessed a skill for repairing doors and furniture, often sought after by villagers from nearby communities when something needed fixing. Mom, I bought some vegetables. Please take them inside. Brother Nuo will join us for dinner this afternoon. Chen Chang handed his mother the basket. Zhang Fengjiao accepted it, her brow furrowing slightly at the sight of the meat. Instinctively, she was inclined to chastise the expenditure, but the words died on her lips, replaced by a warm smile. Oh, good. You're not foolish. You never bring back some good ingredients. I was just thinking of killing a chicken. Mom, don't say that. Hurry and take it inside, Chen Chang urged, blushing slightly, fully aware of his mother's intentions. Where are you off to? I'm helping brother deliver his things. I need to return the bicycle to fat brother. Oh, right, go ahead. By the way, Uncle Zhou will probably drop off the liquor shortly. Just let him leave it. Dad will pay when he returns. After mounting his bicycle, Chen Chang recalled this detail and reminded her. Zhang Fengjiao's eyes twitched slightly, her smile becoming somewhat rigid as she nodded. All right, I understand. Second aunt, we're off now, Chen Nuo said with a beaming smile. Ah, remember to come home for dinner tonight. Okay. With that, Chen Nuo and Chen Chang pedaled away. This child, buying meat and liquor, doesn't he hesitate to spend. As the two individuals swiftly departed, Zhang Fengjiao, with a sullen expression, muttered softly, a Chang. The second aunt truly feels different now. Chen Nuo, beaming with delight, replied to Chen Chang, indeed. Yet, this situation is preferable to the past. If I'd spent money like this before, I would have surely faced a wrath. It's evident, Chen Chang remarked. All thanks to my father. That night, let us have a hearty drink with uncle. Agreed. Chapter 59. who isn't a baby anymore. After securing their bicycles, the two untied the straps from the back seat and carried the items into the house, placing them atop the table in the main room. Brother, I'll return the bike to Fat Brother first. All right, go ahead. Chen Nuo nodded, suddenly remembering something, and said, by the way, I'll check the beach later. If the waves aren't too strong, we should gather the fishing gear at dusk. Okay, I'll come back later. Sure, I'm off. With that, Chen Chong rode away on his bicycle. Chen Nuo removed the basket from the handlebars and called out upon entering the house, Mom, little sister, is anyone home? We're home. We're home, brother. Little sister dashed in from the back room, her face alight with a smile. Brother, you're back. Did you bring me any treats? Chen Nuo rolled his eyes and inquired, is Mom in the back room too? Yes. After the tide receded today, we collected a whole bag of seafood. We were just tidying up with Mom. What about Dad? You want to play cards? During his leisure time, Dad enjoys playing do di jus with others. Though he doesn't wager much, it's primarily a pastime. He usually wins or loses just a couple of yuan throughout the day. Here, candied hawthorn. Chen Nuo handed her the yellow paper-wrapped treats. This is my favorite. Brother, you're the best. Little sister joyfully accepted the gift, eyeing the two remaining bundles in his hands. What's this? Don't be greedy. Those 2 bunches are for Xiao Lei and your sister Yuji. Fine. Let Mom have a taste. She dislikes sour things and wants to eat many. Got it. Is there anything else? Little sister asked eagerly. As Chen Nuo gradually revealed pastries, jelly, and by 2 milk candies, her eyes sparkled more brightly, and her smile grew ever more radiant. At that moment, Qian Guifan approached, pausing in surprise at the sight of the bounty on the table, her brows furrowing. Just last night, I told you not to waste money. And today you go on a shopping spree? You even bought a watch? Huh, you really did buy a watch, brother. It looks so cool on you. Little sister exclaimed, noticing the steel watch on his wrist with astonishment. Chen Nuo, unperturbed, replied to his mother, Mom, these are all necessary items. To earn money, one must invest. Remember that boat? I recouped my costs in just one day. You always have an answer. Can you guarantee you'll have good luck every day? Now tell me, how much did you spend in total? Over 130, I believe. Yesterday's earnings were 735, and he still had around 600 left in his pocket. That's enough. You can't squander any more, or I'll take charge of your funds. When you marry, I'll hand it all to Yuji. Qian Guifan threatened sternly. All right, no more purchases. I've nearly bought everything needed. Chen Nuo chuckled, handing the vegetable basket to his mother. Why buy so much? Can you eat it all? Qian Guifan complained upon seeing the pile of vegetables in the basket. We're not going to eat it all in one day. Some will last a few days. We also collected so much seafood today. Why buy even more vegetables? This is no way to live. Mom, this is just the beginning. Our lives will only improve from here. Chen Nuo reassured her with a smile. With your extravagant habits, how can you expect to live well? You must hasten to arrange your marriage. I need Yuji to keep you in check. If you can't manage him, how can Yuji? Little sister chimed in cheerfully after savoring a candied hawthorn. Stirring the pot, are we? Who bought you the candied hawthorn? Chen Nuo shot her a playful glare. All right. Little sister quickly surrendered, offering the candied hawthorn to their mother. Mom, you should try it. It's delicious. I want to eat it. It's too sour. Come on, just taste one. It's not sour. Really? Qian Guifan, skeptical, took a cautious bite. She scrunched her face in reaction to the sourness. Yet couldn't bring herself to spit out, raising her hand to swat little sister. You little brat, you tricked me again. I swear it's not sour. Mom, I apologize. Please don't hit me. Chen Nuo watched the tender scene of mother and daughter with amusement. Little sister, set aside some jelly milk candies and pastries for Xiao Lei and Yuji. Sure. And the malted milk drink. Is that for Xiao Lei? Yes. And the shampoo powder and this 5 pounds of meat were all requested by his second sister-in-law. I'm envious. I haven't had malted milk drink in ages. It's so tasty to eat it plain. Why didn't you buy me any? Little sister asked with a hint of acidity in her tone. How old are you? Still eating malted milk drink? Why not reach for the stars? Before Chen Nuo could respond, their mother interjected to put little sister in her place. Pouting, little sister sulkily helped divide the jelly and milk candies into 2 portions, wrapping each in paper. Chen Nuo took the items and stepped outside, cycling toward his second brother's house. He first arrived at Li Yuji's home, noticing the door was ajar, and he entered with the paper bags in hand. Li Yuji was in the kitchen with her mother, washing and preparing the seafood they had gathered. Yuji, Auntie, Chen Nuo, what brings you here? Li Yuji looked up, her face lighting up with a radiant smile as she stood. After their heartfelt conversation the previous night, she appeared much more cheerful. I went to the town and brought you candied hawthorn, along with some jelly and to buy 2 milk candies. Chen Nuo smiled as he approached, offering her the snacks. Really? I'm not a child anymore. Li Yuji protested half-heartedly, yet her eyes twinkled with delight as she accepted the treats. Sitting nearby, Li Sufan observed the scene with a warm smile. Since her daughter returned yesterday, she sensed that Li Yuji had unburdened her heart. Now, witnessing Chen Nuo's kindness towards her daughter filled her with joy. Who says only children can enjoy snacks? I'll buy them for you, and, Auntie, you should join in too. Who isn't a baby at heart? Uffed. Li Yuji found this amusing, while Li Sufan couldn't help but chuckle. Well, I must take my leave. I still have to visit my second brother. Huh, you're leaving already? Li Yuji hesitated, surprised. What's this? Can't bear to part? Chen Nuo teased with a playful grin. Li Yuji's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, and she swiftly turned to glance at her mother, indignantly denying. Who's reluctant? Not me. Hee, I understand. When a woman says no, she means yes, and when she says there is none, she is plenty, right? Chen Nuo winked, laughing. Right or wrong? Hurry and leave. Li Yuji's face deepened in color as she pushed him towards the door, pressing on his shoulder. Hey, don't push me, Annie. I'm leaving. Chen Nuo called out, waving goodbye over his shoulder. All right, be on your way. Chapter 60. A rise in living standards. Chen Nuo rode his bicycle to his second brother's house. Noticing the door ajar, he pushed his bike inside. Brother? Sister-in-law? Your brother is sleeping in there. Mao and Fong emerged from a room with a smile. Oh, is Xiaolei also asleep? Chen Nuo inquired softly, securing his bicycle against the wall before removing the basket filled with goods. Yes, he was just muttering about why you weren't back yet before dozing off, she replied. That little rascal is just as greedy as Ingzi, Chen Nuo chuckled, approaching the 8 Immortals table in the living room to unpack his basket. Sister-in-law, here's the pork belly you wanted. I had it cut a bit fatty, along with milk powder and friendship brand shampoo. Also, here's some jelly, white rabbit milk candy, and a string of candied hawthorns for the little one when he wakes up. On Nuo, you spoil him too much. Mao and Fong felt a mix of joy and guilt for her previous animosity. Chen Nuo had always shown kindness to the little boy, especially in recent days. Many parents do not treat their own children as well, let alone a nephew. It's perfectly normal for children to have a sweet tooth. If we have the means, we should indulge them, lest we deprive them of joy, Chen Nuo remarked lightly. No wonder he adores you so much. Mao and Fong glanced at the items on the table and asked, how much is all this? No need, I should be heading back, Chen Nuo said, lifting the empty basket and making to leave. Wait. Mao and Fong hurriedly stopped him, saying earnestly, it can't be for nothing. If you keep this up, I'll feel embarrassed to ask you to bring things in the future. All right, the meat is $1.50 a pound. The milk powder is $4. Just give me 10. That won't do. The treats for Xiaolei are a gift from his third uncle, a token of my affection. I won't be finicky about it. Just pay me what you owe for the rest. As she spoke, Wan Fong rummaged through her pocket, pulled out a handful of cash, and handed him a large bill along with a $2 note. Let us say the shampoo is 50 cents. Does $12 work? That's fine. Chen Nuo smiled as he accepted the money casually, slipping it into his pocket. Well, I should be off now. Why not stay for dinner before you leave? No, I'm going to Chong's for dinner. He bought meat and wine, saying that my second uncle wants to drink with me. Oh, is that so? Then come over for dinner another day. All right, I'm off. With that, Chen Nuo departed from his second brother's home. Mao and Fong stood inside, her gaze complex as she watched him walk away. Did the third one come by? Chen Jianping yawned as he emerged from the room. Mao and Fong turned to him, nodding. Just left, and he bought jelly, milk candies, and candied hawthorns for Xiaolei. I suppose he has a thoughtful third uncle, Chen Jianping chuckled, walking over to the table and picking up the paper wrapping the candied hawthorns. I want some too. Can I have a couple? Aren't you afraid your son will cry all day if you do that? Mao and Fong rolled her eyes at him. Well, I'll pass then. Chen Jianping, recalling his son's ear-piercing cries, prudently set the candied hawthorns back down. He then opened a nearby package, popped the jelly into his mouth, followed by a milk candy, stashing the wrappers in his pocket for later disposal. Honey, these jellies and milk candies are delicious. Have a couple, Chen Jianping said, chewing on the candy with a grin as he looked at his wife. Is that how you father? Mao and Fong replied with a laugh, playfully shoving him aside and re-wrapping the remaining treats. There's plenty, sneaking a few 1T hurt. Chen Jianping continued to coax. Be careful, when you're old. Your son might not take care of you and will send you off to your third uncle for support. He wouldn't dare. Mao and Fong scoffed at him. It's just a candy. I can buy more next time. Chen Jianping, feeling somewhat guilty, averted his gaze. Mao and Fong changed the subject, looking outside and softly saying, Honey, do you think I, as a sister-in-law and daughter-in-law, have been inadequate? Chen Jianping paused, pondering her words before responding. It's not that serious. You merely have a strained relationship with the youngest sister and occasionally say unkind things to the third one. These are trivial matters. Our family isn't so petty as to hold grudges. Just look at the third one. If he truly had issues with you, would he still bring things over and buy treats for our son? It pleases me to hear you say this. Acknowledging our mistakes is the first step to improvement. We should maintain harmony as a family, just like when we protected the third one's partner on the beach yesterday, working together. What could be better? As he finished, Ma Wenfeng remained silent, her expression one of surprise. What else with that look? I didn't realize you had it in you to say such things. You've been holding on to these thoughts for a while. Haven't you? No, not at all. Oomph. I can see you've been harboring resentment for quite some time. I truly haven't. I'm just a bit sleepy and will return to bed now. With that, Chen Jai in pain hastily retreated to the room. Watching him flee in such a hurry, Ma Wenfeng couldn't help but chuckle and shake her head lightly. After leaving his second brother's house, Chen Nuo returned home. Upon entering the kitchen in the back, he found his younger sister sitting on a small stool, handling seafood, prying open the shells of clams to extract the succulent meat, which she placed into a large bowl beside her. Her cheeks were puffed up as she chewed, resembling a little hamster, munching on candy while working. Brother, you're back. She looked up at Chen Nuo, beaming with a sweet smile. Chen Nuo set the empty basket aside and leaned down, reaching in her bulging pockets, discovering a stash of jellies and milk candies. Hey, what are you doing? If you want some, go grab it from my table, she exclaimed anxiously. I want what's in your pocket. It's not fair. I bought it all. Chen Nuo snatched a few jellies and milk candies, tearing open one of the jellies and popping it into his mouth. She huffed in annoyance, returning to her task and ignoring him. Mom, here, have one. Chen Nuo unwrapped a milk candy and held it up to his mother, who was busy chopping vegetables. What is this? After her previous experience with sour hawthorns, Qian Guifan instinctively recoiled but opened her mouth to accept the milk candy when she realized what it was. She couldn't handle sour, but she had a sweet tooth. I'm going to Chong ask for dinner, so I want to be home, Chen Nuo informed his mother. Huh? Then why did you buy so many ingredients? We could have eaten at home. Uncle is inviting me for drinks, probably wanting to chat. No worries. The ingredients are for you all. With the extra income, our family's living standards will surely rise. Rise, you say? Just because you earn a little money. You're getting all smug, forgetful of your own place, aren't you? Qian Guifan shot him a disapproving glance. Brother, no issues here. I support you. His younger sister chimed in cheerfully. Chapter 61. Setting the traps around 4:30, Chun Chong arrived. The two men took up the engine's crank handle, along with the 2 buckets of live fish and a basket for catching them that they had purchased, and found a net from home before heading to the seaside. The weather forecast of this era appeared to be rather unreliable. Today was overcast, yet it had not rained. Standing on the beach, they observed that the waves on the sea seemed to have calmed somewhat. Brother, we could go collect the traps. After all, that place isn't far from the shore. It should be fine, Chen Chong remarked. Chen Nuo nodded in agreement, saying, then let us proceed to the boat. The two approached the mooring area and boarded the vessel, organizing their supplies. Brother, I'll raise the anchor. By the way, do we need to buy more diesel? No need. We did not finish what we had yesterday. The spot for the traps is not far. A round trip will certainly suffice. All right, Chen Chong replied, then disembarked to raise the anchor. Meanwhile, Chen Nuo took the crank handle and started the diesel engine at the stern. Once Chen Chong returned to the boat, he took the helm, steering the small vessel towards the trap location. The waves rose and fell, causing the boat to sway gently. For those who could not swim and were prone to seasickness, sitting aboard would undoubtedly be a torment. In less than 10 minutes, they arrived at the designated spot for the traps. The two stood on the boat, scanning the water carefully until they soon spotted the buoy. After maneuvering the small boat closer, Chen Chong used the net to retrieve the buoy and began to pull up the line. Before long, the first trap surfaced. They both gazed intently as the mesh emerged from the water, hopeful for a bountiful catch. However, after hauling up 3 traps in succession, their spirits began to dampen. There were only a few small fish and shrimp, barely enough to fill a bowl. Brother, perhaps we shouldn't have placed the traps here. It seems there's not much to be had, Chen Chong remarked while continuing to pull up the traps. It's all right. This is only the 3rd one. Perhaps the next few will yield something worthwhile, Chen Nuo responded with a reassuring smile. He remained optimistic, for the red area on his treasure radar was flickering rapidly. Just as Chen Chong was about to speak again, a look of surprise suddenly crossed his face. Wow, brother, you're incredible. Just as you said it. Something has indeed surfaced. Quick, look. Where? Chen Nuo hurriedly leaned over to take a look. Sure enough, amidst the mesh that had just emerged from the water, there was a clawed blue crab, and it appeared to be quite substantial, likely weighing around a pound. Brother, it's a blue crab, and it's rather large. Indeed. Continue pulling. There must be more treasures. This blue crab was certainly not their target, as the treasure radar had not ceased its indications. All right, Chen Chong, who had initially felt a bit fatigued, was invigorated by the sight of the fine catch. as though he had been electrified. Wow, there really is more. Brother, your luck is extraordinary. Soon, Chen Chang's voice of excitement rang out again. What are you talking about? Chen Nuo shot him an amused glance, then focused his gaze downward. To their astonishment, in the very bottom mesh of the fourth trap, there lay an even larger blue crab, nearly filling half the mesh, its massive claws appearing rather intimidating. Brother, what a gigantic blue crab. Indeed, this trap has not disappointed us. Chen Nuo nodded with a broad smile, rising to say, let me handle the pulling from here. You take out the catch from the traps we've already pulled. All right. Chen Chang willingly yielded his position. The two continued their work. The fifth trap yielded little. But the sixth and seventh traps brought in a bountiful catch of mantis shrimp, sea snails, and a black sea bream weighing about a pound. Suddenly, Chen Nuo had a premonition that something significant might be on the horizon. As the eighth trap was slowly drawn from the water, he felt a distinct resistance transmitted through the wire mesh frame. Something was struggling beneath, and it certainly wasn't just small fish or shrimp. Brother, could there be something valuable again? Chen Chang, busy untying the trap, was keenly observing. Upon seeing Chen Nuo's change in expression, he stood up in surprise to look down. What is that? A dragon shrimp? Why is it so large? Not a small dragon shrimp, Chen Nuo replied, having spotted the large lobster within the trap. A bold speculation emerged in his mind, his eyes brightening and his breaths quickening. If his guess was correct, this could indeed be a small fortune, certainly worth more than that sea bream. Without attending to the lobster immediately, he exerted himself to pull up the remaining two traps. The other two traps revealed a few small fish and some shrimp, in addition to two octopuses. At this moment, Chen Chang had already untied the eighth trap and was holding the lobster in his hand. Brother, what kind of shrimp is this? I've never seen one so large. Chen Chang observed the creature with excitement and curiosity, feeling as though he might lose his grip as the lobster suddenly twitched. The lobster's size was comparable to that of a large spiny lobster, measuring a full 50 centimeters, with its long antennae likely reaching nearly a meter. Its body displayed a myriad of colors, with its legs adorned in a mottled pattern of dark brown and yellow. It could be a decorative lobster. This is my first time seeing one, Chen Nuo said as he took the lobster from Chen Chang's hands for closer inspection, his smile growing increasingly radiant. This creature had not yet been classified as a protected species and was a rare delicacy of the highest order. He recalled having read a newspaper article in his past life that reported a 5-star hotel in the early 1990s selling a 4 to 5 pound decorative lobster for over $5,000. The one Chen Chang held now weighed around 3 pounds and would likely fetch a much lower price in today's market. Quick, fill that live fish bucket with seawater and place it inside. We must ensure it survives, Chen Nuo instructed with a smile, realizing the significance of their find. Chen Chang hurried to fetch seawater for the live fish bucket. Chen Nuo placed the lobster inside, contemplating that he would need to call the village chief later to see if the affluent Mr. Tian would be interested in purchasing it. Subsequently, the two transferred the catch from the traps into another bucket. Chen Nuo scooped up some small fish, shrimp, and shellfish, tossing them into the decorative lobster's bucket as food. Lobsters and crabs are quite resilient and unlikely to perish quickly, at least not within a short span of time. Let us tidy up the traps and place some small fish inside as bait. I'll take the helm to find a suitable spot. And then we'll set the traps again before heading back. It's getting dark, Chen Nuo instructed Chen Chang. All right. Chen Chang nodded in agreement, swiftly organizing the traps. Chen Nuo moved to the helm, steering the small boat leisurely while monitoring the color changes on the treasure radar. Once Chen Chang had finished tidying up the traps, the treasure radar still showed no red targets. Chen Nuo had no choice but to find a blue target, maneuvering the small boat over and setting the traps once again. Chapter 62. Uncle is a bit high on himself. After returning to the dock and securing the boat, the two carried the live fish bucket and the other half bucket of their catch back home. Chen Nuo's father had already returned and was seated on a chair at the door, smoking. Upon seeing them approach with the buckets, he cast a curious glance their way. In the next moment, the cigarette he had been holding fell to the ground. Chen Nuo's father quickly picked it up, his expression one of disbelief as he looked at his son and asked, "Did you really bring in the traps?" Chen Nuo smiled and nodded. "Do you know what kind of lobster this is?" His father inquired, a complex expression on his face. "Isn't it a splendid lobster?" "Indeed. We refer to it as a flower lobster here. Such a rarity commands a steep price." "Uncle, how much can this fetch?" Chen Chang inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Chen's father shook his head, replying, "I am not certain. It has been ages since anyone has caught one of these." "Dad, I'll just leave it here. Could you please take it inside for me? I'll go join Uncle for drinks and later call the owner of the shop that buys Sumei fish to inquire." Chen Nuo set down the live fish bucket. Observing this, Chen Chang promptly followed suit, placing his own bucket on the ground. "Oh, 2 blue crabs as well. What luck you have. Chen's father expressed his astonishment upon seeing the two large blue crabs. Luck is unstoppable when it arrives. Chen Nuo grinned. Go on, leave. Chen's father said with a stern expression, waving his hand to usher them away. Having fished for over 20 years, he had indeed caught some fine goods. But compared to the outrageous fortune his younger son had experienced in recent days, it was nothing. Dad, I'm your son. There's no need for jealousy. Chen Nuo teased with a smile. Are you leaving or not? Chen's father raised his hand as if to swat him. Let us speak civilly. No need to get riled up. I'm off. Chen Nuo chuckled, bending down to retrieve a blue crab weighing about a pound from the bucket. What are you doing? It's unseemly to go empty-handed. Take it to Annie for an extra dish, and please don't tell my mother. All right, now hurry and scram. Chen's father impatiently waved him off again. Chen Nuo grinned mischievously before striding away. Uncle, why not join us? Chen Chang attempted to extend an invitation. I think I'll pass. You two go ahead. Uncle Chen Aigua waved his hand in refusal. Chang, let us go. Chen Nuo called out. Coming. Chen Chang quickly followed, saying, Brother, there's no need to bring that blue crab. We have plenty of food at home, but I want to eat it. Is that so wrong? After catching so many treasures, what S1 crab? You could have a Chinese mitten crab instead. Such a large blue crab could fetch a hefty sum. It's too extravagant. I simply wish to indulge. Stop talking and let us go. We shouldn't keep Uncle and Annie waiting. Fine. Chen Chang could no longer persuade him otherwise. As they approached the entrance of Chen Chang's home, they saw Auntie placing a platter of dishes on the table in the living room, while Uncle lounged comfortably in a chair against the wall, smoking a pipe with a look of complete contentment. Uncle Auntie, Chen Nuo greeted with a smile. Nuo, you're here just in time. Dinner is about to be served. Uncle responded cheerfully, momentarily pausing upon noticing the blue crab in Chen Nuo's hand. Where did you get this large blue crab? I just retrieved it from the traps. I brought one to Annie to add to the meal. Oh dear, why such formality, dear? We have plenty of food. Auntie said with a radiant smile. Since I brought it, here you go. I appreciate your help. Chen Nuo stepped forward to hand the blue crab to Annie. Wonderful. I'll steam this right away. You two sit and enjoy. 2 more dishes will be out shortly. Annie took the crab and hurried off to the kitchen. Uncle stood up and walked over, placing his pipe on the incense table. Nuo, sit down. Don't just stand there. We are family. Sure. Chen Nuo replied, smiling as he took a seat on the bench. Chen Chang brought over a few bottles of beer, propping one against the edge of the table to pop it open before handing it to Chen Nuo. Brother, let us start with some beer. Of course. Nuo, dig in. You don't have to wait for Annie, Uncle said, taking a seat at the head of the table with a grin directed at Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo glanced toward the back room and quietly remarked, Uncle, you are far more formidable than my father now. Uncle's face lit up with a smile, and he waved his hand in mock humility, saying, Oh, what is this? This is nothing. Men should be like this. The household should not be led by women. I was influenced by your father in the past. Indeed, Chen Nuo wholeheartedly agreed with a nod. Dad, could you please refrain from boasting? Chen Chang interjected, feeling flustered at his father's antics. What am I boasting about? There is nothing to boast about here, Chen Weiguo replied, rolling his eyes with a serious expression. Chen Chang sighed helplessly, casting Chen Nuo a glance, silently pleading for him to refrain from giving their father any further opportunities to show off. Uncle speaks wisely. This is how a true man should be. Allow me to toast to you, Chen Nuo said, raising the beer bottle in admiration towards Uncle. Excellent. I hear you are set to marry soon. Once you do, don't emulate your father. A man must take charge. Don't let a woman dominate. Chen Weiguo clinked his beer bottle against Chen Nuo's, imparting advice with the tone of a seasoned veteran. Understood. I shall learn from you. Chen Nuo smiled and nodded. Chen Chang's eyelids twitched involuntarily, suddenly regretting inviting Chen Nuo over for dinner. Nuo, eat up, indulge yourself, Uncle urged. Certainly, Uncle, you too. The meal stretched from 6 o'clock until nearly 8, a time filled with both joy and awkwardness, with some harboring a simmering anger that threatened to boil over. Annie made sure to give Uncle plenty of face at the table, maintaining a low posture. However, under Chen Nuo's subtle guidance, and with the increasing flow of alcohol, Uncle, having held back for years, began to let loose. Go, pour me a glass of water. Chen Weiguo's face flushed red as he commanded his wife. Auntie smiled with a strained expression, rising to pour him a glass, which she placed heavily before him. Uncle took a sip, grimacing, and complained. How can I drink this when it's so hot? Go add some cold water. Chen Nuo discreetly observed Auntie, sensing an ominous aura growing above her as her smile became increasingly unsettling. What are you staring at? Go. Uncle was well and truly inebriated, his awareness of the encroaching danger entirely absent. Ahem, it's getting late. Uncle, Annie, I must take my leave. Chen Nuo stood to bid farewell. It was best not to linger longer. He needed to make a swift exit. Hey, why leave so soon? Ah no, sit down. I have so much more to discuss with you, and some wisdom to impart. Sit. Uncle raised his hand to motion him to stay, his speech slightly slurred. Uncle, I really must go. I need to call the village chief. I'll come back another time to absorb your teachings. Since Chen Nuo has urgent matters, let him go. Chen Nuo, you hurry along, Annie said with a cheerful smile. All right, I shall take my leave then. Chen Nuo smiled and nodded, glancing at the exasperated Chen Chong before turning and hastily departing. Chapter 63. The Brazen Old Man. As soon as Chen Nuo left, Chen Chong retreated to his room, shutting the door behind him. This was entirely his father's doing. He bore no responsibility. Yet, how had he never noticed that Nuo Ge was so cunning? His father, too, was foolish, easily swayed by a few flattering words from Nuo Ge, stumbling blindly into the trap laid out for him. Perhaps this was for the best. His father had indeed been feeling a bit too lofty these past few days and needed to be brought down to earth. Meanwhile, Chen Nuo paused, glancing back at Uncle's house, anxiously wondering if he had inadvertently led Uncle to a rather unfortunate fate. This truly wasn't his intention. He had not anticipated that his uncle would be so reckless. Under the influence of alcohol, he seemed to possess the audacity of a bear and the courage of a leopard. Alas, men, Chen Nuo sighed to himself, dismissing further thoughts as he strode toward the village chief's residence. The chief's home was situated in the most desirable area of the village, a newly constructed two-story building erected just 2 years prior. As for the village chief, he was not particularly well regarded by most villagers. In the days before he became chief, he was a warm-hearted individual, much respected by the community. However, once elected through a popular vote and subsequently appointed by higher authorities, that modicum of power rapidly corrupted him, leading him to seek personal gain at the expense of villagers' interests, a tendency that had only intensified in recent years. Chen Nuo recalled that the chief had not been in his position for long before he ventured to the big city. This old rogue had been reported by the villagers for abusing his power, leading to his eventual dismissal. Is the chief home? Chen Nuo called out as he arrived at the doorstep. The light was on in the living room, and he could hear the television playing inside. Who is it? An elderly man, appearing to be around 60, emerged from a room with his hands clasped behind his back. Nuo, is it you? The chief inquired, his gaze instinctively scanning Chen Nuo's empty hands. Upon noticing that he bore no gifts, the chief's smile instantly faded. What brings you here at this late hour? Chief, I'd like to make a phone call, Chen Nuo replied, his demeanor cheerful and forthright. A phone call? The chief hesitated, his expression growing troubled. Perhaps you could come back tomorrow. It is quite late, and my grandson is already asleep inside. Just then, laughter from a young boy echoed from the room, presumably amused by something on television. Chen Nuo's smile turned sardonic. How curious that he suddenly woke up. The chief, lacking in shame, continued to fabricate excuses. Chief, I truly have something important to discuss. When the phone was installed, you assured us that anyone in need could come to your home to use it. And it was on that premise that the villagers agreed to have the phone installed here. Chen Nuo bluntly exposed the chief's pretense. In a mere village, he felt no need to tread lightly or engage in circumlocution. Upon hearing this, the chief's countenance darkened, and he replied coolly, Very well, come in. Be quick about it. You mentioned this is a public phone, and given the high cost of calls nowadays. Understanding, Chen Nuo nodded and followed the chief into the room. Inside, a small boy sat by the bedside, transfixed by the television, showing no interest in Chen Nuo's arrival, clearly accustomed to visitors in the house. Next to the television was an old rotary phone. Chen Nuo approached, lifted the receiver, and retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket to jot down the number. He carefully dialed each digit, connecting the call. The chief settled into a chair, lit a cigarette, and stared at him expressionlessly. Beep beep. The line echoed with a busy signal. After waiting for some time, without any response, Chen Nuo realized that the number belonged to the factory of Tianguiqian, and at this hour, it was likely that no one was present. Perhaps it's best to forego the call, the chief remarked impatiently. It's quite late, and it's not unusual for calls to go unanswered. Ignoring him, Chen Nuo continued to wait for several more seconds before finally placing the receiver down. I shall try again tomorrow. With that, he turned to leave. The chief's eyes twitched with irritation, as if he had swallowed a fly. He was the village chief, and the phone was installed in his house. How could this young man be so ungrateful? Little did the chief know, Chen Nuo had no intention of being polite. The phone was, after all, a communal resource, and there was no reason for him to feel indebted to the old fool. It was unfortunate that the call had not gone through, but it mattered little. The lobsters would not perish overnight. As he made his way home, passing by Li Yuji's house, he noticed the door was shut and the lights extinguished. She had likely gone to bed. In these times, there was little nightlife, especially in ordinary households without televisions, who could only afford to wash up and retire early. The thought of the village chief's brightly lit home, with a child munching on snacks while watching television, intensified Chen Nuo's desire to earn money. He needed to work swiftly to build a new house, equipped with a television, refrigerator, and washing machine. Whatever others possessed, his family should not be lacking. His mother was seated under the light in the main room, weaving a fishing net. She looked up as she heard his footsteps. Back already? Is Dad and my younger sister asleep? Chen Nuo glanced toward his sister's room, noting that the light was off. Just went to bed. Qian Guifan nodded and inquired, "Did you manage to call that boss?" Clearly, Chen Nuo's mother had been informed of the situation. The call didn't connect. "I will try again tomorrow when I have the chance." "Well, we must sell those lobsters soon. If they die, they will lose their value. And as for that large crab, I'll take it to the dock to sell tomorrow. We might as well eat it ourselves. It won't fetch much otherwise." Chen Nuo approached the incense table and poured himself a glass of water. "Eat? That massive crab is worth several bucks. You truly are generous. Mom, we discussed this in the afternoon. Our living standards can improve a bit. Look at my luck now. There will be no shortage of money in the future. You need not endure hardship." Endure hardship? Today's meal had several dishes, seafood, pork, and beef, like a feast. Who is really suffering here? Qian Guifan retorted with irritation. Chen Nuo took a sip of water, momentarily dazed. "Now that you mention it, it does seem that we aren't truly suffering, does it? You do realize?" Qian Guifan rolled her eyes, decisively stating, "Regardless, I will take it to sell tomorrow. I also collected some valuable items while beachcombing today. I'll sell those too." All right, do as you wish." Chen Nuo, not wanting to dwell on the matter, set down his empty cup. "By the way, did you bring anything from the village chief's house?" "Bring what?" "That phone is public property, okay? Who says one needs to bring gifts just to make a phone call? That old man has become this way because of people like you, allowing him to grow increasingly greedy. Child, he is the village chief. After all, what do you mean by that, old man? Don't speak so carelessly. Mom, what are you afraid of? There is no need for this. There is no need for anything. I cannot be bothered to argue with you. Go wash up and sleep." Chapter 64. A visit to Mazu's shrine. After finishing his shower and preparing for bed, rain suddenly began to pour outside. The raindrops pelted against the window, creating a cacophony that indicated a heavy downpour. Chen Nuo stepped out of his room to find his mother still seated, weaving nets. "Mom, stop working and hurry to bed. You go to sleep. I'm almost done here." Qian Guifan looked out the window, frowning as she remarked, "This weather is truly peculiar. It was overcast all day, and now it starts to rain. Tomorrow, we may have difficulty going out to sea. Fishermen dread such weather. Missing a day at sea equates to a day without income. Especially during the annual monsoon season, rain can persist for weeks, causing anxiety for hardworking fishermen who find themselves idle at home for extended periods. This heavy rain might cease shortly," Chen Nuo said as he walked over to shut the door. "Let us hope so. You should hurry and get some sleep. You should retire early as well." "Understood." Upon returning to his room, Chen Nuo extinguished the light and settled into bed. Lying there, he closed his eyes and listened to the soothing sound of the rain outside, and soon, drowsiness enveloped him like a tidal wave. He dreamt not at all throughout the night. When he awoke the next morning, he discovered that the sky was already faintly illuminated. He pulled the lamp cord and glanced at the watch resting on the bedside table, noting that it was nearly 6 o'clock. Chen Nuo slipped on his shoes and approached the window, opening it to survey the outside world, only to find that the rain continued, albeit now in a gentle drizzle. It seemed that his parents, seeing the rain still falling, had chosen not to rouse him. Chen Nuo yawned, closed the window, and returned to bed to continue his slumber. He was not one to dwell on anxieties. When sleep beckoned, he succumbed without hesitation. Oblivious and carefree, he fell asleep once more in less than 2 minutes. When he finally awoke again, it was already past 8 o'clock in the morning. His parents were absent from home, their whereabouts unknown, and the rain had ceased outside. Chen Nuo made his way to the kitchen in the back house, where he found his younger sister diligently cooking porridge at the stove. "Where are Mom and Dad?" he inquired. "I don't know. I just got up, brother. You should wash your face and brush your teeth. The porridge will be ready soon." "All right," Chen Nuo replied, stepping to the well to begin brushing his teeth. At that moment, he noticed the live fish bucket nearby, which housed a lobster, but the other bucket was missing. "They must have gone to the dock. My large blue crab was probably taken to be sold," he mumbled with a mouthful of toothpaste. "That must be it. By the way, brother, is that lobster you caught yesterday worth a lot?" "Dad said it's worth more than that sea base." His sister gazed at him with wide-eyed excitement. "It should be. My goodness, then you've struck it rich again. Your luck is simply extraordinary. What can I say? Mazu must be favoring me. Why is that? I've never seen you go to worship Mazu. I've always kept her in my thoughts and prayers. Besides, I plan to visit the Mazu temple later to sincerely offer incense and ask for more good fortune." Chen Nuo smiled. I'll go with you. I want some good luck too. Sure, we'll go after breakfast. All right. The coastal inhabitants largely revere Mazu, particularly the fishermen who venture out to sea, as they are among her most devoted followers. Many fishermen, before launching their newly purchased boats for the first time, visit the Mazu temple to pay their respects, often taking the ash from their incense offerings aboard with them, while some places even offer models of their boats before Mazu's statue. Since Chen Nuo had purchased a second-hand boat, he did not adhere to these customs. He promised himself that when he bought a new boat, he would follow tradition. In his previous life, he had not been particularly superstitious, but given the bizarre circumstances of his rebirth, he felt compelled to believe. With the day's fishing plans canceled, it was indeed a good opportunity to pay homage at the Mazu temple. After breakfast, Chen Nuo locked the door, gathering the incense, yellow paper, and other items for the offering, and set off with his sister to the Mazu temple, which was located in the neighboring village and constructed through the contributions of several nearby communities. Passing by Li Yuji's home, his sister excitedly dashed inside. Sister Yuji, soon. Their group had expanded to 3. Li Yuji and Chen Nuo's sister walked arm in arm, chattering and laughing like close friends, while Chen Nuo trailed a few steps behind, holding the offerings. As they passed by Chen Chang's house, another person joined their ranks. What is wrong with you? Chen Nuo inquired curiously, noticing Chen Chang stifling yawns and sporting dark circles under his eyes. Chen Chang rolled his eyes. Brother, how can you even ask? It's all your fault. My parents were at each other's throats all night. It was like a battlefield. I couldn't sleep a wink. That can't be true. Chen Nuo chuckled lightly. You should have come in to see. The furniture was all overturned in the living room, and the dishes from last night were scattered all over the floor. Is Uncle okay? He is fine, just got his face scratched up pretty badly, so he went TB going out for a few days. Chen Nuo felt a sudden wave of guilt wash over him, but that is probably for the best. Honestly, I haven't been able to stand my father's behavior these past few days. It's just so unusual. So, is your family's power dynamic shifting once again? I would know. They were still asleep when I got up. Oh, sleeping together? What else? It's not like they were fighting in separate rooms. Chen Nuo sighed in relief. Amidst their laughter and light-hearted banter, they soon arrived at the Mazu temple. At this hour in the morning, few souls were present. The 3 entered the temple, approaching Mazu in turn to offer incense, bowing in reverence. This was Chen Nuo's first sincere offering to a deity, hoping for Mazu's blessings for himself and his family's safety. Yuji, why don't you bring your mother over to my house for dinner today? Chen Nuo quickened his pace to extend the invitation as they made their way back to the village. Li Yuji immediately grasped his intent, her cheeks flushing with shyness as she lowered her head and stammered. I'll ask my mom. Sister Yuji, make sure your mom comes. My brother bought a lot of vegetables yesterday. His sister chimed in cheerfully. Li Yuji nodded in agreement. Upon returning to the village, Chen Nuo led them first to the village chief's home. The chief, seeing them enter together, attempted to mask his demeanor, forcing a somewhat insincere smile as he invited Chen Nuo into the room to make a phone call. This time, the call connected swiftly. Hello, who is this? Uncle Tion. It's me, Nuo, the one you met the day before yesterday. Oh, it's you, little brother. What can I do for you? I have a splendid lobster here, weighing about 3 pounds. Do you need one? Chen Nuo got straight to the point. A businessman of his stature was undoubtedly busy and would not appreciate time wasted on pleasantries. Chen Nuo himself had always preferred directness, finding it exasperating when others meandered around the subject during meetings. Upon hearing Chen Nuo's words, the village chief's expression betrayed disbelief. Although he was not a fisherman, he had lived by the sea all his life. He certainly knew what a splendid lobster was, having seen one before. It was a highly valuable delicacy. Are you sure it's a splendid lobster? Of course. Otherwise, how could it weigh 3 pounds? Its antennae are a meter long. That is a fine catch. I'll take it. I'll come over shortly, and we can discuss the price when we meet. No problem. I'll be waiting for your arrival. Sorry to bother you. I'll hang up now. All right. See you soon. After concluding the call, Chen Nuo placed the phone down, glanced at the village chief seated nearby, and turned to leave. Let us head back. No, wait a moment. The village chief, Chen Yofu, suddenly called out to him. Chen Nuo turned, puzzled. Nuo, about that splendid lobster you mentioned, would you consider selling it to me? Chen Yofu stood up, his face adorned with a disingenuous smile. I'm sorry, but I've already promised to sell it to someone else, Chen Nuo replied without hesitation. You're a young lad. Be careful not to get swindled. The village chief has watched you grow up. I wouldn't let you suffer losses. I'll offer you 300 yuan. How does that sound? Chen Yofu immediately stated a price, believing that 300 yuan would be an irresistible sum for a youth who had not seen much of the world. Chen momentarily fell silent, regarding him with a gaze akin to that one might reserve for a fool. What kind of look is that? Chen Yofu's expression darkened with displeasure. Village chief, allow me to impart a piece of advice. What is it? Do not overestimate your own cleverness, assuming others to be fools. When the time truly arrives, you may find yourself the greatest fool of all. After delivering this retort, Chen Nuo turned and departed with Chun Chang and the others. This little brat dares to speak to me in such a manner. Only after Chen Nuo and his companions exited the room did Chen Yufu regain his composure. His face a deep shade of crimson as he angrily growled. His expression shifted, and after a moment's contemplation, he seemed to arrive at a decision. Striding over to grasp the microphone and dial a number. Brother, do you think what you just did was appropriate? His younger sister inquired with concern. Li Yuji and Chun Chang also cast worried glances at Chen Nuo. Although many in the village harbored grievances against the village chief, they still maintained a facade of cordiality. Chen Nuo's earlier remarks had indeed startled the three of them. What is there to fear? There is no need for concern. Chen Nuo replied dismissively, seemingly unfazed. That old fellow is surely aware that many villagers no longer hold him in high regard. Even if he wishes to act, his measures will not be excessive. I can simply respond in kind. In any case, it is impossible for me to play the subordinate before that old man. He won't be able to flaunt his authority for long. If he truly pushes me, I wouldn't mind giving him a little nudge from behind. Arriving at Chan Chang's doorstep, Chen Nuo peered curiously inside, but did not see his second uncle and second aunt. The main room was tidied up, and he noticed 2 chairs with broken legs. Fortunately, his second uncle was skilled in carpentry and could easily repair them. Brother, aren't we going to collect the fish traps today? No, we'll do it tomorrow. Then I'll head inside. All right. Chen Nuo nodded, but suddenly called out to him, Chang, wait a moment. What is it? Chen Chang asked, his expression one of surprise. Chen Nuo patted his shoulder and whispered, please apologize to my second uncle for me. Chen Chang nodded with a strange expression. As he entered the house, Chen Nuo and the others continued on their way. Brother, what were you whispering to Chang just now? His younger sister inquired, her bright eyes fixed on him, her delicate face practically inscribed with curiosity. Li Yuji also looked at him with keen interest. It's nothing. Oh, come on, just tell us. What's there to hide? I saw you looking into your second uncle's house. What were you staring at? Are you curious too? Chen Nuo asked, glancing at Li Yuji. She hesitated for a moment before nodding, her cheeks tinged with a blush. Chen Nuo smiled slightly and succinctly relayed the situation to the two. Their expressions shifted from astonishment to wide-eyed disbelief as they regarded him with peculiar gazes. Brother, you're being quite mischievous toward your second uncle. How cruel. His younger sister stifled a laugh to tease. Li Yuji nodded in agreement. It seems your second uncle has gotten a bit carried away. Let us see how much higher he can soar and what reaction your second aunt will have. Chen Nuo shrugged with an air of helplessness. His younger sister was the first to break into laughter. Li Yuji quickly followed suit, their melodious giggles ringing out as they walked. Upon reaching Li Yuji's home, they found her future mother-in-law absent, likely busy elsewhere. Yuji, don't forget to tell your mother that I'll be picking you both up later, Chen Nuo reminded her. Li Yuji nodded, her cheeks flushed. Sister Yuji, since no one is home, why don't you come play in my house? His younger sister suggested cheerfully. That could work. Chen Nuo nodded slightly. No, I need to stay home to prepare lunch for my mother when she returns. Li Yuji declined gently. All right then, we'll be off. Okay. With that, Chen Nuo and his younger sister departed. Li Yuji stood at the door, watching the two walk away until they turned a corner and disappeared from view before she finally turned back inside. Upon returning home, the siblings found their mother already there. Where have you two been? Qian Guifan inquired, looking at them. Mom, we went to pay respects to Mazu with Sister Yuji and Brother Chang. His younger sister replied brightly. Qian Guifan nodded in realization. That's good. It's important to pay respects. Mom, did we sell the catch from yesterday's traps? Chen Nuo approached the incense altar, pouring himself a glass of water. I mentioned it yesterday. That blue crab is quite valuable. Your Uncle Qing sold it for 5 yuan a pound, totaling 3.7. Plus that black sea bream and the mantis shrimp, which came to 5.3. I'll give you the money. She began to reach into her pocket to hand him cash. No need for that. Just a few yuan. Keep it for yourself. Chen Nuo replied, downing a glass of water. Forget it. Mom, a few yuan really doesn't mean much to my brother. Just earlier at the village chief's house on the phone, he refused 300 yuan for that lobster without a second thought. Really? Qian Guifan's expression turned incredulous. How could that lobster possibly be worth only 300? That old man is trying to take advantage of me. I want to let him succeed. Chen Nuo scoffed dismissively. You didn't say anything inappropriate, did you? Qian Guifan frowned slightly. Brother said the village chief treats people like fools, but he himself is the biggest fool. His younger sister chimed in to report. You little rascal. Do you even listen to what I say? Qian Guifan glared at her son in frustration. Mom, I just can't stand that old man. We shouldn't be afraid of him. Sigh. You. Chapter 66. Running into a brick wall. After lunch, Chen Nuo took a nap. When he awoke, it was already 3 in the afternoon. The weather outside had finally cleared, but there was no time to go out to sea today. As Chen Nuo stepped out of his room, his expression instantly soured. He saw the village chief accompanied by 2 middle-aged men and a young man entering the house. And it was evident that their intentions were not benign. Nuo, you're home. The village chief greeted with his usual insincere smile. Village chief, what do you want? Chen Nuo narrowed his eyes slightly, suspicious that if he weren't home, the lobster stored in the back room would likely have disappeared. Nuo, regarding that lobster we discussed this morning, I'll buy it from you for 400 and I'll add an extra 100. Chen Yofu explained with a smile. I've already said I want to sell. Chen Nuo flatly refused, maintaining a calm demeanor. Kid, don't get too arrogant. You want to sell it for 400? What are you thinking? One of the middle-aged men interjected, his tone laced with a clear threat. I want to keep it for myself. Is that a problem? Are you planning to force me? Chen Nuo retorted coldly. The man's temper flared, and he took a step forward, but was halted by the young man who raised an arm to block him. Nuo, don't misunderstand. We mean no harm. We genuinely want to buy that lobster from you, the young man said with a smile, pulling out a pack of premium cigarettes from his pocket and stepping forward to offer Chen Nuo one. My friend operates an upscale restaurant in the city, and he is in dire need of exquisite ingredients to serve as the crowning jewel of his establishment. If you believe that 400 yuan is insufficient, we can certainly negotiate. After all, we have been good friends for many years, and I assure you, I shall not let you suffer a loss. No, thank you. I no longer smoke, Chen Nuo replied, waving his hand to decline the cigarette offered to him. I have already contacted a supplier for the lobster. They have confirmed the order and will be coming to collect it shortly. One must uphold integrity in business. If I sell to you now, will I offer to others later? The young man before him was Chen Yofu's son, named Chen Shuejuan. In their childhood, he had been the leader of their group, and both Chen Nuo and Chen Chong, the plump chef, had often trailed behind him in play. However, once he entered middle school, Chen Shuejuan distanced himself from them, suddenly appearing more mature, and he had since acted like a little adult. 2 years their senior. He graduated from high school and secured a position at a local shoe factory, quickly ascending to a managerial role. In the entire Yuyue village, Chen Shuejuan was regarded as the most successful young person of his generation, with many elders using him as a benchmark for their children, truly the epitome of the ideal child. After venturing out to seek his fortune in his previous life, Chen Nuo had little interaction with him thereafter. However, during one visit home for the new year, Chen Shuejuan approached him for a drink, likely seeking to align himself with Chen Nuo in hopes of venturing into the big city. By then, Chen Nuo had encountered a myriad of individuals and could see right through him, recognizing that he was not one to be closely associated with. Thus, he declined outright. Just as he did now, Chen Shuejuan had expected that his overture would earn him some courtesy from Chen Nuo, but he was taken aback by the rejection. A forced smile crept onto his face as he persisted. Nuo, integrity is indeed paramount, yet one must not be foolish. The payment has not yet been made. Why sacrifice your interests? The essence of business lies in profit. I heard you recently purchased a boat and have begun fishing at sea. You must understand the importance of earning money. Why not seize this opportunity? Not all, Chen Nuo replied with a faint smile. The chill in Chen Shuejuan's gaze was palpable as his smile vanished entirely. I do not believe your offer surpasses that of the supplier. Moreover, I prioritize integrity in my business dealings over profit, and I possess a deeper understanding of commerce than you, so I do not require your guidance, Chen Nuo stated calmly. Damn it, Xiao Jun, this kid is too arrogant. Why are we even wasting words on him? One of the 2 middle-aged men could no longer contain himself. Indeed, let us not waste time. He will sell today, regardless. The goods are certainly within this house, so let us just retrieve them, the other middle-aged man concurred. Chen Shuejuan, silent, shoved the cigarette into his mouth and produced a lighter from his pocket to ignite it. It should be in the back room. Go fetch that lobster. Chen Yofu commanded in a low voice. Do you understand the implications of this? You are trespassing and attempting to steal. Chen Nuo's eyes narrowed slightly. And what of it? Who can prove it? Who dares to? The entire village is under my watch. Do you think you can act with impunity? Chen Yofu discarded his pretense, urging the 2 middle-aged men, what are you waiting for? Go. The 2 men nodded and began to move towards the back room. A cold glint flashed in Chen Nuo's eyes. Just then, the sound of an approaching car engine echoed from outside, drawing the attention of all present. At this moment, they were stunned, their astonishment evident as they gazed outside. In this day and age, those who could afford a car were certainly not of ordinary means. A Volkswagen Santana came to a halt outside, and a burly man swiftly exited the driver's seat, moving to open the rear door. A portly middle-aged man emerged. and upon seeing Chen Nuo and the others inside, he exclaimed, Nuo, is this your home? It seems I have not gone astray. Uncle Tian, you have arrived just in time. If you were any later, the lobster will be gone, Chen Nuo replied with a wry smile. What do you mean? Tian Guiqiang paused, glancing at the village chief and the others, quickly grasping the situation. Is trouble at our doorstep? No, it's a misunderstanding, merely a misunderstanding. May I ask how you prefer to be addressed? Chen Shuejuan quickly shifted his demeanor, flashing a sycophantic grin as he approached to introduce himself, offering a cigarette in a gesture of camaraderie. He was no fool. Having matured faster than his peers, he had quickly learned the ropes of society. This was a vehicle worth 200,000 yuan, complete with a dedicated driver. The sudden appearance of this middle-aged man indicated he was no ordinary individual. While merchants may not wield direct power, once wealth reaches a certain threshold, their social standing is invariably elevated. The hierarchy of personal connections is directly proportional to wealth. Certainly, his father's status as village chief could not intimidate this man. Step aside. Tian Guiqiang showed no courtesy, pressing against Chen Shuejuan's shoulder to push him away. Chen Shuejuan stumbled, but dared not show his anger. Chen Youfu and Chen Shuejuan's uncles exchanged apprehensive glances, realizing they had perhaps bitten off more than they could chew. Nuo, what is happening? Tian Guiqiang strode into the house, his cold gaze sweeping over Chen Youfu and the others. This is our village chief. I made the call from his home, and he overheard me discussing the lobster and expressed interest in purchasing it. I declined, and now he has come here with his men to coerce me into selling, Chen Nuo replied, a cold smile gracing his lips. How imposing our village chief is. I am but a humble fisherman, and yet he thinks he can easily manipulate me. Is that so? Does the village chief wield such great power? This is my first encounter with such authority. I know quite a few town and city officials, and none possess such arrogance, Tian Guiqiang remarked, echoing Chen Nuo's sentiments. Your village may be somewhat remote, but it seems that some individuals, having gained a modicum of power, presume themselves to be tyrants, oppressing the common folk. Hearing this, Chen Youfu and his companions trembled, cold sweat trickling down their backs. Nuo, I sincerely apologize on behalf of my father. We grew up together. Can you not grant me a favor and let this matter pass? Chen Shuejuan implored, rushing to Chen Nuo and Tian Guiqiang, his face awash with regret. Upon hearing this, Tian Guiqiang regarded Chen Nuo with keen interest, eager to witness his response. Grant you a favor? When you attempted to coerce me earlier, did you consider granting me a favor? Thankfully, my family is not present. Had they been home, would you have dared to lay a hand on them? Chen Nuo's eyes were icy, an aura emanating from him that astonished Tian Guiqiang. How could that be? We are not thugs. Why would we resort to violence against your family? Nuo, you are overthinking this. Chen Shuejuan feigned a smile, though restrained. Now, I demand that you all leave my home immediately. Chen Nuo was disinclined to engage in further banter, simply pointing toward the door to usher them out. The expressions of Chen Shuejuan and his companions darkened significantly. His two uncles, accustomed to dominance in the village, felt their ire rising once more at being treated thus by a younger generation. A tall and imposing figure approached, positioning himself protectively in front of Chen Nuo and Tian Guiqiang. Care to throw a punch? I would gladly entertain you, Aou said, his demeanor stern. The eyes of Chen Shuejuan's uncles narrowed, their previous hostility dissipating like a receding tide. Both individuals were cowards who feared the strong and were certainly not fools. It was apparent that the person before them was not someone they could hope to contend with. Come on, Wu uttered expressionlessly. You misunderstand. We have no intention of resorting to violence, one of them stammered. Indeed, why would we resort to violence? That would be illegal, the other added, their eyes darting nervously, their faces betraying guilt. Haha. Chen Nuo and Tian Guiqiang found amusement in their demeanor. Then be off with you. Wu barked coldly. The two flinched, casting anxious glances towards the sullen Chen Youfu, who had remained silent. 3 seconds. If you do not leave now, I shall take action. Wu began a countdown. Their expressions shifted dramatically as they dared not await further instructions from Chen Youfu, hastily turning to flee. Useless wretches, Chen Youfu muttered in frustration, then turned to Chen Nuo, saying, do not think that just because you have support, you can act recklessly. You will come to regret it. With that ominous statement, he shot a glance at Chen Guiqiang and Wu before striding away. After years of reveling in power as the village head, he had become intoxicated by authority, and the thought of bowing to a younger generation was too humiliating to bear. Moreover, even if Chen Nuo had allied with a wealthy and influential figure, Chen Youfu doubted that he could be challenged on his own turf. Dad! Chen Shuejuan glanced at his departing father, then at Chen Nuo and the others. Unlike his father, he had encountered many powerful and affluent individuals and understood that while his father could dominate this village, true power came from those with wealth and influence. Should a prominent figure set their sights on them, his father's authority would be rendered ineffective. Thus, he yearned to resolve the matter completely. Even if it meant his father would have to admit fault, he wished to avoid offending this enigmatic benefactor. Let us go. Chen Yofu turned to his son, urging him with a frown. Sigh. Chun Shiwejuan sighed, following him with a heavy heart. Once they departed, the tension in the room dissipated instantly. Uncle Tian, Brother Wu, thank you for coming just in time. Chen Nuo smiled gratefully at the two. Do not mention it. I perceive you have confidence. Even if we hadn't arrived, you would have managed, Tian Guiqiang remarked with a knowing smile. Chen Nuo merely shook his head with a smile. His confidence stemmed from his abilities and strategies from a past life, as he was certain of his capacity to retaliate against Chen Yufu. However, he would undoubtedly suffer a setback today, and the lobsters would surely be taken. Have some water. Chen Nuo poured each of them a glass. Tian Guiqiang took his cup and casually inquired, what are your plans moving forward? I can assist. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Nuo countered Uncle Tian. If I could obtain evidence of the village head's corruption and gather signatures from the villagers to report him, would you have a way to submit the materials? Ha! Chen Nuo, you underestimate me. A mere village head. If I arrange a meal or a drink with the right people, do you believe he could be removed within days? Tian Guiqiang replied confidently. I certainly believe it. Chen Nuo chuckled before calmly adding, however, I do not wish for him to merely be dismissed. I desire him imprisoned. Tian Guiqiang paused, nodding thoughtfully. In that case, we will indeed require the evidence and the report materials you mentioned. I shall prepare them. I will present them to you at our next meeting. Agreed, but they must be substantiated. Chen Nuo insisted. Rest assured, that old rascal has committed numerous unseemly acts over the years, and the villagers have long harbored grievances. I will be thorough and truthful with no fabrications. Very well. Consider it a good deed for the villagers, Tian Guiqiang said with a grin. Enough of this. I will retrieve the lobsters for you to examine. All right, hurry back. You all sit tight. I will return shortly. With that, Chen Nuo swiftly made his way to the back room, and soon returned carrying a bucket. Uncle Tian, take a look. Chen Nuo placed the bucket on the table. Tian Guiqiang eagerly peered inside, examining the lobsters with a smile, nodding in approval. Indeed, this is the exquisite lobster. The last time I saw one was years ago, and this one is considerably larger. Truly a fine specimen. Are you planning to buy it for yourself? Chen Nuo inquired curiously. No, I'm not that extravagant. It's not that I cannot afford it. It's simply unnecessary. Most of the premium items I purchase are intended for entertaining business associates and important guests. You understand? Tian Guiqiang said, his eyes twinkling with mirth. Understood. Chen Nuo nodded with a smile. In his past life, he often engaged in similar dealings. Cultivating relationships in the business world was paramount, and expenditures in this domain were indispensable. Now let's discuss the price. Tian Guiqiang placed the lobster back in the bucket. I am unfamiliar with the market rates. So Uncle Tian, please propose a price, and if it seems fair, I shall agree. Chen Nuo opted to let the other party name the price. In situations where one is not well-versed in market conditions, it is prudent for the seller to allow the buyer to make the initial offer. I recall paying around 500 for this last time, but that was years ago, and it was smaller than this one. Let us say a flat 1,000. Tian Guiqiang declared with generosity. Deal. Chen Nuo nodded decisively, without hesitation. This price exceeded his expectations. Splendid. I relish doing business with someone like you. Tian Guiqiang exclaimed with a grin. He was indeed generous, but not naive. He always proposed a relatively high price when purchasing items. Yet often, sellers would assume he was a soft touch and would greedily quote an even higher price. When faced with such sellers, he would simply turn and walk away, severing future ties. Wu, go to the car and fetch my bag, Tian Guiqiang instructed. Wu nodded and stepped outside to retrieve the bag. Tian Guiqiang opened his briefcase and pulled out a bundle of cash bound with rubber bands, handing it to Chen Nuo. This should be exactly 100 bills. Count them. Not necessary. It's obvious this is freshly withdrawn from the bank. No need to count it. Thank you, Chen Nuo said with a smile as he accepted the money. Ha! You're really growing on me, young man. Come visit my factory sometime. Where's your factory? Chen Nuo inquired. Not far from the town. Whenever you wish to visit, just call, and I will have Wu come pick you up. Great. I'll definitely come by when I have time. Well, I must be going. With your good fortune, if you come across more fine goods, do not forget about me, Tian Guiqiang said with a serious expression. Rest assured with your prompt payment. Who else would I turn to? Chen Nuo laughed heartily. Indeed, take care. Let me help you load that into the car, Chen Nuo offered, tucking the money into his pocket and rushing to assist with the live fish bucket as they headed out the door. Wu opened the trunk. and Chen Nuo placed the bucket inside. Following that, Wu quickly made his way to the driver's seat, starting the car while Chen Nuo settled into the back seat. As the window slowly rolled down, Tian Guiqiang lowered his voice to remind them, Wu, regarding the matter with your village head, if you decide to proceed, do so swiftly. Do not grant him the opportunity for revenge. Eliminate him decisively in one strike. Understood. Chen Nuo nodded emphatically. He departed. The vehicle gradually began to move, turning its direction towards the village entrance. Brother. The voice of his younger sister rang out from behind. Chen Nuo turned to see her and their mother returning with buckets. Likely from a day of gathering by the sea. The ocean recedes twice daily, and in these times, its resources are abundant. Even if it's not a low tide, one can still find a considerable haul. Thus, those living by the coast, with a modicum of diligence, are seldom faced with hunger. Brother, that car was so cool. Was it the buyer for your lobsters? His younger sister asked with wide-eyed curiosity. Chen Nuo smiled and nodded. How much did you sell them for? Inquired Qian Guifan, their mother. Chen Nuo raised his right index finger. 100? His sister frowned slightly. Isn't it supposed to be more expensive than that sume fish? Qian Guifan's expression also turned a bit disheartened. What do you mean 100? I didn't sell them for a pittance like that. It was 1,000, all right. Chen Nuo chuckled, pulling out a thick wad of cash from his pocket and waving it. How much? 1,000? His sister exclaimed in disbelief, her bright eyes following the bundle of cash in his hand. Is it really worth that much? Qian Guifan was equally astonished. That's 1,000. One lobster is worth 1/10 of a 10,000 air. The big boss is quite generous. Chen Nuo smiled, tucking the money back into his pocket. Make sure to keep the money safe. Don't lose it in your pocket or spend it recklessly, Qian Guifan admonished with a stern face. Got it. I'll help you carry it. Would you both gather? Chen Nuo stepped forward and took the bucket from his mother. It was quite heavy. Looking inside, he saw it was mostly filled with oysters, along with some spicy snails, cat's eye snails, sand clams, and razor clams. His sister's bucket was similar. There is nothing of great value. Why do we even go to the shore today? Isn't Tug and her mother coming over for dinner later? I should try to prepare a couple more dishes. Brother, do you think you're the only lucky one? It's not a low tide today, so how could there be anything worthwhile? His sister said with a hint of jealousy. Are you envious of your brother's fortune? Oof. We all prayed to Mazu. Why didn't luck come my way? Does Mazu only favor men and not women? What nonsense are you spouting? Stop saying such things. Qian Guifan shot her daughter a disapproving glance. Haha. Chen Nuo laughed at his sister's antics, nodding in agreement. Perhaps that's the case. As they joked, they arrived at the back room, where their mother and sister began to sort through the seafood they had collected. Chen Nuo grabbed a small knife to help pry the oysters open, placing the meat into a bowl. His mother was preparing to make her signature oyster omelet, adding eggs, sweet potato flour, and other ingredients. This dish was universally adored in their locality. As the clock edged closer to 5 o'clock, their father returned with a cheerful demeanor. A clear indication of having won some money. Father, how much did you win to be so happy? His sister asked with a grin. Hee. My luck was quite good today. I won $2.60. Their father replied with a jovial smile. Only $2.60? I thought you struck it rich. Guess how much I sold my lobster for? Already sold? Chen Nuo looked towards where the bucket had been, noticing its absence. I sold it for $1,000, a whole bundle of cash. His sister answered herself. 1,000? Is that true? Chen Nuo stared at his son in disbelief. Chen Nuo smiled and nodded. The boss was quite generous. He offered 1,000 right off the bat. I didn't haggle. You did the right thing. 1,000 is already a substantial profit. No need to bargain. It's important to maintain a good relationship with such customers. Understood. Xiao San, it's about time. Go and fetch Yu Ji and her mother. Qian Guifan called out from the kitchen where she was stirring a dish. All right, I'll go right away, Chen Nuo replied, rising to wash his hands by the well before stepping outside. After he left, Chen Nuo looked down at his attire, asking his daughter, younger sister, do you think I should change into something nicer? No need, Dad. You didn't go out to sea today. Your clothes are clean. I know, but these clothes are a bit worn. This is the first time meeting the in-laws. I should make a decent impression. You look just fine. That's enough. Don't dress too sharply. You might outshine my brother, she chuckled. Chapter 69. The wedding date. Chen Nuo entered the house with Li Yuji and his future mother-in-law, only to find several dishes already spread out on the table. Sister Yuji, Annie, welcome. His younger sister was just bringing in a plate of spicy, stir-fried beef, and upon seeing the three enter, she greeted them with a bright smile and called out to the back room, Dad, Mom, Sister Yuji and Annie are here. Soon, Chen Nuo and Qian Guifan hurried into the front room, their faces beaming with warm smiles. After some pleasantries, Qian Guifan said, Sister Su Fun, please have a seat. I have 2 more dishes that will be ready shortly. All right, let me help you. No, you're the guest today. You should sit down. I'll have it ready in a moment. With that, Qian Guifan hurried back to the kitchen. Li Sufan, born in 83, was 7 or 8 years older and thus warranted the title of sister. Auntie, please sit with Yuji. Don't just stand there. Chen Nuo helped pull out a long bench. Okay. Li Sufan nodded with a gentle smile, sitting down alongside the somewhat blushing Li Yuji. Chen Nuo took the main seat, opening a prepared bottle of white liquor. Auntie, would you like to have a drink today? Chen Nuo suggested with a smile. Sure, I'll join you for a bit. Li Sufan smiled and nodded. She actually had a good tolerance for alcohol, though she rarely drank. And you, Yuji? Chen Nuo turned to ask her. I don't drink. I can't handle it. Li Yuji quickly waved her hands. All right then, you can have soda with my sister. Chen Nuo chuckled. Earlier, when he went to pick them up, his parents had asked his sister to buy some liquor and soda from the shop. Dad, let me do it. Chen Nuo took the bottle from his father, pouring a full glass for his future mother-in-law, then filling 2 glasses for his parents before finally serving himself. Qian Guifan also had a decent tolerance and would drink a bit during festivals. Once his sister and mother brought the remaining 2 dishes and a soup to the table, everyone gathered around to sit. The parents took the main seats at the incense table, while Li Sufan and Li Yuji sat opposite them. Chen Nuo and his sister sat on the sides, with his sister leaning against their parents and Chen next to Li Yuji. The table was adorned with a total of 8 dishes and 1 soup. His mother had truly gone all out. Now, allow me to propose a toast. Auntie Yuji, welcome. Chen Nuo cheerfully raised his glass. Everyone smiled and raised their glasses in unison, clinking them together before taking a drink. Qian Guifan set her glass down and picked up her chopsticks, cheerfully calling out, Yuji, Sister Sufan, let us eat. Shaosan only mentioned this today at noon, so I didn't have time to prepare. I just threw together a few dishes. Auntie, this table is filled with great food and drinks. The feast was more lavish than even the New Year celebrations, and if such casual remarks are to be made, my mother may find it difficult to entertain Chen Nuo when he visits our home, Li Yuji said with a beaming smile. You're absolutely right. Li Sufan chimed in with a gentle smile. This child certainly knows how to express himself, Qian Guifan added, her smile widening. From now on, we are all family. What is there to discuss about hospitality? It's simply a matter of sharing a meal at home, Chen Nuo remarked, placing a piece of oyster omelet into Li Yuji's bowl, smiling as he spoke. Suddenly, the dining table fell silent, and, aside from Li Yuji, who blushed and lowered her head to eat, the others burst into joyous laughter. Hee, brother speaks wisely. We are all family now, the little sister giggled in agreement. Today's children are truly eloquent, Li Sufan mused with a smile. Indeed, Qian Guifan glanced at her son, her eyes sparkling with joy, and said, in the past, we worried endlessly about Xiao San, who seemed perpetually immature and aimless. Yet, in recent days, he has suddenly become sensible and started planning for the future, which fills both me and his father with heartfelt happiness. Men grow up because of women. Xiao San may have been a bit late to realize it, but still quite good, Chen Nuo said with a broad smile. In our rural community, it's customary to marry around the age of 20, and both Nuo and my Yuji have remained single until now, indicating a certain fate between the 2 children, which can be considered a blessing that has endured trials. Li Sufan gazed gently at the 2 youngsters. Yes, that's right. Qian Guifan nodded enthusiastically. Li Yuji's face was flushed, and she remained silent, focusing on her food. Mom, Auntie, please say a few more words, or Yuji Jia will bury her face in the bowl, the little sister teased with a laugh. The room erupted in laughter at once. The little sister's words made Li Yuji even more bashful, her charming face resembling a ripe apple in late autumn. Subsequently, everyone engaged in a lively discussion about Chen Nuo and Li Yuji, reminiscing about their childhood mishaps, their shared experiences in middle school, and various events over the years. Unbeknownst to them, a full bottle of white liquor was consumed amidst their conversations. Chen Nuo opened another bottle, but both Li Sufan and Qian Guifan declined any further drinks. So he continued to drink with his father. At this moment, Li Sufan took the initiative to steer the conversation towards the couple's wedding date. In-laws, I have been thinking that since the 2 children share such a connection and mutual affection, I would like to see them married as soon as possible. Fulfilling a wish of mine. No problem at all, Sister Sufan. You say when, and we will proceed accordingly. Qian Guifan hastily replied. Yes. We also hope for a swift arrangement, Chen Nuo added with a smile. Li Yuji had already eaten her fill, her hands clenched tightly under the table, her face aglow with embarrassment as she listened to her parents' discussions. How about June 6th? It's an auspicious date for marriage, Li Sufan proposed directly, as though she had prepared for this moment in advance. Chen Nuo and Qian Guifan exchanged surprised glances, clearly taken aback that the prospective mother-in-law was more eager than they had expected. Today is May 16th, so if the wedding is set for June 6th, that leaves a mere 20 days for preparation. Sister Sufin, it's not that we disagree, but isn't the time a bit tight? There's much to prepare. And we need to inform the relatives and friends on both sides, Chen Guifan said earnestly. Li Sufin shook her head, saying, I have discussed this with Xiao San. We can forego the betrothal gifts and other formalities. You know the situation with Yuji, so there aren't too many relatives to inform. The time is more than sufficient. Chen Guifan pondered this and felt it might indeed be feasible, then turned her gaze towards Chen Nuo and Li Yuji. Xiao San, Yuji, what are your thoughts? I'll follow my mother's wishes. Li Yuji replia nervously. I think it's perfectly fine. Chen Nuo nodded, glancing at Li Yuji and his future mother-in-law, and continued, Annie has mentioned foregoing the betrothal gifts, and I am very grateful for that. However, I believe that Yuji should have what others receive when they marry. With that, he looked toward his mother and sister. Therefore, in the remaining 20 days, I must work diligently to earn enough to afford at least a television, a washing machine, and a refrigerator. As for the preparations for the wedding, I will have to trouble you and the little sister. No problem, brother, leave it to me. The little sister confidently responded. Chen Nuo, I don't need the 3 major items, Li Yuji said, touched, gazing at him with tender eyes. Not giving betrothal gifts and foregoing these items might make others think I don't value you enough. You may not care, but I do. Moreover, purchasing these items will elevate our family's standard of living, which is essential, Chen Nuo replied with a light smile. Li Yuji nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. In the early 1980s, the 3 major items were still watches, bicycles, and sewing machines. However, in recent years, for families with better circumstances, the 3 major items have transformed into televisions, refrigerators, and washing machines. So that has settled then? June 6th it is, Li Sufin said, looking towards the 2 prospective in-laws. All right, Chen Igwa nodded with a broad smile in agreement. The men will earn the money, and the preparations for the wedding will be managed by us women. Chen Guifan suggested. Li Yuji, the little sister, and Li Sufin all readily agreed, their voices harmonizing in agreement. Afterward, the women discussed the specific procedures and items to be prepared for the wedding for quite some time, while Chen Nuo and his father listened to their exchanges, drinking and enjoying the meal. The dinner concluded on a satisfying note. Li Yuji and Li Sufin insisted on helping to clear the dishes and took them to the back room together. Finally, the family saw Li Yuji and Li Sufin out, exchanging farewells before Chen Nuo took it upon himself to escort them home. It was already past 8 in the evening, and the sky had darkened outside. Fortunately, the village had been electrified a few years prior, and many homes were illuminated at this hour, making flashlights unnecessary. Xiao San, there's no need to pressure yourself too much. Yuji and I have come this far over the years. We've never cared about how others perceive us. As long as we live well, that is enough, Li Yuji's future mother-in-law said earnestly as they approached her home. My mother's right. Li Yuji quickly nodded in agreement. Auntie, rest assured, I have managed to save quite a bit already. There's no need to push myself. Chen Nuo smiled. That being said, you'll have many expenses in the future. There's no need to fuss over appearances. You need not worry. I'm truly not concerned with appearances. Those appliances will eventually be commonplace in every household, so it's best to buy them early and enjoy them, he replied. All right then, you're more clever than us. I want to say much more. But why are you still calling me Annie? You two are practically engaged now. Li Sufin teased with a sly smile. Mom. Chen Nuo was slightly taken aback, then grinned brightly as he called out. He remained unflustered, while Li Yuji, who was linking arms with her mother, turned crimson. And you, Yuji, don't be so shy. You'll need to address Xiao San as parents differently in the future, Li Sufin remarked to her daughter. Li Yuji nodded in agreement, her voice barely above a whisper. After escorting the 2 individuals to the door, Chen Nuo returned home. Upon his arrival, he was summoned to their room by his mother. His father was seated at the head of the bed, smoking, and smiled upon seeing him enter. Mom, what's the matter? Chen Nuo inquired, his face a mask of confusion. Chen Guifan approached the table, opened a drawer, and extracted several bundles of cash secured with rubber bands. There are notes of 10 yuan, as well as 1 and 2 yuan, and even 50 cents. Your brother is getting married. We helped him build a house and bought a bicycle. Now that you are about to marry, we cannot show favoritism, Chen Guifan said, turning to face him slowly. The few hundred yuan we previously gave you was intended for your engagement purchases. Your mother-in-law is kind and does not fuss over such matters. Purchasing a boat was a good decision. This total amounts to 560 yuan, which your father and I have saved over the past 2 years. Originally, we intended to use it to help you build a new home when you wed, but since your wedding date is approaching so quickly, it is no longer feasible. You may use this money as you see fit, whether for building a house or purchasing the essentials. You are about to start a family, and I will no longer oversee your affairs as I once did. Your future will depend on how you and Yuji navigate your lives together. Mom. Chen Nuo felt a sudden pang in his nose. He recalled that on the eve of his departure to the big city in his previous life, his mother had similarly summoned him to their room, bestowing upon him several thousand yuan in various denominations. That time, a few years later, the amount was somewhat greater. In prior years, they had shared meals from a communal pot, earning little money. Raising their 4 children had been no small feat after the household responsibility system was implemented. His father and second brother earned some money fishing at sea, nearly depleting their savings for the second brother's wedding. The 560 yuan given to him now was undoubtedly all that his parents had painstakingly accumulated over the last 2 years. In a matter of marriage for their 4 children, it seemed that the parents had meant well, but acted in haste. Perhaps it was that they felt their children were marrying later than their peers, leading them to rush and make mistakes. Hence, among the siblings, only the second brother enjoyed a truly happy marriage. Nonetheless, their parents' intentions were pure. They had devoted their lives to their children without seeking anything in return. Take it. Qian Guifan grasped his left hand and placed the money into his palm. Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Dad. Chen Nuo suppressed the tumult of emotions within him and smiled broadly. Oh, you silly child, why thank us? We are family. Chen Nuo chuckled, giving him a playful glare. Find a secure place for the money. If you need to buy appliances, make sure to go to the city and get everything at once. Qian Guifan advised her son. Mom, your sudden generosity is quite overwhelming. I'm not quite accustomed to it, Chen Nuo teased with a grin. Huh. Chen Aigua could not contain his laughter. Qian Guifan nearly broke into laughter herself, playfully pushing him towards the door. Off you go. Hurry up and wash up before bed. All right, I'll go wash up now. You both get some rest early, Chen Nuo replied with a smile as he exited his parents' room. Returning to his own room, he approached the bedside, flipped his pillow, and retrieved a large stack of banknotes. He had just over 600 yuan remaining from a previous trip to town, having sold 1,000 worth of the exquisite lobster, bringing his total to 600 yuan. Additionally, he had a few coins in his pocket. Stacking the money his mother had given him, he calculated a total of 160 yuan, certainly sufficient for the essentials and a bicycle, with some remaining. He resolved to earn a bit more in the next 20 days. After the wedding, he intended to hire someone to construct the courtyard of his dreams. Chen Nuo found a piece of cloth to wrap the stack securely and placed it in the innermost part of the drawer, covering it with a few of his old-school notebooks before locking the drawer. Dusting off his hands, he smiled contentedly and took a basin to fetch water for his bath. Chapter 71. The yellow-spotted jellyfish. After 2 consecutive days of rain, the skies finally cleared. Of course, at 4 in the morning, the sun was still not visible. Only the vast expanse of stars and the moon could be seen. The night sky was particularly clear, with countless stars hanging like gemstones against the celestial canvas, and the moon, resembling a silver disk, cast a bright, silvery light upon the ground. On such a night, one need not carry a flashlight or headlamp when venturing out. Before 4 o'clock, Chun Chong and his second brother had already arrived at the house. Both had eaten breakfast and brought along some provisions. Chun Chong cheerfully informed them that his mother had risen early to prepare breakfast for him, urging him to finish quickly and come over. Chen Nuo felt a sense of happiness for him. Familial support is a significant motivator for men aspiring to achieve greatness, instilling them with confidence and drive. In his previous life, despite being positioned at the forefront of opportunity, Chen Nuo's entrepreneurial journey was fraught with challenges and fluctuations, only beginning to bear fruit at the age of 40, leaving him exhausted and physically deteriorated. Qian Guifan sent them off, cautioning them to be careful, watching as they disappeared into the night before returning inside to catch a bit more sleep. The 4 of them arrived at the dock, and Chen Nuo took out the money from his pocket, pocketing a few coins while handing the remaining 8 yuan to Chen Chong. Ah Chong, go get 7 yuan worth of diesel and 1 yuan of ice. Sure. Ah Chong nodded, accepting the money. Dad, why didn't he bring any extra cash? Chen Nuo said, looking at his father. Last time, his father had purchased the diesel and ice for his boat, and logically, it should have been his responsibility this time. However, he had inadvertently forgotten about it, having placed all the money in the drawer last night. What, you want to pay for our boat? Chun Jianpain chuckled, placing a hand on Chun Chong's shoulder. I'll go with Ah Chong. The two then set off together to procure the diesel and ice. The dock had a designated area for repairing fishing boats and machinery, where diesel and ice were also sold. Chen Nuo and his father loaded their supplies onto their respective boats and conducted a quick inspection of the small vessels, preparing for their outing. Before long, Chen Jianpain and Chen Chong returned with the ice and diesel. The ice was placed in the boat's compartment, and the diesel was poured into the engine. Everything was ready. Soon, the 2 small boats set sail, one following closely behind the other, gliding over the shimmering sea illuminated by the moonlight. This time, Chen Nuo took the helm, closely trailing behind the small boat steered by his second brother. With nothing much to do, Chen Chong grabbed a fishing rod, baited it, and settled at the edge of the boat to fish. "Dad, are we still heading to that little island today?" Chen Nuo called out. Seated at the stern of the front boat, Chen Igwa turned to him and replied with a smile, "You've had good luck lately. Do you have any suggestions?" "Yes. Xiao-san, why don't you take the lead? I'll follow behind you," Chen Jianpain proposed loudly. "Sure, I'm fine with that," Chen Nuo replied nonchalantly. "Then it's settled. I'll slow down, and you can maneuver around to the front." "All right." After finalizing the plan, Chen Jianpain reduced the boat's speed. Chen Nuo steered left, accelerating the small boat to take the lead. "Let us find a good spot and fill our boat today," Chen Jianpain encouraged loudly. "You're dreaming too big," Chen Nuo replied, half amused, half exasperated. On the treasure-hunting radar, an array of colors continuously fluctuated, yet predominantly, the hues remained white, green, and blue. Occasionally, gray would make a fleeting appearance, only to vanish after a short distance. Red had yet to show itself, let alone gold. The ocean harbored innumerable treasures, yet its vastness made encountering targets of red and gold a matter of fortune. At that moment, Chen Nuo suddenly noticed a relatively small green area on the radar swiftly expanding. This reminded him of a previous encounter with a school of mackerel. Could it be another school of fish, albeit of lesser value than a mackerel? He resolved to investigate, promptly altering the boat's direction towards the verdant zone. "Xiao-san, what is happening?" Chen Jianpain, witnessing the abrupt turn, hurriedly adjusted his course while calling out loudly. "Keep up." Chen Nuo offered no explanation, merely gesturing with his arm. As the small boat pressed forward, the flickering frequency of the green area accelerated, its expanse growing. "What on earth? Are there more targets?" A look of astonishment crossed Chen Nuo's face as he gazed toward the distant sea, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Meanwhile, the eastern horizon began to glow with the dawn, heralding the rise of the sun. Observing Chen Nuo's change in expression, Chen Chong stood up, his gaze fixed on the sea ahead. "Brother, look quickly. What is that?" He suddenly spotted a white object, pointing excitedly. Chen Nuo glanced at him and followed his finger, spotting a large, mushroom-like form floating beneath the water surface. "That's a jellyfish," came the excited voice of Chen's father from behind. This jellyfish is known as the Chrysaera, widely distributed in our coastal waters, typically residing in shallow regions. The cold jellyfish salad commonly found at night markets is made from this species. "Wow, look around. There are so many," Chen Jianpain exclaimed in surprise. Immediately, Chen Nuo and Chen Chong turned to survey their surroundings, indeed discovering numerous large, mushroom-shaped jellyfish drifting beneath the surface. "Quick, grab the net," Chen Igwa shouted. Chen Nuo and Chen Chong sprang into action. "Chong, you go fetch the net, and I'll steer the boat." "Got it." They had brought a net from home that day, one with a wide opening capable of scooping up large fish weighing dozens of pounds. Each jellyfish was heavy, filled with seawater. Chen Nuo maneuvered the small boat alongside one of the jellyfish, and Chen Chong extended the net, easily capturing it. However, the jellyfish's weight made it challenging for him to hoist it onto the boat. As Chen Nuo prepared to assist, Chen Chong had already managed to bring the net aboard, tipping the jellyfish out. This specimen was indeed substantial, resembling a large mass of translucent jelly. "Father, how much is this jellyfish worth?" Chen Nuo inquired loudly. "Most of its weight is seawater, worth just a few cents per pound. This one might fetch around 80 cents to $1, which isn't too shabby," Chen Igwa replied with a smile. "That is so cheap?" Chen Nuo's expression fell. No wonder it was only green. "Brother, $1 isn't bad. There are plenty around. Let's quickly catch a few more." Chen Chong remained enthusiastic, envisioning the jellyfish as bills floating on the water surface. "Indeed, let us gather more. You focus on scooping, and I'll handle the steering. We can switch when we tire," Chen Nuo agreed. Chapter 72, A Herculean Task. On another boat, the second brother and Chen's father had also begun their work. Although the value of these jellyfish was low, each catch represented $1. The effort required was not burdensome, merely requiring some exertion. Even decades later, most people would still bend down to pick up a dollar bill if they spotted one on the ground. Moreover, even if these jellyfish were not sold, they could be taken home, processed, and pickled, resulting in a delightful dish. "Brother, it's your turn. My arms are getting sore." After catching over 10 jellyfish, Chen Chong was panting and fatigued. At this point, the small wooden boat felt as if it had sunk slightly lower. This was inevitable. These jellyfish typically weighed dozens to hundreds of pounds, and the boat's maximum weight capacity was around 3 to 4 tons. Considering the weight of the people and equipment on board, it was prudent to limit the catch to around 100 jellyfish for safety. Naturally, they would need to process the jellyfish later, cutting them open to let the seawater drain out, significantly lightening their load. All right, you take the helm. Chen Nuo nodded with a smile, moving to take the net. Brother, these are really heavy. Be careful not to strain your hands. Chen Chang cautioned between breaths. Understood. Just steer the boat. Chen Nuo replied, smiling. After acknowledging, Chen Chang moved to the helm, scanning the sea to quickly identify a target, guiding the boat towards it. The second brother and their father had intentionally separated from them, perhaps to avoid competing for resources since it was Chen Nuo who had led them to the jellyfish. Once the boat steadied, Chen Nuo adeptly scooped up a jellyfish, but as he exerted force, his foot slipped, nearly causing him to fall. The deck was slick with the jellyfish's secretions, making it treacherous. Be careful, Chen Chang exclaimed, startled. It's all right, just a bit slippery, Chen Nuo chuckled, finding a drier spot to stand before vigorously lifting the jellyfish. Indeed, catching these creatures proved laborious. Initially, he had aimed for about 100, but perhaps 30 to 40 would suffice to fill the boat. Moreover, it was still early, barely past 7 in the morning, and they intended to catch other, more economically valuable sea goods later, so a casual approach to jellyfish would suffice. After netting a few more, Chen Nuo too felt fatigue, his arms aching. That's enough. Let us stop here. What? Brother, aren't we going to catch more? There are plenty nearby. No more, this is enough. Chen Nuo waved his hands, instructing. Go fetch the knife. Let us process what we have on the boat. Oh, and the gloves too. The jellyfish's tentacles could sting, and their venom was significant. Affected areas would turn red and itch, and in severe cases, one might even scratch until it bled. Fortunately, during a recent trip to town for supplies, they had purchased several pairs of rubber gloves along with kitchen utensils. Chen Chang quickly complied, rushing to retrieve the tools from the storage area of the boat. After donning the gloves, Chen Nuo took a cooking knife while Chen Chang wielded a small knife of his own, squatting down to begin slicing the jellyfish. Both were well versed in this task. Locally, these jellyfish were quite common, and each year, during the season, fishermen easily caught many, often unable to sell all of them, resorting to gifting them to relatives and friends. They frequently observed how the elders and their families dealt with jellyfish, and Chen Nuo had even tried his hand at it for fun. Slicing through the jellyfish was indeed a stress-relieving activity, akin to cutting through sheets of cold noodles. First, separate the jellyfish bell from the jellyfish's brain. The bell resembles a transparent, large pot lid, its surface possessing a slightly frosted texture, while the jellyfish's head is smooth and quite pleasant to the touch. Upon bisecting it, one can observe that the bell contains a significant amount of seawater, along with small fish that the jellyfish had consumed. Due to the lack of oxygen within the jellyfish, these small fish have ceased to move, most of them having perished. Chen Nuo casually tossed them back into the sea, leaving their fate to chance. This simple jellyfish has been initially processed, pushed aside to continue with the next, as further preparation awaits upon their return. Chen Chang was also diligently occupied, his knife smaller, thus his efficiency lagging behind Chen Nuo's. After processing 3 jellyfish, Chen Nuo felt the strain of squatting and fetched 2 small bamboo stools from the boat, offering one to Chen Chang as they resumed their work. By the time they had completed nearly half of their task, Ergu approached in the small boat. Nuo, how many have you caught? Chen Jianpain inquired loudly. Over 30, I suppose. Chen Nuo replied, lifting his head. Is that all? Why didn't you catch a few more? No more, it's too laborious. And we won't sell many. Carrying extra weight just wastes fuel. You're quite ambitious. Many would love to scoop them up, but can't find any. Chen Jianpain replied, somewhat speechless, glancing at their father, who was steering the boat. Dad, should we continue scooping? Chen Fu looked at the jellyfish piled high on the boat, chuckled, and said, that's enough. Let us process what we have. What a pity. There are still so many. Don't be too greedy. Nuo is right. This stuff is heavy. If we happen upon other valuable finds, we won't have space to store them, and tossing these jellyfish back into the sea would be a hassle. All right, thus. The 2 men took their knives and began processing the jellyfish. Many people cannot distinguish between jellyfish and jellies. Simply put, jellies are a branch of jellyfish, and jellyfish is the general term for this type of organism, with over 250 species worldwide. At this moment, the eastern sun had risen high, casting gentle rays upon the group, creating a comforting atmosphere. Finally done. Chen Nuo set down his knife and stretched widely. It is a bit tiring. Chen Chang chuckled. The 30-plus jellyfish they had caught were now preliminarily processed. On the other side of the boat, Ergu and their father continued their labor. Their efficiency was higher than Chen Nuo and Chen Chang's, but they had also caught a greater number, with nearly half yet to be finished. Chen Nuo crouched by the side of the boat, bending over to wash the jellyfish's slime off his hands with seawater. Chang, come wash your hands. Then we can have a bite to eat while we wait for them to finish. All right, Chen Chang agreed with a smile. also coming over to wash his hands with seawater. Chen Nuo retrieved the canvas bag his mother had given him, opening it to reveal boiled eggs and sweet potatoes, as well as an aluminum lunchbox containing some leftover dishes from the previous night, which had been reheated. "Brother, I have mackerel dumplings that my mom made this morning," Chen Chong said, pulling out his own aluminum lunchbox with a cheerful smile. "Mackerel dumplings? Wonderful. I haven't had them in ages. I had a big bowl this morning. They were quite tasty." Chapter 73. Youth is Wonderful. These dumplings made by Second Aunt are delicious. Chen Nuo stuffed 2 mackerel dumplings into his mouth, nodding with satisfaction. "Then you should eat more," Chen Chong said, equally delighted. With the support of their parents, he felt invigorated in his work. "You should eat too." "All right." The two of them feasted heartily, while Chen Jianping, still laboring on the other boat, began to feel hungry. Hey, leave a few dumplings for me. Don't eat them all," he shouted, hastening his work. Chen Chong glanced at him, then looked back at the dumplings in his aluminum lunchbox. "Chong, don't mind him. He brought his own food," Chen Nuo said with a slight smile. Chen Chong nodded, amused, took a bite of the peeled steamed sweet potato, and then used his chopsticks to grab some vegetables from the aluminum lunchbox. "Brother, should we save some?" "No need. We can find some seafood later, and we'll steam it on the boat for lunch." "All right, dumplings, save a few for me." Finally, as Chen Jianping completed his tasks, he jumped onto their boat, only to find that only 2 dumplings remained, instantly darkening his expression. "Are you 2 pigs? You brought food yourself. Eat your own." Chen Nuo shot him a sideways glance, feeling rather annoyed, and let out a belch. "I only brought a few buns. What's wrong with having a couple of dumplings?" Chen Jianping bent down and directly grabbed the remaining 2 dumplings from the aluminum lunchbox, disregarding the jellyfish slime on his hands, stuffing the dumplings into his mouth. After swallowing them, he placed the aluminum lunchbox back, chewing with a smug expression as he shot a glare at Chen Nuo before turning back. "Chong, look at what kind of person this is," Chen Nuo complained, his face full of disdain. "Haha," Chen Chong couldn't help but laugh. "Nuo, where are we headed next?" Chen Fu, sitting on the deck of the other boat, eating an egg, asked. Chen Nuo examined the treasure radar. The best target was merely blue, and it seemed to be a bit far based on the blinking frequency. However, there were no other promising targets, so they could only head towards the blue one, adjusting their direction if something better appeared. "Let us go that way." Chen Nuo pointed towards the blue area. "Wait, Nuo, what do you base your direction on? How you always manage to find good stuff?" Chen Jianping asked curiously, swallowing his food. Chen Nuo rolled his eyes and replied, "What else could it be? Intuition. Finding good stuff is because Mazu looks kindly upon me. I visited the Mazu temple to pray yesterday." "I went too," Chen Chong chimed in cheerfully. "Why didn't you invite me along? I need to go pray when we return." Chen Jianping's expression turned serious, imagining himself receiving Mazu's favor. "Then let us go. We need to hurry and find some good stuff so we can return early today," Chen Fu urged with a smile. Chen Nuo nodded and said to Chen Chong, "Chong, take the helm." "All right," Chen Chong responded, moving to adjust the boat's direction. "Brother, this is the right way, right?" "Yes, no problem." "Great." The 2 boats continued in tandem, heading towards the direction Chen Nuo indicated. Suddenly, Chen Nuo felt a pressing need to urinate and stood up to walk to the side of the boat, relieving himself. In this youthful body that had not yet succumbed to the vices of smoke and drink, and had yet to experience the pleasures of women, he felt robust and vigorous, satisfied with the volume and trajectory of his release. Remembering the times before his rebirth when he would accidentally wet his shoes, a smile involuntarily spread across his face. Youth is truly wonderful. He made a silent resolve to run and exercise every evening after dinner, to quit smoking as soon as possible, and to only drink moderately when appropriate, avoiding drunkenness. One only learns to cherish after experiencing loss. This time, he must cultivate good habits and maintain a healthy body. After turning 30, he began to undergo an annual physical examination at a major hospital, a practice that extended to his family as well. "Hey, Arno, why are you laughing suddenly while taking a leak? It feels rather inappropriate." The voice of his second brother resounded from behind, tinged with disdain. Upon hearing this, Chen Chong turned his head for a brief glance. Meanwhile, Chen's father found the situation amusing, his eyes betraying a flicker of envy. He reminisced about his youth when even urination was a grand affair. Alas, age had rendered him increasingly feeble. Chen Nuo's smile immediately vanished as he shot a glare at his second brother. "What is it to you? I'm not laughing. Stop being evasive. I saw everything clearly. That's merely a reflection of your vision problems. You should hurry to the hospital for a checkup." Chen Nuo's expression remained nonchalant as he adjusted his trousers. "How rude. You started it. I suspect you are overtly envious." "What? Envious of you? You must be joking," Chen Jianping retorted, amusement creeping into his tone. "What do you think? Chen Nuo replied with a playful grin. Following Chen Nuo's gaze, Chen Jianping instinctively looked down, only to realize a wave of embarrassment washing over him, as dark lines of exasperation appeared on his forehead. What nonsense! Am I envious of you? Don't be ridiculous. Ha! Look at you getting flustered. People often care more about what they lack, so I'm not wrong. You're indeed envious. Chen Nuo chuckled triumphantly, turning to his father, Dad. My brother is trying to act tough in front of you, and he even cursed. Chen Jianping's face fell, his expression stiff as he turned to his father. Chen Aigua, sitting at the front of the boat, gazed at him with an unreadable expression, his eyes a dangerous glint. Dad, don't look at me like that. He clearly trying to sow discord. Acting tough is one thing, but cursing is unacceptable. Isn't his mother also yours? I'll tell you, Mom, when we get back. What? No, please. I was wrong. Is that not enough? Chen Jianping quickly backed down, glaring angrily at his younger brother on the boat. Chen Nuo beamed, turning away to sit down. Dad, you said I'm envious of him. Tell me, is that not hilarious? Chen Jianping seethed, seeking validation from their father. What's wrong with that? You're several years older than him, married with children. Isn't it entirely normal to envy his youth and good health? I certainly do. So what is the issue? Chen's father replied calmly. Chen Jianping found himself at a loss for words. Brother, listen to what Dad said. You should learn from it. A man must be brave enough to acknowledge his shortcomings. I want to laugh at you. Chen Nuo turned to his older brother, his smile radiant. Chen Jianping's lips twitched violently, veins pulsating on his forehead as he gritted his teeth and shouted, I have no shortcomings. I'm in great shape. Yes. Don't get all worked up. I'm not worked up. Dad, he's acting tough again. Chapter 74, The Uninhabited Island. Amidst the banter with his second brother, Chen Nuo kept a vigilant eye on the treasure radar's fluctuations. After approximately 20 minutes of navigation, a red area finally appeared on the radar. Following the direction of the red zone, Chen Nuo spotted what appeared to be a small island in the distance. Dad, is that an island? Chen Nuo raised his hand, pointing in that direction and inquiring loudly. Chen Aigua followed the line of his finger and nodded. Indeed, it is an island. Chong, head toward that island. Chen Nuo commanded promptly. Understood. Chen Chong responded, adjusting the helm to steer towards the petite island. What a spontaneous turn of events. Chen Jianping murmured, somewhat puzzled, yet followed suit. Approximately 10 minutes later, as they drew closer, the island began to grow larger in their vision. It appeared to be an uninhabited isle, largely blanketed in verdant foliage, resembling a green gem floating upon the vast ocean. To the northwest of the island lay a rocky area, prompting Chen Nuo to instruct Chen Chong to bring the boat alongside it. Upon getting closer, they observed the rocks teeming with a plethora of mussels, oysters, and various sea snails. Dad, look, there is so much bounty on these rocks. Chen Nuo exclaimed excitedly. Yes, this island is low-lying. The rocky area must only be exposed at low tide, so it likely remains unseen by most. Chen Aigua shared in the excitement. Brother, let us hurry up and collect. Chen Chong urged impatiently. Chen Nuo nodded. Drop anchor. Let us go ashore. After both boats anchored securely, the four of them grabbed buckets and tools, disembarking towards the rocky outcrop laden with marine treasures. Wow, look at all these oysters. We should have brought a sack. Chen Jianping exclaimed, fixated on a particular rock. Enough chatter. Pry them loose. Fill up and then just dump them onto the boat. Chen Aigua urged, wielding a shovel to excavate oysters. Brother, come here. There's so many baby snails. Chen Nuo, eager to locate the rapidly flashing red target, was suddenly interrupted by Chen Chong's excited shout. Chen Nuo turned his gaze to see Chen Chong pulling several snails from the rock crevices and tossing them into his bucket, then bending down to grab more. Upon closer inspection, Chen Nuo noticed his bucket was already brimming with these snails. Baby snails, scientifically known as treasure snails, possess tiny openings that make extracting the meat quite challenging. Many deem them inedible, yet they are actually a rare delicacy with firm, springy meat. Brother, there are plenty of treasures in these rock crevices. Hurry up and search. All right, Chen Nuo replied with a smile, momentarily setting aside his quest for the red target. After all, it likely wouldn't escape. It would be absurd if they stumbled upon such riches right away, making it hard to explain. Glancing at a nearby rock, Chen Nuo was momentarily stunned to discover several small abalones. This delicacy was highly sought after. Chen Nuo hurriedly approached, using his shovel to scoop the small abalones into his bucket. Soon after, he spotted a multitude of spicy snails, flower snails, sesame snails, and more. There were so many that he had to prioritize the larger ones while still collecting the smaller ones, knowing it would take until dusk to finish if he didn't tea. Arno Chong, look! His second brother's delighted voice rang out. Chen Nuo, and Chen Chong looked up to see him holding 2 sea urchins. "Can I have one?" Chen Nuo asked with a smile. Fresh sea urchins are exquisite when steamed with eggs, a dish he relished. "Dream on. I found these myself." Chen Jianping replied smugly, tossing both sea urchins into his own bucket. "Not giving you any." Chen Nuo rolled his eyes and returned to his task. In less than 20 minutes, all their buckets were nearly full. "Brother, my bucket is full. I'm going to dump it on the boat and come back," Chen Chong announced loudly. "All right," Chen Nuo replied, suddenly remembering something, and suggested, "Chong, bring down 2 of those fish baskets. Let us pour the contents of the buckets into the baskets and carry them up together later." "Okay, I'll get them right away." Chen Chong nodded eagerly, carrying his bucket back to the boat. Once he retrieved the baskets, Chen Nuo went over and emptied the contents of his bucket into them. "Brother, Dad, this basket is for you to fill." Chen Nuo turned to his father and elder brother, pointing at the adjacent empty basket and calling out loudly. The 2 responded in unison, approaching with buckets in hand. "You continue here. I'll venture a bit farther," Chen Nuo said, feigning interest in the depths of the small island. "Be careful. Don't stray too far," Chen Igwa cautioned. "Rest assured." Chen Nuo smiled and nodded, sauntering towards the red target with his empty bucket. Why would he abandon all this bounty? Where could he possibly be heading? Chen Jianping mumbled in confusion. "Let us not concern ourselves with him. We should continue gathering these oysters and conchs. Even without dragging the net today, we won't leave empty-handed," Chen Igwa remarked as he resumed digging with his bucket and spade. Seeing this, Chen Chong and Chen Jianping perked up and followed suit. Meanwhile, Chen Nuo carefully traversed the jagged rocks, arriving at the edge of the area. 2 large boulders loomed ahead, with a shallow pool of water nestled between them. The red area on his treasure radar flashed rapidly, indicating that the target was near at hand. Chen Nuo scanned the surroundings, searching diligently, yet found little of interest. Just a few cat's eye snails pried from the rocks and a moon shell unearthed from a crevice. Clearly, these could not be the red target. His gaze fell upon the pool of water. Could it be submerged there? With this thought, Chen Nuo set down his bucket and spade, rolling up his pant legs. Since he was already wearing sandals, there was no need to remove his shoes. After rolling his pants up to his knees, he approached the pool and cautiously dipped his right foot into the water. The water was surprisingly deep, reaching just shy of his knee. Chen Nuo had to pull his pant legs higher, rolling up his sleeves as well, and then he reached in to explore. After a lengthy search, having overturned several stones beneath the water, he managed to grasp a palm-sized octopus. The target was evidently not in this pool, so he climbed back out. Following the direction of the red area, he took a few more steps forward, only to find himself at a sheer cliff near the sea. The flashing frequency of the red area on the treasure radar seemed to accelerate, signifying that he was drawing closer to his goal. "Is it below here?" Chen Nuo pondered, scrutinizing every inch beneath the cliff. Suddenly, a glimmer of white beneath the clear water caught his attention. Chapter 75. The White Sea Cucumber. Chen Nuo glanced around, apprehensive about descending. The slope was steep, and the surface of the rocks was slick with moisture, covered in moss and algae. A slip could lead to trouble. The best course of action would be to return to the boat, navigate around, and attempt to scoop it up with a net. With this in mind, Chen Nuo turned back, bucket in hand. His father, elder brother, and Chen Chong were still energetically collecting various seafood. The 2 plastic baskets resting on the flat ground were already half filled. "Brother, you're back. Did you find anything good?" Chen Chong called out cheerfully upon seeing Chen Nuo return. "Nothing." Chen Nuo shook his head and explained the situation. "Chong, I spotted something white on a rock in the water over there, but the cliff is too steep to descend. I need to take the boat around for a closer look." "I'll go with you and help steer the boat," Chen Chong quickly offered. "I can go alone." "It's fine. I'm a bit tired anyway." "I'm curious to see what it is," Chen Chong insisted. "All right, let us go." With that, the 2 made their way toward the small boat anchored nearby. "Where are you 2 headed?" Chen Jianping called out from a distance. Chen Igwa also looked up at them. "We're going to check that area by boat. Don't worry about us." Chen Nuo gestured in a circular motion as he responded loudly. "Be careful. There are many rocks around here. Don't run aground," Chen Igwa warned. "Got it, don't worry." Chen Nuo waved his hand without looking back. Watching the 2 hurry toward the boat, Chen Jianping muttered quietly, "They're leaving all this bounty behind. What could they possibly be doing? Forget about it. Let us keep gathering." Chen Igwa replied, returning to his task. To him, the items here, though not particularly valuable, were plentiful and easily obtained, akin to picking up money. If they could sell them, great. If not, taking them home for the family to eat was just as splendid. He was determined to gather as much as possible while time allowed. Meanwhile, Chen Nuo and Chen Chong set sail after raising the anchor. Chen Nuo started the engine while Chen Chong took the helm. "Which way?" Chen Chong asked, turning his head. "That way." Chen Nuo pointed in a direction. Got it. Chen Chong promptly adjusted the fishing boat's course, steering towards where Chen Nuo indicated. Soon, they arrived at the steep side of the cliff. Chen Nuo raised his right hand again, fingers together, signaling a gesture. Approach at an angle. Be careful of the rocks beneath the water. Stop when I say so. Understood. Chen Chong replied, carefully guiding the boat closer. All right, stop. Chen Nuo called out, just in time. The vessel halted steadily, positioned perfectly over the submerged rock. Chen Nuo took the net and moved to the center of the boat, quickly locking his eyes on the target. What is that? Chen Chong exclaimed, spotting the white object beneath the water, his face a mix of astonishment and curiosity. I don't know. Let us get up first, Chen Nuo replied, slowly crouching down and extending the net towards the object, cautiously attempting to scoop it up. The edge of the net brushed against the white object, causing it to slightly roll, nearly slipping off the rock. Fortunately, Chen Nuo halted just in time. That area was filled with protruding rocks. If it fell into the crevices, it would be troublesome. Brother, be careful, Chen Chong urged, feeling the tension rise. After lifting the net out of the water and pondering for a moment, Chen Nuo had an idea. Chong, go grab a fishing rod. I'll place the net beside that rock, and you can nudge it with the rod. Good thinking. Chen Chong's eyes lit up as he hurried to fetch the fishing rod. Following their plan, Chen Nuo gradually maneuvered the net to the side of the rock, angling the opening towards the white object. Chen Chong then used the fishing rod to gently prod the white object, ensuring it fell precisely into the net. Well done. Chen Nuo praised with a smile. Hurry, brother, let us see what it is. Chen Chong urged excitedly, retracting the fishing rod. Chen Nuo smiled in response, retrieving the net. What on earth? A white sea cucumber? Chen Chong exclaimed, unable to contain his amazement upon seeing the contents of the net. Chen Nuo's eyes widened, his expression equally astonished. The white sea cucumber, a result of genetic mutation in sea cucumbers, was exceedingly rare. Research indicated that 1 in every 200,000 sea cucumbers might yield a white specimen, while its nutritional value was not significantly different. The age-old adage of rarity equating to value held true, especially given the current underdevelopment of artificial breeding techniques. Wild white sea cucumbers were even more scarce. In his previous life, Chen Nuo had never encountered wild sea cucumbers. Yet by 2020, the farming of white sea cucumbers had become widespread, with prices ranging from 300 to 500 yuan per pound. Someone had once gifted him a few cultivated white sea cucumbers, which were of considerable size, showcasing the finest specimens of aquaculture. At that time, he had even conducted online research about them. White sea cucumbers are quite sensitive to water quality, predominantly inhabiting unpolluted cold water marine environments, and some traditional fishermen regard them as auspicious and release them back into the sea. Chen Nuo had also come across a news article online stating that in 2011, a batch of wild white sea cucumbers had appeared in auction, commanding a staggering price of 160,000 yuan per pound. Indeed, white sea cucumbers are a rarity. With a cheerful demeanor, Chen Nuo gently lifted the white sea cucumber from the net. It measured approximately 18 centimeters in length, with a girth akin to 2 fingers and weighed around 100 grams. Brother, is this valuable? Chen Chong inquired, his face brimming with excitement. Absolutely, Chen Nuo replied with a nod. This qualifies as a premium marine delicacy. I am uncertain of its current market value, but it is undoubtedly not inexpensive. Really? So, brother, you've struck it rich again. What luck you possess. Chen Chong exclaimed with enthusiasm, his gaze fixed ardently on the white sea cucumber in Chen Nuo's hand. Observing his brother's expression, which was filled with excitement and admiration yet devoid of any trace of greed or envy, Chen Nuo felt reassured. It was understandable for him to be preoccupied with such thoughts. After all, wealth can stir the heart, and even among brothers, instances of falling out over material possessions abound. Let us continue searching. There must be more than just this one, Chen Nuo suggested. Yes, let us look. Chen Chong eagerly nodded, scanning the submerged rocks ahead. Chen Nuo first retrieved a live fish bucket, bent down to fill it with seawater from the area, and tossed the white sea cucumber inside. Brother, look quickly. Isn't that a sea cucumber? Chen Chong suddenly pointed towards the water surface. Chen Nuo focused his gaze and indeed spotted a sea cucumber clinging to a rock, albeit not a white one. This was quite normal, as the probability of genetic mutation is exceedingly low, even if there were nearby sea cucumbers. Most would likely be ordinary specimens. It's a sea cucumber. Quickly retrieve it. Half an hour later, the two had gathered 5 sea cucumbers from this area, all of which were common varieties. After searching for a while longer without success, they reluctantly turned their boat around to leave. These must weigh a pound altogether, right? That is worth quite a bit. Isn't it? Yes, it's not bad at all. You're just lucky brother, to find a spot where sea cucumbers are gathered. Chen Chong expressed admiration etched across his face. Chen Nuo merely smiled. To be honest, had it not been for the treasure-finding radar guiding them, even with a stroke of good fortune leading them to this location, upon seeing the white object beneath the water, they might have assumed it was merely trash, unworthy of a dedicated boat trip to retrieve. Upon returning to their previous docking spot, they spotted their father and second brother approaching, each carrying a plastic basket. Both were industrious, and the basket was filled to the brim, likely weighing 100 to 200 pounds. Xiao-san, where have you two been? Such a prime location. And you went off to play instead of gathering goods, Chen Jianping chided, stepping onto the boat and accepting the basket from their father. Chen Nuo and Chen Chong exchanged a knowing smile. Still smiling, are we? What is there to laugh about? You two came out to sea to earn money, not to have fun. You've only caught 30 or 40 jellyfish, and now you're slacking off, Chen Jianping scolded. Pingo, we weren't playing. We want to find some good stuff. Good stuff? Chen Jianping paused, taken aback. Exactly, look, Chen Chong exclaimed, pulling a sea cucumber from the live fish bucket to show him. Wow, a sea cucumber. Where did you get this? Chen Jianping exclaimed, astonished. Chen Igua also wore a look of disbelief. Brother Nuo found a spot and caught several. Chen Chong grinned widely. This is indeed a good find. But even a few wouldn't fetch much money. Chen Jianping scoffed. And what about this one? Chen Nuo lifted the white sea cucumber. Chen Jianping's eyes widened in disbelief. A white sea cucumber? Chen Igua gasped. Chen Nuo smiled and nodded. Indeed, we were fortunate to obtain one. Your luck is remarkable, Chen Igua chuckled, momentarily at a loss for words. Having fished alongside their father since he was 17 or 18, and now over 2 decades later, he had never encountered such a specimen, only witnessing others' good fortune in catching one. Wait, Dad, he didn't find it from you guys, did he? Chen Jianping asked, looking at their father. Shut up. What nonsense are you talking about? Chen Igua shot him a glare. Then why is it that we are all your sons? Yet he has such good luck. I seriously suspect he is the son of Ma Zhu. Be quiet and stop speaking nonsense. Dad, do you have any idea what this is worth? Chen Nuo tossed the white sea cucumber back into the bucket and inquired with a smile. I don't know. It's been many years since I've seen one. However, it's a rare item and certainly one to be cheap. You should ask Uncle Ching when we get back, or perhaps sell it to your boss. Chen Igua suggested. Chen Nuo nodded. I was feeling somewhat pleased about the jellyfish and the basket full of goods, but now my mood has soured, Chen Jianping sighed. Brother, look at you. You're envious and jealous of me again. It's truly unnecessary. You can't envy this. Chen Nuo beamed with a satisfied smile. Chen Jianping shot him a sidelong glance and, feeling dejected, sat cross-legged on the boat's deck. Dad, I'm hungry. Let us steam some seafood to eat, Chen Nuo proposed. Chen Igua nodded with a smile. All right, come over here on the boat. Let us prepare some seafood to steam. Dad, why don't we steam some of these ordinary sea cucumbers? We can each have one to replenish ourselves, Chen Nuo suggested, glancing at the bucket of sea cucumbers. Have you gone mad? Such costly items. You expect me to eat them? I certainly cannot. Chen Igua reprimanded sternly. Exactly, you prodigal son. When we get back, I'll tell mother to scold you. Chen Jianping chimed in. Brother, I can't eat that either. It's not palatable. We should sell it for money instead. Chen Chong added his voice of reason. Fine, fine. If you don't want to eat, then I won't force you. I was merely trying to be kind and let you all have a taste. If you don't want it, so be it. You're all just like dogs biting Lu Dongbin. Chen Nuo rolled his eyes. Dad, he is calling us dogs. Chen Jianping immediately complained loudly, turning the tables on his brother. Enough, you two are being childish. Chen Igua remarked with a scowl, then turned to his youngest son. This does have nutritional benefits, but the effects are often exaggerated. Eating one or two one team make any difference. It would just be a waste. Upon hearing this, Chen Nuo suddenly recalled the sea cucumber team that countless citizens would lament over decades later and thought that his father's words seemed to hold some merit. If this item were truly so beneficial, the sea cucumber team wouldn't merely be aiming for a World Cup championship. They certainly wouldn't be failing to qualify year after year. They steamed some freshly gathered oysters, cat's eye snails, green-lipped mussels, and a few sea urchins collected by his second brother and father. Unfortunately, fresh jellyfish are toxic and require pickling. Otherwise, a cold dish of jellyfish would have been delightful. Paired with the dry rations they brought, the four soon indulged in a hearty meal. After taking a brief respite, Chen Igua sent Chen Nuo and Chen Chong back to their own boat, before embarking on a trawling expedition with his elder brother. Accustomed to hard work, he was unwilling to squander any opportunity to earn money while at sea. Brother, shall we find a spot to cast our nets? Chen Chong suggested with a smile. Chen Nuo glanced at the treasure radar. The best nearby target was merely a green indicator, which dampened his enthusiasm. Recent days have been filled with purple pearls, splendid lobsters, and white sea cucumbers, leading him to feel rather spoiled. A green target simply failed to ignite his excitement. Let us steer the boat that way. Chen Nuo casually pointed in a direction. As the vessel repositioned, the treasure radar refreshed. Chen Chang expertly navigated the small boat towards the direction indicated by Chen Nuo. Meanwhile, on the other boat, their father and second brother had already deployed the trawl net. Upon noticing the small boat departing, the second brother recalled his wife's earlier admonition. Dad, should we follow the others? What if we encounter a school of fish? Chen Jianping hesitated, reluctant to admit that his younger brother had indeed been extraordinarily lucky lately. If his prediction proved correct and they stumbled upon a school of fish, while his brother's boat returned laden with bounty, their own vessel would likely be burdened only with jellyfish and miscellaneous debris, resulting in endless nagging from their mother and wives. Sitting there smoking, Chen Igua grasped his eldest son's words and nodded. What are we waiting for? Let us follow them. All right. Chen Jianping immediately turned the helm, maneuvering the fishing boat to trawl while keeping pace. Not long after, the treasure radar displayed a blue target. Chen Nuo quickly directed their course. Recent experiences had fostered a deeper admiration and trust in Chen Chang. Without uttering a word, he followed Chen Nuo's lead. Upon reaching the target area, Chen Nuo instructed Chen Chang to halt the boat. As he saw their father and second brother approaching, he understood their intent and couldn't help but feel amused. Dad, second brother, there are no schools of fish here. As the boat drew closer, Chen Nuo shouted out. Now more familiar with the treasure radar, he knew that if there was a school of fish, the colored area displayed would be considerably larger. Hearing this, their father and second brother ceased their advance, opting to trawl at a safe distance. Chen Nuo then instructed Chen Chang to retrieve the fishing net and cast a couple of throws. However, they only caught a few small fish and shrimp, the best being a sole flounder, measuring about 20 centimeters and weighing around 4 to 5 tails. This fish, being quite affordable, was currently in its spawning season, making its roe particularly delectable, ideal for frying or curing into salted fish. The treasure radar flashed rapidly, indicating that this flounder was not their target. Chen Nuo took the cast net and threw it twice, but his luck was worse than Chen Chang's, netting only a handful of small fish and shrimp. Carelessly dumping the catch into a bucket, Chen Nuo suggested, it seems casting nets isn't effective here. Let us try fishing instead. He surmised that the target might be lurking beneath the surface. Chen Chang nodded and fetched 2 fishing rods. They used the small fish they had just caught as bait, hooking them before sitting at the boat's edge to fish. Time passed slowly, and the bobbers remained still. Gradually, both began to feel drowsy, yawning frequently. Brother, why don't you take a nap? I can watch, Chen Chang urged, shaking his head vigorously to stay alert. No need. Chen Nuo smiled and declined, just then noticing his bobber dipping. Chang, we've got a fish. Quick, reel it in. Huh? No way, really? Chen Chang exclaimed, his face lighting up as he hurriedly reeled in the line. Soon, a palm-sized blackhead fish emerged from the water. Not bad, Chen Nuo praised with a grin. The blackhead fish is a common species, akin to the black bass and black grouper, with a moderate market price. Chen Chang was elated, tossing the blackhead fish into the live fish bucket, then grabbing another small fish from a different bucket to use as bait, casting his line once more. The satisfaction of fishing with a rod surpasses that of netting fish, which is why many anglers are drawn to it. After waiting a few more minutes, Chen Nuo also hooked a fish. He quickly reeled in the line. The resistance from below was light, causing his initial excitement to wane. It is well known that the more valuable fish in the sea are typically the larger ones. Indeed, what surfaced was a reddish-brown tiger fish, even smaller than Chen Chang's catch, weighing only 2 to 3 tails. The tiger fish is a common catch in sea fishing, known for its high hooking rate and tender flesh, making it a favorite dish when stewed with tofu. During the following hour, the two continued to catch various small fish, all quite common. The blue target remained in the vicinity, and as Chen Nuo held the fishing rod, his eyelids began to droop, his head nodding forward. Brother, you've hooked another one. Quick, reel it in. Chen Chang's voice jolted him awake. Startled, Chen Nuo focused and noticed the bobber was submerged, hastily reeling in the line. This time, the pull from below was substantial. The big catch is finally here. Joy lit up Chen Nuo's face as he stood up, ready to play the fish. All traces of drowsiness vanishing. A big catch? Chen Chang echoed, equally excited, putting down his rod to grab the net, standing up to assist in landing the fish. The underwater tugging intensified. It was crucial not to forcefully confront the large fish, as it could easily snap the line or break the rod. Chen Nuo gripped the fishing rod, employing the common figure-8 method to gradually tire the fish out. Judging from the resistance, This fish felt smaller than the previous sea bass, but noticeably larger than the smaller fish they had caught earlier. After a good 5 to 6 minutes, the fish seemed to relent, slowly rising to the surface. A golden yellow fish came into view, eliciting exhilaration from both men. "Wow, brother, it's a big yellow croaker," Chen Chong exclaimed excitedly. Anyone from the coastal regions would recognize the big yellow croaker, its golden hue symbolizing wealth and auspiciousness in Chinese culture. And it is a delectable dish. Decades later, due to overfishing, wild big yellow croakers have become scarce. A quick online search reveals numerous reports of individuals catching wild yellow croakers weighing several pounds and selling them for exorbitant prices. While the prices for yellow croakers today aren't yet outrageous, their numbers have begun to dwindle, leading to a steady increase in market prices. "Quick, the net," Chen Nuo urged with a smile. "I'm ready, brother. Just bring it closer. I won't miss," Chen Chong declared confidently, his eyes gleaming. "All right," Chen Nuo responded, gradually guiding the big yellow croaker towards the side of the boat. Chen Chong plunged the net into the water, its opening wide enough to accommodate the whole fish without fussing over the head or tail. He swiftly maneuvered it beneath the fish and, with a quick motion, lifted the net. The entire big yellow croaker landed within the net, which Chen Chong then triumphantly hauled onto the boat. "Well done," Chen Nuo praised, his face beaming with joy. The yellow croaker, immobilized by stress and environmental changes, was pulled up from the depths. This particular fish appeared to weigh around 6 or 7 pounds, making it one of the larger specimens among its wild counterparts. In a few decades, it could easily fetch a price in the tens of thousands. "Quick, Chong, fetch the live fish bucket and get some ice," Chen Nuo urged. If the fish were not preserved in ice water, it would likely lose its vibrant color, resulting in a depreciated value. Chen Chong responded affirmatively, setting down the net and taking the live fish bucket to the cabin to gather ice. Meanwhile, Chen Nuo carefully extracted the fish from the net and removed the hook from its mouth. As soon as Chen Chong returned with the bucket, Chen Nuo hurriedly placed the yellow croaker inside. Gazing at the brilliant golden fish alongside the white sea cucumber, Chen Nuo could not suppress his smile. "Brother, this large yellow croaker must be quite valuable. Previously, Qin Xiangdong and his crew caught a sizable one and boasted to me about it, claiming it weighed 3 or 4 pounds and sold for quite a sum. Yours is significantly larger, so it must be worth even more," Chen Chong remarked cheerfully. Chen Nuo nodded with a smile. Currently, the price of yellow croaker should exceed 10 yuan per pound, and the larger the fish, the more valuable it becomes. The disparity is quite pronounced. "Chong, once the boat docks, let's not take this live fish bucket ashore just yet," Chen Nuo suddenly advised. Chen Chong paused, then nodded earnestly. "Brother, you wish to avoid drawing attention to our fortune, right? I understand. Don't worry, I won't say a word. It's not that serious. It's just that with so many people at the dock, it would be unwise for them all to see." "Understood,"